For some godforsaken reason, the front door of this guy's apartment turned into a portal to a dungeon, and now Kim Hunbok is stuck inside, unable to ever leave. At first, Kim Hunbok was pretty overwhelmed. He calmed himself down and took a walk around the dungeon. He even thought he had become some overpowered protagonist like in those fantasy novels. But reality gave him a brutal wake-up call the first time Kim Hunbok came face-to-face with real goblins. He got beaten up and chased until he literally peed his pants. The goblin poison seeped into his wounds, and he almost kicked the bucket right there. Luckily, Kim Hunbok managed to scramble back to his apartment just in time, using his survival instincts and whatever medical supplies he had at home to pull through. But the weirdness didn't stop there. Once Kim Hunbok's body stabilized, he started seeing holographic windows, just like in a VR game. The system notified him that Kim Hunbok met the requirements to become a dungeon explorer, but he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. After his delusions of being a badass protagonist shattered and he experienced a brush with death, he turned into a hardcore introvert and locked himself inside. Well, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, since his door was connected to the dungeon. Kim Hunbok tried posting on online forums for help, but of course, nobody believed him. He tried contacting the police and the fire department, but that was useless too. The only silver lining was that on the web, there were a few others in the same boat. Because of that, some pretty wild info started popping up online, from tips on how to clear dungeons to a marketplace for newbies, and even quests with various rewards. After some research, Kim Hunbok realized that Dungeon 0795 was the one connected to his place, and he had to clear it along with the other survivors. But since Kim Hunbok is a total coward, he kept telling himself that out of the 30 people linked to it, at least one of them would clear the dungeon for him. But eventually, Kim Hunbok had to step up and start hunting because he needed money to put food on the table. He would get paid if he took down monsters. With that money, he could buy essential supplies from the online marketplace. The first few days were okay, but then Kim Hunbok read a post saying that the deeper you go, the stronger the monsters get. So he kept being a coward and chose to survive by just picking off goblins on the outskirts of the dungeon. Kim Hunbok kept living like that for 3 months until he felt a chill down his spine, realizing that of the 30 people connected to the dungeon, only 5 were left alive. This sent Kim Hunbok into an immediate panic. He was terrified he'd be next, and if all the other explorers died, he'd have to survive his whole life hunting goblins. But what if one day those monsters from the dungeon crawled through his front door? What would Kim Hunbok do then? That crisis drove Kim Hunbok to frantically search for info online. Finally, he saw a potentially useful post from someone who got the same quest as him. That person wanted to challenge the boss the next day by gathering the 5 remaining survivors to form a party. Seeing this post, Kim Hunbok finally saw a glimmer of hope. Even though he didn't know how strong the others were, it was at least better than surviving alone. But as a few more days passed, Kim Hunbok panicked even more when he realized he was now the only one left alive in Dungeon 0795. Meanwhile, he still had 274 days left to survive. With no other choice, Kim Hunbok had to keep struggling to hunt goblins just to scrape by. As he dealt with these low-level monsters, he started getting more experienced, and his moves became much smoother. Even though he knew he couldn't keep this up forever, Kim Hunbok couldn't find the courage to go any deeper. He tried to sleep to escape reality, but he couldn't. Kim Hunbok tried posting desperate pleas for help, but ended up getting bitter because the netizens just trashed him for being a coward. Although he was annoyed, it was true that Kim Hunbok was a coward. Eventually, he had to accept reality. He had no other choice. If he didn't want to be trapped in this dungeon forever, he had to clear it by himself. And so, Kim Hunbok resolved to prepare a meticulous strategy. First, he started by identifying his own skills. The system returned the results quickly. It seems Kim Hunbok is a magic user thanks to his ability to control and use mana. Plus, the web also said his luck stat was at level A. Even though he wasn't sure how that worked, maybe luck is a kind of power too. Finally, by learning to use mana and control skills, Kim Hunbok was able to tame goblins and turn them into his minions. To test it out, he tried taming one goblin and then succeeded with another. Kim Hunbok thought his life had turned a new page, but another problem arose. He ran out of mana and couldn't keep using his skills. The moment his mana was drained, Kim Hunbok's limbs were shaking so hard he couldn't move, and footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. He was so desperate, he had to order the 2 goblins he'd just tamed to carry him back to his apartment. If he wanted to live, Kim Hunbok had to recover fast. But ironically, he found something on the dungeon web too late, that magic and its related abilities are extremely rare. And the key factor to successfully clearing a dungeon is teamwork. But right now, he is the only survivor in this dungeon. Even if he wanted to team up with others, it's impossible. Kim Hunbok deeply regretted being too cowardly to join the party earlier. He couldn't stop beating himself up, thinking that if he had joined back then, maybe he could have successfully cleared this dungeon already. Bitter tears fell. Kim Hunbok was filled with regret and agony, but he couldn't change the fact that he was the only one left. Dungeon 0795 was just a minor dungeon, yet Kim Hunbok had struggled for so long and was still stuck on the outskirts. There were only 272 days left until he failed the mission, yet he still couldn't find a breakthrough. And then, while he was broken and desperate, sleeping in the hallway, suddenly the doorbell rang. Kim Hunbok jumped in shock, reflexively grabbing the wooden club next to him for self-defense. Was he hearing things? Ever since the front door connected to the dungeon, the doorbell hadn't rung once. When it rang again, Kim Hunbok couldn't think straight. He opened the door and charged out with his weapon. Nothing scary or monstrous appeared outside, and the dungeon didn't disappear either. Instead, a package just showed up at his front door. Kim Hunbok probably couldn't have dreamt in a million years that this package was sent to him by the president of South Korea. The president explained his actions as an investment in the future. Although the president believed that most of these dungeon explorers wouldn't even survive a year, he felt they all had potential. But is it really worth investing just because they have potential? His secretary asked, growing extremely impatient. Don't worry, I only spent $3,000 today. But Mr. President, you've already spent $900,000 on this. Do you even know how many people you've bought supplies for? $900,000 was no small sum. The secretary kept grumbling. The president knew full well it was a lot of money, but wasn't humanity worth subsidizing more than anything else in the world? He just felt that if he helped them in their most desperate moments, they would be forever grateful. And even if only 1% of those explorers managed to develop, it would still be a worthwhile investment. I understand your point, but I don't think I could ever do what you do. It feels like wasting money. As long as you understand, that's enough, the president replied. But since you're a government official, watch your tone. Back to Kim Hunbok, the package he received was labeled Mage's Fruit, and it even included a small note inside. The sender mentioned they had read his post on the general bulletin board of the dungeon web, and since he seemed to be in a difficult situation, they had sent him 2 books they bought with their own money, hoping they might save him. The note was signed, the Mage President. How could Kim Hunbok ever believe that he was actually the real president? Kim Hunbok skeptically opened the package, and inside were 2 books worth $2,000 each. At first, he thought they were knockoffs, since he had previously read quite a few threads about people scamming each other over these books. But when Kim Hunbok peeled off the label, the book emitted tiny fireballs. This was the mark of authenticity to distinguish real goods from fakes. It proved he had received the real deal. His father kept marveling at it. The emotion even made Kim Hunbok's eyes turn red. I don't know who you are, Mage President, but I promise to keep your kindness deep in my heart. That day, after his 2 goblins had fallen asleep, Kim Hunbok remained focused on studying the book. He was learning how to control mana properly rather than relying on instinct alone. It was like balancing a cradle, gauging the equilibrium and visualizing it in his mind. It sounded easy, but it took him 30 minutes. Before Kim Hunbok could finally manifest his first magic circle. Still, this speed was much faster than it had been 4 days ago. Kim Hunbok began to feel hope rekindled. If he practiced hard, his progress would surely be even faster. Moreover, Kim Hunbok needed to enter the dungeon today because the system had set a penalty. If he didn't enter the dungeon periodically, his level and stats would decrease. So, Kim Hunbok took this opportunity to lead his 2 goblin minions in to test his new magic. Before long, he had successfully tamed another goblin as his subordinate, but unlike previous times, perhaps due to using mana correctly, his mana pool was still quite full. Kim Hunbok was just about to tame another one when he spotted a group of skeletons. These were creatures much more formidable than goblins, but if he could tame them just like the goblins, they would be extremely useful. The problem was that skeletons are just walking bones. To tame monsters, Kim Hunbok usually needed both his blood and theirs. Skeletons didn't have blood, but it would be a waste to just destroy them. Kim Hunbok started checking the skeleton's stats. Not only did they have higher stats than the goblins, but they also had skills. Seeing that, he became even more determined to tame them. With the help of the goblin pack, it didn't take long for Kim Hunbok to capture 3 skeletons, but even after subduing them, he still hadn't figured out how to actually tame them. Kim Hunbok didn't have any useful ideas in his head. Left with no choice, he tossed the magic circle onto the skeletons. And even though there was no blood to drip onto it, Kim Hunbok tried to feel it out, just as he had with the goblins. He slowly channeled mana through the magic circle into the skeletons. The skeletons struggled endlessly, but after a while, they stopped and became as obedient as puppies. Kim Hunbok couldn't believe his eyes, but it seemed he had actually succeeded without monster blood. So, following his gut had been the right decision. Thinking of this, Kim Hunbok was so happy he could go crazy. He felt that his path as an adventurer was finally looking up. The only thing was, the first skeleton had consumed quite a bit of his mana. With no other choice, Kim Hunbok decided to head back for the time being. Once back home, Kim Hunbok finally had time to carefully examine the spoils he had just collected. It turned out this skeleton had once been a girl. Since she used to be a girl, he couldn't just call her this or that. Kim Hunbok decided to name her Christina. Chapter 4. That night, after gaining a new subordinate, Kim Hunbok slept very well, but Christina couldn't sleep. After being tamed, her consciousness seemed to have been restored, and she began to remember things from when she was human. At that time, she had been a dungeon explorer too. But inside the dungeon, Christina and her team were ambushed by a dark force, eventually losing their lives. Her body rotted away into bones, and she finally turned into the skeleton monster she was now. The next morning, Kim Hunbok woke up to the noisy goblins. Seeing Christina huddled on the floor, he realized he had brought home this extra burden last night. As soon as Christina saw Kim Hunbok get out of bed, she kept shaking her skull, which looked like it was about to fall off her neck. Kim Hunbok was quite worried seeing her like that. "Christina, what's wrong?" he asked, but he never expected this pile of dry bones to actually open its mouth and speak. "Good morning, master." Kim Hunbok was so scared he nearly jumped out of his skin. Seeing his face turn pale, Christina had to quickly explain that she was using mana to create speech, and because her mana was low, she couldn't keep it up for long. Only then could Kim Hunbok let out a sigh of relief. He had almost had a heart attack. It looked like he had managed to tame a high-level skeleton after all. Christina thanked Kim Hunbok profusely, for thanks to the name he gave her, she had restored her consciousness and was able to recall a fragment of her memory from a previous life. Kim Hunbok was surprised that a monster like a skeleton could have a past life, so he asked her to explain it more clearly. "Christina, aren't you just a regular skeleton? You can use mana to speak, and you even have emotions. What the hell is going on?" "As I just told you, master, it is all thanks to the name." "A name? Just because of a name?" Kim Hunbok repeated mechanically, but this question of his seemed to flip a switch in Christina. She immediately stood up, slapping her chest, which had long since been reduced to nothing but rib bones. "How could you say just a name? A name is incredibly important for distinguishing you as an individual within the collective." Seeing Christina so agitated, Kim Hunbok quickly apologized. Only then did Christina realize how rude she had just been by shouting at her master. But to those who had their names stolen and were turned into monsters like her, this new name truly meant the world. "Those who had their names stolen? Explain that more clearly, would you?" Kim Hunbok asked, puzzled. Christina began to explain that those who lose their self-identity and even their souls end up as the lowest beings in the dungeon. After losing her life, she had existed as such an entity until yesterday, when she was subdued by Kim Hunbok and given a new name. Kim Hunbok nodded, feeling he understood to some extent. He asked if Christina knew who had taken her name, but she just shook her head, because her memories had not yet fully returned. However, in those chaotic memory fragments, she remembered one thing very clearly. The one who stole her name was a terrifying entity, truly terrifying. While Christina was telling her story, Kim Hunbok felt his own body shudder unconsciously. This was because their emotions were linked, as they were master and servant. Perhaps there really was something horrifying inside that dungeon. Seeing Christina trembling like that, Kim Hunbok started to get anxious too. He worried that he didn't have the ability to fight back against something so fearsome. But if he didn't fight to the end, Kim Hunbok would end up in the same tragic state as Christina, becoming someone stripped of their name, with no soul left. And of course, he didn't want that to happen at all. This time, it was Kim Hunbok's turn to tremble in fear. Seeing her master in such distress, Christina stepped forward, using her bony hand to firmly grasp Kim Hunbok's hand to reassure him. She promised that she would use all the power she had to help him survive. And the three goblins behind them, though unable to speak, echoed her sentiment enthusiastically. At this point, Kim Hunbok was finally able to relax a little, and since the dungeon first connected to his apartment, this was the first time he felt he wasn't alone. Once he calmed down, Kim Hunbok wanted Christina to tell him more about the memory she had just recovered, but she had barely started speaking when her throat went silent. She tried to gesture with her hands to convey what she wanted to say, but Kim Hunbok couldn't understand it all. A moment later, he realized that Christina had run out of mana, so she couldn't make a sound. "Well, that's that. We'll have to wait until your mana recovers. But in the meantime, what should we do?" Kim Hunbok was just speaking casually, but to his surprise, Christina actually found a way to kill time, surfing the web. This was truly the weirdest sight he had witnessed in his 20-something years of life. While that bony lady fiddled with the computer, Kim Hunbok studied her stats. Once again, Christina's stats were quite good, and she even had a few abilities he had never seen before. Christina's magic skills had even reached C+ rank. Kim Hunbok began to think of a bright future where, if he learned magic from Christina properly, he and she could stand in the back and fight from a distance like that. He would probably need to tame a few more skeletons to stand in the front line. The plan sounded perfect. After finalizing the plan, Kim Hunbok immediately took the first step by begging Christina to teach him magic. After all, in her previous life, she was a female mage, and Christina had no reason to refuse. So, the two of them began one-on-one lessons. Christina's magical knowledge far exceeded Kim Hunbok's imagination. She could help him understand the dry theories in the books much more easily. The two of them exchanged knowledge whenever they could. Christina also explained how to gather mana and set up magic arrays, as well as why Kim Hunbok still couldn't create a magic circle. In just one short week, Kim Hunbok learned many things and also improved many of his own shortcomings. He was eager to enter the dungeon after creating a magic circle on his own. But in the end, Kim Hunbok had to leave home earlier than planned due to the mandatory periodic dungeon entry penalty. Before he entered the dungeon, Christina reminded Kim Hunbok to tame as many goblins as possible. Kim Hunbok didn't even ask why. He just threw himself into taming goblins until Christina said it was enough. She did this to test herself. Earlier, Christina and Kim Hunbok had gathered mana together before entering the dungeon. Even though the array had no flaws and Kim Hunbok gained a lot of mana, Christina's mana amount hadn't changed at all. Because of that, she thought she was facing some kind of problem that prevented her mana from increasing. When Kim Hunbok hadn't yet figured out how Christina intended to test this with the goblins, she aggressively grabbed one by the neck and squeezed hard. The goblin screamed in pain, but Christina didn't stop. This action of hers made Kim Hunbok's skin crawl. After a while, Christina suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. So that's it, I'm an undead. Kim Hunbok didn't have much knowledge of this concept. Christina explained to him that she was a monster that had already died. And because she was already dead, her desire to live again was stronger than anyone else's. The reason Christina couldn't absorb mana was because she was an entity without life. And the only way for an undead to become stronger is to constantly destroy and absorb the life force of other creatures. Because Christina and Kim Hunbok could partially share emotions, he could clearly feel her trembling. Skeletons were already monsters, but Christina had never considered herself a monster after being named. Yet, ironically, now if she wanted to get stronger, she was forced to use the methods of monsters. Even if sacrificing others to save oneself was natural, Kim Hunbok was sure that this bony lady hated it more than anyone. Poor Christina was feeling very miserable. Kim Hunbok came up with a reason to help her accept it more easily. Christina, you said you would do anything to keep me alive, right? Yes, Christina replied weakly. Then this is an order. Christina, you must kill to become stronger. What? Christina thought she had misheard and asked again. Kim Hunbok repeated his words clearly. He demanded that Christina become stronger at any cost, even if it meant she had to wipe out every other living creature, and so Christina wouldn't feel pain or remorse. Kim Hunbok also told her to pin all the blame for the cruelty on him, as this was entirely his command. Faced with Kim Hunbok's request, Christina remained silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Master, you really are too kind. Kim Hunbok felt uncomfortable being seen through by Christina. It was true he didn't want her to overthink things, but the reality was that Kim Hunbok wasn't exactly in a position to be picky about how to survive, so he was just making excuses to keep going. After that, Christina was ordered to absorb the life force of all the goblins they had hunted today. Once it was done, she muttered, At least I'm not a zombie, right? Is there really a difference? Since meeting Christina, Kim Hunbok felt his own knowledge was extremely limited. He didn't know anything. This time was the same. It was Christina who had to explain it to him. Unlike skeletons, zombies are creatures that still retain some life, so they can grow stronger much faster. But they need to eat instead of absorbing life force. That means if Christina had turned into a zombie, she would have had to eat the raw flesh of other creatures to become stronger. Imagining that dark scenario, Kim Hunbok got goosebumps all over. He started nodding repeatedly. Right. I'm glad you're a skeleton too. After this hunt, Christina's stats finally increased, but not significantly. After assessing the situation, Kim Hunbok felt they couldn't just keep hunting goblins like this, and they needed to find a stronger type of monster. Just as he said this, Kim Hunbok's goblin subordinate suddenly became agitated, pointing repeatedly into the distance. He looked in the direction it was pointing and realized an enemy was attacking. The opponents were also goblins, but they were in a large pack, and they all looked like they had gone berserk. Before Kim Hunbok could even react, Christina shielded him. She said she could handle this by herself. Kim Hunbok was extremely worried, but hearing Christina's firm tone, he obediently stepped back to watch. He saw the bony girl perform a series of fluid movements, create a perfect magic circle, and begin to chant Magic Arrow. With just this one attack, Christina wiped out half of the goblin pack, but she also depleted her mana in the process. Kim Hunbok, of course, couldn't just sit by and watch, so the remaining goblins would be handled by him and his own goblin subordinates. Even though both sides were goblins and of the same race, they clashed fiercely. Kim Hunbok didn't stay idle either. Holding a shield in one hand and a warhammer in the other, he fought powerfully. The strange goblin pack couldn't hold their ground and turned to flee, but Kim Hunbok had no intention of letting them off that easily. He immediately ordered his tamed goblins to chase them down. He thought they would achieve a complete victory, but he didn't expect to be played for a fool by these low IQ creatures. They didn't run away out of fear. They were intentionally setting a trap for Kim Hunbok. When he and his subordinates caught up, they fell right into the enemy's actual lair, where they were waiting in ambush. As a result, all the goblins Kim Hunbok had tamed were wiped out. He stood there feeling completely overwhelmed, not knowing what to do next. Just taming that group of goblins had taken a lot of time. Kim Hunbok didn't know how long it would take if he had to start all over again. "Master, please don't be so sad." Christina's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. At the end of the day, they were just goblins. Sooner or later, we would have had to get rid of them. You should see this as something unavoidable. Christina tried her best to comfort Kim Hunbok, advising him to return and treat his injuries instead of standing there feeling regretful. After calming down, Kim Hunbok felt Christina's words made sense. If he panicked over such a small setback, how could he ever accomplish anything great? So the two returned home. Christina helped Kim Hunbok disinfect his wounds, then used magic to help him heal. "What are you doing?" Kim Hunbok was surprised. "Master, don't worry. It's called quick healing. It's the best spell for treating minor wounds. Since I became an undead, I thought I couldn't use it anymore. But luckily, I still can. That's a relief." Kim Hunbok inspected himself for a moment, and sure enough, all his wounds had healed. Christina also took this opportunity to suggest that he buy some protective gear. After all, they would face even stronger enemies in the future. It wasn't safe at all to keep fighting empty-handed like this. Kim Hunbok felt she was right. However, his wallet really didn't allow him to shop comfortably. It wasn't that he didn't have money, but Kim Hunbok didn't have much to spare. Even the cheapest armor cost $1,500. "If you want to clear dungeons, that cheap armor won't be effective," Christina said, waving her hands. "But don't worry about money. I have a plan." Since Christina arrived, Kim Hunbok's life had flourished, because whenever things got difficult, she was there to handle them. Christina decided to write a thread sharing dungeon tips on the forum. If the post attracted many views, Kim Hunbok would receive royalties. The only problem was that Christina didn't yet know what she would write about. "I'm considering a post summarizing some useful spells. That seems like it would be popular." "Is that really okay?" Kim Hunbok asked hesitantly. "Didn't you say magic knowledge is as valuable as gold and silver?" Christina had already considered this, so she only intended to summarize a few low-level, unimportant spells. But Kim Hunbok still felt it was a waste, because whether it's high-level or low-level magic, it's very valuable since it comes from a real mage. Instead of selling knowledge like that, he still wanted to find another way to make money. In the end, Christina was determined to make money by writing. And what shocked Kim Hunbok was that those posts didn't just help him make money, they made him a lot of money. Because not long after being posted, it had already attracted over 50,000 views. "With this amount of money, we could even move an entire fortress. We can actually move it?" Kim Hunbok continued to stare in shock. "Yes. I read that after paying the relocation fee, you just need to. Just enter your current address and the place you want to move to. Then, you just need to go clear a dungeon for half a day. By the time you return, the relocation process will be complete." Christina also mentioned that the money corresponding to the post views would soon be transferred to Kim Hunbok's account if he ranked first on the forum. Normally, it would take about 5 months for a poster to receive this money, but Christina said she had connections with the admins, so she managed to negotiate for Kim Hunbok to receive it early. All in all, they could move to a much better place. After processing this information, Kim Hunbok gave Christina full decision-making power and asked her to move to a place with as many people as possible, because he was sick and tired of being so lonely, as if he were the only person left in the world. 4 days later, upon returning from the dungeon, Kim Hunbok stepped into his new home. It was a 4-room apartment with a separate living room and kitchen. Christina had helped him sign a 1-year lease. The place was much more comfortable than the old one. Not to mention, from the balcony, Kim Hunbok could see a bustling, vibrant neighborhood. Thinking about it, Kim Hunbok still felt this whole move was surreal. He didn't know how Christina managed to do it, or what kind of supernatural powers the admin she mentioned might have, or if they could help him escape this place. "Master," Christina's urgent voice echoed from the corner of the room, making Kim Hunbok jump. "Get a grip, Master. There is no other way to survive besides clearing dungeons. Haven't you already accepted that truth?" Kim Hunbok shuddered. Christina was reading his mind. Setting aside how she did it, her harsh reaction now made his skin crawl. "Still, there has to be some way for me to get out of here. Even if you were lucky enough to escape, then what? If the outcome is even worse than this, would you just run away again? It's time you stop thinking that running away will fix the situation. Although Kim Hunbok knew he was living a tough life, being lectured directly by a skeleton still made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. But Christina's harsh words had truly awakened him. Kim Hunbok punched the invisible wall, separating his home from the outside world until his hand began to bleed. He could clearly see the outside world, yet he was trapped in this invisible prison. Kim Hunbok had made up his mind. Freedom was right in front of him, and he had to live. He had to escape this place. I'll go in. I'll successfully clear the dungeon and get out of here, Kim Hunbok said, his tone filled with determination and fury. But right now, what Christina cared about wasn't his tone, but the abundant mana suddenly surging from her master. Immediately after, Kim Hunbok realized something strange. He stared at the energy flowing from his palms, not knowing what it was. Christina was overjoyed, as her master had overcome his despair and fury to regain his resolve. From that mental awakening, Kim Hunbok had activated the flow of mana in his body, and this proved that Kim Hunbok had truly become a mage, albeit a low-level one. Kim Hunbok was surprised and a bit skeptical. He didn't think becoming a mage would be as simple as overcoming his own despair. But then, he could feel the magic orb stirring in his heart at that very moment. That was the circulation of the magical flow. Kim Hunbok had really become a mage. Afterward, Kim Hunbok began entering the dungeon with a new title, Level 1 Mage. There was no denying he had become much stronger. Kim Hunbok started to fantasize that he actually had a talent for magic, but Christina was someone who spoke the truth. She couldn't help but point out the fact that his gear accounted for 90% of Kim Hunbok's strength. Christina was truly gifted at killing the mood. Kim Hunbok was brought back to reality. He had just bought a suit of shining armor worth $10,000 and a spiked mace for $5,000. It would be strange if he didn't feel stronger. Today, their hunt went relatively quickly because Kim Hunbok's targets were just two skeletons. One possessed D-rank swordsmanship, C-rank defense, and the other had C-rank swordsmanship and C-rank command skills. After subduing these two, Kim Hunbok brought them home and gave them names. He racked his brain to come up with the names Kessler and Kai. Just like Christina, the moment they were named, they reacted immediately, though they seemed slower than Christina had been. After observing carefully, Christina advised Kim Hunbok to temporarily restrain these two new recruits, because there was no guarantee they would be as normal as Christina. After all, the memory of the moment of death, as well as the time spent wandering under the identity of Andet, were terrible memories. She wasn't sure if these two fellow skeletons would keep their sanity after awakening those memories. Even though he was half-doubting, Kim Hunbok listened to Christina in the end. He tied the two skeletons up and locked them in the closet. After a while, Kim Hunbok heard clattering from the closet. Guessing that the two newcomers had regained their memories, he threw the door open. Kessler lunged out first, rolling and thrashing on the floor constantly. Christina guessed it had regained its memory. Furthermore, it seemed to understand what they were saying, but unlike Christina, it didn't know how to use mana to produce sound. Even so, Christina tried to communicate with them because she knew both of them understood what she was saying. Congratulations. You two have just been given a chance to change your lives. As soon as they heard the words change your lives, Kessler immediately became obedient, and Kai's eyes glowed, signaling that it was listening intently. Seeing their positive reaction, Christina began to speak. I'm sure you both know that we were once stripped of our names, but we still have a chance to reclaim our past life memories. It is all thanks to the master here. He has given us new names. Through Christina's 1,000-word presentation, Kim Hunbok naturally turned into the savior of the skeletons and Kessler, and Kai believed her every word. Taking advantage of the moment while they were soft-hearted, Christina continued to play the psychological card by complaining about their plight, lamenting that Kim Hunbok was going through a crisis and that this world was experiencing similar things to the world they lived in when they were human. Therefore, to avoid losing their names again, they had to give their all to ensure the master's survival. The more Kessler and Kai heard, the more it made sense to them. They also wanted to complete the things they left unfinished in their previous lives. Seizing the moment while these two were vulnerable, Christina demanded they both swear their loyalty to Kim Hunbok. And of course, she led by example. I swear it on my soul and the name my master has bestowed upon me. As long as you allow me to live through your magic, I pledge my eternal loyalty. Her serious demeanor really caught Kim Hunbok off guard. But he knew that to fully subdue Kessler and Kai, this was necessary. After taking the oath, Christina demanded the other two do the same. She also drew a magic circle to threaten them, warning that if Kessler or Kai dared to refuse, they would be sent back to the afterlife once more. After a few seconds of hesitation, they finally agreed to compromise. Both swore to be loyal to Kim Hunbok if he would help them take their revenge, as well as fulfill the wishes they couldn't achieve in their past lives. Just like that, in a short amount of time, Kim Hunbok had recruited 3 sentient skeletons as his subordinates. After the oath, the bond between Kessler, Kai, Christina, and Kim Hunbok became much stronger. Because of this, Kessler and Kai were finally able to speak without needing to use mana. Once they could communicate, the first thing Kim Hunbok wanted to ask was what their specific goals were. Because when they took the oath, they both said they wanted his help for revenge and to achieve their wishes. Kessler's memories hadn't fully returned yet, so he can only vaguely remember how he died in his previous life. Kessler had been a mercenary when he was alive, but at the crucial moment, he was betrayed. He only remembered the feeling of the enemy's blade piercing his chest and how painful it was. So, Kessler swore he would find the person who took his life and make them pay. Kai had a different wish. He used to be a knight in a prestigious family that possessed a legendary heirloom. However, when the eldest son in the family grew up and started entering dungeons, the whole family lost contact with him, and they also lost all news about the treasure. Therefore, Kai's mission was to find this treasure and bring it back. As for Christina, she was a mage in her past life, and she was the same now. Christina's wish was simpler than her companions. She just wanted to reach a higher level of magic than she had in her previous life. That was all. After the 3 of them poured out their hearts, they all stared at Kim Hunbok at the same time. He felt a bit embarrassed because, compared to the grand ideals of these 3 skeletons, Kim Hunbok only wanted to survive in peace. It might seem simple to others, but for someone who had already faced death once like Kim Hunbok, he never wanted to experience that terrifying feeling again. So, if you can, please help me stay alive. Christina, Kessler, and Kai looked at each other and then burst out laughing in unison. We like your honesty. From then on, they formed a tight-knit, inseparable team. With these 3 attachments, the process of farming in Kim Hunbok's dungeon became much easier. The goblins were no longer his match. In the following days, Kessler and Kai started farming monsters in the dungeon alongside Kim Hunbok, and they adapted quite quickly to these conditions. Kim Hunbok was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Sure enough, with those 2 acting as the front line, he had more opportunities to practice magic from behind. They were able to significantly speed up their dungeon conquest. Kim Hunbok hadn't even imagined he would make it straight to the first boss's lair. According to information from previous adventurers, inside this door was a goblin warrior along with 2 others. Kessler, having heard this, scoffed, calling them small fry, and was eager to rush in. Kai, on the other hand, seemed more cautious. After all, since being recruited by Kim Hunbok, they had only encountered normal goblins. They didn't know how strong that goblin warrior really was. Christina agreed with Kai. Furthermore, the review Kim Hunbok had read was posted quite a long time ago, so it wasn't reliable anymore. Christina advised him to prepare thoroughly before going in. Ultimately, Kim Hunbok listened to Christina and took the other 2 back. After returning, Kim Hunbok took out his phone to check Christina's stats. Compared to last time, all her stats had skyrocketed. Then, he checked Kessler's and Kai's as well. Unlike Christina, these 2 were strong, burly men, and their stats had also increased significantly. Of course, Kim Hunbok was the one with the most obvious growth in stats. He had reached a new level, and his dungeon conquest progress was going quite well. But Kim Hunbok knew this wasn't enough, because one small mistake would mean the end for all of them. Because of this, Kim Hunbok decided he had to prepare very carefully for the boss fight this time. After thinking for a while, Christina declared that to ensure success, they needed one thing: mana crystal dust. As soon as she said that, Kim Hunbok was shocked. He didn't know how precious mana crystal dust was, but he knew it was very expensive. Specifically, just 10 grams cost $1,000, and Christina wanted to buy a whole kilogram. Even with the current 50% discount at the item shop, a kilogram of mana dust cost $50,000. With his current bank balance, Kim Hunbok couldn't afford it, and even if he could, he didn't want to waste his savings like that. I scrolled through the dungeon web and discovered we can pay in installments. Christina continued to persuade Kim Hunbok. Although she was a monster subdued by Kim Hunbok, he felt her words carried more weight than his own in this team. In the end, Kim Hunbok still had to give in to Christina's request and pay $50,000 in installments to buy her the kilogram of mana dust she wanted. After getting what she needed, Christina announced that from now on, she would dedicate herself entirely to staying in the fortress to craft items. If they wanted to go dungeon raiding, the other 3 would have to go on their own. As the door to Christina's room slammed shut, Kessler and Kai could only sigh. Even though they didn't know what Christina was trying to craft, it seemed like that door wouldn't be opening for a long time. However, even though Christina was busy with her own business, the remaining 3 couldn't afford to delay their leveling up. But since they weren't strong enough to enter the boss's lair, they could only wander around outside. Now, instead of low-level goblins, their targets were the skeletons found a bit deeper inside. But even after farming nearly 300 of them, Kessler and Kai still hadn't found anyone worthy of being their new comrade. I don't know if my luck has run out or if I used it all up in the previous rounds. Kim Hunbok muttered, luck, huh? Is that really the most important factor in a person's life? Kai suddenly asked back, but no human can ever truly control their own luck. He was just saying it casually, but that conversation suddenly reminded Kim Hunbok that he had a talent called luck in his personal information tab. Or to be more precise, it was a kind of luck that only triggered in desperate situations. He felt this talent was a bit absurd, while Kai fell silent for a few seconds, then proceeded to warn Kim Hunbok to be extremely careful in every situation. Why? Kim Hunbok asked, confused. Kai explained that luck must always be balanced on a scale, or at least, that's what the rumors among mercenaries say. If luck brings something good into your life, it inevitably brings something bad along with it. So, if luck can save Kim Hunbok in desperate situations, it means that in other situations, it will inevitably transform into bad luck. Perhaps that is the reason why they hadn't been able to find any other talented skeletons lately. But surely, Master, you must have encountered us while your luck was being triggered, right? Kai suddenly exclaimed, appearing genuinely happy. That must be it, Kai added. Seeing them so happy and finding joy in following him, Kim Hunbok suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, but he still had to focus on the main issue. Today, they had hunted 287 skeletons without finding anything, so Kim Hunbok felt it was time for all three of them to head home. When they returned, Christina was sprawled out on the floor. It seemed like she had put a lot of effort into crafting what she wanted, and it appeared that since she hadn't succeeded, her mood wasn't exactly great either. According to her, crafting this item should have been extremely easy, but for some reason, she had failed 3 out of 5 times today. That was why she was lying on the floor, waiting until her frustration passed to start all over again. Oh my, you're having some bad luck too, huh? Kim Hunbok laughed dryly, secretly wondering if it was due to his own luck. Naturally, he didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of being shredded by Christina. But just because Kim Hunbok didn't say it, didn't mean Kai wouldn't. Just as he finished comforting Christina, the other two quickly piped up. Could it be because of the master's luck? What luck? Christina asked back. Then, Kai began gesturing wildly, recounting the story of Kim Hunbok's bizarre talent. He had expected the skeleton lady to fly into a rage and blame everything on him, but to his surprise, Christina was very fair and objective. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's my fault that I failed, since I was the one crafting it myself. But if the failure was partly due to the master's good or bad luck, then I guess it's not such a bad thing after all. Kim Hunbok let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know since when a human like him had to walk on eggshells around a skeleton like Christina just to get by. But it was fortunate enough that she didn't yell at him. After chatting for a bit, Christina stood up, ready to return to her room to continue her crafting. Even though the group of 3 was very curious, she didn't intend to reveal what she was creating. After Christina went back in and slammed the doors shut, Kim Hunbok looked at the 2 remaining skeletons. They quickly caught on to each other's intentions and snuck toward the door of Christina's room to eavesdrop. You guys must be really bored, huh? Christina's voice echoed from inside, cold enough to chill their bones. Instead of lurking around where others are working, why don't you go back into the dungeon and keep exploring? The door opened a crack, enough for them to see Christina's eyes glowing, as if she were ready to devour them alive. All 3 shivered, and Kim Hunbok nearly knelt down to apologize. Yes, ma'am. We're sorry for bothering you. The door slammed shut once again. Kim Hunbok felt like crying. He didn't understand why he had collected such a scary skeleton to be his subordinate. The boring days that followed just kept dragging on. Kim Hunbok, Kai, and Kessler all began to get impatient because Christina had locked herself in her room for too long. The last time they had seen Christina was 3 days ago. Kim Hunbok wanted to help her, but Kai couldn't help but remind him about the death glares they had received a few days ago. If we go in to help now, we might get beaten up for sure. I think Miss Christina would be happier if you trusted her and continued to wait, sir. Kai comforted Kim Hunbok. That's right, Christina is a smart person. She will surely be fine. Kim Hunbok took a sip of coffee and decided to act like a relaxed guy, not worrying about Christina anymore. Are you asking me that, sir? But just as he finished his sentence, Christina's voice rang out, causing Kim Hunbok to choke on his coffee. Christina, are you done? Seeing that her complexion didn't look too good, Kim Hunbok thought he was about to get scolded again. But luckily, Christina displayed a very joyful expression, even though she looked completely exhausted. In her hand, she held a card. It was the finished product after days of struggling with a pile of mana dust in her room. Christina explained that this was a spell card, simply put, a card inscribed with a magic circle. Once the user channels mana into the card, imagines the effect, and chants the incantation, anyone could use magic. Furthermore, it helped the user reduce spell casting time and allowed them to use magic 2 levels higher than their actual level. Kim Hunbok took the card from Christina's hand and admired it for a while. He really had to exclaim in awe because the array inscribed on the card was truly sophisticated. Christina continued, "Actually, in my world, magic books are the standard because these cards are too small and they are also very difficult to manufacture. That's why I didn't use them very often before." "No way. You drew all these arrays by hand? That must have required extreme concentration." Kim Hunbok couldn't take his eyes off the card. "Most of it is thanks to the precision of the technology in this world, sir." Christina laughed, because in reality, she had used Photoshop to draw the sample array, then freely adjusted the size and used a printer to make as many copies as she wanted. Although there were a few failed prints during the process, overall everything went smoothly, and it was much better than sitting there copying by hand. "So, what exactly did you fail at making last time?" Kim Hunbok asked curiously. "Ah, that was the process to make the spell cards," Christina explained, because printing the array was only a small step. The most time-consuming part was turning those normal printed papers into actual spell cards using mana crystal dust. After locking herself away for a few days, Christina had successfully crafted 20 cards, including 14 level 1 cards and 6 level 2 cards. She then split them between herself and Kim Hunbok. Christina had only created these low-level magic cards because mana consumption varies across different ranks. The higher the spell rank, the more mana it consumes. And Kim Hunbok hadn't reached the level of master-tier mana usage yet. Kessler and Kai listened to them talk, looking as confused as deer in the headlights. Finally, Kessler couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table in protest. "Hey, mage, do you have nothing for us?" "Unfortunately, no. I barely have enough materials left to craft these magic cards. Instead, I'll craft some necessary equipment for you two later." Kai and Kessler were easy to appease. As soon as Christina said that, they stopped complaining. Once the magic cards were settled, Kim Hunbok was eager to take Christina to level up. They needed to reach the highest possible level to clear the first boss stage. After spending several days inside, Christina's level had dropped to the lowest in the group. 16 days later, they all reached level 12 and arrived at the boss's door with great confidence. The magic cards Christina prepared were ready for use. Kim Hunbok specifically emphasized the role of Kai, who was a knight in his past life, for this boss raid. After bracing themselves, he was the one to step forward and push open the massive heavy door leading to the boss room. Inside was a vast, ruined shrine. In the center of the shrine stood a stone throne, and sitting upon it was likely the goblin warrior boss of this stage, surrounded by several others. The ordinary goblins didn't look much different from the ones Kim Hunbok's group had encountered before. It was just that the number of enemies was far greater than imagined. Kessler and Kai resumed their roles as the front line, acting as shields for Kim Hunbok and Christina in the back. The two of them quickly used the magic cards they had created to launch powerful fireballs at the enemy. Since the goblins were as numerous as ants, the fireballs wiped out a large group the moment they were fired. Kessler and Kai, supported from behind, became even more fired up. Especially Kai, with a sword in his hand. He was like a hacking machine, fighting incredibly fiercely. His performance truly amazed Kim Hunbok. Only then did he realize that giving Kai the command position was his best decision. In another turn of events, the mercenary Kessler was also extremely aggressive. He kept rushing forward, hacking down one goblin after another, and was the first in the formation to approach the goblin warrior. Continuously cutting down the boss's goblin guards finally enraged it. After a while, feeling his minions were useless, the goblin warrior stood up from his stone throne and let out a roar to assert his dominance. Kessler eagerly rushed in, wanting to slay the boss himself, but the goblin warrior's strength was truly on a different level compared to those small fry. Kessler was knocked back. "Damn it, if I only had armor, that would be better," Kessler grumbled. "Try to stay alive. When we get back, I'll buy you some," Kim Hunbok shouted. Hearing that, Kessler seemed re-energized. He rushed in once more. This time, he had Kai's help. Behind them, Kim Hunbok and Christina were waiting for an opening. Once the boss exposed a weakness, they activated the magic card to cast a lightning spell directly onto the enemy. Struck by the lightning, the goblin warrior's combat power dropped significantly. It tried to flee, but Kessler wouldn't give it the chance. He fiercely grabbed the creature's head and delivered the final blow. The goblin boss was defeated, and Kai took the opportunity to finish off the remaining small fry. The other three didn't dare to let their guard down until the very last second, and so, after much struggling, they finally achieved victory. This was the first dungeon Kim Hunbok had successfully conquered. Even though it was only of easy difficulty, he truly couldn't have done it alone. It was fortunate to have Christina, Kai, and Kessler. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken Kim Hunbok to pass this stage. The trio, Christina, Kai, and Kessler, began absorbing energy from the enemies to level up. Just as they expected, that boss was on a completely different level. Christina even felt that now. She could create high-level spell cards as easily as eating candy. Unlike them, Kim Hunbok didn't absorb energy from the corpses, so he wasn't too excited. He just felt exhausted, so he collapsed on the spot, planning to rest for a while before heading home. However, as soon as Kim Hunbok turned over, he saw the boss's corpse lying right next to him. He was startled and panicked, immediately scrambling back 10 meters. Besides the boss, the surroundings were also full of goblin corpses in a gruesome state. Kim Hunbok realized how crazy he was to try and rest on a battlefield like this. Even though he was very tired, he was impatient to return home immediately. Before leaving, Kim Hunbok didn't forget to check his phone to see if there was anything new. Indeed, he saw something called Quick Travel Service. Since Kim Hunbok had never seen it before, it seemed to be a reward for clearing the dungeon's final boss. Because it didn't seem dangerous, he tried clicking on it. As a result, a door, much like Doraemon's Anywhere door, immediately appeared in front of them. Kim Hunbok was astonished, so that's what the Quick Travel Service meant. The door appeared right in front of them. It was incredibly convenient. They didn't need to walk all the way to the dungeon entrance anymore. Although the group seemed impressed by this door, Christina's reaction was much more dramatic. She approached the door, her whole body shivering uncontrollably, muttering, "This is ridiculous. How is this even possible? Christina, are you okay?" Kim Hunbok asked worriedly. "Leave her be, master." Kai and the others seemed indifferent because they knew mages like Christina would go crazy over magic and anything related to it, especially since Christina was a mage who particularly revered magic. Both of them believed they shouldn't bother a mage when they were in this state, especially a fiery woman like Christina. And because that bony woman was busy studying that magical door, the other three low-ranking members had to wait. After waiting until Christina's curiosity subsided, Kim Hunbok was finally able to step through the door to return home. The first dungeon conquest was completed just like that. Kim Hunbok's F4 returned home, completely exhausted. As soon as he got home, he flopped onto the floor. But before he could rest for long, Kim Hunbok heard the doorbell ring. At first, he thought Christina had ordered something online again, but the bony lady shook her head frantically. Kai went to open the door, but there was no one outside, only a large package. Kim Hunbok looked at the sender's name. It was that mage president again. He anxiously opened the package, revealing a set of gleaming armor along with a letter. "I'm so happy to see that the person I helped wrote the top-rated post on the tips forum. Plus, I'm also very impressed with how you've been clearing the dungeons slowly, but surely. Still, exploring dungeons solo is incredibly difficult and dangerous. That's why I sent this equipment to help you out a bit." The armor set the president sent is described in the email as chainmail, which is much lighter than solid iron armor, allowing the wearer to move more easily. Christina knew at a glance that it was very expensive. And in the letter, the president also specially emphasized that he hopes to meet Kim Hunbok in person one day. This was meant as encouragement, hoping he could clear the dungeon soon. This is the second time Kim Hunbok has received help from the mage president. Even though he doesn't know who the other party is, he truly wants to repay this support. Given the price of that armor, the guy clearly isn't short on cash. So, Christina suggested that Kim Hunbok give the mage president a few magic cards in return. Judging by the nickname in the letter, he was a mage himself, so spell cards would be a meaningful gift. Plus, it's a good learning opportunity for you, master. As Christina said this, for some reason, Kim Hunbok felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Christina continued, "Now, master, you mean to learn the first magic circle and formation since you're a mage too. Besides, the gift will be more meaningful if you craft it yourself. So, we should start right away, shouldn't we?" Kim Hunbok couldn't accept being bossed around by a skeleton he had subjugated, so this time, he decided to fight back. "I just got back from the dungeon. I need at least a day to rest." But Kim Hunbok's protest was completely ineffective, because according to Christina, research and training count as rest for mages. So, she dragged the exhausted Kim Hunbok to his room, preparing for a special training session that would last until he could create a new magic card all by himself. Kai and Kessler also felt bad for their master, but facing a harpy like Christina, they didn't dare to speak up. As for the president, after sending the gift to Kim Hunbok, he called his secretary, Mac. Seeing the president's joyful expression, Mac immediately guessed something good had just happened. "Do you remember that young man from last time, the last survivor in your dungeon? He's still alive and continuing to conquer the dungeon. So I sent him the chainmail." Mac stood there blankly for a few seconds. "What? Why would you send such expensive gear as a gift?" The president was used to his subordinates nagging him about his lavish spending. But just like last time, he had no regrets. Then, the president opened the top post on the dungeon web for Mac to see. This post was actually written by Christina, but outsiders like the president naturally assumed the author was Kim Hunbok. Because of that, the president felt even more strongly that he was the most promising dungeon explorer. and the more hope he placed in him, the more he couldn't stop sending support supplies. Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok wasn't getting a single second of rest. After learning the first magic circle, he was dragged away by Christina to conquer the second floor of the dungeon. This time, all four of them were fully geared up. Kim Hunbok had his new armor from the president, and he was followed by several goblin guards. Even though the second floor looked no different from the first, according to Christina, the monsters here had higher levels. One moment of carelessness, and it's game over. Kim Hunbok hadn't been nervous at all, but hearing Christina say that made him tense up. And speak of the devil appears. Suddenly, nearly a dozen goblins jumped out from nowhere in front of them. Among them, one was significantly larger, a hobgoblin, to be exact. Seeing how aggressive it looked, Kim Hunbok didn't dare underestimate it. He deployed the formation they had discussed beforehand. His goblin guards, along with Kai and Kessler, charged in to break through the lines. Originally, before going to the second floor, Kim Hunbok had upgraded his goblin subordinates. But the current situation didn't look promising as they were being overwhelmed by the enemy. Even an aggressive skeleton like Kessler was forced back by the hobgoblin. Before they could finish off this group, another swarm appeared right behind them. Kim Hunbok was so stressed that his hair was standing on end. But Christina calmed him down, telling him to stay steady because she already had everything calculated. Kessler, Kai, retreat when I give the signal, Christina shouted, then pulled a magic card from her chest. Christina said she wanted to borrow a bit of mana from Kim Hunbok, but he felt like she was draining him dry. After a moment, Christina screamed, signaling the other two to pull back. Kessler and Kai immediately followed the order. As they scattered, a massive fireball was formed by Christina. Fireball spells weren't anything special to Kim Hunbok anymore, but indeed, this was the first time he'd seen a fireball this huge. Christina launched the fireball, immediately scorching the entire area, and the goblins and the hobgoblin leading them couldn't escape. Kim Hunbok watched the scene, unable to look away. A level 3 spell is definitely different. The power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just as Kim Hunbok was about to turn back to celebrate with Christina, he saw her crumbling to the ground. He was terrified and instinctively let out a cry. "I'm fine, master," Christina said, reassuring him. "I'm just a bit exhausted, but since I'm a skeleton, I fell apart like this." "Interesting. My foot. You scared the life out of me." Just as Kim Hunbok relaxed for less than a second, he was startled by Kessler's scream. "Hey, you mage. You almost took me out. You know that?" Turns out, because the fireball's blast radius was so large, Kessler hadn't made it to the safe zone when it detonated. He had lost his legs and was currently being carried by Kai. Looking at their condition, continuing was too dangerous. Furthermore, Christina was completely out of mana. Kim Hunbok had no choice but to order his team to retreat. They returned home. Christina recovered quickly, but it was Kim Hunbok's turn to be mana depleted. As for Kessler, Christina reassured everyone not to worry, because skeleton bones can regenerate on their own, and after a while, he would be back to normal. Or in an emergency, he could just borrow someone else's bones to attach. Hearing Christina's calm tone, Kessler only got even angrier. "Hey, is it because those aren't your legs that you're being so heartless? This is all your fault. Shouldn't you be apologizing to me? Are you going to apologize or what? I'll be more careful next time." Christina's attitude didn't calm Kessler down. If anything, it just annoyed him more. What kind of apology is that? In the end, Kim Hunbok had to step in to play mediator. "Otherwise, your eardrums are going to burst from how loud Kessler is shouting. It's a relief we all made it back in one piece. It was just a shame they had lost their goblin guards." Now that they were finally settled back home, Kim Hunbok had the chance to ask Christina about that massive fireball. "How did you create such a huge fireball? Don't tell me you prepared that in advance." "Well, I prepared it just in case something went wrong." Kim Hunbok nodded in agreement. It was lucky to have someone as thoughtful as Christina in the group. Otherwise, they probably would have been done for today. The monsters on the second floor were significantly stronger than the regular goblins on the first. Then again, they weren't as strong as goblin warriors. Even though those creatures were large and muscular, they were nothing compared to a goblin warrior. As long as they were careful not to get surrounded, they could control the fight. So, they sat down to discuss their combat strategy again. Kessler also took this opportunity to pester Kim Hunbok for some new equipment. In truth, it wasn't an unreasonable request. According to Kai, since they were skeletons, their bodies were very lightweight. That was exactly why they couldn't resist force well and were easily blown away. But if they had equipment like armor, the added weight would help them stand their ground against enemies more easily. The more Kim Hunbok heard, the more it made sense. He was already planning to invest the money for the two of them, but Christina stopped him once again. She suggested that instead of using equipment, they could craft cores. Cores? What are those? As soon as Kim Hunbok finished speaking, he saw Christina's expression darken. I taught you this last time, didn't I? Looks like someone was too lazy to study. Maybe I should be stricter with you, huh? Seeing Christina's sour expression, Kim Hunbok already knew how much trouble he was in for the coming days. The cores Christina just mentioned were common features in undead. They served as their hearts. No matter how strong they were, once their core was destroyed, they would kick the bucket instantly. Oh, so the core is a weak point? Can we actually make them? Kim Hunbok asked, curious. It seems you really don't remember anything, do you? Christina's tone was colder than a winter wind. Kim Hunbok felt it would be better to keep his mouth shut from now on. But honestly, his questions weren't entirely wrong. Undead were monsters that felt neither pain nor fatigue, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Their only weak point was the core. Destroying the core was the only way to eliminate an undead. That was why, when facing them, people always aimed for where the core was hidden, like around the head or the chest. But the undead I've met didn't have cores. Kim Hunbok's 10,000 Whys session continued. Christina explained that lower-level ones didn't have cores. They took a long time to form and required a certain amount of accumulated experience. Therefore, most undead who hadn't reached a certain age or level of cultivation didn't have cores. Even Christina, Kai, and Kessler were currently undead without cores. But after today, Christina had changed her mind. To explore the dungeon deeper, they needed to upgrade their strength. But Kim Hunbok still didn't see what upgrading their strength had to do with making cores. Based on what Christina had described so far, that thing was just a weak point. Cores have more benefits than drawbacks, Master. Christina sighed at Kim Hunbok's ignorance. With a core, you can use magic circles and aura orbs. Those are very important for swordsmen and mages. Then why can you use magic all the time even without a core? That's because I've been storing mana within my bones until now. But that method isn't very efficient, which is why I'm asking everyone to craft cores. Kim Hunbok didn't really need to think about it for too long. He knew Christina didn't intend to harm him, so he quickly agreed. It was just that the crafting couldn't start immediately because it required materials capable of absorbing mana, such as special minerals, monster hearts, or gemstones. Among those, gemstones were the only thing they had a realistic chance of using. Furthermore, they had to be pure gemstones to increase mana absorption. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok knew where the problem lay. Pure gemstones were very expensive, and his current budget was under $30,000. According to Christina's research, a diamond with a diameter of 6.2 millimeters already cost $1,000. Since a core required a diameter of at least 5 centimeters, he didn't even need to do the math to know he couldn't afford it. Not to mention, there were 3 undead here, which meant they needed 3 cores. Is there any other way? Kim Hunbok let out a long sigh. Of course there is, just wait a second. Christina replied happily, then scurried off to find something. A short while later, she brought out a thick book from her private room titled Business Plan. Looking at this bony lady, Kim Hunbok guessed that Christina had prepared everything a long time ago. It turned out asking for his opinion was just for show. He couldn't even tell who was really the master here. Getting back to the main point, Christina said that money for gemstones wouldn't be an issue because she had developed a highly profitable product, spell cards. If they sold spell cards, they could make a massive profit to buy the gemstones, and buyers could use the cards as a trump card in important battles, a win-win for everyone. Although the material to make spell cards, mana dust, wasn't cheap either, Christina had found a way to use it efficiently, turning 1 kilogram of raw material into 1,000 spell cards. Even accounting for risks, failures, and labor costs, it was estimated that each card could sell for $3,000 on the market. After laying out her plan, Christina handed the document to Kim Hunbok. After all, he was still the master, and his approval was needed to put her ideas into action. Kim Hunbok, having heard her pitch, felt like he'd been brainwashed. He just took the plan and signed it without a second thought. Kai and Kessler could only sigh, watching their master get led around by the nose by Christina, but in the end, trusting her had never steered them wrong. Only one thing was bothering Kim Hunbok. That $3,000 price tag felt too high, and he was afraid no one would buy them. But Christina comforted him by saying that when it comes to preserving one's life, no amount of money is too much. The more Kim Hunbok listened, the more sense it made, so he grabbed his pen and signed the plan without a second thought. Christina had even finished discussing the sales with the admin of the Webion site. After she sang its praises and explained the benefits of the magic cards, they agreed immediately, and even offered to pin Christina's sales post at the top. With everything prepared so thoroughly, Kim Hunbok had nothing left to worry about. He decided that he would start implementing the magic card production line starting today. Besides that, they also had to try and maintain their regular dungeon runs so their combat skills wouldn't get rusty. The operation to get rich quick was officially underway. Kim Hunbok was incredibly happy just thinking about his pockets filling up with cash. but he was quickly disillusioned because crafting magic cards was even more exhausting than going into a dungeon to fight. Still, the cards they put up for sale were received even better than he had imagined. Even though they had only been listed for 5 minutes, they were already sold out. With all the hard work put in, the balance in Kim Hunbok's account was now $449,327.58. That was the first time in his life he had ever seen such a large sum of money. This amount was more than enough to act as a core. Christina wanted to get started on the crafting right away, but Kim Hunbok was about to pass out from exhaustion, so he begged her weakly, "Could you please give me a day to recover? I'm truly wiped out." Christina looked at him for a long time, then sighed. "We have to clean the house anyway." "Fine, we'll take one day off." And just like that, the process of Christina crafting the cores went very quickly. Not long after, Kai and Kessler had a gemstone heart in their chests. They both felt as if they had been reborn, with a surge of mana flowing through their bodies. As for Christina, even though she didn't show any over-the-top expressions, she was actually very happy. Because with a core, using third circle magic circles was no longer a concerning issue. Does it really make that big of a difference? Kim Hunbok asked, looking at the three of them with skepticism. Honestly, he couldn't feel any difference at all. His suspicion was justified because these 3 cores had cost him $1.6 million. If they didn't create any special effect, it would truly be money thrown down the drain. Christina knew Kim Hunbok was stingy, so she could only comfort him by reminding him that she had used the money to buy artificial diamonds. Compared to natural diamonds, they could minimize costs a bit. However, the mana capacity of artificial diamonds was only 70% of natural ones. So, Christina had placed 5 stones in her body to make up for quality with quantity. Kim Hunbok didn't fully understand what Christina was saying. He only knew that the 3 cores were truly beneficial for them. So, he decided to use the Appion app to check their new stats. And the results were truly astounding. All their stats had increased, especially magic power, which got a massive boost of 36 points. As long as the core remained healthy, further changes would continue to occur. "So let's check our stats every day to prepare for the future," Christina added. Seeing their stats jumping up like that, Kim Hunbok was finally comforted knowing that he hadn't wasted his time and money. Kessler was itching to raid a dungeon right then and there, but Christina strictly forbade it. "The first thing we need is to be absolutely sure that the cores are attached correctly and that there are no issues with using mana. Will you take responsibility if the master bites the dust because of unexpected problems?" The tone and the fiery look in her eyes truly scared the living daylights out of him. Kessler immediately shrank back. "Fine, I'll just practice at home first." After a few days of practicing at home, the time for the next dungeon raid finally arrived. As soon as they got inside, Kessler was eager to show off his ultimate technique to Kim Hunbok. It was called Aura Blade, which mercenaries usually had to reach A rank to use. Kai didn't want to lose to his teammate. After all, he was a properly trained knight, and his level was even higher than Kessler's. Kai could even use the Aura Blade continuously, while Kessler could only swing it once. Not wanting to look inferior in Kim Hunbok's eyes, Kessler tried to force out a continuous Aura Blade just like Kai. But after performing this ultimate move, he ended up just like Christina before, passing out on the ground from mana exhaustion. "Hey, we collected so much mana before coming here, and you still used it all up. Are you sure you're okay?" Kai and Christina could only sigh as they watched. Kessler's competitive nature was something he would never be able to fix. Using an Aura Blade for a large area of attack usually consumes a lot of mana, and typically, no one would use it in a one-on-one fight. Yet, just to show off for Kim Hunbok, Kessler had just used a continuous mana blade just to destroy a single goblin. "That's because I'm using it with this body. I used to be fine with it before," Kessler shouted. Regardless, with Kessler's current condition, they couldn't possibly venture deeper into the dungeon. Although it was truly his own fault this time, the mana issue still gave Christina something to think about. "I think the fundamental problem is that our mana recovery is very weak. I'll try experimenting with engraving a mana absorption spell onto the core. That sounds fine and dandy, but let's do it later." After selling the second circle magic cards, they were out of both energy and money. Kim Hunbok couldn't help but remind Christina. He didn't want to have to keep working overtime to make magic cards this soon. The immediate problem now was that they had to head back before more monsters appeared. Because in this condition, Kessler definitely couldn't fight anymore. Kim Hunbok was eager to return, but it's true that the more you fear something, the faster it appears. He hadn't even had time to gather all of Kessler's bones and open the magic teleport portal when the enemy appeared. This time it wasn't goblins, nor was it orcs, but a pack of gnolls. Those were half-human, half-hyena creatures that were extremely aggressive. Kim Hunbok could already feel cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Kessler was no longer capable of fighting. What were they going to do about these monsters? "Master, please stay calm first," Christina reassured him. Then she raised her staff and began to summon her lightning magic. As the lightning struck down, about a dozen gnolls were immediately taken out. Without stopping there, Christina continued to use ice breath magic to slow the opponent's movements. Taking advantage of this, Kai performed a beautiful sword strike, instantly taking out the rest of the gnolls. Even without Kessler, the two of them could still coordinate seamlessly. The movements were so fast that it took Kim Hunbok a while to realize that his group had defeated the monsters. Looking at his master struggling on the ground, Christina couldn't help but offer a little reminder. Master, a mage must always maintain their composure. If you panic, you won't be able to utilize your skills to their full potential, and in the worst-case scenario, it will cost you your life. Christina's words weren't harsh, but they really made Kim Hunbok feel ashamed. She was right, I still have so many shortcomings. Seeing Kim Hunbok so dejected that he slumped over, Kessler shouted, Hey, Master, you didn't do anything that terrible. Please don't lose heart like this. Kai and Christina quickly chimed in. He's right, Master. Until just a few months ago, you were just an ordinary human, after all. Exactly. You've grown at an astonishing rate, Master. It's only natural to have shortcomings when you've grown so fast. But since you have us, don't worry. Kim Hunbok's previous guilt vanished, replaced by the embarrassment of being coddled like a child. To be honest, ever since the dungeons suddenly appeared, Kim Hunbok had been living in a state of constant anxiety and exhaustion. But it seems that after meeting the undead trio, his life wasn't so bad anymore. That night, Kim Hunbok completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep, and he had a strange dream. In his dream, Kim Hunbok found himself in a bizarre space, nothing but pure white in every direction, with no end in sight. He took a few steps, clearly aware that he was dreaming. Kim Hunbok wanted to escape the dream but couldn't find a way, and at the same time, he felt his left chest suddenly heat up. Mana suddenly fluctuated violently, then erupted like a waterfall. Kim Hunbok started to feel anxious. He didn't know if this would cause any danger, but he couldn't stop the mana from pouring out like that. As his body began to go limp with exhaustion, Kim Hunbok suddenly felt someone shaking him, accompanied by anxious calls. Master, wake up. Kim Hunbok opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the three undead heads huddled together, staring intently at him. They all looked worried to see Kim Hunbok caught in a nightmare. It turned out that earlier, Christina suddenly felt an extremely unusual mana wave in Kim Hunbok's room, so she dragged Kai and Kessler in. When they checked on him, they saw a massive amount of mana leaking from Kim Hunbok's body. If it continued like that, Kim Hunbok could be in danger, so they had frantically tried to wake him up. This was exactly what had happened in his dream, but Kim Hunbok couldn't explain why. Furthermore, Christina wasn't the one who had blocked that mana flow. It had just stopped abruptly on its own. Afterward, the mana flow within Kim Hunbok had become much more stable than before. You guys didn't do it, so I did it myself, Kim Hunbok asked skeptically. After a moment of daze, he raised his hands and tentatively cast a light spell. Then, dazzling golden light erupted from both of Kim Hunbok's palms. At that moment, Kim Hunbok suddenly had a realization. It seemed he had truly mastered the mana in his body. It was like a director managing the employees in his company. Kim Hunbok could control the mana flowing in and out of his body, and even transfer mana to Christina and the others. Congratulations on becoming a true mage, Master. I didn't expect you to clear the second magic circle in one go and reach the third magic circle immediately. Truly surprising, Christina said suddenly. Kim Hunbok couldn't hide his amazement. Even though he knew he had mastered mana, jumping straight to the third magic circle was indeed shocking, and Kim Hunbok didn't know what he had actually done to achieve such a leap. Magic is a discipline heavily influenced by the mind and enlightenment. As I mentioned before, it's not strange for you to have achieved it all at once. Enlightenment? That sounds so grand. Kim Hunbok was full of self-doubt. Christina had to explain it to him. Enlightenment doesn't necessarily have to be something grand. It's just like recognizing yourself to reach a higher level. Of course, everyone's perception of enlightenment is different. For example, the realization Kim Hunbok had during his growth wouldn't be of much value to others. But even so, mage families always share their enlightenment regardless of whether it's useful, and Christina was no exception. So Master, please share your enlightenment with me, Christina said, suddenly grabbing Kim Hunbok's hand and pleading. This was honestly the first time he had seen that undead woman give him such puppy dog eyes. All right, but can I eat first? I'm so hungry. Unfortunately, Christina insisted on hearing Kim Hunbok's realization first. So, even though he was starving, he had to tell Christina everything he had figured out. After listening, Christina concluded, I see. So, from now on, you must study magic at any time. Kim Hunbok turned to stone the moment he heard that. Why? Because with your potential, Master, the more magic you study, the more your power will be maximized. So, we're having a special lesson today. You have no time to delay. Let's start right now. And so, Kim Hunbok, with an empty, stomach, was dragged away by Christina under the helpless gazes of Kai and Kessler. With his ability to master mana and Christina's devilish training, Kim Hunbok clearly made a lot of progress. In return, he had dark circles under his eyes, but he still felt he was improving rapidly. Christina, meanwhile, acted as if she didn't see her master's haggard appearance. Every time they finished practicing with monsters in the dungeon, Christina was ready for the next training session. Regardless of whether Kim Hunbok had any energy left, there was one more procedure that the three undead were looking forward to: checking their stats after every dungeon training session. Kim Hunbok was no longer surprised that their stats were increasing steadily. But today there was something different. Their classes had changed. Before, they were all displayed as undead. Now, Kai had become a warrior and an assassin, while Christina was a mage. Additionally, their limits and ability caps had both increased, while their skills remained the same. Yet, Kim Hunbok seemed to be the only one surprised to see their new classes. It seemed they had already anticipated it. How did you all know? Since we were the ones changing, of course we would know. Besides, you can clearly see the change from the outside, Kai said as he stood up. Only then did Kim Hunbok notice another problem. These two guys had grown much taller. Before, they were clearly the same height as him, but in the blink of an eye, they were a whole head taller, with an incredibly overwhelming presence. Kim Hunbok's only consolation was that Christina had stayed the same height. He could feel the changes happening within him, and even if Kim Hunbok didn't notice, the others, Christina, Kai, and Kessler, could tell he had changed too. Kim Hunbok had successfully created a Tier 3 magic circle, and this directly affected his summons, the three skeletons. Simply put, as Kim Hunbok grew stronger, his summoned creatures grew stronger alongside him. It seemed like dungeon raiding was getting more promising by the day. Speaking of dungeons, Kim Hunbok had also learned a few new spells recently, so he was eager to dive back in. But Christina, who had the most say in the group, disagreed. Even though Kim Hunbok had the strength, she believed it was better to wait until they had proper equipment. Kai and Kessler's eyes lit up at the word equipment. It turned out that besides training Kim Hunbok, Christina had been busy crafting special gear for the two of them. By early next week, it would be finished, and they could continue their dungeon conquest. A week later, fully prepared, Kessler was itching to fight monsters. Beyond their new armor, their strength was also boosted by Christina's enhancement spells. Now, even monster attacks felt like mosquito bites. In addition to strength, their speed had been increased by haste spells, and their weight could be adjusted with lightness spells, along with automatic recovery. Their weapons were no different. Christina had enchanted them with sharpness, enhancement, and automatic repair. Compared to a week ago, both Kai and Kessler were significantly stronger. Seeing them jumping for joy, Kim Hunbok couldn't help but feel happy, and he was even more thrilled when he realized he had something new too. Christina had crafted a special coat for Kim Hunbok, already enchanted with enhancement, automatic recovery, and lightness spells. The pockets were enchanted with spatial expansion, so he wouldn't feel weighed down by carrying too much gear. Hearing that, the skeletons nearby immediately rushed over, reaching into his pockets to test them out, then stuffing them full of items to verify the space. Although he didn't ask, he knew this must have cost Christina a lot of time and resources, but to go far in the dungeon, they had to invest everything they could. Plus, even the best gear was still expendable. If they were attacked by stronger monsters, the wear and tear would only increase. That's why Christina couldn't help but remind the other three to take care of their equipment. After all the nagging, they were finally ready. Kessler and Kai were already impatient to storm the dungeon. Kim Hunbok finished charging his mana, and the group of four headed inside. Just like last time, their first opponents were a pack of goblins led by a hobgoblin. Kessler was eager to charge in, but before he could make a move, Christina's fireball zoomed past him, instantly wiping out the pack of monsters ahead. "Are you crazy?" Kessler screamed in frustration. "Last time, it was your fireball that cost me my leg. It was an accident, don't overreact. I couldn't measure my power back then. Besides, I was just attacking first this time," she retorted. Christina and Kessler were like two kindergartners fighting over a lollipop, completely ignoring the fact that they were in a dungeon as they bickered. Kim Hunbok and Kai tried to intervene, but it was futile. To make matters worse, while the two were busy arguing, the monsters that had been left half dead by the fireball managed to escape. Kai poked his head out to look ahead. A crowd of green-skinned goblins and ferocious hyena hounds were packed together, blocking the path, including several injured goblins. Kai turned back to the others. "Looks like the monsters have regrouped," he told them. "About 50 of them," Kessler shouted. "These guys are relentless." Kim Hunbok spoke up. "Good. Let's take them all out at once." Kai and Kessler threw the door open, startling the monsters. Christina and Kim Hunbok followed behind with their staffs. Just as Christina held a fire card in her hand, Kim Hunbok quickly raised his staff and shouted at the monsters, "Fireball." Instantly, fireballs with terrifying power blasted forward. Black smoke filled the air, but the monsters didn't seem to have taken much damage. A hyena hound even charged forward with a sharp spear. Two beams of red light flashed instantly. Kim Hunbok calmly curled his fingers. He shouted, "Ethereal manifestation." A pale blue circle of light appeared in front of him in a flash, blocking all the sharp spears thrown by the monsters. Not only that, he used the manifestation to control their own weapons, forcing all the sharp blades to turn around. The sheer volume of weapons pierced straight into the monsters' bodies, causing them to howl in pain. Kessler, itching for a fight, excitedly rushed to the front to claim his turn. "My turn." He slammed the sharp spikes on his armor into a hyena hound's face, but one lucky hound managed to slip past him. He spun around and called out to Kai. Kai slowly drew his sword and delivered a beautiful, precise strike to the body of the lunging hound. The sound of weapons hitting flesh echoed so loudly that the goblins were terrified, nearly wetting themselves. They decided that running away was the best strategy. But Christina noticed and quickly reminded her master. Kim Hunbok replied, "I know. Earthquake." He slammed his staff onto the ground. Large, sharp blocks of earth and rock rose quickly from the ground, blocking the goblins' escape route. Kim Hunbok announced, "Exit blocked." Christina swung her staff to cast ice spears. The razor-sharp shards of ice flew, piercing the backs of the goblins and causing them to collapse. She exclaimed happily, "Nice." Christina added, "This side is taken care of." Kim Hunbok followed. "Now we just need to help Kessler's side." However, Kessler stepped forward and said, "Hey, no need for that." While wiping purple blood off his armor, he said, "It's all over here, too." Kai sheathed his sword and added, "That's right." The four of them gathered in a corner. Kim Hunbok happily remarked, "Not bad at all this time. Lucky us, right?" Christina asked, "How's the gear?" Kessler gave a thumbs up, confidently asserting, "Outstanding. Absolutely fantastic. I really love these spikes on the armor." The spikes on his armor were covered in goblin blood. He clearly sent quite a few to the afterlife. Kessler continued, "And it's not just one or two." He grinned from ear to ear and shouted, "My whole body feels enhanced." Kai also cracked a smile and said sincerely, "I'm very satisfied with the gear too." "Thanks, my lady." Christina stood by and chuckled. "So lucky." Then, Kessler's skeletal face suddenly crinkled in concern as he emphasized, "But there is a problem." Kai nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there's a problem." Christina agreed as well. It seemed they were all thinking the same thing. The three skeletons stared at Kim Hunbok, making him stammer, Is there a problem?" Christina replied, "The quantity is lacking." Since the monsters were all dead, he asked, "Quantity?" Christina added, "I mean, there aren't enough people." Kim Hunbok didn't think it was that serious, so he nonchalantly said that the count would increase eventually. "Just leave it like that. It's nothing special." Christina was silent for a moment before saying seriously, "Regarding that matter, I have a few things to say, but let's go back first before we talk." He replied, "All right, let's head back." At their home, Christina opened the room door first. Kai took the initiative, "Then we'll go wait in the living room." Kessler didn't go in either, understanding that this was a private matter between teacher and student, seeing the two of them just standing outside instead of coming in. Kim Hunbok was surprised, turned his head, and blurted out, "Huh, what's going on?" Christina then cautioned him carefully before getting to the main point, literally speaking, "Since both the master and I are mages, the story I'm about to tell is very important." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok fell silent. He scratched his head and asked straight out, "So, what is it?" Christina, without any rush, gestured toward the bed and said, "First, sit down on the chair even though it's a bed." Kim Hunbok obediently sat down, and she suddenly asked, "Master, I have taught you a wide variety of magic up until now, haven't I?" He acknowledged it and asked further, "Is there any magic among them that is very easy to use?" Kim Hunbok answered subconsciously, "There is, but why?" He suddenly started, realizing something. Could it be? Kim Hunbok recalled a scene from the past when he lay sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I'm tired, so tired." "Do I really have to learn so much magic?" Christina had explained it wholeheartedly. One day in a mage's life, they must decide on a school of magic to pursue. Until then, to make the right choice, you must learn a variety of magic. The more choices, the better. Then she coaxed him. "Come on, get up. Let's continue the lesson. It's all for your success, master." There. Kim Hunbok reluctantly got up and replied, "All right, back to the present." He answered Christina, "Now I know that it was for the sake of choosing a school." Christina continued, "Yes, usually choosing a school, according to your teacher, is perfectly normal. But I must say I am not an official teacher, because our skills are different." Chris pondered and advised, "If we consider your skills, master, you can choose your school." "Ah, no, Perhaps you have already made your choice, Kim Hunbok expressed. That's right. I made up my mind a long time ago. I've thought about it a lot and believe it's the best path. He placed one hand on his thigh and the other on his chest. Kim Hunbok gave a definitive answer. I choose the necromancy school. And his eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. Kim Hunbok arrogantly declared, I will perform the mana oath to become a true necromancer. The necromancy school is based on summoning, crafting undead creatures, golems, or chimeza, a school specializing in poison, curses, and experimental reagents. Regarding attack capabilities, it is in the top 5. Due to the nature of the magic it uses, it is considered a hated and dangerous existence. Chris pondered and offered advice. I think it's still a bit early to perform the mana oath. First, you could learn a few more spells and decide later. Kim Hunbok propped his chin on his hand, was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Because once the mana oath is performed, the nature of mana changes based on the school. You said that last time. Christina affirmed and added, That's right. That makes learning magic from that school easier. But she also reminded him, however, magic from other schools will be harder to learn or even impossible. Kim Hunbok clasped his hands together, and after hearing her out, remained resolute. I've already made up my mind, regardless. Christina wondered why. He held up 2 fingers and replied, There are about 2 reasons. First, every time I learn about necromancy magic, I feel that if I choose this school, I can become stronger. Christina asked again, So that's it. What is the second reason? Kim Hunbok gave a silly smile but tilted his head and scratched his cheek. A few seconds later, he finally confessed in front of everyone. To Chris, Kessler, and Kai, Kim Hunbok honestly opened up. I think having you guys by my side isn't a coincidence. In the future, if I learn necromancy magic, it might be helpful for all of you. Christina listened to him in silence. Kim Hunbok smiled happily and continued, And your existence will also be helpful to me in return. Christina spoke gently. Is it due to fate? You really are different from other mages. Kim Hunbok grinned happily and even took the chance to joke. People often say mages are sometimes impulsive. I guess that's me right now. Christina was still worried and reminded him once more. It will be difficult, he replied nonchalantly. I know. She continued to warn him. You might be hated by many people. Kim Hunbok joked humorously. That's hard, since I'm a bit weak mentally. He tilted his head, clenched his fist, and made a firm choice. But I don't intend to change my choice. Kim Hunbok said trustingly to Christina, When I regret it or get tired, please help me. If I become corrupted and do things I shouldn't, please stop me. I'm counting on you. Just as Christina finished speaking, his room door was pushed open. Kim Hunbok, who was in the middle of expressing himself, was shocked by the interruption. It turned out to be Kessler and Kai. Kessler pointed at himself and shouted loudly, If the master has requested such a thing, there is no other way, just leave it all to us. Kai was even more dramatic. He bowed and said, As a guardian deity, advising and restraining the Lord is only natural. Therefore, please do not worry. You are listening, right? In the end, Christina stopped trying to dissuade him and went along with it. I understand your intention, master. I will not try to persuade you further. Kim Hunbok called out to Christina. Immediately after, he clenched his fist. A small blue magic circle quickly appeared over his heart. Hunbok spoke up. All right, then I will read the oath seriously. I, Hunbok, swear before mana. I will walk the path of a necromancer. The blue light on his chest became increasingly brilliant. Kim Hunbok shouted. The oath. Purple sparks of light, shimmering like a galaxy, immediately appeared around him. That made Christina gasp in astonishment. A deep purple light emanated from Kim Hunbok's chest. Those lights even manifested as ribbons swirling around him. Christina immediately congratulated him. So you have become a necromancer. I hope you will become a successful mage in the future. Kim Hunbok patted his chest and replied, Thank you, Christina. Then he scratched his head in confusion and asked, But how do I get the magic books for the necromancy school? Christina reassured him. You don't need to worry about that. They are for sale on the dungeon website. He asked suspiciously, Really? Christina warned him tentatively. However, they are very expensive. A first-tier magic circle is 500 million, a second tier is 1 billion, and a third tier is 2 billion. Hunbok asked hesitantly, Do you think we can manage this? Kessler and Kai both looked toward Christina, while he thought they could probably afford a second-tier magic book. Sweat poured down Kim Hunbok's face like rain. Are you sure you checked the account balance correctly? Christina replied, Master, it's like this. She raised her hands high, shouting boldly that what goes in doesn't come back out, so they had better cheer. Kim Hunbok helplessly told Christina to stop using the internet so much. He took a deep breath. Inside the dungeon, Kim Hunbok gripped his staff tightly and spoke up. I'll try going up alone this time. Please back me up. Kessler quickly reassured him, Leave it to me. He began rummaging through the white bone fragments in his pocket. Kim Hunbok threw the pile of white bones forward and began to chant, "Lazy archer skeleton, lazy white skeleton." A purple magical aura immediately surged into the bones scattered on the ground. Controlled by that power, they assembled themselves and slowly stood up, forming a legion of white skeletons. Christina gasped in surprise. There are so many. He proudly added that he could still summon about 15 more. Kessler and Kai stood behind, chatting, wondering if these were just as strong as the ones on the first floor, or if they were on a different level. Hunbok chimed in, "Let's hope not. Let's test it out. Enemies are appearing. A pack of hyenas is coming." He gestured forward, commanding the skeletons to move. The skeleton legion, fully equipped with weapons, charged at the ferocious hyena monsters. The hyenas aggressively clawed at the skeletons, but they were also struck by several arrows. A skeleton clamped onto the head of a hyena and bit down hard on its shoulder. The creature's purple blood sprayed everywhere like a light drizzle. Before long, the skeleton legion had defeated the pack of hyenas. The hyenas were all toast, but a few skeletons had survived. Kim Hunbok exclaimed in surprise, "Was it really that easy?" He turned his head and said humbly, "This seems quite useful." Before he could even finish, Kessler was already happily praising him. "Not just useful, you're talented." Kai also chimed in with a smile, noting that with the right weapons, they would be even stronger. Christina was more thoughtful, asking, "Master, do you feel tired or low on mana?" Kim Hunbok replied, So far, I'm doing fine." Christina heaped praise on him. Summoning so many undead creatures usually consumes a lot of mana, so she was amazed at how incredible he was. Kim Hunbok blushed, puffed out his cheeks, and beamed with pride as Christina continued. "Using offensive magic here will drain more mana, so we need to see how far we can explore." He declared excitedly, "All right, today we're going all the way to the end." Kessler laughed happily. Kai cautiously reminded him, "Even so, don't let your guard down, Master." Finally, the system announced the dungeon was at level 0795, with 148 days remaining before the attack failed. Kim Hunbok began his dungeon raid after 127 days of scouting. Liam couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand onto the table. "Damn it, missed it again," he asked warily. "Mac, how did it go on your end?" Mac reported. "All guild members tried, but no one could buy any." The phone screen displayed the exchange list for the second batch of magic cards. Leon sighed in frustration. He never expected they would have to resort to the black market. Those people dare to resell spell cards, people's lifelines, just for profit. And now I can't buy a single one. Suddenly, his phone pinged. Leon reached for it, and the news on the screen made his eyes widen. He jumped up in excitement. "There's a package outside the basement door. Bring it here." The cardboard box opened to reveal 3 small cases. The packaging was very familiar. Mac exclaimed, "I can't believe it, the person you helped is the main supplier of these spell cards." And they included a handwritten letter of sincere gratitude. Leon laughed. "Didn't I tell you? Even if the success rate of those I help is only 1%, it's still gold." He hugged the boxes joyfully. "I'll leave finding and buying more cards to you, since I'm busy researching these." Mac reminded him, "Remember to keep them handy for when you go down to the dungeon, just in case." Leon replied with a cunning glint in his eyes, "I know, but if I could make these spell cards myself, wouldn't that be much more profitable?" Christina suddenly chimed in that they might need to sell more cards. Kim Hunbok was stunned. "What? We just finished the second round of sales." Kessler, sitting beside him, was busy staring at an apple cut into a rabbit shape by Kai. Christina continued, "There are counterfeit cards appearing on the market." Kim Hunbok was surprised. "Really?" Christina explained that currently, many fake cards were being sold, and they weren't as effective as the originals. He rubbed his chin and thought. However, in terms of time, the speed at which the counterfeiters were printing and flooding the market was much faster than theirs. Christina smiled cunningly. "So we have to hurry and sell as many as possible. We need to monopolize the product." He broke into a nervous sweat and chuckled. "We really have to make as much as we can, huh?" They carefully made their way through the dungeon. Kai and Kessler led the way, scouting the surroundings. Kim Hunbok was a bit tense. According to Wu, there should be dire wolves and slimes on the 3rd floor. Watch out for those slimes. Their acid can ruin your gear. Especially yours, Kessler, and Kai. Their gear was still brand new. Kessler asked skeptically, "But can we really trust everything Wu says?" Kai agreed. "Exactly. The information from the 1st and 2nd floors wasn't accurate at all." They concluded that the bosses on the 2nd floor were much stronger than Wu had claimed. Large figures approached, and Kessler and Kai rushed ahead to clear the path. "The boss and its magic are both at the 3rd circle level, much stronger than I thought." Facing the boss's magic, Kessler snapped his fingers, and it instantly vanished. The boss was shocked, but the boss was just a monster. it went berserk and attacked, only to be completely defeated in the end. He easily used his magic to strike down the massive creature before them. Christina sighed, "If only it were stronger, I'd summon it into our team, but it's not up to par yet." Kim Hunbok only managed a wry smile. Kai froze. "Something is wrong, Master. Monsters should have appeared by now, but there's nothing. We should investigate the situation before moving on." He scanned the area. "Since we came down here, I haven't sensed any life at all." Kessler laughed excitedly. "Maybe they're too scared and ran away." Christina glanced at Kessler and suggested they follow Kai's advice instead. Kim Hunbok understood. "All right, I'll summon the ghosts to scout." He cast the spell. Dark ghosts floated up gently. Kim Hunbok pointed and gave them their orders. They blinked their strange eyes and received their commands. Once finished, the ghosts drifted away. He wondered if the enemies were hiding somewhere to ambush them. He replied, "Even though we become stronger, we can't let our guard down like that. We should use our power to survey the situation." Kim Hunbok shared his vision with the ghosts. Many scenes from the dungeon appeared, and a massive, mysterious-looking door suddenly emerged. He was startled, eyes widening in shock. "I think I just saw something." After identifying the target, they began to move. Everyone quickly arrived in front of that door. "Yes, this is the boss's room. Only here are there signs of life." All four looked up, dumbfounded. But he couldn't scout inside because the room was where the dungeon explorers had been wiped out. An aura of malice radiated from it, thick and constantly spreading outward. Kessler firmly insisted the boss was one entity. Kim Hunbok was surprised. "You're sure about that?" Kai didn't disagree. "Maybe because we're also undead, we can sense it immediately. Based on the characteristics of an undead, the surrounding monsters, whether high or low level, are very difficult to deal with. In the worst-case scenario, we could be overwhelmed," he worried. "But we've already come this far. Before we head back, let's try to scout the monsters here. We can use magic, but be careful. If the boss is that, it will detect the magic." A ghost was controlled and sent inside. It moved slowly, looking extremely cautious as it gradually approached. The ghost hid behind a pillar and stole a glance. At the center of the room, darkness shrouded everything. The gloom was terrifyingly intense, and the shape of a bizarre skeleton gradually became clear. Kim Hunbok backed away in fear. "Gosh, what the hell is that?" He was so terrified he fell flat on his back. "Mom. Oh, Mom." Kim Hunbok's facial muscles tensed. "This isn't just a boss, is it? Why is something like this here?" Kai and Kessler stared at each other awkwardly. Kim Hunbok clutched his head in agony and slumped onto the table. Christina sighed. "Now, tell us what you saw in the boss room." Kim Hunbok pondered for a moment before he could speak. "A dragon." All three were incredibly shocked and began to think. He described it in more detail. "A dragon with bone-white remains." "A bone dragon?" Christina concluded. "White bones? It's not just bones." Kim Hunbok startled and sat up. "What?" she continued. "Dragons are entities that can alter creation itself. Therefore, all their characteristics are reflected in their appearance. A dragon with white bones must be the white dragon that resides in the Ice Mountain. The bones of a white dragon emit a type of cold aura that can freeze everything around it," he insisted. "But I didn't see any ice or snow in the boss room at all. I'm sure of it." Christina ruled that out. "Then the dragon can only be one thing. A corpse disguised as a dragon. Its bones are made from the skeletons of other creatures. A bone dragon construct." Kim Hunbok blankly repeated, "A bone dragon construct?" She confirmed. "Yes, a bone dragon construct takes a very long time to form. So, the dragon you saw hasn't fully finished taking shape yet. Furthermore, I just came up with a hypothesis after our last trip down into the dungeon." He asked, "What hypothesis?" Christina excitedly explained. "It's called dungeon capacity. Dungeons have ranks, and the levels of the monsters are arranged based on those ranks. Consequently, both the level and the number of monsters will be within a set limit. Based on that hypothesis, we can see why there are no monsters on the third floor. It's because that dragon monster has taken up all of the floor's capacity. If that hypothesis is correct, that single dragon monster is as strong as all the monsters on the third floor combined. But no matter how powerful it is, it's still within the limits of an F-rank dungeon. We still have a chance to win." Hunbok probed, "You really think so?" Christina sighed, "Yes, don't worry. I will ensure we win and make it out alive." Because of the master in them, he was moved to the point of being stunned as he listened to those words. He thought to himself, "Ultimately, she's doing this for herself, too." He smiled and said, "Help me secure the victory, then." Christina was very reliable. She replied, "Of course." Afterward, they laughed and chatted happily together. Kessler shouted in frustration, "Hey, did you two forget something?" Kai said, "Hurt, we're still here, my lord." Kim Hunbok hurriedly made an excuse. I know that. I'm counting on you two as well. I didn't forget. From that day on, they continued to train each other, and 3 months passed. They motivated one another. Whoosh. I'm still worried. We've got everything prepared. Keep your confidence, my lord. Plus, at least this is the final floor. Kim Hunbok reminded them, I know everyone is ready, but we won't get a second chance. We must win. He touched his hand to the door leading to the final floor. A powerful pressure surged, almost overwhelming. I'm sure it's gotten stronger. The bone dragon, reigning among countless white bones, roared crazily. It stomped down, and piles of dried bones crawled up. Kim Hunbok figured it was still under control. Christina frowned and signaled loudly. Master, follow the plan we discussed. Got it. Summon skeleton warriors. Several skeletons appeared. They were fiercer and stronger than the bone dragon's minions. Kim Hunbok turned to Kai. I'll leave the command to you, Kai. He replied, please trust me. The bone dragon suddenly roared madly. He was startled and immediately turned toward the dragon. Waves of blood-red power surged forward. Kim Hunbok realized it was trying to seize control of his skeleton army. He immediately fought back. No way. It'll be a long time before I let you have them. A shield instantly appeared, completely blocking the dark aura. Seeing the plan failed, the bone dragon roared to signal its army to attack. Kim Hunbok shouted, Kessler. He responded immediately. Ready? Mana surged like a black hole, enveloping him. The bone dragon exploded. Kessler laughed sarcastically. How does that feel, you bony monster? That expensive gem bomb is a special gift from us. Unfortunately, it wasn't even scratched. It even wiped out their entire skeleton army. We need more skeletons. The master smiled grimly. Understood. Every time the dragon was injured, more minions appeared. This couldn't be dragged out. He groaned. Wait a second. Kessler urged him. There's no other way, Kai. He immediately got into a fighting stance. Understood, Kessler, he complained. Damn it. The silver armor we're wearing is great for fighting zombies, but it blocks mana absorption. Kai retorted, if you have time to complain, worry about attacking instead. Kessler charged forward frantically. Got it. Clang. My weapon. The mace had snapped in half. Kessler gripped the broken weapon in his hand, trembling with bitterness. He angrily threw it right at the bone dragon's head. Why won't you just die already? It hit right between the eyes, and naturally, it was enraged. The bone dragon roared madly, and a powerful blast of wind slashed toward Kessler, who dodged in a hurry. Kai was annoyed at nearly getting hit because he was standing right next to him, and he gritted his teeth. Kessler. The staff in Kim Hunbok's hand glowed. Summoning clay golems, slimy, gooey creatures rose from the ground. The bone dragon charged madly to attack. It roared, and with just a few slashes, all the goblins were defeated. However, due to their unique properties, they immediately clung tight to the dragon. This was exactly what they had been trying to create. He shouted, Christina. A powerful magic circle was completed, glowing brightly. She shouted with determination, I'm coming. Mana wrapped around the mud that was holding the bone dragon fast. It thrashed about wildly. Christina screamed as she unleashed a blast. From 3 different angles, the explosion surely destroyed the bone dragon. As the dust settled, its neck bones were completely empty. The bone dragon's head was gone. It stood perfectly still. They were thrilled. Surely, the core in its head had been destroyed. Kim Hunbok sighed with exhaustion, his face looking terrible. We won. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed, and he exploded. Kai panicked. Kim Hunbok was caught off guard for a moment, looking around blankly. The atmosphere is so chaotic, damn it. What the hell is going on? Lord, we have to get out of here. The bone dragon that we struggled so hard to trap, it's still moving without its head, no way. A bone dragon isn't the type of monster that fits in an F-rank dungeon. A bone dragon appearing in an F-rank dungeon like this must be the doing of the goddess of fate. The boss on the 3rd floor was supposed to be a summoner, but that summoner nearly died at the hands of previous dungeon raiders. That despair gave birth to the bone dragon. However, the summoner couldn't control it. It's too strong. The summoner stared blankly as the bone dragon raised its foot over its head. After breaking free from its containment to survive, the bone dragon devoured everything around it. The dungeon raiders, the one who created it, and even the summoner, no matter how many monsters the dungeon spawned. Since it hadn't fully formed yet, there was no core in its head. That explains why the bone dragon could still move even after losing its head. It twitched, bones clattering against each other. I will kill you. The head that had exploded began to slowly regenerate. I will kill you. Its blood-red eyes glowed with cruelty. Kim Hunbok jumped, feeling an insane amount of pressure. He quickly regained his composure. Christina, use your strongest spell. We'll buy you some time. She was startled. I understand. Kim Hunbok calculated silently. He had poured all his mana into the previous attack, so perhaps, suddenly, Kessler shouted loudly, "Look here, Lord, come take my mana. Damn it, I'm stuck here." He immediately accepted it. "Okay, Kay, I'm borrowing your mana," he said generously. "Take it all." A flow of energy appeared between them, but the bad news was that even Kessler's mana wasn't enough. Kim Hunbok was still hesitating. The only way was that way. He closed his eyes and centered himself. A silent mana enveloped him. Kim Hunbok sighed. "So this is what it feels like to have your life force drained," he told himself, as if he were losing something very precious. Even though mana was surging, he felt hollow inside. Christina seemed to sense his unease and turned to ask her master. Kim Hunbok reassured her. "It's okay, Christina. We have to survive today to have it tomorrow." A few clay goblins appeared again. They just needed to survive and get out of here. Kessler nimbly threw bombs. "I can still use my hands. Take this." Small explosions appeared one after another. The bone dragon glared in anger, narrowing its eyes to focus on its targets. Very quickly, it spotted Christina and Kim Hunbok. Looking the other way, "Lord, watch out." It immediately charged madly, ignoring the wall of goblins in the way. The bone dragon unleashed a powerful blast of accumulated mana. Kessler realized instantly, dragon's breath. "Hide, quickly." Christina quickly erected a magic barrier to protect everyone. It unleashed a powerful attack that wiped out all the goblins and even shattered the barrier Christina had created. Kim Hunbok quickly raised his arms to cover himself. A moment later, only he and scattered bones remained on the field. The staff was shattered. Kim Hunbok coughed up blood, rolling on the ground in pain. Damn it. He struggled to look up. The clothes were still there, but all three skeletons had crumbled to pieces. Kim Hunbok shuddered in fear. His companions had been torn to shreds, protecting him. The bone dragon was still powerful. It stood there growling. It was truly a hopeless situation. The enemy was too strong. His body couldn't move much, and none of his companions were fit to fight. Kim Hunbok resolved. "But I can't die like this." Empathy. He knew clearly that there was still one way, but it was very risky, with a chance of failure. Kim Hunbok decisively lunged forward. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. He gritted his teeth with determination, ready to face it. Kim Hunbok touched the bone dragon and shouted, "Surrender now. Submit and follow my laws." Both of them were suddenly pulled into a different dimension. The bone dragon growled angrily, "You mortal, don't even think about controlling me." "I am a mighty dragon," he retorted boldly. "Nonsense. You're just a cheap knockoff of those Kim Jong-kook dragons, you know that?" Kim Hunbok declared. "But in the world of fakes, there's no law saying a fake can't be cooler than the real thing. Submit to me, and I will upgrade you to surpass the real dragons." It roared fiercely. "A human dares to," he replied. "Because I am human, that's why I say that. Humans always face endless challenges. You know it yourself. If you develop on your own, you won't get very far. But if you join my side, you will go much further. The proof is right there. Christina, Kessler, and Kai. They have developed beyond imagination." Kim Hunbok stated eloquently, "Come by my side and let's move forward together. If you don't surrender, then I'll have to die along with you. I am your lord." The space quickly fell silent, and then he was able to touch the bone dragon's head. Kim Hunbok finally felt relieved and relaxed his body. Tired, he closed his eyes and slowly slumped to the ground, but a large, bony hand caught Kim Hunbok. He laughed and sighed with relief. Survived. The bone dragon's eyes glowed purple, showing it had submitted. Dungeon F795, 329 days since the raid began. Raid complete. What Kim Hunbok promised echoed in its mind. "I will become stronger, upgrade my power little by little, and then become the mightiest dragon stronger than the real species." It secretly hoped. You have to keep that promise. Don't you dare break your word. A certain skyscraper in Gangnam looked just like any other regular office building from the outside. However, this place was actually the headquarters for dungeon supporters, the people who secretly assisted dungeon raiders. In the director's office, a secretary in a formal suit was reporting to his superior. "I have come to report on the results of the F795 dungeon raid." The director was sitting at the desk across from him. His work seemed to keep him very busy. "F rank? If it's just a regular F rank, you don't need to report that to me." But the secretary replied, "But this case is very special, sir. You'll see the details much faster if you take a look yourself." Hearing this, he took the file the secretary handed over, holding a thick stack of papers in his hand. As he flipped through it, he asked, "Why is it so thick? What happened?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his face turned pale, and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Then, he slammed the file onto the desk, his expression one of disbelief. Unbelievable. It's rare for someone to clear dungeons on their own without anyone knowing. The story behind it is even more interesting. A bone dragon appeared in an F-rank dungeon, and on top of that, it was tamed. And the person who tamed it is the very same person who produces the spell cards. He is a third circle summoner, and beside him stands Skoten, a master-ranked swordsman. Skoten is rumored to be a fourth circle mage, and he also possesses a very unique level of talent. After a long rant, he slams both hands onto the table and stands up abruptly, his attitude agitated. Why am I only being informed about this talent now? Faced with his superior's questioning gaze, the secretary quickly explains that the dungeon raid was on the verge of failure. That's why the staff didn't pay much attention to that case. I will discipline everyone involved in this incident, he says in a stern voice. Immediately. Even though it's late, this oversight needs to be managed strictly. Hurry up and send reinforcements. The secretary responds clearly, yes, sir. He sits back in his chair, letting out a long, disgruntled sigh. Who would be happy receiving aid only after the flood has already receded? My head hurts. Waking up from his stupor, Kim Hunbok's mind is still stuck on that battle. I survived, but I was defeated. If only that bone dragon had attacked me with its dragon breath back then. Lying in bed, he shows a frustrated expression. Damn it. Christina sees that he has finally woken up and approaches to check on him. Are you awake, master? Neither Christina, Kai, nor Kessler died. But regardless, Christina died protecting him from the dragon's breath. When they were attacked, they had moved the skull out of the dragon's breath range to avoid casualties. After I woke up, Christina explained the situation in detail. It said, to be safe, we swapped the position of the core. For the good of the group, we only switched the core's location when absolutely necessary. Thanks to that, we successfully survived. It's good to be able to learn from mistakes, but no matter what, regret is a toxic emotion. Because the past is just the past. Kim Hunbok smiles at Christina. He replies, you're right. Looking at the results, our raid was a complete success. Although we were slightly injured, no one died. I even tamed Nidhogg. Hearing this, Nidhogg looks displeased and immediately retorts, you didn't tame me. I permitted you to tame me. Just as it finishes speaking, he lazily replies, yeah, I know. Christina speaks up. Those who have been named by the master form their own ego and have more opportunities to become stronger. Don't forget that you still owe a debt of gratitude to the master and you are still under the master's control. Remember that, until you die, a surge of dark energy builds up around Kim Hunbok. Nidhogg hears this, clicks its tongue, and doesn't forget to remind him. Don't you forget your promise. If you betray the promise to make me the strongest dragon, I will kill you and use you as a stepping stone. Hearing its threat, he doesn't show any fear but confidently replies, I value my own life too, so I will keep my promise. This answer makes it feel very satisfied. That's good. Sunlight from outside the window shines into the room, hitting Kim Hunbok's eyes, causing him to squint in discomfort. Looking at the sky outside, Kim Hunbok mutters to himself, I want to get out soon. Having completed a dungeon raid, I am allowed to go outside for a short time. Christina knows he is feeling bored, so it comforts him. It's okay. Your free time is counted from the moment you leave the house. Your injuries have healed significantly. You can comfortably go outside after resting for another 15 days. Just as it finishes speaking, Kai and Kessler open the door and walk in. They happen to hear the two of them talking. Kessler speaks up. You still want to go out? I guess you've recovered a lot, haven't you? He sees them and curiously asks, what's wrong? Kessler, G. Kessler points to Kai standing behind him and says, nothing. We came because Christina and Kai have to switch shifts. Since there is someone to take over the shift, Christina doesn't stay long. Before leaving, it says to Kim Hunbok, all right. Then I'm going to the room to get my spell cards and equipment. Kessler doesn't stay either and sneaks off. Since you're recovered, master, I'm off to have some fun. I have a date with a lady. After the two of them leave, Kai walks closer to him with a concerned tone. Are you feeling unwell anywhere, master? Looking at him, he replies, I'm fine. You can go ahead and get going. He hears that and only replies with two words, understood. Then he naturally sits down on the chair and opens a book to read. Sometime later, when Kim Hunbok has recovered, he can't wait any longer, quickly dresses neatly, and opens the door to explore the outside world. His expression at this moment cannot hide his excitement. Even just the rays of light shining through the window make his mood indescribable. Stepping out of the building, before his eyes is a bustling scene, with crowds of people moving back and forth. His eyes well up with tears. Unable to contain the emotion in his heart, Kessler is just as excited as he is. Finally, we get to go sightseeing. We've only seen this world through computers until now. I'm so nervous, Kai says, looking forward to it immensely. I can't wait anymore, my lord. Nidhogg is also seeing this world for the first time. Is this another world? I lost my memories of the world I used to live in, so I am very curious. Christina speaks up. Since we are hiding in Nidhogg's subspace and linked to your consciousness, feel free to experience it, master. Kim Hunbok shouts, "All right, let's go." Walking on the streets, passing through one road after another, from this famous landmark to the next, from daytime all the way into the night. Time flies so fast, they don't seem to show any signs of fatigue. Kim Hunbok holds a hot cup of coffee in his hand. He looks extremely satisfied. Today was so much fun, it's time to go back. A moment of silence passes. His words receive no response. This makes him feel helpless, so he asks them again, "Don't you guys want to go back yet?" On the way back, Christina curiously asks him, "Surprising, isn't it? I didn't think you would go home right after your free time ended." Master, his eyes still looking forward, smiles slightly before replying, "At first, I didn't intend to, but everyone has a place to return to. Leaving and returning is only natural. I am simply returning to where I belong. From now on, we will have to be busy, using the remaining time to search the country for a new house. If I don't go back right now, I'll get lazy again." A moment later, a black taxi arrives to pick him up. Sitting in the car, the driver sees him out in the middle of the night and asks with concern, "Are you a tourist visiting soon?" He asks suddenly, catching him off guard. He stares blankly for a moment before answering, "Huh? Oh, yes." He speaks again, "Going here and there is good, but you should go home early. It's been chaotic lately." He hears that and asks back suspiciously, "Chaotic? What do you mean?" The driver explains, "Recently, there have been a lot of missing persons, 50 cases in total across the country. It's even more chilling that they were all discovered lying in a pool of blood." He brushed himself off lightly, let out a soft "oh," and gave a dismissive reply. "Indeed." From within a small pocket dimension, he asked the others, "What do you all think? Is the monster in the dungeon malfunctioning?" They answered him eagerly, "It seems so, but Master, it doesn't necessarily have to be the monsters. It's not just monsters that kill. Humans can kill each other, too." Listening to them, Kim Hunbok rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, a weary expression on his face. "Perhaps it's something we haven't considered yet." So how do you intend to handle this, Master?" He replied, "Do nothing. After all, I'm just an ordinary human. With these two small hands, the things I can do are limited. As long as it doesn't involve me, it doesn't matter. I don't want to throw myself into danger for things that are beyond my control." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately praised his wise decision. "Very wise, Master. A mage must know his limits. Risking one's life is just a path to death. Many have lost their lives for no reason by meddling. It's fortunate that you are not like them. Don't rush into unnecessary dangers. You have a responsibility to serve and keep your promise to us. We all follow your decision, Master." As he stepped out of the taxi, a small snowflake landed lightly on his shoulder, followed by snow falling all over the sky. It lifted his gloomy mood. Standing in the snow, he muttered to himself, "Thank you all." After some searching, Kim Hunbok finally found a suitable house. He slowly opened the door, and a gloomy, dark space welcomed him. This was the room connected to the dungeon. Seeing this, he immediately felt a wave of laziness. His free time ended too quickly. Closing the door, Christina suddenly appeared behind him. She said, "They always say time flies when you're having fun. Plus, looking for a new house kept us busy." Time really flew by. Looking around the house, he felt very satisfied. "This house is so spacious. I'm very pleased." He could finally let Nidhogg out. In the old house, it couldn't come out at all. Beneath this house was a flow of mana, also known as a mana vein, the optimal environment for mages to develop. Christina spoke up, "Buying this place at such a low price is a great stroke of luck. More importantly, we must prepare to explore the new dungeon." Kai and Kessler emerged from Nidhogg's small space. Kessler said, "I've been out for a week. My hands are already itching for a fight." Mentioning that, Kim Hunbok immediately took out his cell phone, remembering that there should be a new quest now. The three of them crowded around him. A new quest for an F-139 ranked dungeon appeared on the screen. After completing their first dungeon raid, explorers must face higher-level dungeons like the F rank. Please be careful, as this may be a dungeon with a difficulty level similar to or slightly higher than the one you previously raided. This dungeon will likely be more dangerous and arduous. Do not be arrogant, do not be reckless. Always keep an eye on your surroundings and clear this dungeon as soon as possible. Looking at the quest level, they couldn't help but sigh. They thought the next dungeon would be E rank. It was only an F+. It should be as easy as pie. Christina didn't think so. She said, "This is a good thing. This time we will get to experience a true F-ranked dungeon." Kim Hunbok kept his eyes on the phone, his tone turning serious. "You all are taking this too lightly. In the previous dungeon, a special creature, Nidhogg, was born, so there's a high possibility that an F+ dungeon will be much more dangerous because the level is higher." Christina once said that no one knows what might happen in a dungeon. Being confident is good, but don't be conceited. Carelessness and arrogance will only lead to death. Christina felt his words were very reasonable. You are right, Master. We were too unguarded just now. Thank you for the reminder. Both Kai and Kessler felt extremely ashamed of their shallowness. I am very sorry, Master. Actually, I knew being reckless wasn't good, but I stupidly did it anyway. I apologize. Watching them, he could only sigh helplessly. That's better. Just stay a little more vigilant. All right, let's plan the second raid. Kessler became excited at once. Great, let's get pumped up, everyone. In an F+ dungeon, screams echoed throughout the space. Help me. Stop. A young man sat motionless, leaning against a rock, his mind in a state of utter confusion. How did it come to this? Before his eyes, a ferocious monster was devouring his teammates alive. Screams continued to ring out. Monsters. It all started when my house was linked to a dungeon. At first, I was terrified. But after joining a group of dungeon explorers, we successfully cleared the dungeon, even though a few people lost their lives. When I had free time, I had the chance to connect with my teammates outside the dungeon. I was so moved. Right then and there, we decided to form an alliance. We would make this the strongest alliance in Korea, perhaps even the world. That was just a dream. That dream seemed to have been shattered in that very moment as the blood-curdling screams kept ringing in his ears. It was so hard to accept. The monster had swallowed his teammates one by one. It was a brutal scene he could hardly believe. Is this the end? Just as he accepted his fate and closed his eyes to wait for death, a strange voice spoke up from somewhere. Should I take revenge for you? His eyes immediately snapped open, confused about what was happening. Gao. The mysterious voice whispered again in his ear. Shh. Keep it down. It's very smart. If you want, I will take revenge for you, but I need information about it. We haven't been in this third dungeon for very long. Sweat dripped down his face. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I will tell you everything I know. After he relayed the information about the dungeon monster, the voice spoke again. A wandering boss with growth capabilities? Huh. It seems that warning wasn't redundant. The walking skeletons under Kim Hunbok's control surrounded the boss. Glaring at those who intended to attack it, the beast let out an angry breath. It swung its arm at a skeleton, shattering it instantly. The other skeletons immediately approached it. The beast let out an angry roar. Two skeletons joined forces to attack the beast, successfully inflicting a wound on its body. Having been bitten and slashed on its leg and shoulder, it suddenly turned and fled. It crawled into a spatial rift and disappeared. Kim Hunbok walked over to where the beast had vanished. Thinking it had escaped, he wanted to curse. Damn it, it got away. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at the masked man standing before him. Suddenly, he shouted. The beast had just appeared right behind Kim Hunbok. It swung its powerful fist at him, but things didn't go as it had planned. The young man's eyes widened, his voice filled with sheer astonishment. What the hell is that? A bony foot emerged from a spatial black hole, crushing the beast beneath it. Its head and wings slowly materialized until its entire form was fully revealed. Seeing the man and the monster in front of him, the young man couldn't help but be shocked. A bone dragon? Kim Hunbok immediately cleared up his confusion. It's not a bone dragon, just a dragon-type skotan. It's much weaker than a bone dragon, but one day, it will become even more powerful than a real dragon. Nidhogg let out a roar, as if trying to say something. He turned to look at it, then back at the boss, and spoke up. Your first gift, Nidhogg. Take care of it. Following that command were a series of agonizing, miserable screams. Leaving the beast for Nidhogg to handle, he crouched down in front of the young man and continued. More importantly, you're not looking so good, are you? How about this? If you agree to a deal, I'll restore your arm. The young man asked in disbelief, Really? Kim Hunbok replied, I don't do things for free. As I said, it's a deal. Can you do it? Hearing that, the young man suddenly shouted, I'll give you everything, please. Kim Hunbok pointed a finger at him and calmly said, Everything, huh? You shouldn't say that so easily. Since I'm not a bad person, I'll just take your soul. Constant clicking sounds echoed throughout the room. On the computer screen, an email about legal spell card trading appeared. We are emailing customers who have purchased counterfeit spell cards. Fake spell cards are highly ineffective and carry a high risk of explosion. Our genuine spell cards are crafted using a secret method passed down to us by the original creator. Note, the effectiveness of the spell cards has been verified by the admin department. Christina and the others huddled around Kim Hunbok. He spoke up. The sales department has finally started dealing with this. Christina was feeling incredibly frustrated at that moment. It took so long. I sent them the detailed production methods and analysis, yet it took them a whole month to finish. He looked at her, gave a wry smile, and said helplessly, Cut them some slack, Christina. Their skills aren't on your level. They haven't even been learning magic for a year yet. Back at the F-rank dungeon, Kim Hunbok was still negotiating with the young man. If you agree to a soul contract with me, I will restore your arm. Another one of his teammates couldn't believe what he was saying and suddenly shouted, "Restore an arm? How is that even possible?" But he didn't explain much, simply answering, "It's possible," which left the man stunned on the spot. Walking closer to the young man, Kim Hunbok spoke again. "I know what I'm saying is hard to believe, so let's just try a little test." The young man didn't understand what he was up to. A purple light emitted from his arm, and then a magic circle activated right where the young man was lying. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's arm began to change. His eyes widened in disbelief. The arm that had been bitten off was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. "My arm," looking at the mysterious masked man with curious, disbelieving eyes, he asked. "You can even do that? Ha, who are you?" Hearing this question, Kim Hunbok thought to himself that he shouldn't give his real name. After a few seconds of deep thought, he made up a name to answer. "I am Wyo." The young man immediately muttered the name under his breath, Wyo. In his eyes, Kim Hunbok now seemed to radiate the light of the 10,000 Buddhas, so as soon as he asked one more time, "So, can we make the contract now?" He immediately agreed. "Yes, I'll make a contract with you, please." That day, Kim Hunbok gained 21 soul contract partners. He demanded two things from them. First, they were never to reveal any details about the contract. Second, they had to give him the mana crystals, the rewards they obtained from successful dungeon raids. In return, he would gift them an instruction book on spell card production. They could sell the cards and take a cut of the profits. This was his move to make a fortune from spell card profits. At this rate, we don't have to do anything and we'll still have food to eat, right? Is this what they call passive income? Kim Hunbok laughed out loud and answered, "That's right," Kai thoughtfully said. "I didn't expect the Lord to make contracts with other people." Kessler also felt this was very unexpected. "Right? You once said you didn't want to recruit more factions." Hearing them bring this up, he habitually touched his neck and replied nonchalantly, "It's true, I said that, because recruiting and managing factions is troublesome. But after reconsidering, I really need a faction to protect myself. A soul contract, similar to a mana oath, is a binding treaty. Usually, they can act freely, but when needed, I can make use of them. They have to keep the contract secret, so no one will know about the relationship between me and them." Kai pondered again. The master-servant relationship is only between the involved parties. You become the secret manipulator from a novel now, Lord. Hearing the guy describe it in such an exaggerated way, Kim Hunbok was stunned for a moment, then reacted, shyly covering his face and denying it. "It's not like that." Kessler looked at him, grinning happily. "Heh, don't be shy." Being teased by him, he shouted in confusion, "Stop teasing me, Kessler." They were chatting lively when suddenly his phone on the table rang, showing a new notification. Picking up the phone, he said seriously, "It's time." "Ah, this time there won't be any more mutant monsters, right?" They hadn't even entered the dungeon, yet he mentioned this. Christina felt his words were a jinx and said in a dissatisfied tone, Hey, watch what you say. It might actually happen." Their next mission was E-1313 ranked dungeon. After completing the dungeon raid, you have qualified to become a real raider capable of handling any task, but never be subjective, never let your guard down. Otherwise, the dungeon will swallow you whole and force you to pay the price with your life. Current members, 99. Time remaining, 500 days. Completion rewards. After reading the mission details, Christina spoke up. "Even if there are mutant monsters, we've already prepared for it. You don't have to worry, I just said that, but don't do it." At the E-rank dungeon, Kessler, wearing his horn helmet, shouted angrily, "I'm bored to death. Why aren't there any monsters? It's been 30 minutes already. Why is it so boring?" Seeing him lose his patience so quickly, the others couldn't help but shake their heads in frustration. Hunbok's father called him Kessler. He was still shouting angrily, "I'm dying to try out this new gear already. Damn it." Just as he was about to say something else, Kim Hunbok suddenly sensed something. His eyes widened as he said, "Wait, everyone, stop." Kessler stopped in his tracks upon hearing that, and he said excitedly, "They're finally showing themselves. What is it this time, brains or werewolves?" Hearing his question, Hunbok helplessly placed a hand to his face and shook his head, saying, "No, it's humans, dungeon explorers." Kessler made a clicking sound of dissatisfaction and asked how far away they were. Hunbok replied, "About 15 minutes away on foot. There are 19 of them in total, and they all have repeating crossbows. With that kind of gear, they look like frontline dungeon raiders." Kessler asked, "What do we do now?" Hunbok pulled the mask from his pocket, put it on, and said, "Let's just go meet them. Just in case something goes wrong, everyone stay on high alert. From now on, we'll communicate via telepathy." Kim Hunbok's group moved toward the dungeon explorers. They looked slightly bewildered when they caught sight of him and the other three. Hunbok and Christina's group stood perfectly still, neither side saying a word. One of the men in the other group spoke up first. I'm Kim Jong-hyuk, the leader of this guild. How about we cooperate, even if it's just for a short while? Kim Hunbok immediately nodded in agreement. I'll leave it to you then. Seeing that he had agreed to cooperate, Kim Jong-hyuk laughed even louder. Haha, that's what I like to hear. Let's go, I'll introduce you to everyone. Hunbok replied coldly. Fine, thanks. Kessler didn't have a good feeling about that group. He looked at the leader with a judgmental gaze. That guy. Hunbok was led over to the crowd. They were talking amongst themselves quite happily. The more Kessler looked at that guy, the more annoyed he became. He really was a despicable person. The leader reached out a hand, trying to be friendly and shake Hunbok's hand. Nice to meet you. Hunbok politely reached out to introduce himself. I'm Weihio. The other man spoke again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Weihio. If you don't mind me asking, are you in a guild? Hunbok replied calmly. No, I'm alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the man couldn't help but look suspiciously at the three figures behind him and asked, Alone? Then who are the ones behind you? Hunbok pointed toward them and explained, They are zombies. I captured them in the first basement level and have been training them ever since. The man looked stunned and said, That's surprising. To think you could come this far with just those. His eyes narrowed suddenly, and then he made an offer. If you're on your own, would you like to join our forces? Looking at your subordinates, I assume you're a mage. Mages are very powerful, but they have one fatal flaw. They need a lot of time to cast spells. Maybe that's why you need the zombies as bodyguards. But this is an E-rank dungeon. No one knows what we might run into later. Kim Hunbok looked at him. He suddenly realized something was off and thought to himself, this guy. A mission notification popped up on Kim Hunbok's mobile phone screen. Reading it, he suddenly frowned and said in a serious tone, 16 people died in just one day. Christina walked over to him, feeling that this was perfectly normal. Their abilities are just that limited. What's so strange about that? Hearing this, Hunbok remembered and felt that what she said was true. Right, honestly, the skills of those dungeon explorers were truly disappointing. They had already cleared 2 dungeons, so I thought they would be better. But they were struggling that much in this level of combat, so I don't think there's any point in going with them anymore. Christina spoke up again. Anyone who sees this notification is going to be panicked. Those who lost comrades will be even more terrified. It looks like they have a savior. They're going to fall all over themselves for this, she said, holding someone's business card in her hand. Christina spoke with an insightful tone. This is the business card of the captain we met in the dungeon yesterday, named Kim Jong-hyuk. Staring at the phone that had just been snatched from his hand, she asked, What do you want to do? According to information on the forum, Kim Jong-hyuk is quite active. Seeing his hands empty, Hunbok couldn't help but narrow his eyes at her. He didn't answer immediately but asked, Why did you steal my phone? Kessler said seriously. Regardless, we can't let our guard down with him. If he gathers the rest of the survivors into one group, the number of people following him will grow. Christina said thoughtfully, That Kim Jong-hyuk guy is bothering me. Kai also looked pensive and said, Just looking at him makes me dislike him. As soon as the words were out, Kessler pointed his finger excitedly. Exactly. Well said, Kai. I don't like that guy. His tone was full of disdain. Hearing them, Hunbok couldn't help but wonder, Why do you two dislike him? Kessler crossed his arms. Just mentioning the guy made him visibly annoyed. His face, his look, his gestures, his attitude, I hate everything about him. Kim Hunbok heard this and looked helpless. That's just your own feeling, though. Kai spoke up again. What worries me about him is his guild members. I bet you didn't notice because you were only focused on Kim Jong-hyuk, but when we were in the dungeon, they were all quiet. When they looked at Kim Jong-hyuk or talked about him, even though they were smiling, their eyes were completely different. I'm sure it's hatred. That's what I think, anyway. What he said had no basis. Christina spoke up. In short, you just have a bad feeling. Intuition can't be used as proof. Kessler suddenly got angry hearing that, but you can't ignore intuition because humans easily harbor hatred over small things. For example, having a snack you saved for a long time stolen by someone else. Christina said, It's true that intuition shouldn't be ignored, but it also can't be used as evidence. Listening to them, Kessler suddenly asked, Hey, Christina, do you mean you think that guy is trustworthy? She replied, No, in my opinion, we have to eliminate him before he gets stronger, as soon as possible, but we can only do that once we have concrete evidence. Hearing that response, Kessler asked again, So, you already have a reasonable excuse to eliminate him? She answered firmly, Exactly. Kim Hunbok asked immediately, Then what is that concrete reason? So, Christina presented the reason why we should eliminate Kim Jong-hyuk. After hearing her explain, I couldn't help but agree. Hunbok said, We must eliminate Kim Jong-hyuk before it's too late. He's already prepared a play for us. On the dungeon page, this post was published to the survivors of E1313 dungeon. Hello, I'm Kim Jong-hyuk. I'm sure everyone has already checked their mission window today. Today, there were a total of 16 victims who perished. Those who fought yesterday surely know this. The difficulty of the E rank and F rank levels is meant to minimize the risk of death as much as possible. We should form an alliance. I've found a spacious place for us to gather. I really hope everyone will come to discuss the situation in detail and make a decision together, because this is a matter of life and death. I hope everyone will show up. The meeting will be held in 3 days. The location is attached below. Anyone who has trouble attending, just let me know. I'll come to pick you up. After reading it, he said, 3 days left. Rising from his chair, Christina spoke up. Before that, let's prepare what's necessary to take him out. We can't let him build a more powerful faction. Her gaze locked onto his, leaving Kim Hunbok lost in thought. She really is something else, he mused. He could feel her indomitable spirit and her deep-seated disdain for making mistakes. Kessler suddenly blurted out, "Good God, no wonder they call her a mage, right?" Kai also agreed, which is why people often say you shouldn't get on a mage's bad side. 3 days later, in a basement, a large crowd had gathered for Kim Jong-hyuk's meeting. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he spoke up, "Everyone, listen to me clearly. Can you hear me? Since everyone is here, let's get started. First off, I want to thank you all for taking the time to read the post and come here. Everyone is busy. No one came here to mess around, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm sure you've all realized the difficulty jump from E-rank dungeons to F-rank dungeons. In a short time, 16 people have already died. I prepared myself, but the monster levels are much higher than what I had read about. Fortunately, my group has a lot of people, and we coordinate very well, so no one has been lost yet. Dungeons are dangerous places. Let your guard down for a second and you're dead, but that doesn't mean we can't clear them. There are plenty of guides online. We're just like them, so we can do it too, right? Of course, everyone has different skills, but if we join forces, we can make it happen. Since everyone's abilities are different, I've made some calculations. I'll share those later, but people can't just live on ideals alone. You have to face reality. The biggest issue is money. Our main income comes from the loot we get after killing monsters. If we have to split the loot among so many people, everyone's share drops. What happens if a conflict arises? Since everyone here is strong, the problem will be severe. That's why we need a leadership system to regulate these things and resolve practical issues. Furthermore, I'm standing here to announce the formation of a guild. I've been scouting dungeon websites and learned that a guild system upgrade is coming soon. After establishing a guild, our income from killing monsters will increase by 30%, among other benefits. Standing in the crowd, Kim Hunbok looked at him and thought, here we go. He's starting to show his true colors. Jong-hyuk put on a facade of integrity and continued. So, I propose we form a guild, and I will be the guild master. Kim Jong-hyuk got to the heart of his speech. I want to start a guild, and I will be the leader. The crowd quickly became restless at his proposal. Kim Jong-hyuk laughed loudly and added, of course, I have a reason for wanting to be the guild master. After awakening my skills, I gained a super ability. The crowd buzzed even more at this news, as it was hard to believe someone could gain a super ability after awakening. I've never heard of that. Is that even possible? What kind of ability is it? Jong-hyuk began explaining his power. First, I have a B-rank skill called subordinate control. This allows me to give orders to those under my command, or those at a lower level. However, even though I can control others, everyone still has their own autonomy. I can't force them. He didn't stop, continuing to explain, I can only keep their bodies immobilized for a short time. Also, I can't control those stronger than me. So, to develop this skill, I've been putting in the effort every day. Kim Jong-hyuk used his hands to emphasize his words. Thanks to that effort, I reached a threshold for a super ability. That super ability is the power to upgrade the skills of those I lead. Suddenly, his words drew the crowd's eyes toward the 3 explorers standing below. What he said caught them off guard, and they looked up at Kim Jong-hyuk in disbelief. What? Upgrading skills? Is that for real? He sounded excited, then laughed and continued to show it off. I call this super ability Blessing in Disguise. Just like the name says, it can increase the skill level of those under my control by 1 tier. If you guys agree to form a pact with me and stand under my banner, I can upgrade your skills. To make his words more convincing, Jong-hyuk pointed to a random man and suggested, seeing is believing. Can you come here for a second? He coached the guy while grabbing his hand. You just need to say, I will form a pact with you, and that's it. Hearing that, the man agreed. I'll form a pact with you. But nothing special happened after the man spoke. Even so, Kim Jong-hyuk patted his shoulder firmly and smiled, continuing his presentation. There, Now he's my subordinate. He got straight to the point to demonstrate his power. In a flash, the man's pickpocket skill was upgraded from C rank to B rank. Now I will prove that my super ability really has gotten stronger. The man immediately opened his status board and gasped in shock. It's real. My skill has actually leveled up. Oh, this super ability is amazing. The crowd was buzzing again. They were almost completely sold by what they just saw. Just a simple pact and a skill upgrades. It's wonderful. With a super ability like this, clearing dungeons won't be a problem anymore. Using Kim Jong-hyuk's live example as persuasive evidence, he continued his speech to win over the crowd. With this super ability, the higher my position, the stronger I become. That's why I want to be the guild master. He spoke with a friendly smile that didn't reach his eyes. Everything is just to increase everyone's survival rate, even if it's just by a little bit. Let's give this opportunity to as many people as possible. Kim Jong-hyuk placed a hand over his heart, acting sincere. With more people under my command, my control ability will be even stronger, he said loudly. So, to prevent any potential risks, I volunteer to take a mana oath right here. Right now, a mana oath is an unbreakable contract. If anyone violates the vow, the violator will not only lose all their mana but also be crushed by the mana current itself, dying slowly in despair. A flash of blue light suddenly erupts from the spot where he placed his hand. The light glows even brighter as his clear, resonant voice rings out. As a mana user, I swear on my honor that I will never issue any unreasonable orders. The onlookers seem excited by what Kim Jong-hyuk just did. He really swore the mana oath. Kim Jong-hyuk is truly worthy of being our guild leader. Let's form an alliance and clear this dungeon together. Hearing this, he flashes a friendly smile at those before him. Thank you all for your understanding. But in an instant, Kim Jong-hyuk lets his true colors show, his face twisting into a sinister grin. That's that. A single clap echoes out, cutting through the chatter from him and the crowd. It is Kim Hunbok and his skeletons. He claps while speaking, drawing everyone's attention. Impressive. I knew you'd push to form a guild. Kim Hunbok continues, but I never expected you to have the super ability to level up other people's skills. Kim Jong-hyuk maintains his fake smile while listening. Thank you, Kim Hunbok. I didn't expect someone like you, a high-class mage, to be praising me. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok asks a question that catches the attention of both the crowd and him. I have a question. Care to answer it? Kim Jong-hyuk replies immediately. Of course. Go ahead. Kim Hunbok looks at him with a sharp gaze, then repeats the description of that ability. A skill that can be leveled up if someone is under the influence of the blessing in disguise skill. And your ability to control others also grows stronger, doesn't it? Kim Jong-hyuk admits, that's right. However, if they are stronger than me, have a higher level, or possess a stronger mental fortitude, they can resist it. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok rubs his chin, looking thoughtful as he listens. So you say they can resist it. He drops his playful act, shifting to a serious tone. That must be why you killed all 16 of them. The crowd's expression shifts again at Kim Hunbok's words. Kim Jong-hyuk breaks a sweat, but he keeps his fake smile, feigning innocence as he asks back. What are you talking about? Me, killing those 16 people? Yeah. Kim Hunbok cuts him off. Stop pretending. I'm talking about those you tried to control, but who died because they tried to resist your commands. Or perhaps there were even more than that? Kim Jong-hyuk grinds his teeth, thinking bitterly. That bastard. Then, Kim Jong-hyuk quickly places a hand over his left chest and denies it loudly. What are you saying, Kim Hunbok? I have never killed anyone in my life. If you don't believe me, I can swear a mana oath right now. The blue light from the mana oath appears again, shining even brighter than before. I have never killed other adventurers. I swear on the mana oath that what I am saying is the truth. This actually seems to work. The crowd quickly wavers, looking at Kim Hunbok with hostility. He swore a mana oath, so how could he be lying? That mage must be spouting nonsense. Kessler, already annoyed, speaks up immediately. This is so irritating. Let's just go up there and rip his throat out. Hearing this, Kai advises him, be patient. Kessler, losing your temper will just ruin things. Kim Hunbok takes a few steps forward. Amidst the murmuring, he asserts, let me correct myself. You didn't kill them. Then, Kim Hunbok loudly accuses him. You ordered those 16 people to kill each other. The words he speaks immediately make Kim Jong-hyuk uncomfortable. I misspoke earlier. According to you, that was just a request, right? Back when Kim Jong-hyuk was in the previous dungeon, there were 28 adventurers in his group, and he wasn't particularly outstanding. So, he tried to use his mind control ability to get ahead of others at any cost. In the end, he obtained the super ability, Blessing in Disguise. There is only one thing. He has always been a villain. He uses the mana oath to make people let their guard down and gathers adventurers under his control. When the dungeon clearance is almost finished, he reveals his true nature. He orders, or rather, requests those who resist him to kill each other. Those who cannot resist his requests end up killing those who oppose him. So, he has never technically killed anyone. In reality, he only instigates. Having his past exposed makes him lose his cool and shout, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you have proof? Proof that I did those things? You dare accuse me without any evidence?" He tries to turn the suspicion onto Kim Hunbok because of his appearance, as he never shows his face. "Aren't you the one hiding something? Don't think that just because I was being respectful, you can say whatever you want." But he remains calm, answering with a stern expression. "Evidence, you say. It's time. Although, you won't believe it." Kim Jong-hyuk bursts into laughter. How ridiculous. What kind of joke are you trying to pull? Yet, in his heart, he thinks, he can't possibly have evidence because the bodies of those adventurers vanished along with the dungeon. Kim Jong-hyuk acts like a madman trying to take control of everything, and he had already heavily influenced the surviving members. Yoon Hana, the girl standing in the middle, suddenly speaks up. "Stop making things up." She, along with the man beside her, shouts under his influence, trying to protect him. Kim Jong-hyuk is very trustworthy. We were only able to survive thanks to Kim Jong-hyuk. Don't talk if you don't know anything. Kim Hunbok raises his staff high while speaking. Isn't it pitiful? Just wait a moment, I will set everyone free. A magic circle forms beneath his feet. Rise from the dead. From beneath the ground, the souls of the adventurers rise. They quickly stand up from the ground and fix their vengeful gazes on him, charging forward. Once everything is settled, Kim Hunbok begins to introduce himself. "My name is Kim Hunbok. I am a mage who learned magic at the Necromancy Institute." Hearing this, the crowd is momentarily suspicious and immediately asks, "Where is the Necromancy Institute? Are you a necromancer?" Kim Hunbok continues to explain about himself while those souls are still standing around him. "Just as you said, I am a necromancer. The magic I learned at the Necromancy Institute has many uses. There are many types of magic. Some can summon undead and golems, others can curse or poison. Among the gazes watching me, I am most proficient in the field of the undead." The more Kim Jong-hyuk hears, the more anxious he feels, his lips tightening. Kim Hunbok continues, "That is why I have the ability to hear and see what ordinary people cannot. To be honest, even if you, Kim Jong-hyuk, want to do something, it wouldn't affect me or have anything to do with me." Then he casts his gaze down at the souls standing before him. "But ever since we met, they have been bothering me constantly, so I have no choice but to step forward." He immediately becomes unhinged, shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth. There's no such thing as ghosts. This is just magic, just a childish game." Before Kim Daksha could add anything more, a sound rang out, a voice that forced him to stop speaking. He paused, and a finger from one of the spirits was raised. It pointed at someone Kim Daksha was controlling and commanded, "Release this child." The crowd gasped in shock as they saw the spirit of a girl pointing at Lee Gil-young. "Set my brother free." Some people saw this and turned their eyes toward her. Lee Gil-young, now trembling under Kim Daksha's influence, began to tear up. Yet, he still refused to surrender and shouted back, "Don't believe them. This is just his little trick. He's just jealous because I'm the guild leader." Those being controlled by Kim Daksha wanted to resist, but under his manipulation, they forced smiles and spoke up to defend him. Their voices became stuttered. "That's right, guild leader Kim Daksha didn't do anything wrong." She spoke with eyes bleeding, tears. "Please, please believe him." Those bloody tears from Lee Gil-young proved the hidden truth, leaving the crowd gasping in shock. A few couldn't help but grit their teeth in anger. Is this something a human being would do? They glared at him with hatred and demanded, "Get down here and tell us the truth. You just wanted to manipulate us like this, didn't you? Set them free." Kim Daksha was now helpless, unable to argue back. He was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, unable to utter a word. They didn't stop attacking him verbally. "Don't take away our allies' freedom, you scumbag. You aren't worthy of being a guild leader." Hearing this, Kim Daksha felt overwhelmed and crumbled, followed by a surge of pure rage. Damn it. It was almost done. His gaze shifted toward Kim Nam-woon as he cursed. "This is all that bastard's fault." Yoo Jung-yak couldn't keep his cool anymore. He lunged from a distance and roared, "You!" Without hesitation, he swung his sword down, determined to take Kim Nam-woon's life. "I'll kill you." But Kim Daksha didn't flinch, even as Yoo Jung-hyuk's blade headed straight for him. Kessler suddenly appeared and blocked the blow for Kim Nam-woon, sending sparks flying as metal clashed against metal. He even sent him flying back several meters, forcing him to dig his hands into the ground to break. Yoo Jung-hyuk gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damn bastard." He looked at both Kessler and Kim Daksha and continued, "You're just a puppet too. Why are you interfering in my business?" But before Kim Daksha could say more, he lunged forward again with incredible speed to strike. Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped back, while simultaneously stretching his hand toward those being controlled, ordering them to intercept. Kessler swung his sword without giving him a chance to breathe, but luckily, Kim Dokja dodged, letting out a frustrated grunt of dissatisfaction. His short sword was forced out, clashing against the greatsword of the man who wanted him dead. Sparks flew as the two blades collided. Kim Dokja shouted his second order, puppets. Attack. The controlled individuals began to move under that immense pressure, helplessly falling into formation to act as shields for him. All three quickly rushed forward to attack Kessler. Seeing the situation, they used telepathy. He spoke to the others. There's no other way, we have to break their limbs to stop them. Li Jihei, from behind, understood what Kessler meant and rushed in to support. No, Kessler, they didn't do anything wrong. Keep the damage to a minimum. Then, each of them took on a target. He clashed with Li Seilhua. Feeling the strength radiating from her, a thought flashed through Li Jihei's mind. Her defensive power is amazing, she wasn't pushed back at all. Did his ability level up? On the other side, Kim Dokja laughed arrogantly. Kim Namwoon, you're using those piles of bones to go up against my subordinates? Don't even dream of it. The boast had barely left his mouth when Li Seilhua was knocked flying back right in front of him, making him freeze for a second. The attacker was none other than Li Hainsung. He used the magic circle he created to blow her away. His arrogance vanished, replaced by a scowl as he saw Li Seilhua crash into the ground. Kim Dokja immediately cast a spell in his palm, but his mouth kept running. Don't get cocky. I'll show you what true misfortune looks like. She opened her eyes wide as he increased his control, boosting the skills of Li Seilhua. She clutched her head in agony from the intensity. A red aura emanated from her body. But it wasn't just her. The other two men showed the same signs. Their stats were rapidly rising as he explained with a smirk. This is madness mode, sacrificing life force to exchange for a massive stat boost. Suddenly, the crazed fighters lunged forward to attack, while he stayed in the back, running his mouth. Now, try facing them. You have no chance of fighting back, kid. One sword clashed with Kessler's greatsword. Another clashed with Li Jihei's. Each of them faced one of the men Kim Dokja was controlling. Li Hyun-sung didn't choose to fight directly. He stayed back, supporting them with his magic circle's ice arrows. But before the attack could hit the target, Li Seilhua blocked it for him. Kim Namwoon observed the situation from behind, and with his eyes, he quickly realized their stats had spiked. But before the thought could finish, Kim Dokja aimed at Kim Namwoon and shouted, "My subordinates are much stronger than your dolls." Kim Dokja quickly appeared right in front of him and swung his sword. "Go to hell, kid." In response, Kim Namwoon remained calm, his expression unchanged as he thought, "You're crowing too early." From thin air, a black hole appeared, striking him directly. Kim Dokja grimaced and cursed, "Damn it, you trash. What did you do?" But that expression didn't last long. His blood ran cold when he turned around to look behind him. The bone dragon was looming over Kim Dokja with eyes full of killing intent, making him stutter, "Be bone dragon." Kim Namwoon didn't wait any longer and gave the order, "Skeleton warriors." Instantly, warriors rose from the ground at his command, grabbing her legs. A hand also reached out to strike the back of Li Seilhua's neck. Kessler, Li Jihei, and Li Hyun-sung successfully knocked out the three controlled people without a single casualty. Kim Dokja's expression shifted immediately, his face turning deathly pale. Kim Namwoon slowly approached him and said, "You were almost successful." He twirled the magic staff in his hand and added, "If I hadn't been hanging around here, even if you had succeeded, I wouldn't have known anything, and you would have just kept getting stronger." He shouted threateningly as soon as he saw Kim Hunbok raising his staff, ready to strike, then suddenly switched to begging, confused. "Wait, what are you doing?" I get it now. I won't do it again. I was wrong." Kim Jong-yuk then strained himself, using all his brain power to squeeze out, pleading words to save his own life. "Spare me. I won't do it again. You're not the type to enjoy killing, right?" Hearing that, he didn't lower his hand but asked him, "Do you spare the lives of those who once begged you?" Kim Jong-yuk, though startled, replied hastily, Yes, I do. I swear it." Not getting an honest answer made Kim Hunbok silent for a moment, then he looked at him with sharp eyes. Without waiting any longer, he delivered a fatal blow to the man, causing blood to splatter everywhere, saying, "Lying is very bad." Then, blood from Kim Jong-huk's head splattered onto part of his mask. Kim Hunbok, having just woken up from the memory, immediately rushed to the bathroom to vomit. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by himself, and then the sound of retching continuously echoed along with his heavy breathing. Kim Hunbok closed his eyes tight, silently blaming himself for killing someone. That memory was still there, the feeling of slashing into someone's head and having their brains splatter like a volcanic eruption. "I can't forget that feeling." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "You have endured very well, Master." That sound quickly spread everywhere. "Master, you killed an evil person. If you hadn't killed him, more innocent people would have died at his hands. Master, you did the right thing. As the words finished, he fell into a state of confusion. Was that the right thing to do? There were ways to lock him up without killing him, right? Maybe there was no need to kill like that. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok fell into deeper thought than anything else. That voice quickly reappeared in his mind. You even brought those skeletons with you, didn't you? Why stop me? Recalling that, he continued his train of thought. If that guy was treated that way, I wouldn't be able to argue against it. Each friend was called to mind. Kessler, Guy, and Christina. Every memory of them surfaced, making Kim Hunbok helplessly close his eyes. Didn't you all support the actions of your master, which is me? The people outside quickly took the opportunity to manipulate his mind. Can you forget it, master? Master, all of this has been our choice since we swore the Manna Oath. If we didn't eliminate Jongyuk, who knows what big disaster he might have caused. The sound continuously echoed in Kim Hunbok's ears, making him clench his teeth in endurance, and there would have been more victims. Even we couldn't have foreseen it, master. You must overcome that feeling of guilt. Finally, Kim Hunbok couldn't take it anymore and moved to open the door. Stop it. As the door opened, he was faced with the three of them. Don't say anything else to me today. I want to be alone right now. Hearing that, the three of them took orders and stepped aside for Kim Hunbok to leave. Seeing the situation suddenly become serious, the three of them said nothing but silently watched his gradually fading back. After leaving that place, Kim Hunbok immediately threw himself onto a pillow. He didn't know what to do, so he just helplessly lay on the bed in silence. However, even though he closed his eyes to clear his mind, Kim Hunbok's thoughts couldn't help but stir. I know, if I let Kim Jongyuk live, he might kill me too. To survive, that was something that had to be done. His eyes gradually opened, but a murderer is still a murderer. There's no denying that. I probably won't be able to forget this incident forever. Kim Hunbok once again lacked the courage to face it. So from now on, I should be determined. In order to survive, even if I commit a crime, I must not forget it. A blue aura suddenly radiated around him. It was all a debt. That makes me determined to survive at all costs to atone for my sins. After a while, Kim Hunbok fell into a deep sleep. The dark sky had long since been replaced by brilliant light. It shone into his eyes, forcing Kim Hunbok to wake up. But early in the morning, he was startled and panicked by that trio. They stood by his bed and popped party poppers. Congratulations. Congratulations, master. Kim Hunbok didn't understand anything and had to ask. Ah. He slowly turned around and spoke up. What is it? They happily answered one by one. Congratulations, master. On uprating to the fourth circle. I believed in you. Master, you are the best. However, Kim Hunbok didn't pay attention to the rest but asked directly about the matter he was confused about. Uprating to the fourth circle. What are you guys talking about? One of them explained. We can all feel it clearly. Then Christina touched him, causing him to emit a blue aura, and continued. Your commitment yesterday caused your mana to shift. You have entered the fourth magic circle. Hearing that, he looked visibly surprised and asked back, Me? Really? To confirm those words, Kim Hunbok took out his phone to check. Before him was his information panel. Kim Hunbok, human race, strength 26 plus 5, agility 25, 57, stamina 25 plus 5, magic power 85, 12, dexterity 45, 78. Remaining points 40, making Kim Hunbok exclaim, It's actually true. Suddenly, he felt much more relieved, taking the guilt upon himself, deciding to treat it as a debt and trying to develop his spirit, but his mood didn't really improve, did it? However, in contrast to Kim Hunbok, the guy was very excited and spoke up, but growing like that was clearly something to celebrate. He also added, becoming stronger is a good thing. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing his hand and calling him master. Christina knelt in front of Kim Hunbok and said, Almost no one has become a mage, possessing a fourth magic circle in such a short time like you, master. She added, This is truly something to be proud of. Hearing that, his tired face gradually wore a smile as he replied, Thank you very much. He propped himself up to regain his spirit and said, Since I've reached the fourth circle, the tasks I need to do must be piling up like a mountain. Christina, standing next to him, immediately comforted him. It's okay, a lot happened yesterday, so just rest for now. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok realized, why didn't the other one answer like Christina? Hearing that, she had to explain the situation. The situation in the dungeon is a bit complicated right now. Christina gradually recounted. According to the post on the bulletin board, after we returned, the remaining dungeon explorers formed a guild. She gradually lowered her head and continued, but no one has the ability to lead it. It seems like distrust has emerged among the explorers because of what happened with Jongyuk, and currently, the free bulletin board is filled with comments about you, master. Hearing that, he smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, "That's true. I did cause a scene after all." On the other hand, news was appearing on the bulletin board. Yesterday, someone named Kim Hunbok, who claimed to be a soul summoner, controlled a bone dragon. He appeared like a savior, not hesitating to kill that guy right on the spot. Even more disgusting was how he used some kind of stick to smash his head in. Watching that scene, I thought he was some kind of psychopath. Suddenly, looking at the news board, someone spoke up. No one else is like Kim Hunbok. Standing behind Leon and looking at the screen, he asked, "So, who's going to stop him?" "Are you reading the comments too, sir?" The man replied, "Yeah, I'm checking the news." Hearing that, he shared his thoughts. 1 million summoners who can control bone dragons? Who would actually believe that? Isn't that just written for clicks? That's why those comments are so absurd. There's no way 1 million summoners could shift that monster. Without stopping, the MC rolled his eyes and continued. At the very least, you need to be at the 6th circle to summon it. A bone dragon is strong enough to be a challenge for our guild. And yet, that monster was summoned by just an E-rank dungeon summoner. Hearing that, Leon turned to answer immediately. "Not necessarily. It's highly likely to be true," he said, causing the other man to become quickly confused. "Hey, didn't you just say it didn't exist a moment ago?" he explained to the MC. There are also many posts mentioning similar issues on the dungeon forums. Besides, since so many people have posted about it, I think it actually exists. Leon remembered. Furthermore, at the end of the 5th circle, it's almost reached the 6th circle, so we can't rule out the existence of such a summoner. After listening to his analysis, the man showed an expression of astonishment, his mouth hanging wide open, not knowing what to say. Seeing that, Leon laughed brightly and asked, "Why so tense? Unpredictable things happen all the time, but we just keep on living normally." However, he had his own opinion. "Even so, sir, don't forget that when it comes to invading the dungeon, I will do my best to handle the tasks the president requests." The moment he finished speaking, the man laughed heartily and said, "As expected, I like it when you say that. I'm counting on you." Mac quickly shifted into a serious state and spoke up. "Then I will handle what the president requested first." Leon also replied in a serious tone. "Good, it's all in your hands." On the other side, they were holding wooden swords and fighting non-stop. Kessler was constantly swinging his sword at Kim Hunbok. He didn't offer any resistance, only dodging, which made him rush forward and say, "Master, you can't control the enemy if you only dodge." Suddenly, Kim Hunbok's eyes lit up as if he had realized something, and he silently waited for the right moment. Looking at Kessler looming before him, he thought to himself, "Since entering the 4th circle, my memory, speed, thoughts, and calculations have truly become much faster than before." Though lost in thought, Kim Hunbok didn't neglect the battle and quickly parried his strike. Most basic moves like these can be predicted. He quickly grasped the situation and countered, knocking Kessler's sword away, feeling like he had turned into a different person. Before the shocked face of his opponent, the sword clattered to the ground. Then Kessler exclaimed, "That's surprising, to have improved this much in just a day or two." Kim Hunbok wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "Christina said this is because of the mana's grace in my brain." He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The brain, not the muscles." Suddenly, while they were talking, Kai chimed in, "Because it limits the ability to control the opponent with brute force." Hearing that, Kessler snapped irritably, "Look back when you're talking. Kai, are you saying I don't have a brain?" The figure didn't even turn around, replying, "You don't. We're all just bones." As soon as Kai finished, he flew into a rage. "What? Come out here and let's see who's better." He had to quickly hug Kessler to stop him. "Kai didn't mean it like that. Don't get so angry." Seeing him slowly stand up, Kim Hunbok immediately asked, "Kai, even you?" But he didn't stand up to fight, instead saying, "Master, it seems another 13 adventurers have died." Suddenly, the two of them became completely silent and turned their heads to listen to the voice. Kai quickly spoke up. At that time, those dungeon adventurers formed a guild. Although the guild they formed is named Noma, I just feel there's some kind of urgency there. Most of all, until now, they're still trying to find and recruit you, Master. Suddenly, a shot rang out. "There are still more?" He forced a smile and interrupted. "I have no intention of joining a group with them." Then that voice rang out again. "That's right, Master. You have entered the 4th circle. There is no reason to associate with them. Master can summon even more monsters than those guilds." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok smiled brightly and said, "Even so, just thinking about the difficulty of the dungeon, I want to invade it even more." But suddenly, Christina appeared out of nowhere with a creepy face and said, "Absolutely not." Making him jump, it continued, "I have told you many times, now is the time for you to develop yourself, so you must give up the idea of going to the dungeon immediately." Hearing that, he scratched his face sheepishly and replied, I know, I know. I didn't even have that thought to begin with. But is there anything else? The training is already finished. As soon as Kim Hunbok finished speaking, Christina clapped her hands excitedly and said that was it. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful again. Finally, the most important plan had been completed. Night quickly fell. Yoon Hana, on this side, was no different from Kim Hunbok when he had just killed Kim Jong-hyuk. She gritted her teeth in pain from a nightmare, her mouth muttering incessantly, "No, no, it's not allowed, please. You have to kill them all." For a fleeting moment, old memories surfaced in Yoon Hana's mind. She quickly woke up, mouth agape, and screamed. The space suddenly became silent, leaving only the sound of difficult, heavy breathing. Yoon Hana clutched her head in frustration. I had a nightmare again. His face gradually appeared in her mind. Why is it like this? Kim Jong-hyuk is already dead. The image of Yoon Hana being knocked unconscious resurfaced along with a sound. Sorry. She only remembered being unconscious and lying on the ground. A while later, Yoon Hana slowly regained consciousness as a strange sound echoed in her ears. I killed Kim Jong-hyuk, but don't you worry. That person's hell starts from now on. The moment that voice finished, Yoon Hana woke up in terror. The scene of him being dragged away by the boy, screaming in pain, reappeared. Kim Jong-hyuk begged in agony for it to stop, but the boy didn't care and threw him away without a shred of mercy. Now, do as everyone wants. Just as Kim Jong-hyuk lay on the ground, his nightmare began. The souls quickly rushed toward Kim Jong-hyuk to tear him apart, causing him to scream in pain. Stop. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, following the situation. What is this? Suddenly, Yoon Hana felt a sense of freedom belonging to her and quickly looked down. Wait, am I moving based on my own reason? In a fleeting moment, while she was crouching on the ground, confused, a soul had already arrived to bring an end to it. Hana's sister approached with a look of relief and said, Yoon Hana, your body is finally free. You suffered so much all this time, haven't you? It's okay now. Seeing her sister walk toward her, she burst into tears of regret and called out, Sister, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. It's because of me. But before she could finish, her sister stepped forward and touched her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. It's not your fault. From now on, you'll be able to endure it on your own, right? Then, amidst the blinding light of their parting, her sister smiled her final goodbye. You have to survive. This made her panic and cry out, Sister. In a flash, her sister dissolved into bubbles and floated away. It's our duty. Seeing this before her, Yoon Hana said in fear, Wait, sister, wait for me. Returning to reality, she thought back to the past. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the bright smile she once had was long gone. Yoon Hana clenched her fists, determined that she couldn't just stay home crying like this anymore. She had to be strong so that things like this wouldn't happen again. Then, she quickly imagined herself fighting against ferocious monsters. Even so, Yoon Hana grabbed her shield to attack without fear. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, That's enough. As soon as those words left her mouth, blood splattered everywhere. The scene shifted to Kim Hunbok, who was smiling cheerfully and asking, Christina, I still don't understand why we have to build a base. She pointed at the project and replied, As you know, Master, it's not like there are only 1 or 2 dungeons appearing in this world. We can't just raid all of them like that. Christina continued to explain. If an attack fails, the monsters remain intact, and the dungeon seekers will have their names stripped away, just like us, and become undead. She created a projection to make her explanation more vivid. If we leave them alone recklessly, those monsters could step out of the dungeon and enter the homes where the seekers used to live. His expression suddenly turned serious. That's right. Just then, that voice from the car echoed in Kim Hunbok's head again. Sightseeing is fine, but you should return before it's too late. There's been some terrible stuff happening lately. A lot of missing persons cases. I heard there are 50 people worldwide. That's horrible. They were all found to have died from blood loss. He followed up with that thought. That incident could also be caused by monsters. Understanding his thoughts, Christina pushed up her glasses and continued. That is why we need a base that everyone can use to increase our survival rate over the long term. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok turned to her, excited, and asked, So that's why. When does the construction start? She held up a finger and replied, First, we have to look at another issue, which left him confused. Another issue? Christina pointed to the board on the wall and said, Building a base costs a lot of money, and the profits from the enchantment cards are decreasing. Kim Hunbok heard this and shouted in shock, Why? Isn't production twice what it used to be? She lowered her hand and explained, The quality of the enchantment cards has been relatively high lately, so of course, the price has adjusted to match. Seeing that, he helplessly held his head. So we have to double production? No. Triple it, right? No sooner had Hunbok finished than Christina excitedly thought of a bright vision. That's why I'm thinking of selling magic items. He couldn't help but worry, shouting, wait a second, Christina, is that okay? If we lose money on the manufacturing process this time, wouldn't that be a huge problem? She answered confidently, don't worry. The enchantment cards were just to test my capabilities and make some money. Magic items are different. Christina smiled proudly. My previous job was an enchantress. This is the answer. Seeing that, the others couldn't help but exclaim, so confident enchantresses really are terrifying. Seeing this, she asked immediately, if you could follow my lead, let's try it. Without hesitation, Kim Hunbok quickly signed the document. I agree. In a flash, she revealed her true intentions. If that's the case, you and I will be busy for a while, Master. I'm looking forward to our enchantment lessons. He darkened, hesitating as he spoke. I have to participate too. Christina lunged forward and shouted, of course. Crafting items is the best way to build a foundation. Kim Hunbok, the helpless leader, sighed. Fine, let's do it. The next day, the magic item crafting lesson began. As always, Christina followed him closely. Whenever he made a mistake, she pointed it out bit by bit. Thanks to Christina, he improved rapidly. If he made the same mistake repeatedly, he would be punished without mercy. She made him drink some kind of medicine that was good for his body, but he didn't even know the name. This medicine was truly unbearable. It was bitter, spicy, and even had a fishy smell to it. Wouldn't it smell like this if you mixed mustard, stinky tofu, and shrimp paste? Of course, he hadn't actually tried that. 3 months passed. One day, Kim Hunbok walked out with his eyes rolled back, and he shakily muttered, I can't take it anymore. But she was right behind him, holding that diabolical medicine and calling out, Master, you forgot one thing. Hunbok quickly fled, tears streaming down his face. Forget it, just kill me. Anything but that. Suddenly, he was stopped by a voice. Is that you? Kai said in a serious tone. The moment has finally arrived. The words made the other two turn back and listen with serious expressions. Dungeon boss room for level E discovered. The time quickly changed to 11:33. In a corner, someone was holding a phone, saying, I don't think they'll make it. The person next to them quickly chimed in. If they do come, it'll be a huge help to us. Suddenly, Yoon Hannah appeared from somewhere and said, Anyway, don't expect too much. They stood proudly in front of the main gate, and she ordered, We have to attack now. Yoon Hannah, the guild leader of Noma, turned around and announced, Everyone, get ready, we're going in. With the authority of a leader, she spoke clearly. I won't keep it long. Don't die. Suddenly, someone in the cheering crowd noticed something and glanced over. Then he turned completely and shouted, Look, someone is coming. In their line of sight were only glowing figures, indistinct in shape. They were like an army marching toward them. Leading them was Kim Hunbok, followed by his teammates Kai, Christina, Kessler, and others. Like two opposing schools of thought, they stood on opposite sides, neither saying a word to the other. With 392 days left before failing the level E dungeon raid for the 1,313th time, Kim Hunbok began the raid. After waiting 108 days in front of the boss room on the first floor, there was a moment of silence before Kim Hunbok broke it with a greeting. Hey everyone. It's been a while, hasn't it? Wearing a mask, he spoke clearly. It's a pleasure to meet everyone again. Murmurs erupted as people heard Kim Hunbok speak. Were those really the numbers he had gathered all by himself? No way. Standing in the crowd, Yoon Hannah suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It's an honor to meet you as well. We are truly grateful that you came here like this. She didn't seem intimidated by the number of followers he brought, straightening her posture as she continued. I was in such a bind back then, I couldn't greet you properly. I am currently Yoon Hannah, Guild Master of Noma. She bowed respectfully with a bright smile. Thank you for avenging my sister. I will surely return this favor one day. Kim Hunbok, however, remained calm and brushed it off. Don't worry about it. As for that guy named Kim Jong-hyuk, I only did it because I had a premonition that he would become my future enemy. As soon as he finished, a look of intrigued curiosity appeared on Yoon Hannah's face as she looked up. Is that so? She slowly stood up and asked, Then, can we join forces this time to defeat the boss for our own mutual benefit? Hearing this, Kim Hunbok was briefly taken aback. Join forces instead of just helping? Yoon Hannah calmly replied, It's an alliance. No matter how strong you are, Kim Hunbok, there's always a limit. Before she could even finish, he interrupted, Guild Master, I'm not the type of person who struggles with killing monsters. This statement made her look visibly cautious, unsure of how to respond. Then, Yoon Hannah quickly thought of another approach. What if I offer you a reward? Kim Hunbok immediately asked, A reward? As if to clarify her intentions, she pulled out a briefcase full of cash and 5 gemstones to gain his agreement. Yoon Hannah pointed at it with a bright smile and said, 1 million in cash and 5 mana gemstones. If we successfully defeat it, I'll pay you an even higher reward. Seeing this, Christina immediately linked her thoughts with Kim Hunbok. Master, the cash and the 5 mana gemstones aren't bad at all. But he thought to himself, yeah, but 100 million isn't that much money for us. Nevertheless, Kim Hunbok asked to confirm what she would pay if they succeeded. Hearing that, she put her hands on her hips and laughed. After we defeat the boss, I will definitely yield the loot to you. To show her sincerity, Yoon Hannah placed a hand over her heart and added, and 5 members of the Noma Guild, including myself, will perform a mana oath to fulfill one of your requests. Kim Hunbok clearly felt her sincerity. His eyes flickered with some hesitation. A few seconds passed, and Kim Hunbok decided to agree to the partnership. Fine, let's join forces. Naturally, that would be valid for now and potentially in the future as well. Seeing this, Yoon Hannah happily reached out and shook his hand. Thank you. To ensure we can defeat them, please help us plan accordingly. After accepting the proposal, Yoon Hannah began to explain her strategy. The Dungeon Explorer Guild brought shields. I don't know how that boss exists. It should be simple, but we must choose our path carefully. However, the plan was immediately shattered. A giant wolf appeared in Kim Hunbok's line of sight, and he sensed it immediately. It turned out to be a wolf boss, and there were over 100 more. Hearing this, she gasped. If it's wolves, seeing Yoon Hannah's visible anxiety, he comforted her. Don't worry, I have a plan. After that, we devised a new strategy. Once everything was prepared, the boss room opened. They lined up according to the plan to make it easier to initiate combat. Her group stood on the left with shields and swords, while Kim Hunbok's side stood on the right with a variety of weapons. The crowd couldn't stay quiet for long before someone spoke up. This isn't as easy as I thought. Before them were wolves and various other creatures acting as the boss's soldiers. The wolf quickly stood tall and let out a loud howl that echoed everywhere. The giant rats understood it as an order and quickly charged to attack. She frantically ordered the shield bearers to move out. Following Yoon Hannah's orders and the prearranged tactics, they suddenly formed a defensive wall made of shields. Under the pre-planned strategy, they huddled behind the shield wall and threw a large bag. The first and second rows threw them, leaving the rats confused and squealing. But the rats were no pushovers. They quickly used their shields to dodge. Yet, it didn't end there. The third and fourth rows used fireballs. Suddenly, fireballs flew from out of nowhere, lighting up the entire area. They didn't stop for a second, advancing rapidly to attack the rats. A massive explosion occurred, and the area was engulfed in flames, forcing them to struggle in defense. Suddenly, a mad bull roared in anger and charged out of the flames. It proudly stepped forward with its kin to attack. Seeing this, she turned and shouted loudly, Mr. Hunbok, everything depends on you. Then, under his summoning of bones, an alarming number of undead appeared. Even so, Kim Hunbok tried to speak up to reassure Yoon Hannah. Leave it to me, Bonnie. Just as he predicted, the bull horde kept charging toward the shield wall. An order rang out, advance. Suddenly, his army stepped forward in unison. With just one word, fire, arrows rained down, taking out many of the opponent's animals and causing them to shriek and flee. A person hiding behind the shield couldn't believe what they had done and chuckled. Is it that easy? We took them out just like that. But was it really that simple? An axe flew in from nowhere, spinning through the air. It landed right where the person had just spoken, causing the formation to split in a flash. A red and white light merged and spread, as if marking a boundary between the two sides. She turned back in fear and yelled for them to hold the line. The battle grew difficult as the bulls refused to retreat and kept charging forward. Monsters are coming. Seeing this, Yoon Hannah sternly ordered to maintain the formation, not to close the gap, and to fire in unison. Under her direction, arrows and fireballs flew, attacking them like rain. Wanting to change the situation, the monsters picked up a rat lying on the ground and threw it with all their might. Explosions and flashes appeared continuously, and questions couldn't help but rise. No way could it block that. The tide of battle shifted quickly, the formation couldn't retreat, and the monsters were flooding in. Run. Yoon Hannah suddenly became the leader. Everyone in the battle moved in pairs, trying their best to survive. Outwardly, she seemed calm, but inside, she was a mess. They couldn't fight and suffer losses like this. Should we retreat? While Yoon Hannah was in a panic, the skeleton army surged to the front as a voice rang out. Everyone, fall back. Seeing Kim Hunbok's misguided plan, she shouted immediately. We're outnumbered by these skeletons. They'll overwhelm us in no time. But he wouldn't give in, remaining firm on his strategy. This wasn't the end yet. Suddenly, the undead monsters appeared everywhere. Under Kim Hunbok's control, they quickly formed a rectangular shape, blocking every exit and surrounding the monsters. Yoon Hannah gasped in shock, thinking, Did he really summon this massive number of skeletons in an instant? Furthermore, she noticed a giant skeleton appearing right above her and him. Seeing the formation set up exactly as he wanted, Kim Hunbok shouted loudly, "Yin-Yang Blast." Nidhogg quickly exhaled a dark, purplish-black mist, causing them to evaporate rapidly. Witnessing the scene, Yoon Hannah couldn't help but gape in awe. Stunned, she stammered, They evaporated without a trace." Nidhogg, with fierce glowing red eyes, opened its mouth to unleash the yin-yang blast. The energy surged forward like a whip, lashing out in all directions. In just a few seconds, a trench had been carved out, filled with thick smoke that obscured everything. Yoon Hannah stood watching the scene in amazement, gasping. They evaporated without a trace. Suddenly, the sound of a staff tapping against the ground echoed. She panicked as she looked at Kim Hunbok, who was panting while struggling to stay upright. "Lord Kim Hunbok, are you okay?" Despite being exhausted, he replied, "I'm fine." But Kim Hunbok stood straight, showing his determination as energy radiated around him. "It's not over yet." Just as he said, the thick smoke began to clear, revealing massive figures. Sure enough, the monsters were still alive. Not giving them a chance to react, the wolf slowly appeared with a ferocious look, its presence overwhelming. It quickly let out a massive roar. As the scream echoed, the monsters attacked on command. Seeing this, Yoon Hannah shouted seriously, "Everyone, get ready to attack again." Following her order, they gathered together, those with crossbows and those with shields awaiting the next signal. Fire! As soon as Yoon Hannah's command ended, the group pulled their strings with grim determination. The overwhelming barrage of arrows left the monsters with no room to dodge, and each one was struck immediately. They collapsed to the ground just as the monster army surged forward. It didn't hesitate to slam into the shields, making it hard for the defenders to hold the line. The massive impact made the shield bearers groan in pain. Suddenly, the sound of skeletons shifting echoed from beneath the ground. Their increasing numbers made it hard for them to hold back. On the other side, Kim Hunbok was casting a spell. "I'll stop the fireballs. You deal with that giant wolf." Hearing that, she turned back in worry. "But if you do that, Lord Kim Hunbok, you'll run out of mana." While Yoon Hannah was about to say more, she suddenly realized something, her expression blank. Behind him, the wolf had suddenly appeared. It approached with murderous intent, its claws reaching for Kim Hunbok's eyes. In an instant, the sharp claws were right in front of him. Yet, Kim Hunbok couldn't move and just stood there. Fresh blood splattered. But the one injured wasn't him, it was the wolf. Kai and Kessler had suddenly appeared right behind Kim Hunbok, stabbing their swords into the beast. Meanwhile, a staff and a blue magical aura appeared. Someone was casting a spell. None other than Christina. Without hesitation, she swung her staff, unleashing a massive source of power. It flew straight at the wolf, slamming into it and sending it crashing into the wall in pain. Yet, despite being wounded and hit by two powerful attacks, it stood up immediately, staring at them with murderous intent. The wolf let out a majestic roar as a blue aura suddenly emanated from its body. Miraculously, as that energy touched the wounds, they began to heal. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward and said, "What an incredible regeneration." Then, Kim Hunbok and the others joined in, adding, "I told you there was a way to beat them." Despite his appearance, he was actually secretly delighted. The yin-yang blast he had used earlier had consumed Nidhogg's mana, not his own. Thanks to that, he could pretend to be out of mana to lure them in. Thinking this, Kim Hunbok reached out, commandingly signaling for the next attack. As he spoke, Kai, Kessler, finish it. The two immediately rushed forward to attack as Kim Hunbok requested. The wolf wouldn't go down easily. Seeing them, it immediately countered. But as the wolf's claws swung down, the two of them easily dodged, as if nothing had happened. Kai used his sword to quickly slash across the wolf, drawing blood. Kessler, behind him, also quickly seized the opportunity, lifting his sword to injure the wolf. "Don't be careless." Fortunately, the wolf blocked it, though some blood still sprayed. However, the moment blood splattered, the wolf's regenerative power immediately kicked in to heal it. Without wasting a second, he lunged to strike again. He also suddenly realized and looked back, thinking, "It's fully recovered already." But while he was deep in thought, Kai had once again raised his sword to attack, aiming for its neck. The sword's path became unpredictable. He feinted up and down to trick it. "End it now." As that thought faded, the wolf's body was covered in bloody slashes. As expected, even if it stumbled a little, the wounds on the wolf healed without any real damage. Seeing this, he linked thoughts with Kai. "Back off. Kai, don't rush in." Still, in that moment, it spotted Kessler's attack path, its eyes widening with resolve. Then, as the strike came down, the wolf ducked, dodging and quickly bolting past him. Seeing it draw near, Christina, who had been quiet, took action. "Let me handle this." As she spoke, she cast a spell. A circle of blinding light slowly formed from Christina's staff. Quick as lightning, a glowing golden chain appeared beneath the wolf's feet, binding its movement. Then, the chains moved from its feet to its arms, leaving the wolf unable to move. It stood in the middle of the magic circle, struggling endlessly, but ultimately helpless to run. The wolf strained its muscles to break free from the chains. It struggled so hard its limbs were shaking, but it still couldn't escape. The wolf snarled, ready to show off its dominance, but finding the noise annoying, it quickly silenced itself with a magic seal. Kessler seized the moment and lunged forward. "Stop howling, you rabid mutt." With a swift upward strike, he sent the wolf's head flying. His gleaming blade, now stained with blood, was still held high as the creature collapsed to the ground, dead. Dust and debris filled the air. The monster lay in a pool of its own blood, eyes glazed over, before its body dissolved into the void, leaving behind a glowing sky-blue crystal. Kim Hunbok reached down and picked up the crystal, which was about the size of his palm. Behind him, Christina spoke telepathically. "That is a moonstone, a mana stone infused with lunar power. It's incredibly valuable and will be a huge help to us." Meanwhile, nearby, Hannah was fighting with everything she had. She flipped a massive ox-like monster, its head snapping back as it let out a roar. Hannah drove her sword into its chest, and it slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. She panted for breath, scanning the battlefield. On the other side, her comrades and Andet were locked in combat against the herd of monsters, flames erupting everywhere. Someone shouted, "Attack from the wall of fire. Keep holding the line." In another corner, a soldier fired his crossbow at a swarm of rat-like monsters, yelling, "The monster is running away. Catch it." Suddenly, someone jumped out, blocking the rat's path and stopping them dead in their tracks. It was Kai, his white cleric outfit standing out, eyes glowing with an orange hue as he watched them struggle. Moments later, amidst the terrifying screams, blood splattered across the ground. Seeing this, Hannah wiped sweat from her brow, muttering, "That's Andet for you." Suddenly, someone spoke behind her, making Hannah jump as she turned around. "You've worked hard," Kim Hunbok announced cheerfully. "The dungeon raid is over. Congratulations to everyone on clearing out these monsters together." Hearing this, Hannah and Noman's group stared in utter disbelief. One of them asked skeptically, "We really caught the boss?" Another replied, dazed, "I think we did." They looked at each other, struggling to process the news. Some bowed their heads, others wiped away tears of relief, and soon everyone at the cave entrance was cheering. They had won. They were alive. The dungeon raid was a success. Hannah wiped away tears of joy, looking back, then turned to Kim Hunbok with deep emotion. "Thank you, Lord Kim Hunbok. If it weren't for you, we never could have defeated them." She bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "I truly thank you." He replied modestly, "I only did what was expected of me as a partner." Hearing this, Hannah looked up, asking with concern, "What are your plans for the future?" Kim Hunbok looked at her, deep in thought. "The future, you say?" He turned, staff in hand, and added, "Whenever you need us, we can work together again, but you must follow my lead." Kim Hunbok then left with Christina and his group, saying, "We'll be taking our leave now." Suddenly, Hannah called out, "We plan to enter the second floor in 3 days. If you have time, you must join us." Kim Hunbok walked away without looking back. "I'll keep that in mind." At the same time, the system notified him, dungeon level E 1311 cleared for the 108th time. Boss monster on floor 1 defeated. Someone behind Hannah murmured, "He's really much stronger than we thought." Noma's team members watched them go, noting, "Even his warriors are on another level." And it took down that wolf with such ferocity. Another added, praising them. "It's a good thing we were able to partner with Kim Hunbok." "That's for sure," someone agreed. Suddenly, another soldier broke into a cold sweat. "If Kim Jong-hyuk were still alive, we would have ended up as enemies of Kim Hunbok." Others nodded solemnly, shivering at the thought. Suddenly, Hannah shouted, drawing the attention of the Norman team. With a bright smile, she told everyone it was time to go home. Time flew by. Later, Andet was admiring the moonstone. Emerging from the bathroom while drying his hair, Kim Hunbok asked Christina, "That's top tier, right?" "This is our first major loot," she said, caressing the stone. "In our world, the moon is considered the eye of God, shining through the darkness." Kim Hunbok looked intrigued. "The eye of God that shines through the darkness?" Christina pictured the monsters with their gaping maws and sharp, gruesome teeth as she explained, "Yes. When the moon turns red, the monsters on the continent become frantic." She imagined the monsters quietly sitting under the trees as she continued. Conversely, when the moonlight turns blue, they become calm. Since the moonstone holds the power of the moon, it has many uses. Kim Hunbok leaned in, staring intently at the stone, eyes wide as he asked, "For example?" Christina pointed to the stone, remembering the fierce wolf, and said, its regenerative abilities, for instance, are why it could control and revive that wolf. Kim Hunbok realized, excited, aha, so that's why its regenerative power was far greater than mine. Suddenly, Kessler jumped up from the sofa, shouting, that's exactly why I smashed its head to bits so it wouldn't revive again. Kim Hunbok praised him, exactly. Thanks to you, we won so easily. Well done, Kessler. He turned to Christina. So, how do you intend to use this moonstone? Seeing this, Kessler stomped his feet in frustration. Master, why was that compliment so half-hearted? Keep praising me. Christina, unbothered, replied, in any case, she said seriously, I think it's best if only one of us uses it. Kessler went quiet, while Kai glanced over, paying attention. Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok scratched his chin, pondering. One of the three of you, huh? Kessler climbed over the sofa. Well, the answer is obvious, isn't it? Great minds thought alike. Kessler and Kai spoke in unison. Christina should use it. Christina should be the one. She looked up, surprised. Me? I should use it. Meanwhile, Kessler and Kai started wrestling and bickering. I could tell just by looking that it didn't fit me. Are you cutting me off? I'm just saying. I just had a feeling that it wasn't meant for me. You both said that at the same time. Kim Hunbok was amazed. So it was just a gut feeling? Then it's settled. No one could use it better than Christina. She clasped her hands, deeply moved. Thank you all for the support. I'll take good care of it. With tears in her eyes, Christina vowed, I will do my absolute best to fulfill my duties. Kim Hunbok, Kessler, and Kai all smiled, satisfied. Even Kessler and Kai high-fived each other. Suddenly, Christina ran off, shouting, I'm going to learn how to craft with it. Don't look for me for a while. She dashed into her room and slammed the door shut. Kim Hunbok scratched his cheek, smiling awkwardly. I guess we won't be seeing Christina for a while. 3 days after the team obtained the moonstone, Hannah led her squad, standing on the stairs and looking down into the basement. The Normans were preparing to descend to the second floor of the dungeon as planned. One teammate spoke up, anxious and uneasy. It doesn't look like it's over yet, does it? Suddenly, Hannah turned around and said, as everyone knows, the second floor of the dungeon is more dangerous than the first, right? She shouted out instructions, telling everyone not to lose focus and to protect each other. Then, they all raised their swords high and cheered in unison, following Hannah's command. Always remember, our goal is to try and survive so we can go home. After a while, someone's foot slipped on a ledge, causing a few pebbles to tumble down. Seeing this, a Norman team member warned, look out, be careful, or you're going to fall. The other person stammered, sorry, I've been walking for so long, I'm getting a bit dizzy. Suddenly, Hannah spotted light ahead. She turned and shouted to her weary teammates, whose eyes were heavy with fatigue. I see the exit. Come on, just a little further. We don't know what might appear, so whatever you do, don't break formation. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed toward the dungeon exit. As they stepped out, Hannah's group was blinded by the light and had to cover their eyes. Then, she gasped in shock. The other team members were equally stunned, shouting in surprise. Is this for real? They all stared at the clear blue sky before them, exclaiming, what in the world is going on? A sky inside a dungeon? Hannah tilted her head, shouting in disbelief, how can this be a sky in a dungeon? By now, all the Norman members had stepped out of the dungeon exit and looked up at the bright, open sky. Elsewhere, Kim Hunbok was deep in thought while looking at his phone. Kessler leaned in, peering at the screen with him, and asked, Master, is this for real? It's a stop, right? Kim Hunbok replied, they didn't lie to us. Nearby, Kai was surprised and curious. If there was an area like this outside the dungeon, it meant it was even higher rank than an E-class dungeon. Hearing that, he became wary if that was the case, then this was serious. The three of them then looked in the same direction. That was the door to Christina's room, which remained tightly shut. Kim Hunbok spoke up. We should probably ask Christina. After a while, she glanced at Kim Hunbok's phone, and he cautiously asked, what do you think? Christina replied calmly and bluntly, it's nothing special. There have been many cases like this on the Idea continent. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok wondered, oh, so it's nothing special? It's no different from a regular dungeon then. But Christina thought of a certain monster, speculating that there must be a difference. There will definitely be a monster twice as strong as the ones in a normal dungeon. But even so, it doesn't mean you can't handle it, Master. Christina added, this dungeon might be a forest-type dungeon. Unlike regular dungeons, this isn't just a standard floor, it's an entire space with its own ecosystem. Kim Hunbok, Kai, and Kessler stared in total shock, eyes wide. A dungeon contained within a single floor? Kessler slapped his hand, confidently guessing, I get it. Simply put, you can think of it as a dungeon that connects to other areas on the same level instead of floors below. Confirming his theory, Christina said that as Kessler described, all the areas were merged, making it massive in scale. Kessler cheered, bragging, "Oh, I guessed right." But Christina warned them, furthermore, there are no boss rooms. The bosses roam around each area. This information worried Kim Hunbok. What? That makes it even more dangerous. Then, they imagined themselves sneaking into the sky dungeon. They crouched behind a rock, observing two monsters. A runny, one of the bosses, was wandering around, seemingly unfamiliar with the environment. Kessler whispered to himself that one day he would go in alone and capture all of these creatures. Is it really not that special? Suddenly, Christina spoke up. Nothing has changed from what we've been doing. Hunt the boss monster and conquer the dungeon. She looked at the three of them and added, so, it's really no different than usual. Kim Hunbok started to reply that he supposed so, but Christina wasn't interested. She opened her door and said, "I'm going back to my room to continue crafting." She slammed the door shut, leaving the three of them standing there, speechless. Kessler suddenly asked, "Master, what should we do?" He smiled and replied, "All right, like Christina said, there's nothing out of the ordinary." Kim Hunbok left, saying, "I'm going to go train again. After all, this is a critical time." Seeing this, Kessler and Kai exuded blue and orange energy, their determination clear. Every day, their growth and loyalty to their master became more evident. They couldn't afford to fall behind. Kai also decided, "I have to finish studying this new book." Kessler headed to his room, saying, "Good. I'm going to finish watching Squid Game. It has some very important scenes." Kim Hunbok noted that they were dividing the work as usual. A few days later, I had a new plan and proposed it to the Norman adventurers. Beside a small campfire, Hannah's group was sitting around doing nothing. Suddenly, Hannah's phone lit up. Opening it, she saw a new message from Kim Hunbok. Someone sitting nearby looked over, curious. What does the message say? She explained that it didn't mention joining them, just an update about the new dungeon. Hannah was surprised. This again? Another condition, her teammate asked, looking suspicious. Another condition? The next day, Kessler yelled angrily, "Over there! Start digging, and dig harder." At this moment, the Norman group was sawing wood and building structures under Kessler's direction. "If this thing collapses later, you're dead. Nobody is going to help you. If you don't want to end up like me, you better do a good job." Nearby, two men carrying a heavy log grumbled, "No matter how much we reinforce things, isn't this just labor exploitation?" Even so, their idea of building a defensive formation is good. Once we're done, we can focus on training. Kessler overheard them and scolded, "Are you guys not moving your feet? I told you to pick up the pace." Scolded. The men carrying the wood broke into a sweat and stammered, Yes, damn it. Why is he screaming so much?" This only made Kessler angrier, and he shouted, "There's still so much work to do, so hurry up." Kim Hunbok thought. The Normans accepted the conditions, so it's actually going quite easily. Hearing his voice, Kessler turned and asked, "Master, you're here today. Is something wrong?" He looked ahead, moved. "I wasn't sure if everyone was progressing well, so I thought I'd gather some mana. You can gather mana here 3 times faster than at home." Suddenly, Hannah waved, "Mr. Kim Hunbok is here." "That's great. Kai needs to be here." Hearing that, he looked over, confused. "Kai?" Then Kim Hunbok turned to Kessler. "I'm going to go pick up Kai. I'll leave the work here to you, Kessler." He immediately gave a military salute and replied, "Leave it to me." Then Kim Hunbok followed Hannah. Instead of having the Normans train their combat and magic abilities, I have requested them to build a base camp inside the field dungeon on the 2nd floor. The dungeon explorers accepted my request, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Kessler and Kai are primarily handling the management. Kessler acts as the foreman, cracking the whip on the Nomon group. "Did you not hear me? Are you waiting until you see the coffin to shed tears?" They are terrified and forced to comply. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll work as hard as I can." Kessler is incredibly strict. Thinking of his own tent, Kim Hunbok assumes Kai is managing the outdoor work with similar intensity. Because Kai used to be a knight, he understands combat perfectly, which is why he is so harsh on the Noman explorers. Kim Hunbok enters the tent, sees Kai working with the Nomans and a map on the table, and says, "You've worked hard today, Kai. You've done a great job." Hearing his master's voice, he turns and says, "Master." He then asks if anything has been found this time. Kai thinks of the apes and the mysterious monster and replies, "Besides the giant ape discovered earlier, there is another monster, a red chimpanzee and an oversized beetle." Recalling the cold, sharp red beetle, he reports, "The oversized beetle is the size of a human head and capable of flight. It is a terrifying monster, especially with that axe-like horn on its head." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok imagines a beetle with eerie red eyes radiating killing intent under the moonlight and asks, "A carnivorous insect with a horn?" Kai immediately confirms, "Yes, those are the monsters near the camp." This makes Kim Hunbok alert. "Near the camp? Is there no precise information yet? Well, try to gather more intel, as much as possible, but don't overexert yourself. Kai bows his head in obedience. Yes, leave it to me, master. At the same time, elsewhere, everyone is practicing sword swings. The Nomen team members are sweating as they shout and hack down with their blades. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok watches happily, listening to someone lecture that basic skills must be practiced for a lifetime. In front of him, Kessler paces back and forth, lecturing the group. Solid skills will never betray you. The time they are spending together is incredibly meaningful. Kim Hunbok takes on the role of an instructor, teaching magic. I also want to keep my word to Christina that a mage must return the money received. I have been teaching them magic whenever I am free. In the process, I have realized many things, and it has helped me experiment with fourth circle magic. At night, everyone sleeps in sleeping bags out in the open. Just like that, everyone has grown accustomed to the dungeon, and they are determined to stay on the front lines to gain its abundant mana. Up in the sky, under the moonlight, a winged monster flies by, causing someone to lose sleep. Do you see that? If that thing attacks, are we safe? Another person reassures him. We have Master Kim Hunbok with us, don't we? That monster is nothing but an ant. The other person is still uneasy. Even though Master Kim Hunbok is truly strong, what if we get attacked? Hearing this, the person next to him squints and comforts him. We are being trained to deal with them, aren't we? Suddenly, the man's calm demeanor vanishes when his comrade's arm hits him, and he screams out loud. Then, seeing his comrade fast asleep with limbs sprawled out, he laments. It's clear that this is not an opponent we can fight. Rumors of seeing the suspicious monster have caused more people to give up. Kim Hunbok sits cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, meditating and thinking. Besides me, I am just focusing on gathering mana and practicing magic. Time flies by. It is the 8th day of building the front lines. Kim Hunbok opens his eyes in shock. Kai frantically shouts to retreat as far as possible. Hannah and a Nomen comrade run in front, while Kai covers the rear, rushing out of the forest. Hannah anxiously turns her head and shouts. At the same moment, a large, round rock flies over the Nomen members' heads. Then, a series of rocks fall, blocking their retreat. The Nomen member sees this and stutters. The path. Meanwhile, behind the three of them, a monster roars as it approaches. It is a giant chimpanzee with red hair. It stares with red eyes and opens its mouth in a long roar. And it isn't just one. Dozens of them surround the three. The red chimpanzees roar, threatening the trespassers in their territory. Seeing this, the Nomen member screams in terror. Damn it, we were so careful, but our position was still discovered. Kai has already put on his helmet and gripped his sword, ordering, at least 2 of you must escape and inform the master. Hearing this, Hannah is shocked. What about you? Finishing his words, Kai charges forward, shouting, that is what a scout must do. But Hannah anxiously calls out, wait, Kai. Kai charges alone, fighting his way through the red chimpanzees. Suddenly, one raises its weapon and howls, and then a series of them throw their spear-like weapons at Kai. His eyes flash red as he nimbly dodges each spear thrown at him. Suddenly, Kai's eyes widen in shock. Before him, a red chimpanzee appears out of nowhere, its eyes filled with killing intent, swinging its fist at him. It delivers a terrifying blow to his head, shattering Kai's helmet. Kai is sent flying, sliding across the ground until the rocks beneath him crumble. He hits a boulder and stops. His face is battered and distorted. Kai gasps in shock, while the chimpanzee jumps up, raising its fist to deliver a finishing blow to Kai, who is still sitting motionless by the rock. A massive blast of energy, radiating red, explodes, causing a tremendous tremor. The chimpanzee glares through the dust, roaring in anger, because its arms are being blocked by Hannah's shield. Although her whole body is trembling, the red chimpanzee's attack has been deflected right above Kai. Hannah grits her teeth, using all her strength to block the monster's fist. Even her shield is cracking. Nearby, a Nomen man fires an arrow, hitting the red chimpanzee, and shouts, it's down. The monster, struck in the chest by the arrow, roars in pain and rolls on the ground. On this side, Kai shakily stands up and says, thank you. I only survived because of you too. Standing in front of him, Hannah says they must work together to escape. Nearby, the Nomen member, despite sweating with fear, agrees the leader is right. For a long time, we have tried not to become a burden to you all. Even this thing is enough to pierce through them. Suddenly, the red chimpanzee pulls the arrow out of its body, causing blood to spurt out. It throws the arrow away, leading a group of red-haired chimpanzees, roaring in a frenzy. Then, the red chimpanzee stands up and shouts, ordering the pack of red-haired chimpanzees to charge at the three, who are backing against each other. The Nomen member with the crossbow shouts, they're coming, and fires an arrow, hitting the lead chimpanzee, but 3 more behind it continue to charge. The gnomon member raises his hand, intending to stop one that is lunging with its mouth wide open. But Hannah quickly uses her shield to strike the monster in the head, leaving it stunned. On this side, Kai swings his sword to fight two chimpanzees. A moment later, a few apes had already fallen, while the other three kept fighting like madmen. Suddenly, a fireball shot toward Kai's head, leaving him suspicious. Kai shouted a warning. Another fireball. Watch out. Then, the fireball struck the open ground and exploded. Kai turned his head to assess the situation. This attack style was completely different from before. They're trying to divide us? Are we being surrounded? What are they really after? Suddenly, a red ape lunged forward, blocking Kai's escape route. He cursed with glowing eyes, "You annoying monkey." Then the two engaged in a brutal melee, trading blows and slashes ferociously. But a moment later, after a few lightning-fast sword strikes, Kai had the red ape bleeding. Yet, this only drove it into a wilder, more furious frenzy. Still, with 3 strikes, Kai slashed the monster and darted behind it. He turned to check on his companions. Is everyone okay? I took down the red ape. So now. Kai suddenly spun around in panic. A giant white ape had appeared right behind him out of nowhere. It was the wandering boss, the white ape. With one casual swing of its hand, it sent Hannah and her teammate flying. Watching the two of them get hurled back in pain, Kim Hunbok trembled. Kai gritted his teeth, panicked. Hannah lay on the ground, brow furrowed in pain, but she was still breathing. Seeing that, Kai glanced down to calculate his next move. He observed the white ape's feet and grew suspicious, as it was currently holding up 4 fists. Only then did Kai clearly see the white ape's full body. It could stand like a human and have 4 arms. This left Kai completely stunned. Griping his sword, Kim Hunbok thought, "I'm sorry, master. I can't fight alongside you anymore." Before he could finish the thought, a voice transmitted an order: "Stop talking nonsense and get down." Kai was caught off guard, while the white ape's eyes glowed red as it opened its mouth to roar in intimidation. Just as Kai shielded his head and dove to the side, a rocky fist struck out. It quickly intercepted the white ape's incoming punch. Seeing this, the white ape looked over, genuinely surprised. The stone figure that had just blocked its strike was a level 4 summoned spirit from the Soul Summoning Institute, a humanoid form. The stone figure then seized the moment while the monster was stunned and swung another fist to attack. It punched the white ape, knocking its face askew and sending teeth flying. The white ape was even sent reeling backward by the stone figure's golden spirit energy. At that moment, Kim Hunbok approached with Christina and Kessler and said, "Have you forgotten? Don't give up before each of us achieves our goal." Next to him, Kessler comforted him, "I'm here now, so you can relax." Kai turned around, surprised, "Master?" But Kim Hunbok was staring ahead, puzzled. Across from them, the white ape stood completely unscathed, growling as if it were talking. Seeing that, Kessler praised it. "That thing is tough." Suddenly, the white ape grinned, showing its teeth in an eerie display of amusement. Kessler immediately stepped in front of Kim Hunbok and shouted, "Master, be careful. We don't know what it's going to do." Suddenly, the white ape tilted its head back, inhaled deeply, and opened its mouth to let out a long, powerful roar. The terrifying sound forced Kim Hunbok to cover his ears and groan. After a long while, the scream still echoed through the forest, and suddenly, a red, hairy beast's foot stepped out. Elsewhere, the treetops were still shaking from the shockwaves of the white ape's earlier roar. Sensing a change, Christina, who was holding Hannah, turned to warn Kim Hunbok, "Master, we must stay alert." A moment later, amidst the echoing sounds, 2 wolf-like monsters emerged from behind the white ape. They both opened their mouths and roared threateningly. They were the wandering bosses, the 2-headed blood wolf and the blood wolf. Someone shouted to use a healing skill. Christina spread her bony hands, manifesting a green magic circle. Hannah slowly opened her eyes in confusion, then startled, sat up, and cried out in pain. Christina looked over to check on her. "Are you all right?" Guild leader Yoon Hannah. Only then did she notice the person next to her and stuttered. Christina? How?" Kim Hunbok explained the situation. "It seems I sent out too many patrols. I'm sorry. Let's finish off these bosses and get out of here." Now, the 6 of them, including Kim Hunbok and the stone figure, stood facing the white ape and the 2 blood wolves. Suddenly, a blood wolf charged, growling. It lunged with its mouth open to attack the stone figure. The golem was slightly startled but swung its fist. The stone figure landed a punch right in the middle of the blood wolf's face. Immediately, blood erupted like tentacles and then transformed into many blood monsters, surrounding the stone figure entirely. Soon, 3 blood wolves were encircling the stone figure, while 4 or 5 others headed toward Kessler, making him curse loudly while wielding his sword. "You idiots, the more you break them up, the harder they are to kill." Simultaneously, Kessler slashed through the mouth of a blood wolf near him. But it wasn't even phased, and its spraying blood formed into yet another monster. They raced toward Kessler's back. He glanced back, impressed. These things are fast. On the other side, the white ape grabbed a large rock and hurled a barrage of stones at the group, while the blood wolves surged forward. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok hurriedly shouted at Kessler to turn back. Suddenly, the white ape threw a ball of red spirit energy toward a single point in front of them. It hit the ground, creating an explosion of white smoke. Then, the white ape stomped its foot on the ground. Suddenly, the earth beneath it turned into thick, rising mud, causing the white ape to stumble in shock. It gritted its teeth and growled, looking down in confusion. At that moment, Kim Hunbok placed a red orb on the ground, creating a giant mud monster. Countless sharp bones grew out from its back, crisscrossing to form a protective cage for them. The white ape fell flat on its face right in front of the beast's feet. Kim Hunbok pulled his hand away from the red crystal, hearing someone cheer, "Master, you're amazing. I never expected you to be able to summon a golem like this using its heart." The clay humanoid golem was controlled by a spell. Kim Hunbok stood up straight, holding his staff, and warned, "But the mana I'm using is quite significant. I can only hold this for another 20 minutes, so we must wipe them out by then." Beside him, Hannah suddenly shouted a warning, "Master Kim Hunbok, look under our feet." Currently, the mud golem's feet have red patches creeping up. They are gradually turning into blood wolf heads with glowing eyes. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok ordered, "It seems they got mixed in with the bombardment earlier. Christina, let's launch a counterattack." Christina obeyed. "Yes, Master." She spread her hands in front of her, manifesting purple-pink magic, and said, "I'll show everyone the power of the enhanced core." Then Christina shouted, "Wrath of the Skotan Mage." Simultaneously, dozens of skeletons rose from the muddy earth. They all had glowing purple-pink eyes. This sight excited Kim Hunbok, who blurted out, "Too amazing. Even though you aren't a soul summoner, you can still cast that kind of magic. That is the power of the Moonstone." Then, he turned to Kai and gave the order. "All right, I'll leave the commanding of the Skotan Knights to you this time." Kai immediately replied, "Consider it done, Master." Then, with a roar, the fury of the Skotan Knights summoned a legion of white-boned knights with purple eyes, clad in armor. He charged forward, leading the knights and Skotan mages to attack the blood wolves. Shouting out orders, "Knights, charge!" Kai slashed at the blood wolf in front of him. Meanwhile, one of the Skotan knights also pierced the belly of another, making it howl in agony. Quickly, two of the blood wolves were utterly decimated. The knight swiftly handled another one, pinning it to the ground. Seeing this scene, the white ape boss gritted its teeth and scowled. Suddenly, it heaved a massive, round boulder, larger than itself, and roared. The white ape boss gritted its teeth, its eyes widening in shock. At that moment, the mud golem raised its massive hand to strike at the ape, but the ape decided to hurl the giant boulder into the sky. Immediately, the collision with the mud golem's hand shattered the boulder, sending debris raining down on the white ape's head. The golem's hand then slammed down, causing the ground to explode with a deafening rumble. Seeing this, the man from the Noman squad gasped in shock. It's been defeated, causing Hannah beside him to knit her brows in annoyance. Suddenly, a piercing, ear-splitting scream echoed out. Hearing that, the man stammered in panic. Could it be? Seeing this, Hannah snapped furiously. "Stop guessing." Abruptly, a two-headed blood wolf leaped down from above onto the bone cage, protecting Hyun and his group, leaving him stunned. Both heads of the blood wolf opened wide, gathering red magic, and fired a beam of red energy toward the bone cage. Someone screamed in pure terror. Inside the bone cage, Kim Hunbok pointed his staff forward and shouted, "Bone prison." At the same time, the terrifying red spiritual power of the bone dragon shattered the mud golem and destroyed the bone cage. The two Noman members, lacking magic, were sent, falling and cried out in fear. Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok took command, with Christina Kessler keeping watch behind. As the group was still suspended in the air amidst the falling debris, Christina cast yellow magic toward Hannah and shouted, "Yes, Master." And Kessler caught the Noman squad member. On this side, Kim Hunbok stood atop the bone dragon, shouting to dispel the threat. Suddenly, on the other side, the two-headed blood wolf continued to open its mouths, gathering red spiritual energy. Then, they fired a red blast toward the bone dragon. But the bone dragon's eyes flashed red. It lifted its head high, gathered a blast of black smoke in its maw, and muttered curses. "Damn it, who are you trying to copy?" Kim Hunbok was startled. Then, he frantically shouted, "Bone dragon, wait. It's no ordinary monster, do not use your energy blast." Nevertheless, the bone dragon ignored him and unleashed a purple energy blast to clash with the red energy of the two-headed blood wolf. However, It seemed the bone dragon was outmatched as the red energy began to suppress its purple energy. The bone dragon's feet were pushed back, sliding across the ground. Kim Hunbok anxiously warned, "We can't hold out any longer. If we use any more, our mana will be depleted. Get out of here first." Hearing this, the bone dragon retorted noisily and angrily. These words made Kim Hunbok grit his teeth in frustration. The bone dragon glared with its red eyes and scolded, "I am a bone dragon. Don't you dare give me orders." Kim Hunbok clenched his fist, unwilling to back down. He placed a hand over his chest, thinking angrily as he felt the bond with his bone dragon weakening. He couldn't help but feel that things were about to spiral out of control. Then, Kim Hunbok placed his hand on the bone dragon's head, channeled blue magic, and shouted. With no other choice, he steeled himself and decided to go all out. "I'll use all my mana. Show your true form as a dragon." At the same time, Kim Hunbok summoned the yin-yang aura, and immediately, dark purple energy engulfed the bone dragon. Its purple aura strengthened, infused with dark energy, and repelled the blood wolf's red energy. Then, the yin-yang aura surged forward, engulfing the blood wolf and disintegrating it into thin air. But it didn't stop there. The dark purple energy blasted into the distance, obliterating everything in its path. After a long while, as the dust settled, Kim Hunbok lay flat on the ground, his eyes closed. After who knows how long, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was cast a glance to assess the situation. Through the haze, Kim Hunbok saw a monster flying in the sky under the bright sun, and he felt as if it were descending. But immediately after, Kim Hunbok shut his eyes tight again. By now, on the ground in front of him, a massive trench had been carved out, leveling rows of trees, leaving only stumps and running straight toward the distant mountains. After some time, a frantic voice called out, "Master, can you hear me? Open your eyes, Master." Then Kim Hunbok slowly opened his eyes. Before him, the figures of Christina, Kessler, and Kai appeared blurry. Seeing he had woken up, Kessler and Kai exclaimed, "You're awake. Do you recognize us? Are you all right?" Christina, meanwhile, had tears welling up in her eyes, choking back her words, "Master, you really had us worried." Kim Hunbok lay on the bed and asked, "How is everyone?" On one side, Kai informed him, "You've completely drained your mana, so you need to rest and recover." Kessler immediately chimed in, "That's right, Master. You need to get home right away." Kim Hunbok sat up, concerned. "Is that so? Our guild leader Yoon Hannah and everyone else, they're safe." Kai grinned and reported, "Yes, thanks to our sovereign, everyone is safe. Everyone has returned home now." Hearing that, he exhaled a breath of relief. "Thank goodness. I sent out scouts to save time and costs, but I almost caused a disaster." However, Kai countered, "But because of that, we were able to attack the boss monsters." Kessler reminded him, "If we hadn't gathered all that mana, it would have been hard to deal with them." Christina added from the side, "Kessler is right. We would have had to face those monsters sooner or later, so eliminating them as early as possible was for the best." Kim Hunbok wiped away sweat and admitted, "Yeah, you're right." Then he thought of the bone dragon, feeling uneasy. But there's another problem. Recalling how it had noisily shouted, "I am a bone dragon. Don't give me orders," he felt troubled. "I almost fell into danger just because of its pride." Kai spoke up, "Master, even though your spirit isn't fully recovered yet, I think this is something you need to hear." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok was curious. "Is there something else?" Kai seriously reported, "Yes, while I was scouting with guild leader Yoon Hannah, we discovered a new humanoid monster." He then thought of the one-horned man, referring to him as a giant. This information shocked Kim Hunbok, and he shouted, "What? A giant?" Kai confirmed, "Yes, I think that giant is of the lowest rank. It's only a bit larger than the white ape." This made Kessler feel somewhat at ease. If it's of the lowest rank, then it shouldn't be that strong. But Kai pointed his finger and countered, "Don't think of it so simply. Even if it is the weakest among the giants, if we imagine it fighting a mage with just one finger, it would still be stronger than others of the same level. Especially with that high resistance to magic, it's bound to be a tough problem for mages like you and the lady. It's also known to possess relatively high intelligence." Then, C said solemnly, "This might be the most formidable opponent among all the monsters we've ever faced." Suddenly, a dark cloud crackling with red lightning appeared above them, as if sensing something. "Interesting. A giant, huh?" A single red eye materialized, looking down at Kim Hunbok. "When I hunt it, I'll take it on one-on-one. You lot just stay back and watch." The bone dragon radiated killing intent, its red eye narrowing menacingly. "Don't get in my way like last time." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok frowned, unimpressed. "In my way?" But the bone dragon didn't care to listen, leaving a parting shot before disappearing. "Fine, don't drag this out for nothing. I'll handle it." After the bone dragon left, Kessler fumed. They always said dragons and giants were natural-born enemies, but I didn't think it was still true to this day. Christina, standing nearby, chimed in, "We can't just let the bone dragon do whatever he wants forever." She then firmly insisted, "The master is strong enough now, so sooner or later, you'll have to tame him." This aligned with Kim Hunbok's own thoughts, so he agreed, saying that was certainly the case. But first, considering they were still in the Sky Dungeon, he added that they needed to head home to rest. At the same time, in some dark, desolate place, a finger with sharp claws smeared red over an image of someone. A monster looked at the photo of the two-headed blood wolf that had been crossed out, then at the photo of Kim Hunbok below it, murmuring to itself, "I went to such lengths to create that two-headed blood wolf, and you managed to handle it that quickly. Now this is getting interesting." The monster glanced at a series of boss photos that had been crossed out, musing. "It seems there are quite a few handsome young men in that tiny country called South Korea, aren't there? My experimental monsters have already been hunted down 20 times over." Then, it flicked its finger as if spinning a wheel of fortune, saying, "So, I suppose it's time to start, right? Let's spin the wheel, shall we?" Images began to rotate before its eyes, spinning so fast they became a dizzying blur. Suddenly, the wheel stopped, and the mysterious monster exclaimed, "Oh, we have a result." It bared its sharp teeth in a twisted grin. "What's this?" "The very dish I wanted to save for last. To think I get to taste the best meal first." The image on the screen stopped on the crossed-out two-headed blood wolf and Kim Hunbok. Back in the dungeon, no one knew when or where the darkness would eventually descend. Kim Hunbok and his companions began preparing for the fight against the giant. One person was using gloves to assemble some kind of device. Another used a hammer to break apart mud and rock to extract a red mana crystal. Kim Hunbok held the red crystal up, scrutinizing its quality. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him, making him jump and turn around. "Is that the golem heart you upgraded yourself?" Kim Hunbok looked at Hannah and explained, "It's very useful for summoning and maintaining golems by absorbing all the mana around them. The duration depends on the golem itself." He showed the golem heart to Hannah and continued, "I couldn't use it for the longest time, but now, I've finally finished it." Hearing this, she replied, "So that's how it is." Hannah held the golem heart, observing it intensely, but she seemed to have something on her mind. Seeing that, Kim Hunbok looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Hannah set the stone on the table and spoke up. "First, I want to apologize. I had previously brought up the idea of an alliance between you, Kim Hunbok, and the Gnomon Guild." She then looked away, unable to meet his eyes as she explained, "It's nothing special, really. If you, Kim Hunbok, helped us, the strategy would seem much easier. But if one day your help wasn't there, we wouldn't know what to do." Hannah looked Kim Hunbok straight in the eyes and continued, "I felt your intensity in wanting to destroy that monster in the last battle. They are truly ferocious beasts, and I couldn't deal with them no matter how much I trained." She looked down sadly, expressing that it seemed no one in Nomen could face those boss monsters. "That's why, once again, I realize your unmatched power, Kim Hunbok." The more he listened, the more confused he felt, remaining silent to see where Hannah was going with this. Then, Hannah lifted her head decisively. "So, I've had to make a choice." She frowned sadly, letting him know that Nomen would be giving up on this dungeon raid. Hannah's words left Kim Hunbok completely stunned, but he remained silent. Hannah clenched her fists, speaking clearly. "It's obvious that if we keep fighting like this, we'll only end up with more casualties. To avoid that, I've decided that self-improvement must be our top priority." Only then did Kim Hunbok speak. Just then, Hannah bowed her head 90 degrees and shouted, "Once again, I want to apologize. I'm sorry for ending our alliance on my own." Kim Hunbok watched her in silence for a moment, then smiled warmly and replied, "I understand." He added, "Raise your head. It must have been a painful decision for you to make." Kim Hunbok then declared, "Then, from today on, we'll end our partnership. Feel free to use the camp as much as you like." Hearing this, Hannah's eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped in astonishment. "Is that really okay?" Kim Hunbok confirmed straightforwardly, "Of course. The camp was built by everyone's hard work." He then added seriously, "I hope that in the future, everything goes well for you." Hannah visibly relaxed, her face breaking into a smile. "Thank you so much, Mr. Kim Hunbok." Kim Hunbok and she shook hands in farewell. By then, the sky inside the dungeon was turning to dusk. That brief encounter had come to an end, and the Gnomon Guild departed that very day. Although everyone's choices and wills were different, their goal to survive and escape the dungeon remained the same. They were all just striving to improve themselves. Finally, the system notification appeared, E-rank dungeon raid 1,313 times. Time remaining, 273 days. Before failing, Kim Hunbok had raided the dungeon for 227 days. The farewell with the Gnomon Guild. Inside the dungeon, there was a narrow crevice beneath the foot of a mountain. Kessler, along with Kim Hunbok, Kai, and Christina, hid behind a large rock, remarking that a dungeon within a dungeon was truly amazing. Kai held up his index finger, whispering, "Let me wake him up." On the other side, the giant was sprawled out on a stone slab, taking a nap, while in front of Kim Hunbok's group, 4 of its minions stood guard. Suddenly, the bone dragon revealed a red eye, urging Kim Hunbok, "Let's start, shall we?" He glanced at it and whispered, "Do you really think you can take him down by yourself?" The bone dragon was 10 parts confident and assured him, "He's just a low-level giant. I don't need help from your puny little skeletons." Hearing this, Kessler asked, annoyed, "What, puny little skeletons?" Kai just kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Christina shook her head, gesturing her disagreement with Kim Hunbok. With that, he stood up and replied, "I got it. Get ready." At that same moment, the bone dragon manifested. A black mist crackled with purple and red lightning, erupting amidst the giants as they roared in intimidation. The bone dragon slammed down, startling the giants awake. Then, the bone dragon let out a long, piercing roar right in the faces of the giants. Seeing this, the giants' minions grabbed their clubs and charged in anger. The bone dragon whipped its long tail forward. The strike successfully hit a blue monster, but a brown one lunged in and swung a fist right at the bone dragon's face. Instantly, the bone dragon took a hit square in the face, sending shards of bone flying. The bone dragon bit down hard on the brown giant's arm, then tossed the giant high into the air, shouting, "Get lost." The giant came crashing down behind Kim Hunbok's group. Seeing this, Kessler commented, "Is it crazy? That's so dangerous." Nearby, the bone dragon mocked the 2 giants and the giant leader. "I'll let the small fry handle the small skeletons. I only care about that main guy." This comment caught the giant's attention. He stared intently, radiating overwhelming killing intent. The bone dragon was annoyed and retorted, "You dare show me that look?" Suddenly, the giant charged, catching the bone dragon off guard. Before it could react, the giant delivered a massive uppercut, knocking off more bone fragments. With just that one blow, the bone dragon was sent flying, crashing onto its back in pain. It struggled to lift its head, looking on in disbelief. The bone dragon roared, exhaling a cloud of purple-black mist, its eyes glowing with furious red light. It fired a beam of purple-black energy at the giant. "Die." The beam pierced through the giant and blasted off into the distance, but the giant was completely unfazed. Instead, he walked right through the beam, grinning sadistically as he reached the bone dragon's snout. Then, the giant clasped his hands together and slammed them down on the bone dragon's head, flattening it against the ground. The bone dragon lifted its head in a rage, eyes bloodshot, its bony skull cracked. Watching the scene, Kim Hunbok broke into a cold sweat and called out anxiously. Christina also realized the situation was dire. Beside them, the 2 giant monsters stood tall, their red eyes looking down. They told their master they had to step in to take these guys down. Kessler was swinging his sword with all his might. "Leave that monster to me." On the other side, the bone dragon took another blow to the head, shattering more bone. The giant followed up with a punch to the bone dragon's left eye. The dragon lost even more bone pieces. Furious, the bone dragon shrieked, "I will not be pushed back by a low-level monster." But no sooner had it spoken than the giant kicked it, sending it sliding across the ground. The giant sneered, mocking it as weak. The bone dragon was deeply wounded, staring in utter shock. The giant laughed loudly, looking down and taunting it, leaving the bone dragon speechless. With a look of loss, it muttered to itself, I am the strongest dragon. This can't be happening." Suddenly, Kim Hunbok spoke up, shattering its delusions. "Do you realize the reality of things now, bone dragon?" He said firmly, "You aren't a dragon. You're just a simulation, a replica of a real dragon." This made the bone dragon lash out, "Shut up. I am a dragon, not a fake." The giant swung his fist and shouted, "Weakling." The unprepared bone dragon took a hit like a sledgehammer to the face, bones flying everywhere. The giant followed up with another punch, sneering, "Weakling." Then he unleashed a barrage of kicks on the bone dragon, not giving it a second to resist, leaving it only able to roar in agony. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok rubbed salt in the wound. "You know you're just a fake, don't you? When will you finally admit it?" After taking the giant's assault, the bone dragon barked, "Shut your mouth." But Kim Hunbok continued, "Even if you act like that, you'll never become a real dragon." The more it heard, the more frustrated the bone dragon became, shouting, "I told you to shut up." A moment later, the giant used his bare hands to rip the bone dragon apart, throwing its body parts into the air, holding a piece in his hand. The bone dragon fell to the ground pathetically. As it watched its own upper body lying on the ground, the giant laughed with glee. He bared his teeth in contempt, calling it weak, while the bone dragon lay still, unable to move or argue back. With teary red eyes, the bone dragon transmitted telepathically, Kim Hunbok, you promised me. You said you would make me as strong as a real dragon. Then it looked at the giant, who was cracking his shoulders, and questioned. Look at this. Everything is ruined. You didn't keep your promise. You lied to me. But Kim Hunbok replied, true, I promised. But you haven't done anything. Like a stubborn, headstrong child, you refuse to acknowledge your partner's strength and remain arrogant. He squinted, analyzing the situation. For a time, you were my most vital and strongest card. But unless you truly see us as partners, I'm leaving you here alone. Hearing this, the bone dragon frowned, its eyes clouded with confusion. It watched Kai, Kessler, and the stone giant surround and attack the giant monster. For a time, you say. Meanwhile, Kai and Kessler fought in perfect coordination, while Christina cast blue magic to attack. Together, the three of them successfully killed one of the giant monsters. Seeing this, the bone dragon realized. So that's how it is. While they were growing stronger, it had a moment of epiphany and crawled on the ground, signaling. Then please teach me. The giant looked on, puzzled. Suddenly, the bone dragon's eyes lit up with determination, and its broken bone fragments began to gather, reforming its body as it continued. Growth the way to become a powerful being. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok smiled happily and replied, I've been waiting for those words. At the same time, a cyclone of bones surrounded the bone dragon as pieces flew in. The scene made the giant sweat in shock. The bone dragon was nearly complete, standing even taller than the giant. Standing on its head, Kim Hunbok commanded, Go, bone dragon, destroy our enemy. Hunbok manifested armor for the bone dragon and shouted, Enchantment armor, enchanted yin-yang power. The bone dragon's entire body was reorganized. Not only was it healed, but it was upgraded with sharp armor and horns. Its whole body radiated high energy. Kim Hunbok, standing on its head, shouted, Enchanted weapon, unleash. Then he looked ahead and said, The magic I use is suicide-style magic you must get used to. If you want to become strong, learn any suicide-style magic. It will make you much more valuable. The bone dragon instantly replied obediently, I will remember your teachings. Kim Hunbok's jaw dropped, stunned by the massive shift in its attitude. He smiled with satisfaction and stood on its back. Kim Hunbok ordered, Let's go, destroy our enemy. The bone dragon charged at the giant. At the same time, the sounds of battle echoed through the dungeon. On the other side, the bone dragon was smashed into the mountainside, roaring in pain. Very quickly, it leaped into the air, blowing the giant away along with the earth and stone. The bone dragon's wings spread wide, shaking off the falling debris. Then, it shouted, Bone, spear of death, launching sharp rocks downward, attacking the giant floating in the air. One stone struck the giant in the stomach, causing him to crash to the ground. Sharp rocks rained down all around, pinning him in place. The bone dragon's eyes glowed crimson as it whispered to itself, It's over. Suddenly, the sharp stone on the giant's stomach began to glow with a brilliant golden light, leaving him bewildered. At the same time, a massive explosion, like a golden nuclear bomb, blasted everything away. Dust and debris filled the air, and a shockwave shot straight into the blue sky. Far away, Christina, Kessler, and Kai could see the explosion, with terrifying fire and smoke rising up. The shockwave reached where they were standing. Kessler exclaimed as he watched Kim Hunbok standing on the bone dragon's back. Seeing that he was the one who caused the explosion that scorched the trees, he praised him. He really deserves to be called a dragon, doesn't he? Suddenly, something startled Kessler, and he looked over, shouting a warning, Master, dodge. Kim Hunbok immediately looked up at the sky. A shadow was covering him. Suddenly, the bone dragon opened its mouth as it fell, crying out in alarm. It couldn't defend itself or fly, and it crashed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. A terrifying white column of energy struck down. Witnessing this scene, as the smoke and dust cleared, Christina, Kessler, and Kai hurriedly ran over, shouting, Master. As they arrived, they saw something pink emerging from the ground. Suddenly, a transparent pink egg, covering the giant inside, shot upward, making Kessler gasp in shock. What is that? How is that guy who was supposed to be dead still alive? Kim Hunbok spoke up, warning them. Everyone, be careful. The aura around us is not normal at all. Hearing this, Christina started in surprise and asked, Master, you are safe and sound. What kind of aura do you mean? Kim Hunbok wiped his sweat, eyes darting around cautiously as he replied, There is clearly something around us. It feels like someone has been watching us the whole time. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, causing the whole group to jump and look in one direction. A figure with sharp claws on her hands clapped in approval. Very good, not bad at all. You won. A small girl in black attire, with 5 sharp horns on her head, appeared. She remarked that it was worth watching, even though she was a bit disappointed at first. Then, her eyes turned vicious, and she cackled crazily. So, how shall we start? This killing intent made Kim Hunbok break out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth in fear and then telepathically messaged the other three. No one move, don't trigger her nerves. Seeing them silent and motionless, she stopped smiling, looked blankly in confusion, then laughed, folded her hands behind her back, and asked, "Nobody is going to do anything. Normally, you'd ask questions or come running at me." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok asked, "Will you answer me?" She laughed crazily and replied, "No." Seeing this, Kessler and Chris were completely speechless. Kim Hunbok stood still and spoke up. "I thought so. Only the strong have the right to get what they want." This statement made her laugh happily. "Oh ho!" She tilted her head and beckoned with her finger, saying, "You know how to read the situation well." "Yes. Only the strong can choose what they want." She looked at Kim Hunbok's group, who were on high alert, and continued, "Fine. I originally intended to kill you, but I will spare you for now. I'm quite satisfied with someone who knows where they stand." She looked at the bone dragon and added, "I really hate those who don't know their place." This action caught Kim Hunbok's attention. He remembered the monster flying in the sky when he passed out, thinking, could it be that entity? Suddenly, she laughed to herself. What should I do anyway? I tried so hard, yet I couldn't accomplish anything. Then, she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the bodies of Kim Hunbok, Christina, and the bone dragon glowed with green light. He looked at his hands, feeling suspicious. His body had recovered, and he was overflowing with mana. Suddenly, she flew up along with the egg containing the giant. Looking down at them, she asked, "Well, are you all recovered? Let's have a duel, then." This left Kim Hunbok puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hearing that, she laughed out loud and replied, "Don't worry, I don't intend to fight at full strength. I'll take it easy on you. Give it your all to survive. You only have 5 minutes to eliminate me." Hearing this, Christina communicated telepathically. How strange. Her words don't match up. It seems like she's testing us. On Kim Hunbok's side, he said there was no other choice. Now they had to act as they saw fit. He then turned to look at the bone dragon and commanded, "Gather all the mana you can. Bet everything on the bone dragon's attack." Kessler and Kai were to take charge of defense. Behind him, the bone dragon raised its head and replied, "Yes, I understand." Kessler obeyed. "Leave it to me, master." Kai responded, "As you command." The girl suddenly looked down with contempt. "Don't waste any more time. Come at me. I'll let you go first." Immediately, Kim Hunbok shouted at the bone dragon, which opened its mouth, creating a high-energy dark purple orb of magic that flew upward, catching her attention. Next, Kim Hunbok directed Christina all mana into the bone dragon's aura. On one side, it manifested blue energy and replied, "Yes, master." Then Kim Hunbok shouted, "Yin-yang aura." Simultaneously, the bone dragon launched a massive dark purple blast toward the girl, but she raised one hand, turning it into a giant beast claw, and mocked, "Is this what you call an attack?" Then she slammed the beast's hand down on the yin-yang blast, calling it disappointing. Immediately, the bone dragon was shattered. Bones fell in pieces. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in terror. He watched her beast claw swat the bone dragon, sending its bones flying, and gasped in horror. Even with all those enhancements, she destroyed it with just one swipe. The girl laughed gleefully and asked, "Was I wrong, or should I just kill you all now?" This made Kim Hunbok furious. On the side, Kessler trembled with fear and stammered, "No way, such a different level of existence. How can we deal with her in a place like this?" Suddenly, Kim Hunbok thought about the phrase, "a different level of existence." Right. Clearly, especially when she said earlier that she tried so hard but couldn't do anything. Then he raised his hand, manifesting purple energy to cover the bone dragon, causing it to return to normal, and shouted, "I'm counting on you once more." The bone dragon pointed its spear at the pink egg containing the giant and ordered, "Capture that giant for me." This startled the girl. At the same time, he turned to Christina and told her to prepare the instant explosion. Immediately, she and Kim Hunbok extended their hands forward, manifesting red and yellow energy, and replied, "Yes, I understand." Simultaneously, Kim Hunbok shouted loudly, "The instant explosion!" Above, the bone dragon sat on top of the egg. The girl glanced over without countering, just grinning with amusement. Then, a massive explosion like a nuclear bomb occurred in the sky. The powerful shockwave from the explosion blew Kim Hunbok's hair and clothes back. He had to raise his hands to shield himself. Meanwhile, Christina knelt on the ground. Kim Hunbok stared ahead, eyes wide with suspicion. The pink eggshell shielding the giant had shattered. Fragments, along with the giant himself, were still hovering in the air. Suddenly, seeing the shards gathering, someone shouted. The barrier was regenerating. Hunbok slammed his hands to the ground, conjuring a stone hand to support Kessler, and shouted an urgent order. "Kai Kessler, We have to finish this before the barrier fully regenerates. Kessler stood on the stone hand, gripping his sword, and replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then, the stone hand shot upward, hurling Kessler toward the giant. He landed atop the eggshell, swung his sword down with all his might, and unleashed a barrage of lightning. As the egg shattered once again, the giant plummeted, eyes still tightly shut. Amidst the falling debris, Hunbok commanded, "Kai, provide cover." Kai channeled blue magical energy into his blade, his eyes flashing orange. He hurled the glowing sword forward with all his strength, roaring, "Die." The blade struck true, piercing the giant's chest. A second later, it erupted with a powerful shockwave, blasting fragments in every direction. Hunbok prayed internally, "Please, let everything go according to plan." Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the air. Startled, Kim Hunbok looked up. A foot radiating ominous red energy slowly descended before him. The mysterious woman grinned, her expression mocking and excited. "What kind of crazy thoughts were you having, pouring all your energy into that giant? How do you plan to handle this now?" Hunbok broke into a cold sweat. "I figured that for a powerful existence like you to appear in the dungeon, you need to use some kind of spatial artifact. Isn't that why you were protecting the giant with that barrier?" Hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand, a smirk playing on her lips. Is that so?" Her gaze flicked to the left, and she hissed through gritted teeth. "You really are different from the others." She looked at the bone dragon, its bones cracked and shattered, then turned back to Kessler. "The truth is, I came here because of those trifles, and you managed to sniff out the artifact, too." She looked at the group lined up before her and waved dismissively. "Fine, you've passed the test." She giggled, looking genuinely amused. "At least, this makes things a bit less boring. I think I'll reward you." Hunbok stared at her, dumbfounded, as she added, "I'm going to claim you." He looked up, confused. "Claim me? What are you talking about?" She sneered, explaining, "Obviously, as my soldier or my subordinate." Hunbok's expression darkened. Suddenly, she began to vanish like a plume of black smoke. "We're out of time. Since you've passed, I'll let you know my name." As only one red eye remained, she declared, "My name is Gloria. The incarnation of evil, the bane of dragons and demons. I was given this name as a blessing, the bane of the demon dragon." The group stood frozen as she finished. "We'll meet again someday, my soldiers, my subordinates." Once Gloria vanished, Hunbok muttered, "Demon dragon," and looked at the shattered ground. Gloria, at that moment, the system notification announced, "Dungeon attack, grade E. Attempt 1313. 258 days remaining until dungeon raid failure." Kim Hunbok, dungeon raid day 242. Raid complete. Sometime later, Hunbok let out a long sigh as he sat on the sofa. She clearly said she would claim me as her soldier or subordinate. Christina chimed in. "If that's the case, it's a big problem. You'll have to face her again either as an enemy or as her underling." Hunbok looked at the floor, anxious. Enemy or subordinate? He thought about the other invaders who had cleared dungeons around the world. They certainly weren't average. He imagined a demon with eyes and a mouth like hellfire, thinking, beyond Gloria, there might be many other forces out there. Have they already finished invading the continent where Christina lived, and are they now moving on to Earth? He remembered her mocking smile and the mysterious purple monster. They'll definitely target talented people first to expand their forces, either turning them into subordinates or eliminating them. Kessler, who had been sitting on the floor with his arms crossed, spoke up. "Master, what should we do from now on?" Hunbok glanced at him. "What do you all want to do?" Kessler replied confidently. "We have to fight, of course. Those bastards killed me. I am their enemy. But fighting her head-on, that's practically suicide." Kessler turned to look at Hunbok with concern. "We were lucky enough to meet you, Master, and regain our memories. But regardless, our past selves are dead. You, however, are still alive, and you only have one life." Hunbok frowned as Kessler continued. "Even if I want to fight them, I can't let you be put in danger." Kessler added resolutely, "If you choose to stand against them, we will stay by your side until the very end." Kai followed up, "I will always be by your side. My duty as a soldier and a knight is to help you walk the right path." He continued, "No matter what happens, staying with you until the end is my purpose." Hunbok was deeply moved. Christina also spoke up, "I will be by your side as well." Hunbok turned to her, skeptical. "Christina, even if I end up joining hands with your enemy?" She fixed her cosmic blue eyes on him, unwavering. "As I said before, my goal is to reach a higher position. Revenge is just something I desired, but if that's impossible, I want to reach that higher peak right by your side." Hunbok nodded, touched. True to her nature as a mage, he looked toward the black smoke. "Bone Dragon, what about you?" It revealed a glowing red eye. "My goal is to be of practical value. If standing on either side makes me stronger, that is enough for me. Kessler shouted in frustration. Damn it. Am I the only one who's actually worried? He turned to Hunbok. Ultimately, your decision is what matters most. What do you think? After weighing everyone's input, Hunbok replied, I don't know if we can even stay alive. But we don't have many choices. Becoming a subordinate to an existence that threatens the lives of others that isn't the right path. Kessler asked curiously. So, you're going to keep fighting them? Hunbok looked at him and answered, For now, that's the plan. Kessler looked even more confused. Hunbok thought about Gloria. Gloria hasn't officially designated me as a subordinate yet. She's just trying to exert dominance. A soldier or a subordinate. Our only options are to run or to fight. There is no third path. He clenched his fist, resolute. I just want to become strong enough to eliminate Gloria. Kessler immediately roared with excitement, as expected of my master, to look at such a power and think of eliminating it. If that is your resolve, I will help you with everything I have, Christina reminded him. But master, Gloria is a completely different entity. I did say I would stay by your side, but even Kessler is excitedly praising you, saying, as expected of my master. Then, Christina added that if he couldn't overcome her and his life were threatened, she might have to betray him. These words left Kim Hunbok too stunned to speak. He pondered carefully. If he faced Gloria without a chance of winning, Christina would turn into his enemy. At that point, he would have no choice but to obey those orders. No longer a partner, but a tool. Kim Hunbok pressed his lips together, deep in thought, silently reflecting on this. The relationship they had now, the mutual trust they shared, was what had brought him to this position. He had to prepare and do his absolute best to ensure that scenario never happened. The battle with Gloria. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling the group. Hunbok wondered, what's that? Did the doorbell just ring? Beside him, Christina replied, I believe the dungeon raid has been acknowledged as complete, and the connection to the outside world has been restored. Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat, suspicious. Is that so? It reconnected to the outside already? The problem is, who could it be? This is a house that no one ever visits. He then said he would go check it out. A moment later, Kim Hunbok looked through the monitor, and seeing a girl with a ponytail standing outside, he spoke up. Who is it? She held up her employee ID and replied, Hello, Mr. Kim Hunbok. She then clearly introduced herself. I am Kang Hemi, an operator for the dungeon website, from an agency called the Management Bureau. May I have a moment of your time? Inside the house, Kim Hunbok turned to everyone. What now? It's nobody special, just someone from the dungeon website. That makes sense. No one ever comes to this house anyway. Suddenly, all 5 of them were startled, shouting in alarm, Did she just say the dungeon website? Does that company really exist? Why would someone from the dungeon website be here? Somewhere else, a man slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, Damn it, they actually heard that. The brown-haired man wearing a red tie frowned and asked, What kind of monster exactly appeared in that E-rank dungeon raid? And you're telling me only 16 explorers failed the raid? Immediately, the male secretary opposite him flipped through the papers in his hand and replied, But there were survivors, sir. One of them is a very capable A-rank powerhouse. On his document was a photo of Kim Hunbok. Then, the secretary expressed his opinion. First, we should send an agent to the dungeon to verify the information about the failed raid. But the man in the red tie rested his chin on his hand and retorted, No, do something else instead. Then he ordered, Prepare to contact the capable person you just mentioned. These words made the assistant gasp and panic. Pardon. His reaction made the man in the red tie roar in anger. Contact Kim Hunbok immediately. Back at Kim Hunbok's house, Hemi bowed politely, saying, Thank you for letting me in. I am Kang Hemi, an operator for the dungeon website representing the Management Bureau. He also bowed politely and replied, I am Kim Hunbok. So, the dungeon website actually has operators? Hemi sat on the single sofa and introduced herself. Our job is simply to manage the website and ship items ordered through the technology of the higher beings. Of course, that includes handling deposits and withdrawals for the explorers' accounts. Hearing this, Christina asked curiously, Who are these higher beings you mentioned? Are they gods or something? Kang Hemi was startled, exclaiming, A talking skeleton. Then, Christina continued, Can the Management Bureau contact those entities when necessary? Hearing this, Kang Hemi tried to force a fake, awkward smile. It's just a skeleton. What's with that smile? She replied, I don't know for sure, but that could include both gods and demons. Christina thought to herself, so that's how it is. Hunbok, not yet understanding her intentions, just glanced at her without saying a word. Then he turned to Kang Hemi, Get to the point. What is the reason you suddenly came here? She immediately got to business. You are certainly a straightforward man. Let me get straight to the point, then. Our management bureau can view information about explorers through the dungeon website. That is why we have selected and managed those with talents above A rank. Kang Hemi thought about the explorers who had died, saying, "However, in just a short time, 16 explorers have perished in the E-rank dungeon raid." Realizing this, Kim Hunbok asked, "So, that's why you came to me for information?" She admitted, "That is correct. We need information on what happened in that E-rank dungeon." She then added, "And above all, I am here to recruit Mr. Kim Hunbok." This made him suspicious. Kim Hunbok asked, "If so, what would I get from you?" Kang Hemi thought she hadn't heard correctly and asked again, "Pardon." Kim Hunbok was blunt. "If you want information, you have to offer a reasonable price. If you're offering money, I'll decline. I have enough money already." Hearing this, Kang Hemi thought for a moment before speaking. She sat up straight and shared, "Very well. If you provide the information, we will sell you the mana stones that we currently possess." This piqued Kim Hunbok's curiosity. Mana stones? Kang Hemi thought about the colorful stones. She explained, "The items being sold on the dungeon website are items that our bureau has selected and released to the market. We also have rare mana stones that are not listed on the website." Kim Hunbok immediately glanced at Christina, thinking, "What should we do? If that's true, we could use those rare mana stones to craft tools that we haven't been able to make until now due to a lack of materials." At the same time, Christina whispered to him, "Clearly, they are hiding a lot of things, and those items aren't listed on the dungeon site. So, we should ask for a bit more." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok nodded in agreement. "I understand." He then said to Hemi, "It feels like something is still missing. Don't you have anything else?" But she calmly asked back, "Is your information really worth that much, Mr. Kim Hunbok?" Kim Hunbok assured her, "I can bet my life on the value of this information." These words made Kang Hemi sink into deep thought. Then she stood up and said, "Please excuse me for a moment." Kang Hemi walked away to make a phone call. "It's me, sir. I'm calling because there's been a bit of a situation." Behind her, Kim Hunbok and Christina stood up, curious about who she was contacting. He could only hear Kang Hemi saying something unclear. Suddenly, she turned, looked at Kim Hunbok, and handed him the phone, saying, "It's my director. He wants to speak with you directly." Kim Hunbok took the phone and said, "Hello." Immediately, the brown-haired man in the red tie on the other end spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kim Hunbok. I am the director of the Management Bureau. We will prioritize selling you herbs and metals for magical communication at a fixed price. Of course, that includes stones." Then, the director heard Kim Hunbok negotiating. "That sounds good, but if your side sells them at 50% of the fixed price, I will sign the contract." On this side, Kim Hunbok heard the director raise his voice, "Mr. Kim Hunbok, it seems you aren't familiar with market prices. It's usually under 90%, but he interrupted. "Make it 55%, okay?" Over here, Kim Hunbok heard the captain shouting, "Kim Hunbok, it seems he doesn't know the market price. It's under 90%, yet you slashed it by 55%. Hearing that, the director gritted his teeth in frustration and said, 85%, final offer." After Kim Hunbok pushed back on the price, the director adjusted his offer to 60%, but Hunbok countered again at 80%. On his end, Kim Hunbok casually glanced at his phone and said, 65%. By now, the director was fuming, veins popping on his forehead as he shouted, 75%. "That's the absolute limit. I can't go any lower." "What did you say?" Before he could finish, Hunbok quickly sealed the deal. "Fine, let's make that the rate for a 3-year contract." Hearing this, the director exploded, screaming that 3 years was way too long. "Do you have any idea how much we'll lose if I give you a 25% discount for that long?" Hearing that, Hunbok added one more clause from the other end of the line. "Instead, I'll agree to a condition. I won't leave the country for the duration of the contract." Confused, the director asked, "What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok stood between the undead and the bone dragon, who were eavesdropping, and pressed his advantage. "Someday, when dungeon explorers manage to escape, won't they be recruited by the administration? That's why you collect info on them. I've already received plenty of offers from other guilds. I just need terms that match my requirements. If not in Korea, I'll just go to another country." This statement hit the director like a bombshell. He stared at his phone with a dark, calculating look. Then, Kim Hunbok heard the director concede, "Fine, I'll sign a 3-year contract with you. During that time, you will carry out missions as a government-affiliated dungeon explorer." But when the director got a rejection, he snapped and asked, "What now?" Kim Hunbok thought about the prospect of being shackled by endless restrictions. "You can't go anywhere you want without us. That would make things tough for the patrol team. It's a real pain," he reasoned. If he worked under the government, his movements would be restricted, and they'd interfere in his personal affairs. "I'm not the type to take orders from others." Hearing that, the director gave in. All right, fine, I understand. Then 2 years. Instead of exceeding 70%, you can operate as an external contractor for the management bureau. On his end, Kim Hunbok wondered, does external contractor mean mercenary? Of course, I'd have the right to refuse, right? Kessler muttered nearby, "Pfft, if it's mercenary work, I'm not doing it." On the other side, the director confirmed, of course you do. If you refuse twice, you must accept once, that's the condition. Finding that reasonable, Kim Hunbok agreed, that's fair. But make sure you provide accurate information regarding the requests. If you ask me to do something unreasonable, I'm going to say no. The director rested the phone on his forehead and groaned. Yeah, fine, let's do that. He worriedly thought, this is no ordinary deal. Staying in contact with a guy like him is going to be exhausting. Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok smirked and closed the deal. All right, contract settled. I'll have my side prepare the paperwork and send it over via Kang Hemi. Then, Kai's group cheered. Amazing. Master completely turned the tables. Christina exclaimed with excitement. I wanted a lot more, but this is good enough. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok scratched his head and chuckled. Thanks. Kessler was incredibly confident, saying, Master, just leave the mercenary management to me. Meanwhile, the Bone Dragon expressed its approval. Sign the contract as you wish. Very commendable. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Oh, but before that, you have to pass a test. Kim Hunbok asked. A test? The director explained seriously. The management bureau is government-backed. Although I have most of the authority, other factions will question a contract I signed unilaterally. Thinking about the powers behind him, the director added, I know what you're capable of, Kim Hunbok, but if the faction I lead weakens, my rivals will try to restrict and control the dungeon explorers. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok was skeptical. He wondered if ordinary people could really control dungeon explorers. Just thinking about Gloria gave him a headache. There's definitely a lot to worry about now. And you asked, let me hear it first. What do you want me to do? The director replied. A dungeon raid, or to be more precise, a raid on a sealed dungeon. Kim Hunbok was startled. A sealed dungeon? He thought about the dungeons marked with warning signs that said no entry. The director explained that these were dungeons where raids had failed, and they were connected to our world. We sealed the monsters inside through that path. This information made Kim Hunbok sweat as he thought, so that's how it is. There were monsters that realized that and escaped. That's why they needed dungeon explorers like him. Suddenly, the director continued, the dungeon you need to clear is an S-rank dungeon, but it's much more intense than a standard one. Are you willing to test it? Not rushing to answer, Kim Hunbok transmitted his thoughts to the others. What do you guys think? Is it okay to sign the contract before the test? Kai offered his opinion. I think if that factional war happens, it'll be exhausting for both sides. Kessler chimed in, true, even mercenaries have to keep an eye on the country's situation. Christina was concerned about other things, saying, we still need to get stronger than we are now. Then, it solemnly reminded them, from now on, this might be our biggest battle yet. Hunbok sank into deep thought. He remembered the mysterious girl with unimaginable power and muttered. Gloria. Kim Hunbok clenched his phone so hard his knuckles turned white. Then, he put it to his ear while the 4 people behind him watched, and replied, fine, I'll take the test. I look forward to you guiding me to the dungeon. In an empty lot at a military base, 3 soldiers waited for a helicopter to land. A middle-aged man, looking like the base commander, waited for them with a stern expression. A moment later, the helicopter door opened, and Kim Hunbok entered, accompanied by the 3 Andits and Kang Hemi. As they approached, the officer spoke up, Team leader Kang Hemi, is this him? She answered confidently and introduced him. Yes, Colonel Kim Jun. This is the external contractor for the dungeon raid. Kim Hunbok, the dungeon explorer. Kim Jun frowned, sizing him up. A young man like this, attacking a dungeon full of monsters, it didn't seem reliable at all. His words left Kim Hunbok speechless. Kang Hemi argued, he may look ordinary, but he's raided dungeons many times. This was approved by the higher-ups. But Kim Jun still didn't accept it. As the manager, I'm the one who decides. No one is allowed to hold meetings before me. Hearing that, Kang Hemi hardened her expression and reminded him that authority was granted by the Army Chief of Staff. Opposing a superior is a clear violation of civil law. Her threat worked immediately on Kim Jun. He fell silent, looking annoyed. Then he turned around and said, if there are any mistakes, there will be severe consequences, so you better handle it yourself. Seeing that, Kessler fumed. That's ridiculous. They block the entrance to the dungeon and want to inspect us. We should just push them all aside. Kai guessed that this must be their ritual, while Kessler kept commenting on how spacious it was. After a long while, a machine gun appeared outside the military zone, pointed forward. A few soldiers stood guard with their weapons. They whispered among themselves as they watched Kim Hunbok's group. "Look at that. What kind of cosplay is that?" One sneered, wearing masks and playing hero. "Are we?" Another added sarcastically, "Acting like they're Superman or something." Kessler sighed, choosing to ignore them. Moments later, Kim Jun stood before a door and said, "We're here. Everyone, wait a moment." He ordered his subordinate to open it. The man immediately replied, "Yes, sir, I understand." The door opened to reveal a brick wall standing in the middle of the room. It was an old brick wall with only a single wooden door. Kim Jun turned around and reminded them, "You all know what to do now." Suddenly, the door on the wall opened, releasing a blue mist that left Kim Jun feeling suspicious. At the same time, a group of blue goblins with red eyes emerged, wielding weapons. One opened its jagged, tooth-filled mouth to roar a threat, and then they charged rapidly toward Kim Hunbok's group. Seeing this, Kim Jun hurriedly ordered, "Block the entrance. Blow it up." But when they reached the outer door, a soldier panicked and shouted, "The door is stuck, sir." Seeing the situation, Kim Jun raised his gun and directed them, "Assault team, move forward. Don't let them overwhelm us. Don't let a single one get out." Immediately, the soldiers opened fire on the goblins, causing terrifying, monstrous wails to fill the air. Suddenly, the three heads atop the staff in Kim Hunbok's hand began to glow with golden energy. A goblin wearing robes like a priest raised its staff, launching fireballs that caught the soldiers off guard. The flames shot toward the soldiers, causing a fierce fire. Someone screamed, "Watch out for the fire." A soldier caught in the flames fell to the ground, crying, "Help! Someone help me." Seeing this, Kim Jun shouted, "Medical team, take care of the wounded." But another person collapsed due to the fire, leaving him frantic. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok walked into the fire with his staff, leaving Kim Jun stunned. His face hardened, and with a determined look, he summoned the bone dragon. At the same time, from the black mist above Kim Jun, the bone dragon poked its head out, accompanied by purple-red lightning. Then Kim Hunbok commanded, "Finish them off." The bone dragon raised its massive, bony hand and slammed it down onto the goblins. The very next second, the rocks shattered under the weight of that hand. Then, a blue magical blast struck the dungeon door, creating a thunderous sound like an explosion. This scene left Kim Jun wide-eyed and speechless. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok spoke up, "I'll go first." Hearing this, he stammered, "Yes, yes." Kim Hunbok stood before the door radiating blue magic and turned his head to add, "I'll be back." He noted that the maximum inspection time was 30 hours. By now, Kai was leading the Skotan Knights to attack the goblins like lightning. Kim Hunbok stood by the bone dragon, observing the situation, while next to him, Chris used his staff to manifest purple magic circles on the ground. In front of them, the knights were fighting with all their might. Kim Hunbok thought, "Considering the difficulties I went through in the F-rank dungeon in the past, I can say this is quite a step forward." Time flew by, and it was morning at the Dungeon Management Bureau. Wait, I need to adjust the narration flow per the source. Time passed, and it was morning at the Dungeon Management Bureau. Gloria's image was displayed on the screen. After the inspection, I signed a contract with the Bureau as an external employee. Gloria's information had also been transferred to the Bureau. Looking at the big screen showing the mysterious girl's power, the chief gasped, "Does a monster entity like this still exist? This is not a problem that falls within our ability to solve." The chief frowned and said, "The whole world must join forces. Send this information to other countries immediately. I will report this secretly." Afterward, he handed a small letter to someone, instructing them to monitor the group. "If you see anything unusual, deal with it." Receiving the order, the other man replied gloomily, "I will do as you say." Meanwhile, at home, Kim Hunbok was looking at the price list for the blue crystals. He asked Christina, "Is there anything worth buying on the list from the Bureau?" She sat at the computer, turned around, and replied, "There's everything from the lowest grade mana stones to high-grade ones and mana alloys. There are many items we need to acquire." Leaning over to look at the screen, Kim Hunbok asked, "Is that so? Don't you think the prices are too expensive? Even with the 30% discount, the lowest grade mana stone is over 25 million already." Christina explained. Chief Kang Hemi said those are the prices set by the leaders. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok glanced suspiciously. "You mean they're selling them based on the value of the stones? So, how many should we buy?" Christina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "I want to buy them all. I want to spend all the money I've saved up until now." But Kim Hunbok objected. No, that won't work. Moving houses this time alone has already cost so much." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound shook the house, making the two look up in confusion. Then an explosion occurred, and debris from the ceiling fell down right behind them. Looking at the hole newly created in the ceiling, Kim Hunbok shouted, "What was that?" From above came a stuttering voice, "Ah, sorry. Kessler held his sword and poked his head down to explain, I was finishing carving the magic painting that the master ordered me to do. I didn't mean to make a hole in the floor. Wait, this is the ceiling. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok gave an awkward smile and reminded him, could you be a bit more careful? He thought, I haven't just been reviewing the Bureau's inspection in my spare time, but also moving into a new house to live in. He turned to look at Christina, who was standing with her arms crossed, smiling. It was a new base. The first floor was the hall, and the second was Christina's laboratory. It was a tall building situated in the middle of a lush garden. The third floor was his laboratory. There was also space for the Bone Dragon, Kai, and Kessler to train. That place was the fortress. On another floor of the house, a sword drew lines on the wall, shooting out sparks and golden spiritual energy. The base for the dungeon explorers, the entrance to the house connected to the dungeon. Kai was using magic to draw pictures on the walls. Christina wanted to engrave magic pictures everywhere in the house to learn more about this. Kai held his sword, which was emitting a golden glow, and said he could carve a magic picture using a mirror. Sitting next to them, the Bone Dragon commented, try it once and see. That magic circle was accumulating data to find an answer regarding the dungeon. The Bone Dragon also raised its index finger to conjure its purple magic. As time passes, one day we will know. The Bone Dragon sat cross-legged, drawing on the wall in front of it. Seeing that, Kai raised a finger in praise. That's incredible. Just watching you, it's like you're using a sword. Hearing that, the Bone Dragon replied excitedly, thank you for the compliment. Suddenly, someone walked in and exclaimed, wow, the house is really amazing. Kang Hemi held a folder of documents and looked at Kim Hunbok, who was carving on the floor, saying, moving must have been exhausting. Seeing her, Kim Hunbok stopped working, looked up, and asked, didn't I tell you? Even if it's in the dark, if I have free time, I will use that last day without anyone bothering me. Kang Hemi explained, that's why I came here before your free time ends to reconnect with the dungeon. Hearing that, he asked what she meant. Kang Hemi smiled and replied, connecting explorers to the dungeon isn't our agency's job, but we need to know the extent of the dungeon connection beforehand. Kim Hunbok connected to the dungeon this time, she added, and there will be a party of 35 explorers dispatched by the Management Bureau. This news left Hunbok and Christina wide-eyed in surprise. Then, Jaime entrusted him to raid the D-rank dungeon with them. The Cave of Suspicious Demons. Kang Jaime picked up a file and said, we are sending 35 explorers as ordered by the Management Bureau, so I hope you will assist them. Please cooperate so they can complete the mission safely. Kim Hunbok listened, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned around and refused. I'm sorry, I cannot accept that request. Taken aback, Kang Hemi questioned him. Oh, why is that? Kim Hunbok glanced at her and firmly explained, I'm not strong enough to protect 35 people who are raiding a D-rank dungeon for the first time. Moreover, if you put me in the role of a guardian, it means the Management Bureau doesn't trust them. If that's the case, the likelihood of a rift forming between me and them is very high. After listening, Kang Hemi nodded. I see. She quickly made another request. In that case, I hope you will gather information about the D-rank dungeon. How does that sound? Kim Hunbok agreed. I can do that much. Kang Hemi then took out a USB drive and said it contained information regarding the newly reorganized system. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok took it suspiciously. Reorganization? Kang Hemi explained. Yes. Besides the dungeon clear mission, there are also side quests. When you complete these missions, you will receive merit points as a reward. She then reminded him to check the USB for the detailed instructions. Looking at the tiny USB, Kim Hunbok asked curiously, if it was just this, you could have just sent an email. Why go through the trouble of coming all this way? Kang Hemi replied cheerfully, I thought it would be better to greet you and hand it over in person. Kim Hunbok looked confused. I see. Kang Hemi bowed politely. Well then, I hope you all clear the D-rank dungeon successfully. Kim Hunbok affirmed, yes, I have to survive to meet the Management Bureau again. Time flew by. Inside the dark dungeon, only a faint blue light floated. Kim Hunbok looked at a message on his phone, wondering. Even though it's D-rank, the name of the dungeon is the Cave of Suspicious Demons. It was originally an E-rank dungeon, but it started trapping and eating explorers, so it turned into a named dungeon. I must stay alert. If I let my guard down, I'll be attacked. Current head count 300. Time remaining 750 days. Reward 3 billion. 2 item choices. 1 intermediate magic stone. Seeing this, Christina commented, 300 people in total is too many. Can you see more details? Kim Hunbok replied, let me check. Standing behind him, Kessler remarked, just looking at the dungeon name gives me a headache. The explorers will surely suspect each other and end up arguing. This made Hunbok wonder. Is that why it's called the Cave of Suspicious Demons? Suddenly, He bumped into a stalactite in the middle of the cave, making Kessler and Kai shout in worry, "Master, Master, are you okay?" Kim Hunbok rubbed his head and groaned, "What kind of dungeon is this pitch black? Christina, please shine a light ahead for me." "Oh, my head," Kessler said from behind. "We are undead, so we shouldn't have trouble seeing in the dark, right?" Then he asked, "By the way, how was your night vision training? Shouldn't you have practiced that before the raid?" Hunbok replied with tears of pain in his eyes, "I did practice." Kim Hunbok made an excuse. "It's just too dark. If there's a chance to learn, it's great. What should I do?" Kessler illustrated, "It's not hard. First, walk lower than usual." Seeing this, Kim Hunbok crouched down and asked, "Like this?" Kessler shared the secret. Concentrate your energy, then try to feel the airflow. Because of the humidity, it's hard to feel at first, but once you get used to it, it becomes easier. It's better to use your own mana distribution method instead of relying on your senses. Kim Hunbok immediately closed his eyes and emitted blue mana, thinking, "Distribute mana instead of relying on my senses." Then, blue sound waves spread out, hitting the cave walls. They even curved to reach every corner of the cave. At the same time, Hunbok thought to himself, "I can feel it. My mana is spreading out." He daringly thought that if he boosted his mana again and focused his senses, suddenly, Christina's scowling face appeared as she looked at her phone. Kim Hunbok muttered, noticing Christina's anger. At the same time, Christina exploded in fury, looking at her phone and cursing the management bureau as a bunch of scammers, making Hunbok jump and ask, "Christina, what's wrong?" She shoved the screen at him. "Look at this. I could have bought 24 hours of free time with my merit points." On it was information about a limited sale of 30 slots per month for 24 hours of free time usage. Purchase 24 hours of freedom completed. Christina continued. That was also limited to 30 people a month. Then she shrieked in frustration. "If the management bureau had released the sale list, I would have grabbed one first using my merit points. I missed the chance." "Oh my God." Kessler broke into a sweat and whispered, "Master, isn't that a shopping addiction?" "This is a big problem," he replied. "It's not just today. Calm down, Christina. If we start saving up now, we can grab one next time." She still wasn't happy. "That's fine too. But I intended to buy materials with those merit points and the rest to supplement the core heart. The bone dragon will eventually need that heart too, so we must prepare in advance." Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "Bone dragon?" Christina thought of the bone dragon's bones and explained, "I previously analyzed the bone dragon's body. All the bones that make up his body, like us, store mana instead of having a core. There is no such thing as a mana storage circle, and I have full control over it." Suddenly, the bone dragon popped out with glowing red eyes, asking, "What does that mean?" Christina explained that dragons don't have something called a dragon heart. Then she thought of the pink dragon with its hideous gaping mouth and said, "If you want to prove your value as superior to real dragons, the bone dragon must use much more powerful magic. To do that, creating a core heart is necessary." The bone dragon immediately demanded, "Then create that thing." Christina remembered when Hunbok regenerated the dragon bones and argued, "However, the core heart also has a disadvantage. Your current body is a vessel for your soul, so even if your physical body is destroyed, it can be restored. But if you create a core heart, you could vanish the moment that heart is destroyed. Even if you take that core and mimic the heart of a real dragon, you can't surpass the real thing." The bone dragon replied boldly, "I don't care. I was a fake from the very beginning. If that core is my fake heart, I will make it more valuable than the heart of a real dragon." Beside him, Kim Hunbok smiled, satisfied with this realization. After the battle with Gloria, the bone dragon had changed. Now, it only thought about serving him sincerely and striving to become a powerful dragon. Hearing this, Christina spoke up, "I will try my best, and let me remind you of one more thing." The bone dragon, curious, asked what it was. Christina fixed her blue eyes on him with a serious expression. She explained that while one might simply think a dragon's heart is just a high-quality mana stone, its existence is actually incredibly special. The bone dragon's eyes widened as it listened, realizing the dragon's own existence was just as unique. The statement excited it, and it turned to the group, assuring them, "Sounds interesting. I'll keep that in mind." Then, Kale turned to Kai and said, "We should call each other partners now, right, Kai?" But the person who had been standing next to him had vanished. Kessler panicked, running around, searching and calling out, "Where did Kai go? Don't tell me he got attacked while we were distracted." Suddenly, Kai appeared behind Kessler with glowing red, menacing eyes. "Are you looking for me?" Kessler was so startled he fell backward, shouting in surprise, "Where did you go?" Kai looked down and replied, "I thought you all would be talking for a long time, so I went to look around." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok asked, "Did you find anything?" Kai turned to report that the explorers, in the dungeon had found signs of an ambush by something. This confused him. An ambush in an E-rank dungeon, but Kai replied in a somber tone, "This dungeon seems much more strategic." Kim Hunbok's eyes widened in shock as Kai continued, "It seems the monsters are waging guerrilla warfare against the humans." On the cave walls, there were long streaks of blood, all starting from a door and leading into the dark corners. At the same time, inside the dungeon, a human-made encampment appeared, built with square walls and 4 tall watchtowers. In the middle, tents were lined up in an orderly fashion. In one corner, 2 swords were clashing as 2 people fought while others watched. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What the hell are you thinking?" Dawn, the leader of the guild managing the operations bureau, roared in anger. "Shut up. You attacked first, and now you're acting high and mighty." Jinho, the leader of the Kanjin guild, argued back furiously. "What is this? You were the one who led us here, weren't you?" Suddenly, a young man in yellow robes, leading an orc and some wounded people, ran over and shouted to stop them. "You too. Stop it. We shouldn't be fighting among ourselves. There's something causing us to act out of character." Hearing this, Jinho turned, suspicious. "What is that supposed to mean?" Gokhan, the leader of the Tammo guild, stepped forward. "I'm not sure yet, but the monster has high intelligence, high enough to make us turn on each other." Behind him, the leader of the Hemosu guild was helping the wounded. Suddenly, a girl leaped down from above, screaming, "Found you, you damn monster. I won't let you get away with this." She slashed her sword into the orc's back, making it roar in agony. Gokhan ran over, shouting, "What are you doing? That's a monster we've tamed. Without my order, you are not allowed to harm another monster." Ma Yang, the leader of the survival guild, broke into a sweat, eyes wide with confusion. "How could that be? I was chasing the monster that attacked us." Jinho, sweating, gritted his teeth, feeling confused. "Is this really the monster's doing?" Things have gotten serious. Everyone stopped fighting, looking toward the orc Gokhan was tending to. With so many guilds gathered here, it's the perfect setup to wipe us all out at once. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Jinho cried out, "An earthquake?" Immediately, Dihan turned and shouted, "Lyseli." At the same time, the platinum-haired girl leaped onto the rooftops toward the observation post. "I'll go check it out." The vice leader of Dihan's guild, landed on the ground with a serious expression. She knelt down to look at the dungeon entrances surrounding the camp, then turned pale and stammered, "Oh, for heaven's sake." She stood on top of the watchtower and screamed down, "Prepare for battle. Everyone, get into formation." Below, Dawn asked, What's going on?" Seeing a swarm of green skull-marked monsters rushing in, S replied, "Monsters are pouring in. They're flooding out from all the dungeon gates surrounding the camp." Dihan sliced the head off a monster, but his sword immediately began to warp. Dawn panicked. "Is the sword melting?" Elsewhere, a person screamed as black smoke rose from their arm. "My arm! Help! Help!" This caught Dihan's attention. He quickly ordered, "The slime is acidic. Don't hack at them, burn them." Immediately, Jinho and his teammates grabbed gas tanks rigged with detonators, saying, "If that's the case, that's the Himosu Guild's specialty." The ambushers prepared. He and the Himosu members threw the gas tanks at the monsters, shouting, "I told you it's dangerous, get back." A second later, the timers on the tanks beeped. They exploded simultaneously, while the team members quickly leaped onto the rooftops to avoid the blast. The explosion was massive, causing a fierce fire to erupt everywhere. The shockwave caused the wooden buildings to collapse. Seeing this, Jinho ran to avoid it, shouting orders. "The building is collapsing. Get out of the way." Suddenly, a goddess with 2 horns on her head appeared, using a frost fog skill at someone's command. "Spirits, lend me your power." Ice was instantly released, freezing everything right behind Jinho. He looked back, impressed. "It's frozen, it stopped." Mi Yang, standing on the goddess's shoulder, shouted, "Don't just stand there. Throw the bombs. Burn it all." Hearing this, Jinho grabbed another gas tank, saying, "We were planning to, but we have to pin them in one spot first." At the same time, Gokhan directed his guild members, Hin, Dong, Tae, circle them and trap the enemies in one spot, now. Then, the orc they had tamed slammed its mace into the ground, cutting off the slime's escape route. On another side, the white wolf herded them like chickens, trapping the green monsters in the center. Suddenly, the slimes scrambled to run away. Gokhan shouted, "Those guys are trying to escape." He ordered them to block the retreat. Immediately, 2 sword-wielding members slashed the throats of those in the lead. Jinho charged in with a gas tank, screaming, "Get ready to bomb them. Everyone who hears me, get out of the way." A series of massive explosions erupted, filling the camp with fire and smoke. Watching the blaze, Sodi gripped her bow. "Is that the Hemosu Guild? The power is incredible. I have to learn how to make those." Suddenly, Something caught her attention, and she turned her head to look in one direction. At the dungeon gate, a swarm of monsters wearing bone masks and riding green lizards charged in. Saladin shouted a warning, more monsters are pouring in. Hearing that, Dan gritted his teeth, exhausted and thinking. Was the first attack meant to disable our weapons? We have to keep fighting even in this situation. Suddenly, Mi Yang shouted orders for the survival guild to concentrate all their mana into No's soul. Then, she used her frost spear skill, launching ice lances at the lizard monsters. As for the Dihang guild, they followed their leader's command, clenching their fists and readying themselves for a desperate battle. Worried. Are we going to die here? Why are they still alive? Then, they rushed in to fight the green lizards. Don't you dare look down on us, you bastards. Elsewhere, an elf stepped in to shield Gon from an arrow, causing him to panic and cry out, Teishi! But the lizard riders seemed to have the upper hand. They knocked aside the people near the gate and charged inside. Seeing that, someone shouted in despair, there are too many enemies. We can't deal with this without weapons. If we keep this up, we're all dead. Suddenly, black-purple clouds appeared in the sky, crackling with purple lightning. Someone looked up and exclaimed, what is that? Then, the purple mist descended, causing the person to flinch and cover their face in fear. High above, Kim Hunbok rode a bone dragon, unleashing a surge of yin-yang energy, carving a long trench across the ground and blocking the lizard riders. He shouted, giving instructions, take care of the wounded first. Leave this to us. Afterward, Kai, Christina, and Kessler charged forward as well, shouting for the raid team to advance. Seeing this, Dian's jaw dropped in shock. The Skotan Legion and a bone dragon? Don't tell me that person. And looking at Kim Hunbok riding the bone dragon, he exclaimed in delight, the legendary necromancer, Kim Hunbok. Meanwhile, from afar, a lizard rider stood on a cliff, eyeing the bone dragon wreaking havoc at the camp. Then, his eyes glowed as he pondered, calculated, and turned to order a retreat. Immediately, a roar echoed, and the lizard riders in the camp turned and fled in unison. Seeing that, the soldiers shouted, the monsters are retreating. Then they cheered with joy. We stopped the bombardment. We survived. Long live the necromancer. A while later, the wounded were taken to be cared for. Everyone rallied to reorganize, open the base, set up the barricades. Quickly gather any equipment that can be used as weapons and spell cards. Someone get me some recovery potions. At the same time, a warning appeared on Miang's phone. There are many monsters nearby. Please try again after clearing them. Seeing this, she questioned, an error again. Where on earth are the monsters? Beside her, the guild leaders were talking to Kim Hunbok. Thank you so much, Mr. Kim Hunbok. Just as I heard, you truly have incredible abilities. We will definitely repay this debt. Suddenly, someone ran over from afar to report. It's a big problem. Our guild was tricked by someone. We were tricked here too. There isn't a single trace of any monsters. Dan broke into a sweat and asked, is it like this again? On one side, Jin-Ho worriedly asked, should we increase the guards? We can't keep getting fooled like this. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok turned his head and said, perhaps there is a monster hiding among us. This startled Miang. So that's it. Because the monster is unknowingly mixed in with us, the return service is glitching like that. Dan asked, Mr. Kim Hunbok, is there any way to distinguish humans from monsters? He replied, if we had the corpse of the fake monster, we could analyze it, but we don't have one right now. From behind, Jin spoke up, at least we know the reason now, so we should be able to go back. Song Gukhan wondered, but how? Jin then drew a diagram of the safe zone to explain his plan. If we are fighting or if there's a monster nearby, the return function won't work, so only a certain number of people will return. At that moment, if they can't return, it means the fake monster is among them. Hearing that, Jin-Ho thought about the group left behind being surrounded by lizard monsters and asked, wait, if so, in the end, it will only be the fake monster and a few explorers left in the dungeon, right? The rest will be in danger. Who will agree to stay until the end? Don offered an opinion. Why don't we take turns staying in this village to guard it? If we can return and fully recover our stamina, we can consider this place a base. Jin-Ho immediately agreed. Great idea. I'm in. Jin shook his head, skeptical. We should be attacking the dungeon instead. Suddenly, Miang spoke up. Let's vote on it now. Everyone, nominate who will wait behind in the guild. Also, Don added, we'll decide the order to see which directions are given first. Beside them, Gukhan suggested, let's just play rock, paper, scissors to keep it simple. Hearing that, Jin-Gon agreed. Best 2 out of 3, or just 1 round. Afterward, they discussed it. 1 round, quick and easy. Should we pair up, or all at once? Seeing this, Kessler let out a heavy sigh. Then he shouted loudly, making them jump and turn around. My God, are you people playing games right now? Dihen looked confused and stammered. then looked at Kim Hunbok and asked, "Mr. Kim Hunbok, what did you say?" Before he could answer, Kessler spoke up again. "Master, I'm not asking for anything. I'm telling you. Everyone, listen up. If you keep attacking the dungeon like this, more than half of you are guaranteed to die. No, actually, you'll all be wiped out." Hearing that, Jin retorted, mouth agape. "What's that supposed to mean? Trying to say we're weak?" Gukhan chimed in, "We've climbed all the way here, so what nonsense are you spewing?" But Kessler calmly crossed his arms and explained, "You are strong, and you can rely on brute force, but that strength only lasts for a short time. Your ability to focus and observe will be depleted." Then he bluntly pointed out their weakness. "You can feel it too, right? The master of this dungeon is very intelligent. If it weren't for my master, you would have all been wiped out already." This cut deep into the 5 guild leaders, leaving them speechless. Suddenly, Miang demanded, "Then what should we do? Are we all just going to die here? Or do you want us to go home and rest?" Kessler admitted, "Yeah." This left her bewildered. "What?" He continued, "Don't do anything. Go home and wait. Let us handle this dungeon." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok was shocked and transmitted via telepathy, "Kessler, what are you saying? Why are you making such an arbitrary decision?" Then, Christina placed a hand on his shoulder and sent a mental message. "Master, if you trust us, just let him speak." Kessler isn't the type to act recklessly. Kessler added, "With just us and Master, there won't be any sacrifices at all. Even if there were, we'd know how to handle it. Wouldn't that be much better?" Then he declared firmly, "And of course, we won't require any payment." This statement caught Kim Hunbok off guard, and he turned to ask, Are you really sure you can handle this alone?" Having been put in a passive position, Kim Hunbok sighed, then replied seriously, "It's not impossible. Let's do this. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to face the consequences." Then, the system announced a Rank D dungeon, Cave of Suspicious Dark Spirits, 748 days remaining. Currently, there are 279 people inside. On the second day, Kim Hunbok began the raid, deciding to attack the dungeon alone. The barracks were deathly quiet, not a soul in sight. Inside, Kessler bowed his head in apology. "I apologize to you, Master, for acting on my own like that." Standing before the 3 of them, Kim Hunbok asked, "Why did you act without discussing it with me first?" Kessler still bowed, explaining, "You are always searching for the best methods, Master, but in this world, things don't always go according to plan. If we had taken the commission and proceeded with the attack again, not only would it have been a waste of time, but other guilds would have also developed a grudge against you." Kim Hunbok tried to argue, "But working for free would have been fine too. The more money we have, the more we can get done." However, Kessler replied, "But as I said just now, Master, since you became a mage, I feel you've been overthinking things and planning more than is necessary." He then pointed out Kim Hunbok's weakness. "Sometimes, there are things we shouldn't overthink at all to achieve the best results. Really, Master. We acted with good intentions, but if we calculate too much, it ends up causing misunderstandings." Kim Hunbok listened seriously. Beside him, Christina chimed in, "Perhaps this is a good learning experience for you, Master. We coordinated this with Kessler." She bowed her head in regret, but it was clearly wrong to act without consulting you. "I am truly sorry, Master," Than added. Kai also chimed in. "I agreed with Kessler's plan and just stood by and watched." "I'm so sorry, Master." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok sighed and said, All right. I know you did it for my sake." Then, he concluded, "Let bygones be bygones, but next time, if you don't consult me, I won't let it slide." The 3 replied immediately, "We understand." "Your command is our will, Master," Kessler added resolutely. "I follow your orders as well, but if it's necessary, I will act just like I did this time." He declared firmly, "Only when you are strong, Master, can I be strong." These words left Kim Hunbok in thought. Fine. He turned his back to leave and said, "Then, let's prepare to raid the dungeon." At the same time, deep in the dark dungeon, someone spoke up. "You share my thoughts. That guy, we only need to catch one of them, and the rest will become our food." The leader in the blue hat narrowed his red eyes and ordered, "Just wait until he makes a move." Suddenly, a loud tremor shook the cave, leaving him suspicious. Outside, 3 massive explosions were the source of the shaking. Kessler held a gas canister, looking satisfied. "I wanted to try this since last time." Kai shouted excitedly beside him. "Honestly, me too." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion also erupted from the barracks side, causing the 2 men outside to look at each other in shock. The guild leaders stood watching the debris from the blast, overwhelmed. Are you really allowed to do that? If you destroy all the bases," Hunbok walked up with Christina to explain, "there's no other way to disperse the mana of the Rank D boss monsters here. The dungeon restoration process consumes a lot of mana. We might as well enjoy ourselves while we're at it. Hearing this, Dehen smiled awkwardly, unable to find a rebuttal. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, making him panic. What was that? Just then, a stone human rose from beneath the houses. Someone gasped, a golem. Did Kim Hunbok summon it? Kim Hunbok denied it. It's not me. That might be a monster mimicking us. Hearing this, someone screamed in terror. A mimicking monster? As the golem stood upright, both fists raised high, preparing to strike the crowd, someone yelled, "Get out of the way." The moment they scattered, the golem slammed down, causing the ground to crack and shatter. Kai immediately directed, "Kessler, look over there, the giant golem over there looks more interesting." He replied, "It's not that boring over here, either." Suddenly, riders on lizards appeared out of nowhere. Kessler shouted a warning, "The enemy is swarming us. Hurry up and trigger the traps." The man holding the detonator replied, "I'm on it." Suddenly, glowing yellow magic circles appeared under the feet of the lizard riders. Then, a series of thunderous explosions ripped through the air. Someone remarked, "Destruction is art." Outside the fence, Jin turned to look at the erupting flames and remarked, "Look at that. It seems the trap worked well." Truly, the craftsmanship of the Himosu Guild. Hearing this, Don, who was standing in front of the golem, shouted, "Is that important right now? Deal with the monster in front of you?" Jingun immediately gave an awkward, hurried laugh and stuttered, "Sorry." A moment later, the lizard riders were crawling on the ground, groaning, My food! How dare you do this?" Suddenly, a wave of black smoke covered the monster lying on the ground. Facing him, Hunbok rode his bone dragon and ordered the finishing blow. Simultaneously, it unleashed blue-purple energy from its mouth toward the monster. Then, with a shout, a blast of yin-yang energy, a beam of light shot straight toward the monster. Struck by the energy, the monster screamed in anger. "Do you think I'll disappear just because of this cursed stuff?" He looked at the people and the lizards on the ground and shouted, "Gather my remains." Then, they all simultaneously turned into red, viscous puddles, slowly merging together. Seeing this, Kessler cried out in disgust, "The corpses are melting. That's so gross." However, Kai corrected him, seeing them rushing toward one point. "No, Kessler, something is pulling them together." At that moment, amidst the bone dragon's yin-yang energy, the sludge was gathering into one spot. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok was suspicious. Could it be? A moment later, the sludge formed a hideous, writhing pile. Kim Hunbok sweated, silently guessing. Although I said there weren't many monsters that could mimic humans, my guess was right. Looking at the pile on the ground with many skulls protruding, Kim Hunbok remarked, "I didn't expect a doppelganger type. This is a rank D dungeon, the cave of suspicious dark spirits, an incomplete doppelganger saint body." Suddenly, a fist shot out from the pile, and it screamed, "I will envelop you, so you can become a part of me." Kim Hunbok immediately ordered, "Don't get careless, Bone Dragon. A single doppelganger like this isn't worthy of appearing in this rank D dungeon." Hearing the command, the Bone Dragon's eyes glowed, and it replied, "Yes, I understand." On the other side, the doppelganger threw a punch and roared, "Die." But the Bone Dragon unleashed blue-purple magic to block it. Kim Hunbok shouted, "Burn that monster for me." Simultaneously, he utilized the yin-yang energy, and a purple-black energy cyclone shot toward the doppelganger. The purple energy engulfed the doppelganger's fist. The Bone Dragon observed, the arm is already deforming. The fist remained unscathed, and it even struck. The Bone Dragon landed a palm strike right in the face, causing Kim Hunbok to stumble while standing on its head. Kim Hunbok thought, "Gloria, is this the level of her punch? She's way stronger than this." He then flew off to dodge, thinking it was hardly even a warm-up. Kim Hunbok noticed the gooey red fragments clinging to the Bone Dragon's wings and shouted that the doppelganger's remains were merging back together. The Bone Dragon was dragged down, and Kim Hunbok was thrown off. He shouted, "It's fallen. Kai, Kessler, it's your turn." Below, the two men immediately raised their spears, took a stance, and charged. "Don't worry, we'll do as you asked. I told you to be ready." Kai Kessler then threw his spear at the doppelganger and yelled, "Time for battle." But the two spear tips just sank straight into the doppelganger's body, causing no damage at all. The two spears were just stuck in the middle of the mess. Seeing that, Kessler was suspicious. Huh? Why is there no reaction? Kai, next to him, was also confused. Suddenly, the doppelganger lunged at the two of them and growled, "Run! Is that all you weaklings have got?" At that moment, the two spears inside the doppelganger's body started glowing blue. Then they caused the doppelganger to explode like a water balloon. Kessler angrily cursed, "Why did it blow up so late?" At the same time, Chris raised his staff and shouted, "Parallelize!" A special curse emitted a yellow magic circle accompanied by lightning. Then, He looked at the fallen golem and gestured for Guhan and Dihan to move in. Now is our chance. Take down the golem. Suddenly, there was a roar, and the ground shook. Dahan panicked and asked, "What is it this time?" Jin pointed to the exploded doppelganger and asked, "Look, what just exploded? Those pieces are falling over there." Hearing this, Dihan turned his head, puzzled. What? Then, clumps of goo fell where they were standing, splattering on the ground. Someone groaned, "What now?" Suddenly, a doppelganger emerged from a pool of goo, whining, "All of you." Dihan turned pale and shouted, "The liquid is changing." On the side, Christina summoned lightning magic and said, "Everyone, gather all your strength to destroy them." Dahan was still curious. What is that? By now, every pile of goo was turning into a hideous red doppelganger. Christina explained that they were clones of the doppelganger. We must destroy them before they merge back into one. Dian drew his sword and, riding the white wolf, charged at the red doppelgangers, shouting, "Attack!" But one doppelganger struck the white wolf, making it cry out in pain. Then, a doppelganger with a bull's head swung its arm down on Jin Ho. "All you stupid fools will end up as my food." Seeing this, Jin Ho backed away, startled. Inside the pile of goo, Jin Ho gasped for air, choking in pain. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok shot arrows from a distance and shouted, "Death bone spears," destroying the goo on Jin Ho. He then coldly ordered, "Get the wounded out of here. I'll handle this." But the doppelganger laughed mockingly. "I won't let you live that easily." Then it commanded the other doppelgangers to surround Kim Hunbok, shouting, "Die, choke him for me. Crush him, for us, for our glory." Kim Hunbok raised his staff and summoned the Skotan Knights, shouting, "Skotan Knights of Fury, destroy the enemy immediately." The knights charged forward to strike. At another corner, Kai gripped his sword with both hands and rushed forward with Kessler, shouting, "For our master." Seeing this, the doppelganger roared, "Get lost." Then it lashed out with a wave of goo at the two of them. Kessler shouted, "Kai, cut it." Kai moved like the wind, unleashing several sharp, glowing yellow strikes at the doppelganger, saying, "Let's finish this." But a glob of goo splattered onto Christina. She screamed, "Enough of this. Soldiers, kill them." Christina was startled. At the same time, the goo hit the ground and exploded. Kessler panicked and ran over, crying out, "Christina!" On the other side, several doppelgangers gathered, firing balls of energy at the Skotan Knights, shouting, "You wretches can't stop me." Observing from a distance, Kim Hunbok frowned and analyzed. "I already destroyed the dungeon to disperse the doppelganger's mana, but its fragments are much stronger than my Skotan warriors." Standing before his knights, he pointed forward with determination. "But I have to win." Across the field, the doppelganger continued to tear through the Skotan Knights, screaming, "Get lost." It rampaged wildly, sweeping away many Skotan Knights. Yet, even with missing limbs, the knights' eyes remained resolute as they fought on with their swords. Elsewhere, two Skotan Knights swung their blades, slicing the doppelganger into many small pieces that fell to the ground, but new ones kept sprouting from them. They were just tiny, squirming things. The doppelganger trembled. Noticing the change, it stammered, "Why? Why is it like this?" Kim Hunbok approached, taunting, "You're wondering why I'm still standing here to tell you, aren't you?" Seeing him, it shrieked, "What did you do?" Kim Hunbok held a blue cube in his hand and replied, "The limit of mana a person can carry at once. You joined this battle with that in mind." He held up the cube and continued, "I anticipated that and created a mana storage device to prevent exhaustion. Of course, creating a mana core like this and the charging time is very inefficient and time-consuming." Behind Kim Hunbok, the doppelganger raised its head, waving its arms and shouting, "Don't think you're stronger than me just because of that toy." But suddenly, it was cut in half. Kessler had appeared out of nowhere and sliced its head off. Kim Hunbok indifferently continued, "You planned to kill me and eat me so you could become a perfect version of a doppelganger. A solid and cautious plan, right?" Kessler leaned his back against Kim Hunbok's as he listened to him judge. "However, you shouldn't be so obsessed with calculating the perfect result, because the one who ends up seizing the opportunity won't be you." Opposite Kim Hunbok, the doppelganger opened its many mouths in protest. "Don't dream. You're the one who's going to die, not me." It sneered angrily. "Even if you destroy the whole dungeon, my mana is overflowing." Kim Hunbok smirked. "Is that so?" Suddenly, the doppelganger convulsed for no reason, then threw its head back and let out a long scream as purple energy poured out of it. It flowed toward Kim Hunbok's outstretched hand. The doppelgangers began to melt, terrified. A purple soul with a skull-like image rested in Kim Hunbok's palm. He remembered the two spears inside the doppelganger's body earlier and explained, "I put some mana into the spears I threw. They pierced you earlier to analyze your body. At the same time, the bone dragon slowly manifested behind Kim Hunbok. He continued, "That's when I realized your true form. You are a separate entity, and you're sharing your soul among these clones." Hearing this, all the doppelgangers turned toward Kim Hunbok, screaming, "Give it back. That's mine. Give it here, my soul." Suddenly, Kim Hunbok shouted, "Bone dragon, destroy the doppelganger's true form. Now!" Immediately, it soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the knight stood in front of Kim Hunbok, blocking the doppelgangers from rushing forward. The bone dragon flew into the sky, opened its maw, and unleashed a terrifying blast of black and purple spiritual energy. A collision occurred in mid-air, as the bone dragon's yin-yang energy shattered a barrier between dimensions. Finally, the glass-like barrier fell, revealing a brain with a single eye. It panicked and blurted out, "No, this can't be. Just a little more, and I would have been complete." Suddenly, the bone dragon fired another blast of yin-yang energy at the doppelganger. As it began to dissolve, it shrieked, "Even if it's not you," but before it could finish, it exploded in the sky like a nuclear bomb. The sight left Daehan terrified, screaming at the blast. Down on the ground, a doppelganger hovered behind Daehan, causing Jinho to rush over and warn him. When Daehan looked over, he jumped in shock. The doppelganger opened its mouth, seemingly furious, but it could only stand still, melting and groaning. Seeing this, a bewildered Daehan asked what was happening. The doppelgangers slowly melted away, unable to speak, only able to babble. Standing by, the others watched in amazement as the remains melted away. Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok sighed, sat down on the ground, and remarked, "Phew, that was an exhausting battle. I'm almost out of mana." Then Christina approached to remind him, "It's not over yet, Master." Kai added, "We must destroy all of his remaining fragments." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok wiped his sweat and replied, "You're right, we're not done yet." Suddenly, Kessler reached out a hand, telling him, "You've worked hard." Then he complimented him, "You did great this time, Master." Kim Hunbok shyly tilted his head and replied, "Thanks." Kessler grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go finish them off." Finally, the system announced, D-rank dungeon, Demon Cave. Estimated time until raid failure, 745 days. Currently, there are 245 days left for Kim Hunbok's 5th dungeon raid. Raid successful. 3 days after finishing the D-rank dungeon raid, Kim Hunbok lay on his bed, complaining, "Ugh, there's nothing to do. I'm so bored. I can't sleep. And I don't want to eat. Even now, I don't even have the interest to read the novels or comics I usually enjoy." Looking at his phone, he wondered if he had felt so many life or death emotions during the battles that he could no longer feel the joy of simply being alive. Then, Hunbok sat up and suggested, "Shall we go for a walk? I can't waste my free time like this." Suddenly, Kessler rushed into Kim Hunbok's room, shouting, "Master, I have a request." Kim Hunbok was startled and asked, "Kessler, what's wrong?" Kessler opened his mouth and said urgently, "Please, allow me to go out. I've decided to gather my gaming friends this time." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok asked curiously, "Huh, that seems like a waste of free time. Plus, you're a construct." But Kessler argued, "That's exactly why I'm asking you. You need to do something about this." A while later, a head with skin, flesh, and hair appeared. He remarked, "How amazing. Can I really change my expression at will?" That was nameless. Level 542, genderless. Incomplete doppelganger fragments, strength 115, agility 325, stamina 941, magic power 1,851, dexterity 935, remaining points 4. Kim Hunbok stood to the side, explaining with his hands that it was linked to his brain through mana, as the creature looked at itself in a mirror held by Kai. Kessler grumbled, "Why is it only my face and ears? Can it be used for my whole body?" Immediately, Hunbok pinched his ear and scolded him, "You brat, have some conscience. Getting it to look like this is already incredible." Kessler yelped in pain, Master, I'm sorry. My ears are ringing, it hurts so much." Beside them, Christina excitedly gave a thumbs up. "I didn't think you could do something like this. Master, you really are amazing." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok puffed out his chest, opened his mouth, and laughed with pride. "Is there anything I can't do? Creating fragments for a doppelganger is nothing." Christina continued to flatter him, "But Master, you've achieved great results. It's fantastic." Kessler joined in. "Right, you're the best." This made Kim Hunbok act even more arrogant. "Is that so? Then I'll accept your praise." Kessler wiped his sweat and spoke up. "But Master, we decided to have dinner at Dongmo, but isn't this a bit too much?" Hunbok shrugged and pointed confidently. "Hey, don't worry. The food you eat is meant for the doppelganger fragments. The absorption rate is low, but at least you'll be able to taste it." Hearing this, Christina, Kai, and Kessler's eyes lit up like stars. We can taste it? Really? Does that mean I can taste wine now? Suddenly, Christina leaned in close to negotiate. Master, if possible, please mass-produce these. I'll definitely help you out. Kim Hunbok scratched his cheek, hesitating. Are you already smelling the money? Christina. Not long after, the day arrived for Kessler to meet his friends. The three of them waved goodbye at the door. Have fun, and don't fight. Remember to be back by midnight. Kim Hunbok thought, I'm so jealous. I want to go out and play too. Kessler, dressed like a normal person, replied excitedly, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Kim Hunbok thought. At that moment, we realized a surprising fact. Afterward, Kessler returned completely drunk, needing Kai to support him as he entered the house. Seeing the other two, he asked, Hick, I'm back. Master, why do you look so surprised? Hunbok and Christina stared at their phones in disbelief, sighing. Aside from me not leaving the house, I never imagined Kessler or Kai would use their free time like that. He smirked, and immediately, an idea sparked. If free time doesn't end, then dungeons won't be distributed anymore. In that case, I'll use this point so I don't have to go to dungeons. Thinking of office workers, Kim Hunbok secretly calculated that he could use the doppelganger fragments to handle outside work as a representative. While handling work outside, the system listed Mercenary System, Request List, Accept Requests, Rewards. Hunbok sat in front of the computer. A patch had been applied to the dungeon website. He turned to the three behind him and said, A mercenary system. Christina wondered. The website has added so much it seems like dungeon raiding isn't as good as I thought. Kessler rubbed his chin and remarked, Mercenaries? That's nostalgic. Meanwhile, Kai analyzed the situation and asked, It seems it would be better if, instead of being assigned to raid new dungeons, we raid dungeons as mercenaries. Master, what do you think? Kim Hunbok didn't turn around, simply replying, I was thinking the same thing. He then thought about the mercenaries, silently considering the new mercenary system feature updated on the dungeon website. Dungeon seekers with a raid time under 23 hours can register. The way dungeon seekers use this system to accept and offer help, they will receive a supply crate, the rewards of those. The way the seekers use this system to accept and help out, they'll receive a crate of items as a reward for. Their clients have registered as mercenaries, and rewards for clearing dungeons will be added. Plus, after a dungeon raid, they'll get a similar amount of free time. Kim Hunbok scratched his chin, deep in thought. However, he wondered skeptically if this mercenary system only truly benefited those seeking dungeons and high-capacity guilds. Why even add a mercenary system in the first place? Christina speculated about the global system, guessing perhaps it was because mana was leaking out of the dungeons and spreading across the world. Hearing that, Kim Hunbok was startled and asked, What's the density discrepancy between the mana in the dungeons and the real world? She replied, The discrepancy isn't that significant yet. Christina then reflected on the global energy levels and explained that the rate of density increase wasn't as fast as the rate of development. In about a year, or perhaps as quickly as a few months, the mana density in the dungeons and the real world would equalize. Hearing that, Kessler clapped his hands, saying, Exactly. To prepare for the moment the mana densities equalize, we should clear as many dungeons as possible and strive to further develop those who currently have abilities. On one side, Kai comforted him, saying nothing bad would happen to them, which left Kessler looking blank. Is that so? Kim Hunbok also reassured everyone that nothing would happen to them. He frowned, thinking to himself, but if reality were to change, it would be impossible not to be concerned. What if dungeon monsters started appearing in the real world? Kim Hunbok remembered the old days when he was covered in bandages, wielding a sword to slaughter monsters, and worried silently. The state of these dungeon seekers would end up just like his back then. If that happened, this world would be completely different. Furthermore, he was uneasy for another reason. Above all else, Gloria's insane, laughing face flashed in his mind. Kim Hunbok thought, Is it really certain that the Calamity Demon Dragon is the final boss? He bit his lip anxiously, wondering if such a force truly existed in this world. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok's whole body shuddered at the thought of how many people would have to bleed. Christina placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Master, let's just take advantage of everything. She continued firmly. Besides, they have to strengthen themselves to invade this place anyway. Even so, Kim Hunbok still wiped sweat from his brow. Right. He exhaled and turned around, saying, Then let's start taking mercenary requests. This statement made Kessler extremely worried. Master, before you start, you should prepare so you don't end up like Kim Jong-hyuk. Kim Hunbok looked skeptical. Kim Jong-hyuk? Kessler thought of the red-haired man and said, He clearly used the mercenary system to dominate explorers weaker than him, or perhaps he wanted to eliminate a certain power. But Kim Hunbok smiled and replied, He must have been very determined. He continued, Those guys didn't hesitate to eliminate anyone. They were all unpredictable people. Hearing that, Christina excitedly shouted, "Exactly. We're only afraid of the enemy because we aren't strong enough yet." Kessler stood with his hands on his hips, arguing that traitors shouldn't be alive. While Kai chimed in, "I agree, Master." Seeing them like this, Kim Hunbok laughed at their growing ambition. Then he looked at the mercenary page on the screen and said, "First, let's find something that suits us." A moment later, looking at the screen showing many countries and a world map, someone sighed, "The list is longer than we thought." Christina, standing behind Kim Hunbok, stared and assessed. "It looks like we can request mercenaries from all over the world, like the U.S. or the U.K. But Kim Hunbok was worried. What if there were no requests that met the requirements in Korea, and we don't even know foreign languages? Christina taped her glasses to her face and reassured him. "Don't worry, there's magic to break the language barrier." Suddenly, someone screamed in surprise. "Translation magic?" She put on her glasses, grabbed a dictionary, and said confidently, "Simply put, it uses telepathy to communicate. It's hard to get used to, but once you do, it's extremely convenient." The other three looked like children seeing a magic trick, their mouths agape in delight. Afterward, a light flashed, and Christina's eyes turned into the shape of Korean currency. Then, she busily recorded everything and shouted, "By the way, let's design a product with a translation function." Hearing that, Kim Hunbok smiled awkwardly and delegated, "I'll leave that to you." Suddenly, Kessler offered an idea. "Master, since that's the case, let's choose something that pays well." Hunbok rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "The reward is good." But Kai pointed at the screen and asked, "Are you still worried about something? Even if the pay is low, I feel we should take that mission. It looks quite urgent." Suddenly, Christina leaned in, looking excited. "I happen to need Sim's nuclear weapon. I want to take the mission in the F-rank dungeon, Master." Seeing that, Kim Hunbok turned to tease her. "Why are you sounding so logical like an AI?" Then he moved the mouse to accept, thinking it was better to accept the request Kai chose anyway. Behind him, Kessler agreed. "Since it's your first request, you're planning to do a good deed? I approve of everything, Master." Kai then politely placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master." Next to him, Christina also chimed in. "I understand, Master." But Kim Hunbok was puzzled. "A good deed, huh?" He then clarified, "I have my own reasons for choosing that request, leaving the three of them suspicious." "Your own reasons?" Kim Hunbok pointed to the information on the screen. "If it can be bought, I will buy whatever you ask for. Please save me." And with narrowed eyes, he smiled and said, "It's time to take on more contracts." At the same time, a hot topic was trending online. People were buzzing with gossip. "I'm sure you've all heard the news about Kim Hunbok as a summoner. He's more than just human. He even made a name for himself by clearing out monsters in dungeons and fighting a guild all by himself. How can a human have that kind of strength to fight? I think maybe he made a pact with the devil. Can our enemies really reach that rank just by working hard? You could probably reach it too. Isn't it good news that humans have such infinite potential for growth? He cleared the dungeon and saved so many people. We should all be thanking him. It's hard to know if we can trust this savior who just appeared, though. But one thing is for sure, we're all alive, so thank goodness for that." Meanwhile, a man with a gray beard smiled. President Richard stood up from his desk and muttered, "Whether they are enemies or allies, we have to meet them at least once to know for sure. It won't be too late to judge then." Then he walked over to the beverage table and called, "Manager, come here." "Manager?" Getting no response, he grew suspicious. Why is it so quiet? Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door. Richard looked out curiously. The person who arrived opened the conversation. "We've met, haven't we?" Which left Richard trembling and stammering. Who are you? How did you get in here?" Then the other person said, "I only came to give a warning." Hearing that, Richard asked guardedly, "What? A warning?" Then he turned pale and gloomy as he heard the person grit their teeth. "You know it. It's time." Elsewhere, a monster opened its mouth and roared, "It's time." A group of people fighting the monster fell into a disadvantageous position and screamed in horror, "Help me." A girl cried out as she ran for her life, fleeing from a nightmare everyone dreaded. At the management bureau, everyone, even the director, was in a frantic panic. Elsewhere, Hannah and her teammates were gasping for air after wiping out a group of monsters. Somewhere else, soldiers were frantically firing at goblins, screaming to seal off the entrance. It was dangerous outside the house, especially with Gloria from who knows what world lurking, waiting to tear them apart. A staff topped with the wings of a bone dragon stood tall. Right in the center was a sharp, purple crystal. It was the new staff belonging to Kim Hunbok. He held his mask, feeling a wave of emotion, and muttered, "But I will move forward nonetheless." The room deep in the corner was deathly silent, Behind the tightly locked door came desperate, trembling pleas. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Minin lay motionless on the bed, buried deep under her blankets, her body shaking uncontrollably. I don't want to die. Just as she remembered, everything had gone according to plan until they met the boss on the third floor. At least half of her squad had been slaughtered by Commander Goblin, and the rest were cowering, locked inside the house in terror. Just then, the system announced there was only 1 month left to clear the dungeon. But Bin didn't really care. She was spiraling into a mental breakdown. There's still so much I want to do. I don't want to die. Suddenly, her phone lit up, shattering the silence. A message had arrived. Minin hesitantly peeked out from under the blanket, looking terrified, torn between reading it or not. Finally, she closed her eyes, reached out, and firmly grabbed the phone. She opened the message to find that the dungeon had been cleared via the mercenary system. Minin was half doubting, her eyes wide with shock. No way, this has to be a lie, right? Flooded with emotion, she sprang up from her bed and timidly went to the door. Minin gently turned the knob, cracked it open just a sliver, and poked half her face out to assess the situation. Whatever shock hit her next left her frozen solid, her eyes and mouth wide open as she gasped. Oh, God. Only then did Minin snap out of it and boldly throw the door wide open. Standing before her were Kim Hunbok and the Bone Dragon. She had no idea how long they had been there. The Bone Dragon, this shocking reappearance had the whole village gathered around, buzzing with gossip and excitement. The Bone Dragon Master, the first ever necromancer. Is he that guy named Kim Hunbok? Is that really the great Kim Hunbok? Beside her, faint cheers of joy could be heard. The dungeon is cleared. We're saved. Minin was still dazed, standing there like she was waiting for someone. It took a few minutes, but she finally snapped to her senses. Overcome with emotion, she bowed deeply, screaming sincerely, thank you so much. Kim Hunbok, mysteriously wearing his mask, replied coldly and professionally, no need to thank me. I don't work for free. He cut straight to the chase. The mission clearly stated that you have to do whatever it takes to survive. Though a bit bewildered, Minin had to accept reality. Yes, of course, nothing happens without a reason. What can I do for you? Kim Hunbok didn't say much. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. He stood there, radiating a sharp aura, and coldly ordered her to sign the contract. Minin obediently took it, not even bothering to read a word, and easily agreed. All right, she held the contract in her hands and signed her name in an instant. Kim Hunbok was slightly surprised and couldn't help but say she was courageous. She signed it straight away without checking the terms. Minin kept writing, not even bothering to look up. Listen, did I check it? She had no intention of hiding anything and analyzed it clearly. My soul will become your property. And this truth cannot be told to anyone. It must not be revealed at any cost, not in writing or by word of mouth. 5% of my monthly earnings will be transferred to you. This contract is disadvantageous to me. Her calm attitude left him confused. Kim Hunbok emphasized the terms, but she had already signed it. Minin just smiled, relieved and happy as she replied, even so, it doesn't change my mind, and I don't have the right to refuse anyway. This thought satisfied him, and he didn't hold back his praise. You're a quick learner, but in this world, nothing is free. She seized the golden opportunity and bowed her head, sincerely begging, in exchange, give me strength. Minin gathered all her remaining strength and shouted, help me become strong. I will do anything for you, even give my life. Having never encountered this before, Kim Hunbok was stunned, standing there unable to react. He silently observed her, thinking to himself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance that could completely change her life. He wanted to see how she would decide. Finally, Kim Hunbok spoke up, I like you. I can see you have a talent for magic. Fine, I'll help you become stronger. Minin immediately grabbed onto this opportunity, asserting firmly, I'm the type of person who cherishes what belongs to me. The deal was a complete success, and he was incredibly satisfied. Very good. When he returned home, Kim Hunbok placed the contract on the table. He stared at it intently, his mind swirling with thoughts. He seriously calculated his next moves. There was no one with more talent than her. I'm so lucky. Kim Hunbok flipped through the documents, feeling like he was on cloud 9. She also has an aptitude for cursed magic related to necromancy. For now, she's leading everyone, which is also good for helping me expand my army. Just then, Kessler and Kai excitedly returned, announcing cheerfully, Master, we're done training the newbies. We're back. He meticulously asked Han how the close combat training had gone. Both of them reported obediently. We're very satisfied. Everyone followed our instructions perfectly. The training environment is also great. Kim Hunbok smiled, satisfied, and gave them a long-winded lecture. As long as people stay inside, even if the dungeon is cleared, it won't collapse. Thanks to that, we have a perfect training ground. Kessler tilted his head, curious, and asked, what is this? Kim Hunbok pondered, looking at Minan's photo, and replied, "Should I call this an investment?" One fine day, Minan bowed to show her gratitude. "Thank you, Kim Hunbok." He remembered that on the final day of training, he had taught Minan's soul summoning, as well as the method to create spell cards. Most of his subordinates had departed with a vow, "I will definitely survive. I hope we meet again." He always felt that those who made requests had shown absolute loyalty to him. They would become his henchmen or, in other words, his supporters. Given the current situation, Kessler was even more impatient than him and quickly made a suggestion. "Master, I suggest we prepare to clear a real dungeon. Let's stop messing around in these low-level areas." Kai nodded in agreement beside him. "I think so too." Kim Hunbok acknowledged them, but didn't pay much mind. Changing the subject, he said, "I'll consider it." "Now, is Christina ready?" Before he could finish his sentence, Christina understood what he meant and held up a paper. Proudly, "Flex. I've finished the list. I also have a proposal on the last page, sir." Kim Hunbok quickly grabbed the documents, his face serious as he racked his brain to calculate. An E+ rank request required at least a level 3 mage, plus 5 extra recruits. Meanwhile, Christina was incredibly excited, babbling non-stop for a while now. "The compensation is really generous. Aside from the base reward, they're also giving us 5 low-rank magic crystals, and 5% of all materials dropped from monsters in the dungeon, no strings attached. They also confirmed they would add bonuses based on our contribution during the dungeon raid." Kim Hunbok frowned thoughtfully and asked, "Isn't this a bit too dangerous?" He didn't think much of it, but Wu Qi expressed his opinion. "I guess this requirement was written just to contact skilled mages." Hearing that, he completely agreed. That's right. It was the perfect time to bring them into his own party. After discussing for a while, Kim Hunbok concluded, "All right, let's pick this one, but we have to prepare thoroughly." The other 3 didn't have any objections. They answered in unison, "Yes, master." Only then did he remember one more thing to ask. "Come to think of it, this is a guild request, right? What's the name of that guild?" His question was answered immediately. It was Black Gold Hang, a major guild ranked in the top 10 in the United States. The next day, Kim Hunbok and his subordinates set off. They barely started before they had to rush into a rocky swamp. He stepped forward, shielding Yang from the monster's attack. A burst of flames suddenly erupted, incinerating the giant gecko. It could only pant with its tongue out, its face full of pained resignation. To end the battle, Kim Hunbok ordered his shadows to attack. "All right, Tia." They followed his command, crawling out from his wrists one by one. Gradually, the crimson shadows formed into their shapes. They stood before him, awaiting their mission. He didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his hand to command them to split up, flying towards the enemy. They dangerously lunged straight at the monster to tear it apart. Kessler wondered a bit. "Master, can I ask you something? Isn't that thing annoying?" "I didn't expect you to use a shadow to create an ally." Kim Hunbok calmly corrected him. "It's fine. It's warm, so I find it pleasant. And it's not that thing. It's Tia." Hearing that, he didn't dare say another word, just nodded in understanding. Tia, standing by his side, seriously reminded her master to keep moving. "If we don't hurry, we'll be late." Only then did he startle and remember. "All right, let's go." Everyone quickly moved on. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared ahead. Even Kim Hunbok couldn't react in time. He squeezed his eyes shut, grumbling in annoyance. What the hell? It took a while for his eyes to adjust, but by then, the enemy army had already been standing in formation for who knows how long. They had their bows drawn, waiting for the order to attack. Kim Hunbok was at a disadvantage, so he cleverly spoke up first to de-escalate. "I am the mercenary who accepted the request, Kim Hunbok. Could you turn down the lights?" Only then did Leon wave his hand to signal. "My apologies. I hope you understand. This is our combat force." Lower the light. The light was gradually adjusted to a suitable level, and the faces finally became clear. Leon acted as if nothing had happened, smiling as he stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome, Warrior Ho." He politely introduced everyone one by one. "I am the guild master who hired you, Leon of Black Gold Hang. People often call me the head mage." Kim Hunbok was shocked, his face stiffening like an unripe durian. "You're the head mage?" "Yes." Seeing the other party dazed and unresponsive, Leon impatiently introduced himself again. "I am the guild master of mages for Black Gold. Leon, also known as the Magic Guild Master." At this moment, Kim Hunbok was still in a daze, confusedly realizing that the Magic Guild Master was the one who had helped him during his difficult times. That was several years ago. Leon had sent him a few items with a note. "I've read your research on the forums for free. I'm sending these things hoping they'll be useful to you." Back then, he had looked at the sender's title, Magic Guild Master. Kim Hunbok even tested the items he sent. At the end of the letter, he left a request. "I sincerely hope that we will have the chance to meet in person one day. The vivid memory made him even more emotional in surprise. He secretly thought that the man was a huge part of the reason he was alive today. Meanwhile, Leon was still smiling kindly, making small talk. Of course, from now on, we are employee and boss, and this will be your responsibility. Hunbok honestly said, your Korean is very fluent. Deep down, he still had many thoughts racing through his mind. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wore a mask. I owe him, but revealing my identity would be inconvenient. Besides, I already gave him an enchanted card as a thank you note, right? Leon looked a bit confused. Correction, Korean? I'm actually speaking English right now. Hunbok, embarrassed, quickly covered it up, realizing there must be an automatic translation system in the dungeon. Hearing that, Leon agreed and laughed heartily. I don't know the rules behind it, but it makes communicating so much easier. Language barriers are the biggest problem in any partnership. After all, facing him, he felt frozen, only able to mumble in response. To avoid wasting time, the man quickly got straight to the point. Great, you've come a long way, so let's get going. I'll summarize it for you while you rest. At the reception table, all those eyes were directed at one person, full of curiosity and anticipation. Kim Hunbok felt the intense pressure of being stared at. He froze, his feet stuck to the floor. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he slowly took off his mask so they could all admire his face. To break the suffocating atmosphere, Leon laughed and teased. It seems the mask is a magic item and not just for hiding one's face, right? It's a relief the tea we prepared won't go to waste. Kim Hunbok, feeling a bit oblivious, agreed. Food should be cherished. Leon took charge of the meeting, speaking firmly. Successfully setting the pace, he said, let's begin. Everyone is here now. I am Leon, the one who hired you all. Suddenly, his attitude shifted. His tone turned serious. First, I will clarify one thing. During our work, everyone is my subordinate. While Kim Hunbok eagerly replied, understood, the others seemed a bit shocked, not very willing. The two on the left looked resentful, gritting their teeth as they answered, understood, fine. But the other two were quite happy, saying cheerfully, that's only natural. Right. Leon stated his point bluntly. The camp's in the gold. Black dungeons will last for the duration of the dungeon clear. As my employees, you will do the same. The orange-haired person wasn't happy and shouted, what kind of nonsense is that? Even Hunbok was confused. Long-term? What do you mean? With years of experience, Leon remained calm and explained, if we're fast, we can finish this in 3 weeks. We'll let those who are injured or can't fight stay behind, but everyone else will be heading into the dungeon. Kessler had been eavesdropping the whole time and couldn't help but whisper some gossip to his master. They're actually pretty good at clearing dungeons, aren't they? I'm starting to like them. Kim Hunbok replied in a low voice. We would have had to do it anyway. He was quite excited, filled with faith and hope. Yes. Very good, let's keep it this way for the future. Kessler looked at the lowly mob nearby with blatant contempt. Those pathetic mages, master, may I speak? His master pretended not to hear, half closing his eyes in permission. 3 parts, indulgent. 7 parts, helpless. Why even ask when he was going to say it anyway? Only then did Kessler dare to chime in. Usually, going back and forth from your house to the dungeon sounds ridiculous. Stop doing that. There was a time we literally couldn't go home because of enemy interference in a high-ranked dungeon. The shocking news made everyone restless, whispering in a panic. How could that be? Is that intel legit? Leon was just as skeptical, but he asked, a D-ranked dungeon? What was it like? Kessler shared honestly, not hiding a thing. It wasn't exactly a standard D rank, so it ended pretty quickly. We were very lucky. Master was evenly matched with the boss, and we had plenty of countermeasures. The old man listened intently and took it all in. He gently said, I understand. I'd like to hear more details if there's a chance. For now, let's keep going. A while later, Kim Hunbok and his subordinates put on a truly impressive display of monster slaying. From afar, Leon observed the situation, his eyes filled with hope for a bright future. It's so refreshing, what would it be like to have a necromancer? Mac immediately nodded along. I agree, my lord. Watching the way the young man cast his spells, Leon couldn't help but mutter. The difference is just 2 circles, but that's a massive gap. Mac's eyes lit up as he watched Kim Hunbok, and he frankly expressed, I really want him on our team. It would reduce casualties and increase our survival rate, but I don't think he has any intention of joining a guild. What a shame. Meanwhile, Leon, who was always thinking ahead, carefully warned everyone not to pressure him to join, even though he was talented. It would be troublesome if their relationship turned sour. Still, he had one question that needed clearing up. I understand. Oh, and are the rumors true? Honestly, even he didn't have a solid answer. Skeptical, he asked, you're talking about the bone dragon, right? I assume so. I'm curious too. I want to see if he can truly summon them and just how strong they are. But it's probably best we don't have to see it. If possible, Mac felt the same as Leon, interested, but not ambitious. Right? I think that would be best for everyone. Out on the vast desert, Leon's group and Kim Hunbok's team were all gathered. Leon carefully scooped up some sand to inspect it, commenting seriously, "The sand here is normal. It doesn't look like there's anything more dangerous than the shifting dunes." Beside him, Mac looked visibly doubtful. Exactly. It makes me wonder if this is really just an E+ ranked dungeon. The situation made Kim Hunbok sigh wearily. He didn't even have the energy to talk about it. His team began to discuss it quietly. Christina complained first, as this kind of thing had happened in the past. Kessler was equally frustrated, crying out, "I don't like it. I really, really don't like it." Kai was different. He swore with conviction, "It's no different from last time. No matter what happens, I will protect you, Master." And honestly, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. His face dark said, "I don't like these situations either. This happens when there's no logic to the dungeon, and we don't know how dangerous it is." Kang Yim-Yi asked for his opinion. "Master, how do you want to handle this?" "I believe it's best to share everything we know." Seeing his teammates wavering, Kessler said with a serious expression, "Of course we have to tell them. Master, in the worst-case scenario, we'll end up as a pile of rotting meat if the opponent is on the level of that demon dragon from before." Christina chimed in to agree. "We have no choice but to survive, Master." Having listened to all three, Kim Hunbok finally made his decision. "We need everyone's cooperation. To use that method, we have to tell them." The plan was set. He turned and walked toward Leon. Seeing that, Leon eagerly leaned in. The current situation made him impatient, and he asked, "So, have you finished discussing it? I bet you know something about this case. You'll teach us, right?" Outwardly, Kim Hunbok appeared calm and collected as he replied, "Of course." He told them that many dungeons like this are spread out within higher-ranked ones, and usually, there are multiple boss monsters in these types of fields. Upon hearing this, Leon broke into a cold sweat. "That's bad. This is incredibly bad. The environment is hard enough to deal with, but we also have to keep an eye out for monsters roaming around." Mac was worried, adding, "Seriously, it's truly exhausting. We can't leave tracks while moving, and we have to end the fight as soon as possible." Things didn't stop there. Kim Hunbok spoke cautiously. "There's still more bad news." Suddenly, a barrier was set up around them by Leon. The soldiers were awestruck, as it was their first time witnessing such a thing. Leon patiently explained that the barrier would keep their voices from leaking out. Kim Hunbok then began to reveal. "In the dungeon I mentioned, I encountered something massive. She called herself a disaster dragon." Leon was stunned, panicking as he sighed. "A disaster dragon? How terrible," Kim Hunbok carefully added. "She was beyond that rank. She used boss monsters as sacrifices to keep herself alive longer. I don't know the exact number, but at least 3 of them." Leon gasped in disbelief. "She uses boss monsters as sacrifices to make herself appear more easily?" Kim Hunbok answered calmly, "Yes." Leon, not afraid of offending the other, spoke his mind directly. "I'm surprised you're still alive." Kim Hunbok had to admit it. "I was lucky. She didn't appear to kill me, but to test me." Leon was quite bewildered. "A test?" Kim Hunbok stood opposite him and explained patiently. "Yes. While we were despairing just because of her presence, she requested a fight." Leon was overwhelmed with confusion and blurted out, "Isn't that just telling you to go die?" Kim Hunbok immediately denied it and explained, "No. She said we only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. She also gave us 3 chances to attack." He immediately denied it and launched into a long explanation. "No, she told us we just had to hold out for 5 minutes. She even gave us 3 chances to attack, and during that time, she won't attack back." The problem now is that the more he tries to explain, the more issues arise. His curiosity piqued, and he started firing questions like a machine gun. "And you managed to endure for 5 minutes? No, you're supposed to target the monsters being used for sacrifices, right?" Kim Hunbok was quite surprised, thinking to himself. He reached the correct conclusion in no time at all. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied, "Right. Looking back, we didn't think we could last 5 minutes or even a single attack from her. The answer we were looking for in that hopeless situation was to target the boss monsters. And after answering correctly, she said we passed and told me she would claim me." This remark kept Leon thinking, eventually leading him to a conclusion. "According to what you said, the Calamity Monster is one of the creatures that invaded Earth and created this situation. And through a selection process either to devour them or make them subordinates, the authority figure was both demanding and concerned. In the worst-case scenario, I'll let you handle it alone. How many people do you want?" Kim Hunbok was full of confidence and turned down the help. "That's enough. I can do it myself." Hearing this, Leon decided to respect his wish and handed him an item. "All right, take this then. It's a magical communication device developed by the guild. We only have 8 of them, so remember to return it. He was a bit shocked. Long gave a sharp appraisal, truly surprised. A magical communication device, huh? Even so, Kim Hunbok accepted it, promising, I will be in touch periodically. Kessler suddenly started cheering with wild enthusiasm. Master, go take that thing down. He was startled and blushed, quickly getting to work to save face. All right, let's do this. Immediately after, Kim Hunbok swung his arm and threw an orb onto the ground. Without warning, it exploded, sending dust flying everywhere. And poof, a car suddenly appeared. He coldly ordered, Kessler, you'll be driving. He took the order and was as happy as a clam, beaming with joy. Leave it to me. Not long ago, on a beautiful day, the lights in Kim Hunbok's house were blazing. All of his crew were present. Everything was peaceful until suddenly, Kessler slammed the table and started yelling at the direction of the map. A mountain. We're going to need a mountain. On the other side, Kim Hunbok was completely bewildered and openly skeptical, asking, What are you talking about, Kessler? He complained anxiously, I've spent way too much time wandering around the dungeon. Christina, eavesdropping, turned around sharply and chimed in. I agree with your point. What about writing something that's been summoned? He found that reasonable and started to reconsider seriously. Right, riding the bone dragon costs too much mana. Meanwhile, Kai didn't care about the world, sitting far off on the sofa playing racing games. He cursed his teammates bitterly. You bastards, do you have no sportsmanship or courage? Seeing that, Christina came up with an idea. Why not use a car? Hunbok completely agreed with this suggestion. He nodded and said, I'm quite familiar with it, and it's easy to figure out too. And that's why the car was the top choice now. He sat in the car, excitedly giving orders. Kessler stepped on the gas, obediently accelerating as he bragged loudly. All right, Kai, watch and learn from me. The shocking display left Leon and Max speechless, absolutely baffled. Watching the car zoom away, they couldn't believe it, their jaws dropping. Mac, are you seeing this? It's a car. Mac was equally amazed, exclaiming with interest, Wow, who would have thought there'd be one in a dungeon? Leon crossed his arms and remarked, So he showed up just like a golem. Does that mean if we just add an engine, we'll have a car in the middle of a dungeon like this? He laughed heartily, happily saying, We've learned so many things from him. Now, let's go set up a temporary camp. Under his orders, his subordinates didn't dare to delay and quickly set to work. Just then, in the middle of the desolate desert, the figure of a young girl appeared, clutching a teddy bear in her arms. A thick killing intent surrounded her, and she kept muttering, Yo, I finally made it to the second floor. She added with dangerous malice. The prey from the game said they were splitting up. That's perfect. On this side, Kim Hunbok's car was still speeding along the sandy road. He sensed something and muttered, That's strange. Christina and Kessler also felt something was wrong, saying one after another, It's strange, really strange. Kai grew impatient and chimed in, I have a bad feeling about this. It was too calm, which made Kim Hunbok's hair stand on end. He needed to confirm, We've been driving for about half an hour, haven't we? No one in the car answered, which served as an admission. Christina complained, confused, that they still hadn't been attacked by any monsters. Kim Hunbok didn't need to think. He immediately ordered, It's definitely strange. Stop here. The car came to a complete stop, and the ring on his hand suddenly started glowing. Kim Jung flashing warnings continuously. This device isn't working properly. This will stabilize it. Kim Hunbok sensed danger and quickly ordered, Kessler, turn around. He quickly agreed and turned the car immediately. The car spun 180 degrees, speeding straight back toward the starting point. The scene around them made him uneasy, and he kept asking, Are we on the right path? Kessler confirmed firmly while driving. Yes, we're on the right path. I even checked it with magic to be sure. Just as expected, he warned everyone anxiously. That means there is something here. Something that I don't think we want to know about. Christina thought about it, her head aching, and replied to her master. All we know is that we don't know the cause or how to handle it. Finally, Kim Hunbok decided to get out of the car to observe the surroundings. All 4 of them seriously split up to scout the situation from all sides. Christina acted as if she had the whole picture and turned to ask seriously, Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? Kim Hunbok calmly accepted everything. He replied nonchalantly, Give me the bad news. I'm the type who likes to solve things. Hearing this, she immediately pointed out the problem. The bad news is, we're trapped. And the reason is that it's a type of magic that neither my ability nor yours can solve. He was a bit startled, looking existential. We're trapped in magic? Christina helplessly admitted. Yes, my energy is leaking out like a needle. That's making my magic fade away little by little. Hunbok had guessed part of it, but he couldn't be sure. Fading away, you say? That means. Not wanting his master to keep guessing, she quickly explained. I lost control of my magic because it went too far, but I found that the mana has been teleported elsewhere. A small trickle of mana is being teleported to a fixed location. That's something that could happen to us. Kim Hunbok didn't have much knowledge about this, but he still boldly judged. Even the lowest level of energy teleportation requires 5 stages, right? And teleporting a person requires 7, while affecting a certain area requires 8, doesn't it? So whoever trapped us must be at level 8. He fell into a slump, asking hopelessly, "Then, what's the good news?" Christina's answer caught everyone off guard. She said the fact that they were stuck was actually the good news. Kim Hunbok was stunned, bewildered, and surprised, but he quickly understood the point. How is that good? Right, you're right. Kessler, who had been listening without understanding a thing, asked, "Master, what do you mean?" At this moment, he still patiently explained it to him. If some force is going to such great lengths to harass us, there must be a reason they want to separate us. Christina rationally pointed out the most important goal. In any situation, we should think about how to escape. Kim Hunbok completely agreed. That's right, we can't miss this opportunity. On Leon's side, a fierce bombardment was underway. His army was suddenly caught in an ambush. Curses echoed incessantly. Those damn sand dolls are nothing but vermin. And there are so many of them. His subordinates use all their strength to deal with the opponents, swinging their blades in a frenzy. After a while, they finally finished off the sand dolls. Everyone was completely exhausted, physically and mentally drained. Leon stood watching from the start, clearly worried. Damn it, that attack was so sudden. He let out a sigh, pulling himself together. He immediately gave orders, telling the rookies to check for injuries and head to the tent construction area. Mac received the order and hurried to act. We have to do this right now. Up until this very moment, Leon still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. His brow was furrowed tight. He mumbled, "This is absolutely necessary." Just then, the strange young girl appeared out of nowhere. She smiled dangerously and spoke up. "You've certainly met my expectations for someone I chose. You're quick, aren't you?" She stared straight at Mac, her tone mocking and provocative. That guy over there, I suggest you do as he says, because my test isn't over yet." Suddenly put on the spot, Mac was startled and panicked, his nose stinging with fear. As he prepared to fight, Leon quickly covered Mac's mouth, successfully stopping his foolish move. Seeing that, the girl burst into laughter, praising them with amusement. "You understand the situation, but watch your mouth, or you'll lose your head. Got it?" Her threat successfully terrified Mac, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall. She bluntly declared, "You have 1 hour to rest. The attack will start after that. As a proctor, I have a question for you. Quality or quantity, which one would you like to see doubled?" To break the tense atmosphere, Leon joked with a pained smile, "Can we double the emotions instead?" To everyone's surprise, her eyes widened in shock, and she seemed intrigued by his suggestion. Unexpectedly, she easily accepted the offer. "A third option? A high-level guy like you gets extra points, so I'll add a third option." She raised her hand as a signal. "You monsters in my way, you'll get 2 emotions. The next attack will take place in an hour, so prepare yourselves well." After speaking, she didn't linger for a second, vanishing into the sandstorm like a phantom. Her words left Leon stunned, his mind unable to process it. He was frozen stiff, terrified out of his wits. It took a moment for him to regain his composure. Then he shouted, "Men, we have 1 hour left. We must be as prepared as possible." In truth, Leon was breaking out in a cold sweat, his mind racing with fear. This is the worst. The opponent wants to test us, but I want to use the others for the test. And it's not just about diversity. After preparing as thoroughly as possible, his entire army sat in a circle. They began discussing strategy. Leon spoke first. "Everyone, we will rest until then, and listen closely." He slowly explained the situation. "I suspect that what we just saw is a member of a group that invaded Earth and stands behind the dungeon. I know this because the mage Kim Hunbok has met them and told me." Leon recounted truthfully that he had met a dragon entity. This shocking information left the soldiers gaping. He calmly continued, "Therefore, the enemy is at least at the level of a dragon. In the worst-case scenario, they are even stronger. The enemy wants to test us, so they won't just attack one-sidedly. We don't have to fight them during that time, just." The cruel reality forced Leon to be blunt. The test will be very difficult, and some of us will have to die. A heavy gloom settled over everyone. He solemnly affirmed, "I want to make one thing clear. Right here, right now, if anyone dies, don't forget it. If I die, it's the same. It doesn't matter who survives. Don't forget the death of your comrades." To boost the army's morale, Leon shouted the order, "Survive." We must survive until the day we can tell the person behind this that the reason they will die is as revenge for today. And I, of course, will definitely do it. After his heartfelt words, the army was fired up with fighting spirit and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Now, countless giant sand people with glowing red eyes appeared on the desert. The army surged forward to fight them. Survive, they had to do everything to survive. The second battle ended in victory. Because they were well prepared, there were no casualties, and everyone cheered endlessly. Just as the battle ended, that girl appeared again and asked. She hugged her bear and smiled. Quality, quantity, or emotion, which one do you want doubled? When Leon answered equipment again, she laughed and said, Very well, I will double the equipment for the Sand Warriors. The battle will last for 2 hours. 2 hours later, the third battle began. By now, the Sand people had spears as weapons, but it didn't trouble the army. Thanks to their foundation and proper rest during the breaks, they won without any injuries. Throughout the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds, he continued to make different choices, and during the skirmishes, he realized another rule of the game. The two kept questioning each other directly. Leon considered her requests. The rest time was doubled. Is she adjusting the difficulty? But even he couldn't think of another choice after the 18th battle. Finally, they had gone through 20 battles just as the girl wanted. By this time, the soldiers were exhausted, sitting on the ground and gasping for air. Leon and Mac were just as drained. Damn it, the equipment and the way they move are getting upgraded. They are stronger, they recover better, and their malice is increasing. At this level, she appeared and gave them a huge round of applause. She smiled brightly and asked for their opinion. You survived again. What is your next choice? It's already the 20th round. Do you want to keep resting? Leon didn't hesitate to make a proposal. No, we want to downsize our personnel. She was surprised. Downsize personnel? He cautiously said. We want to have half the people left. To be exact, I want you to send half of them home. Can you? The soldiers present were shocked by this decision. She smiled with amusement. What to do? Her expression turned eerily sinister. Fine, I will send half of them away. However, you will choose who gets to leave. She left one final sentence before disappearing into the sand. The next battle begins in 21 days and 8 hours. See you then. He was resolute. I will stay. Matt, you go, he shouted. As the guild master, he gave a stern order. I must stay. I am the one in charge, and you are my second in command. By my orders, you must leave. With that, Richard strode forward. Even if I die, you must keep this guild alive. This is for the Golden Abyss Guild, for our survival, for our homeland, for the United States, and for the entire world. He placed a hand on his shoulder as if entrusting him with everything. I've done the math. If I die, the rest is up to you. He struggled to obey. I understand, sir. Then, he turned toward the soldiers. To the others, I apologize, but we must calculate the losses. They started arguing about who would stay and who would go. Guildmaster, I will stay. I am the oldest. If that's the case, then I'll stay too. No, you must leave. Your child was just born, wasn't it? Thank you. The mages nearby listened to their conversation, feeling conflicted. Go. We will survive somehow. Just then, the door swung wide open, casting a blinding light. Richard winked at the others, signaling them to take care of everyone left behind. He couldn't take it and covered his face. Chairman, he gave a comforting smile. Don't worry. It's not like we're guaranteed to die. He nodded silently, struggling to hold it together. That was their last conversation before Matt left the dungeon, leaving 62 people behind. They sat down to wait once more. Richard quickly issued orders. When the gate opens, we'll have medical supplies and medicine. So for now, get some rest. I'll build the foundation later. Richard paced anxiously across the vast desert. The other soldiers followed him, worried. Guildmaster, where are you going alone? It's too dangerous. He replied calmly. It's hard. Are there even any monsters left? A young man asked anxiously, Guildmaster, is there any hope left? He smiled to reassure him. Have you ever seen me give up? That right there is hope, even if the odds are slim. And so, they continued walking across the dry desert. Suddenly, Richard heard something that made him stop and turn to look. His footsteps came to a complete halt. They all stopped and looked down at the sand. Found it. It's so long. Impressive. So this is what you were looking for? Beneath their feet were 2 long, carved lines. He turned back and ordered, place the crystal bombs we brought. They obeyed. Yes, sir. A second later, a violent explosion echoed, painting the sky with fire. The young man asked in fear, Guildmaster, wasn't this bomb meant for the battle? He replied, this was necessary for our survival. His expression betrayed his inner turmoil. I estimate we have 4 to 5 battles left. At that point, it will be much harder to control than it is now, he revealed. That is why I chose hope. Though small, it still existed. The young man seemed to understand. So, this could save at least half of us. He looked at the billowing black smoke ahead and confirmed. Exactly. Now let's head back. We've done all we could. As night began to fall, the soldiers were exhausted and sleepy. They were pale, and Kim Jun, scared, tried to listen to Richard's announcement. Everyone, the battle will begin soon. They even gritted their teeth to keep Kim Jun quiet. Before we enter the battle, allow me to say this. His words comforted them somewhat, and they managed a faint smile. I apologize, and thank you all. He boosted their morale, telling them never to give up. There is still hope, so do whatever it takes to survive. At that moment, the giant warriors began to rise again. Their eyes were blood red and filled with bloodlust. Richard ordered everyone to attack, saying they must live. With that, both sides grabbed their weapons and charged. The soldiers began raining bombs down on the Sand People. Immediately, a massive, deafening explosion ripped through the area, with fire raging and thick smoke everywhere. They screamed in pain. It hurts. Richard and his soldiers watched the flames consuming them. He asked himself, was it a mistake to double their cruelty? He looked at the Sand People still standing tall. We didn't even take down 13 of them. The monsters emerged from the flames and continued to advance. Only a few were charred black, while the rest were unharmed. They raised their spears to throw, but the spears flew through the air and embedded themselves into the sand dunes one after another. The spears kept flying toward them relentlessly. Richard shouted, keep attacking. Part 2. He gritted his teeth. Our only hope is you, Hill. A violent, massive explosion occurred in the blink of an eye, releasing an immense amount of heat. Facing such overwhelming destructive power, the monsters seemed to hesitate for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers rushed forward. Don't stop. If you stop, you die. The battle erupted between the two sides. The soldiers swung their swords relentlessly, trying to wipe out the monsters. Watching his men, Richard's brain raced. The disparity in numbers was impossible to ignore. However, the skills of the guild members were superior. He dove into the battlefield with sharp eyes. Richard ran forward, firing arrows to deal as much damage as possible, needing to abandon the base and attack quickly. Suddenly, a monster appeared from behind, stabbing a soldier, leaving a painful wound. The mournful cries of his comrade echoed, causing his footsteps to falter. Thomas saw Richard trying to turn back, and the young soldier spoke up to stop him. Don't stop, master. Thank you for everything. With that, the soldier's body collapsed helplessly into his line of sight. Witnessing that heartbreaking scene, Richard roared, You bastards, I'm right here. Come and kill me. But in response, he heard only final farewells and saw more bodies fall forever. I'm heading out first. Thank you, master. Please take care of my cat, Eddie, for me. Richard scanned the battlefield, finally stopping on a soldier attacking a monster. He saw that soldier flank the monster and hold it tight. Another explosion rang out. The bright red flames swallowed the soldier and the monster whole. One sound after another echoed without pause. The smoldering fire filled his vision. That scene was burned into Richard's eyes, but he could only stand there helplessly. Richard tried to regain his composure and encouraged the soldiers to hang on. We have to survive. I don't know how much time passed, but the flames died down, leaving behind a pitch-black sky. The group was now surrounded by monsters with no way out. Facing certain death, the troops began to falter. I was determined, but there are too many of them. Their fighting spirit vanished, replaced by criticism. Are you trying to get us killed? Resentful glares appeared one after another. Facing this tense atmosphere, he considered things carefully. No, this can't go on like this. A strange voice suddenly echoed deep within Richard's mind. If you keep going like this, everyone will die because of you. Anjit appeared before him, though he hadn't noticed when she arrived. She gently touched Richard's bewildered face, speaking as a commander would. You've done well. Your choices have helped minimize the damage and save many lives. Anjit flashed a brilliant smile, as if to comfort him. She seemed like the model commander. You truly value the lives of your subordinates. You're a good leader, but you're not a winning commander. Her expression shifted instantly. You know it too, don't you? To be a winning commander, you must be cold and mechanical, not soft like a human. Anjit tried to manipulate Richard. You must view your subordinates as mere numbers if you want to win. If you don't win, all your previous moves were meaningless. The moment you lose, the only thing that remains is the worst possible outcome. Her voice constantly tempted him, and death is the most terrible outcome of all. Faced with logic he couldn't refute, Richard felt himself being swayed. Recalling the scene of the soldiers he led falling in battle, Richard questioned his own mind. She was right. If he failed, that moment would be the lowest point of his life. The consequence would be his soldiers and subordinates dying on this battlefield. He looked at Ennet's seemingly harmless face. At this very moment, he had made the worst possible choice and stood by watching his subordinates perish. Seeing Richard fall into her trap, she vanished without hesitation. His pupils turned red, and his aged face was now beaded with sweat. Unconsciously, Richard muttered, Everyone, get ready. I'm going back there again. His subconscious struggled endlessly. No, the order had been given, and the soldiers immediately moved to execute it. Witnessing the scene, his conscience tried to stop him. You can't go back there now. Watching his soldiers being slaughtered by the monsters with his own eyes, Richard's heart screamed, "Please, just stop it." One by one, they fell, tearing him apart inside. No. Dark energy surrounded Richard, his whole body trembling. I must survive. Master, please avenge us. Anjit's voice rang out in Richard's mind again. Let me teach you something good. My talent is commanding, after all. In your style, I suppose I should call it command, right? You can have my power too. His eyes flashed once more. Richard thought to himself, all right. His pupils glowed a deep crimson. If I have that power, Richard's entire body trembled. Victory will be within my grasp. To win, becoming a monster is a small price to pay. He raised a hand in the middle of his thoughts. Don't hesitate. I have to make a choice and act quickly. Richard's gaze became more determined than ever. If I sacrifice a familiar hand quickly blocked his movement. Stop. Without him realizing, Kim Hunbok had appeared behind Richard, silent as a ghost. If you become a monster, you'll gain its power. But in exchange, you'll never be able to kill another monster. A hero always destroys monsters. Thick purple magic was unleashed by him toward the monsters. The pressure from his move left the monsters unable to move. Kim Hunbok, holding his staff, helped Richard up. I'm late. Richard shook his head slightly and replied, thank you. Richard felt a bit guilty and asked softly, how much did you hear? Without looking at Richard, he spoke calmly. From the middle part, I heard the monster mocking and tempting you. He couldn't help but wonder, how could you hear that? The image of Gloria appeared in his mind. It seems the one who requested this of me really hates the monsters here. Thanks to her, I could hear it. Richard looked at the situation before him and said, I managed to overcome that temptation because you helped me, but I'm not sure what the future holds. Power, I need to be stronger. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok replied, no matter how strong you become, it will never be enough, especially when you still have so many things to protect. But that isn't something that can be achieved by the strength of just one person. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, he seemed to realize, that's right, it doesn't just take one person's strength. It's because we humans are weak that we rely on each other. Sweat beaded on Richard's face as he thought about how smart he was, likely having guessed they needed strength to prevent similar things from happening. Lost in thought, Glenn gave him a slap. Master. He spoke nonchalantly. Strength or something trivial, I think I understand what's happening. But you deserve a punch. You hit me? No sooner had Len finished speaking than two other young men gave Richard a loving punch. Next is my turn. Fa said, you too? I'm next. As a result, his face was swollen like a pig's head without him offering any resistance. Glenn smiled sincerely. Keep hold of your humanity. Don't forget that we are following a human. Master is not a monster. The master, along with his brothers, stood in a row, looking incredibly heroic. Don't become a monster, because we will be stronger. We are your strength. Hearing their words, Richard realized how foolish he had been. He turned his head and spoke, I'm sorry, and thank you. Kim Hunbok, sensing something approaching, turned around. It was Kessler. He waved excitedly. Master, we've taken care of it. The others spoke up right after. Let's head back. Master, sir, we've cleared everything out. Hearing this, he smiled to himself. All right, then. He moved toward them, lost in his thoughts. Even though Richard and I are different, we have one thing in common. We both have colleagues we can trust more than anyone. Suddenly, a strange tremor rose from the ground. It was her, with an angry, teeth-gritting face. It was almost finished, and because of you, I failed. She looked at him with vengeful eyes. You, the lizard that dominates my prey. His pupils constricted, a flicker of agitation flashing through. Finally, Kim Hunbok simply remarked, that is what I had to do. This made Annette even angrier. If that X hadn't requested it, I would have dealt with you right here. Regardless, you've won. Well, what will you choose this time? Kim Hunbok remained calm in the face of the raging fire. Nothing. She screamed as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? In an instant, his gaze turned sharp. I won't choose anything, because I don't need to choose. Gritting her teeth, the wrinkles on her face deepened. So arrogant. Do you want to die? In the vast desert, the killing intent didn't dim in the slightest. Kim Hunbok remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. He calmly answered her question. I don't want to die, she shrieked again. Don't tell me you actually believe that X thing. You think I let you live because I was afraid of that X? Angus replied with a calm but cutting tone. Hardly. To put it bluntly, you can't deal with me, because you're powerless against me. Stung in her pride, her anger flared even higher. She grinned, revealing a set of strangely sharp, jagged teeth. You cocky little. Richard was taken aback by the sudden transformation. Her muscles began to bulge, tearing through both of her sleeves. And it didn't even look human anymore. You dare look down on me? You're going to die by my hands. No sooner had she spoken than she lunged forward like a wild tiger, claws bared. Kim Hunbok's eyes widened as she came within inches of his face, but her body was frozen in mid-air by a shroud of black smoke. He remarked, "You're quite strong, aren't you? The source of the power sustaining your existence must be somewhere in the dungeon." Gloria struggled to maintain her existence, yet you're even controlling Sand's soldiers. So I'm guessing you're controlling the soldiers by using the power that sustains you. Looking deep into her eyes, he saw a monster hiding behind the form of a girl weaker than Gloria, but the undeniable fact was that it possessed terrifying power. This monster used a different kind of strength than Gloria, and thanks to this, Hunbok was finally able to find the answer. It came down to 3 strokes of luck. First, Kim Hunbok had overcome his limitations and become stronger. He had gained so much while inside and taken a step forward. The second stroke of luck was that Kim Hunbok was a necromancer. The final stroke of luck was that this monster used powers similar to necromancy. It was controlling the souls by subjugating them as a part of itself. Thus, it had been using some of its original power from the dungeon. Controlling souls and giving them a physical body was very similar to the power of a necromancer. Therefore, Kim Hunbok was able to figure out how to defeat this monster. All he had to do was destroy all the subordinate souls so it couldn't control them anymore. As a necromancer, Kim Hunbok had the ability to extinguish his soul. 5th circle, soul explosion. It was a magic spell that caused a massive blast using the souls as a medium. He used this spell to blow up the souls of the Sandal soldiers. Once the subordinate souls vanished, the monster lost its power, too. Even its true body would suffer damage. It became more frantic than ever. "I'll deal with you. Die." Her voice was clearly cracking. "You have to die by my hand." Even under such threats, Hunbok remained calm. "I don't know when that will happen, but I hope it never does." Anges began to fade within the swirling black smoke. "Damn it. Don't let me run into you again." Before she could even finish her sentence, she vanished without a trace. Only then could Kim Hunbok relax for a moment, dropping to his knees. His breathing was ragged, and his rhythm was completely thrown off. Just then, a brilliant light shone behind him. "Boss," Mac returned, tears welling up in his eyes, his emotions plain to see. He couldn't help but run over to hug Richard. "Thank goodness, boss. Thank goodness." He let out a word of reassurance. "I'm just glad I lived long enough to see your face." Mac's tears were now streaming down his face in 2 emotional rivers. The corner of Richard's mouth curled up in relief. He looked at the door that had just opened and thought to himself, "It's over." The dungeon results were excellent. Rank E+ dungeon, 1087. 99 survivors, 25 dead. The raid was successful after 219 days. After the battle ended, they returned to the medical facility. Kim Hunbok finally had a proper meal. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted over. "You're eating well, aren't you?" Richard walked in with his IV stand. Hunbok asked, "How are you feeling, sir?" Richard chuckled, looking himself over. "Honestly, everything hurts, but that's actually a good thing. It's proof that I'm still alive. By the way, the dungeon has disappeared." Kim Hunbok understood and reassured him. "I couldn't come back early, so it's fine. I can travel by plane or earn my way back with commissions." Richard sat down by the bed and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. No need. What about your situation in the US right now? I would love to have you join our guild. I can say with certainty that we are the most powerful guild in the world." Faced with this invitation, Hunbok remained firm. "Thank you for your offer, but I won't be joining any guilds. If possible, I'd like to establish my own." Hearing this, Richard didn't push any further. "I suppose that makes sense. Well, why don't you move to the US? We'll help you." Richard's offer was incredibly generous. "Thank you for the invitation, but I have no intention of leaving Korea right now." Richard was a little curious. "Is it because you were born there?" Kim Hunbok laughed and explained. "That's not it. Everything I have now is there. I just feel like I was wasting it if I left." With that, Richard dropped the subject. "All right then, let's meet again next time. I want to say something, even if it's a bit late." He offered a sincere smile. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I'm able to keep living. I will definitely repay this debt." Hunbok replied seriously, "I'll keep that in mind. And remember to add more to my compensation, because I did more than what was required." Richard's laughter echoed through the room. "Don't worry, I'll pay up. Get some rest." Kessler offered his observation. "This guy is actually pretty decent." Kai was still curious. Why did that monster try to corrupt him? The dragon clicked its tongue, remembering. If we had arrived a moment later, he would have become a monster. We were so lucky. Nidhogg nodded and declared firmly, "He's definitely going to become stronger." Suddenly, Kim Hunbok remembered something. Regardless, no matter how he thought about it, that monster felt like a legend. The dragon confirmed it immediately. That's right. When I first saw it, it reminded me of a legend, too. However, Kessler didn't understand what a legend was. It explained it to Kessler. You don't know? Legend is the highest level of undead magic monster. To be precise, a legend can be called a collection of ghosts. Usually, several undead magic monsters gather into a group centering around one main undead monster. When a battle starts, they become an army, and if they possess intelligence, they are very difficult to deal with. It's similar to that monster in that it can control souls and turn them into a part of itself. But that monster didn't seem to be undead, because it could give souls a new body. Kim Hunbok's brows furrowed tightly. To be honest, I never want to see that monster again. The dragons all chimed in agreement. Kim Hunbok noticed that Ni seemed a bit off. Nidhogg, what's wrong? He had a sudden, bold idea. I just realized if I can control souls, just like that monster, I could become much stronger. He paused for a moment, thinking it was a solid plan. He wasn't a full-fledged dragon, so he had to find another way. If he kept pushing himself and didn't stop refining his skills, he was sure he'd evolve in that direction. Nidhogg exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you for the advice, Master." Kim Hunbok took the chance to act quickly. This is a great opportunity. Let's travel around the US to collect souls. There must be way more spirits here than back home. He didn't even need to worry about the logistics. Richard will handle my visa. Soon enough, Richard enthusiastically agreed. You want to tour the United States? That sounds great. Let's go. I'm so excited, who knows? You might even fall in love with America. However, in his excitement, he aggravated his old injury. Sir, please, stop moving. Seeing this, Kim Hunbok suggested, you should rest first. As for him, he headed down to a room. Richard told them they could use his house while he recovered. He mentioned it was a place for mages, so they should feel free to use it. Christina looked around, endlessly impressed. I'm so grateful. Now we have a base of operations. Kim Hunbok didn't want to waste any time. Let's get started. Time to piece together everything we've learned so far. Inside the monster's barrier, Kim Hunbok's group had found the first step to reaching the fifth circle. The concept of coordinates, the link between the points of the first circle and those of the fifth. Depending on how you interpret it, it could be the same or different. It was a concept that took him back to the very beginning. Kim Hunbok felt this truth was connected to his command talent. His origin, his starting point, it was himself. But was Kim Hunbok actually commanding himself the right way? If he could master commanding himself, he could break through his own limitations. Kim Hunbok was convinced this method was meant for him, so he focused his entire mind on commanding his own self. Kim Hunbok nearly died multiple times because his body wouldn't listen, but slowly, he began to shatter those walls. Although he had reached the fifth circle, he couldn't get past the barrier. That was when Gloria had shown him the way out. He remembered her attitude. That unlucky pest couldn't do anything on her own, and now she's back to cause more trouble. Even Gloria had suggested it. I'll show you how to escape, so just stop that nuisance. Use your talent to boost the attack power of the creature you're controlling and fire it at the external coordinates. Kim Hunbok tried his best to use a teleportation spell at the seventh circle and fired Nai's necro breath outside the barrier. The barrier shattered. Nidhogg and he couldn't move anymore because they'd hit their limit. Gloria's laughter rang out, full of amusement. I thought you'd fail, but you actually pulled it off. Well done. I'll treat you specially as a reward. Gloria helped Kim Hunbok's group recover so they could continue fighting the monster. Christina bowed her head and offered a reminder. It might be difficult, but you have to become stronger. The weak will be trampled on and won't even be able to fight back. He looked at her with serious eyes. I know. If I don't get stronger, I'll die. He turned back to the one who kept screaming. Gloria. Gloria stood at a distance, just far enough to mock him. You look pathetic now, just like some insect struggling to get away. These insults only made him more furious. You broke the rules. Do you think I'll just let this slide? Surprisingly, Gloria didn't care. I just rewarded a kid for doing something I couldn't. It'd be a shame to let him die like that. Anjit could only grit his teeth and growl at her taunts. And you? How dare you call me a lizard? Gloria's expression darkened at that. You've got a lot of nerve, you bug. A second later, her tone lightened. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you. Gloria turned away, leaving him behind. So know your place and stay out of it. Anjit couldn't help but hurl one last insult. Drop dead. I'll take care of it. You and that human brat you chose, I'll deal with both of you. After the formalities were settled, Richard took Kim Hunbok around. How does it feel to tour Washington? He sighed in admiration. It's wonderful. Richard nodded, satisfied. I'm so glad. Just then, Richard noticed he was looking at something else. Kim Hunbok didn't hide it. Yes, I can confirm that Washington is a city filled with hell. Richard paused for a beat. What do you mean? Kim Hunbok glanced around. I'm a necromancer, so I can see what normal people can't. If we go higher up, you'll be able to see it too. So, Richard arranged for a helicopter. Let me show you. He used his skill to open Richard's eyes. Richard's vision cleared, and he gasped. Oh my God! In front of him, hundreds of souls were drifting through the air. What is this? What's happening? Kim Hunbok explained. Earlier at the National Cemetery, I saw what happens to people after they die. Richard was deeply intrigued. What did you see? He spoke in a low, reflective voice. I saw someone turn into a light-hearted spirit and move on. Funerals aren't just held to comfort the souls of the departed, but the answer in his mind remained vague. Then what about these creatures in the city? Kim Hunbok answered directly. They are the ones who weren't buried properly. That statement left Richard lost in thought for a moment. His voice wavered. I understand now, but with wandering spirits everywhere like this, why is America still safe? Before Kim Hunbok could answer, Richard deduced it himself. Right, it's the mana. The answer impressed Kim Hunbok. As expected, Richard was smart enough to figure it out on his own. Kim Hunbok nodded in confirmation. Yes, and these ghosts aren't just trying to survive, they're gaining power. They devour other ghosts to grow stronger, eventually becoming spirits that can wield physical strength, like those immortal monsters. The more he learned, the more of a headache Richard had. If it were you, what would you do? As he hit a dead end, Kim Hunbok appeared like a savior. I have a way. Soon, the information reached the U.S. President's office. The president frowned, staring at the report. This isn't funny. This isn't Halloween ghosts in the city attacking citizens for a whole year. Mr. Vice President, should we get holy water and crucifixes? The vice president remained serious despite his sarcasm. We need to reallocate the defense budget. The bullets need to be silver-plated. The president leaned back and exhaled. I'll dispatch exorcists to handle it. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in his office. What the? As the U.S. vice president was about to leave, the office window shattered. I'll go find out what's happening. Both men locked eyes on the same spot. Ghosts were now clearly manifesting right before their eyes. Dear God, ghosts. Soon after, security guards rushed in from outside. Mr. Vice President, get back. He and the U.S. Vice President raced down the hallway with the spirits in hot pursuit. Just as they reached the main entrance, they were blocked. Damn it, the ferocious spirits were preparing to attack the civilians. Damn it, shoot them. However, regular bullets had no effect on the ghosts. The U.S. President could only crouch and cover his head, but he waited in vain for something to happen. A voice echoed as Kim Hunbok subdued the spirits. Is this why I submitted the report to you, Mr. President? The U.S. President's face turned pale. What just happened? What is going on? Hearing his name, the Secretary of Defense stood up to deliver a serious report. A report alone isn't enough, so I prepared a demonstration. The president snapped. This was all just a show. The Secretary of Defense didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes, this is a reenactment of the situation the American people have faced over the past year. The U.S. President quickly regained his dignified composure. Who are the two people behind you? He proceeded to introduce them. This is Richard Leonis, leader of the guild, Golden Break. Hallo. And this is the man who created this demonstration. He is known as the greatest necromancer among all dungeon explorers. This phrase hit the U.S. President like a hammer to the brain. Dungeon explorer. Kim Hunbok spoke up briefly. I don't have time. The power of the dungeon is growing stronger. At the same time, the Secretary of Defense added, we have convinced the other people in power. You two are the last ones. Kim Hunbok's eyes narrowed slightly. We must move faster if you want to prepare for the disaster that could occur within a year. After receiving approval from the U.S. President, Kim Hunbok began executing the plan. First, I prepared a sparsely populated town. The existence of these spirits has already been confirmed. The mages and soldiers are in position. Hearing this, Richard sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I'll be careful of my surroundings then. Kim Hunbok's voice dropped. I'm starting now. Very quickly, Nidhogg was summoned. Kim Hunbok gave the order. Nidhogg, let's begin. Nidhogg obediently replied, Yes, master. Instantly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, summoning strange vortexes throughout the town. The spirits were sucked into the vortexes. Screams echoed through the town. Give it to me. Give me your body. It's mine. That's mine. But as they touched the rim of the light pillar, they gradually dissolved. Necromancers are always low on mana. To overcome this, I need to develop a large-scale ritual. It was a method of extracting negative mana from undead and injecting it into a living body. But negative mana would be fatal to the living, so he chose to have Nidhogg absorb the mana instead. Wait, Nidhogg, are you just trying to increase your size? After absorbing for a while, Nidhogg seemed to undergo a transformation. Kim Hunbok quickly noticed something unusual. Absorbing a lot is good, but first, you have to know how to absorb power properly. It nodded as if it had thought it through. I understand. Outside, the spirits touching the light pillar were dispersed. In the blink of an eye, they were gone without a trace. It's over. Kim Hunbok turned anxiously to check on its body. How is Nidhogg's condition? But as he looked at the info screen, he was extremely surprised. Nidhogg had changed drastically. Nidhogg, level 134,235. Species, Bone Dragon variant. Power, 181,359. Speed, 56,279. Stamina, 291,391. Magic power, 179 plus 150,000, 351 plus 150. Agility, 91,169. Remaining points, 133. But what Kim Hunbok focused on was the first line, the variant. Is Nidhogg turning into something else? Suddenly, it spoke with gratitude. Thank you, Master. At this formal remark, he chuckled, reassuring it. As you become stronger, my power increases too. And don't try to create a heart using only energy. It would be easier to use a suitable object as a core. I've already asked Richard about a gem to serve as your core. So, please wait a little longer. Nidhogg nodded slightly at those words. Thank you, Master. After the battle ended, the sound of engines approached. Several cars braked right in front of Kim Hunbok. Richard made eye contact and asked immediately, did the ritual go well? He nodded and announced, very successfully. Kim Hunbok noticed the two people accompanying him. But why a priest and a nun? Richard glanced to the side and opened his mouth. I'd like to introduce Wyo, a necromancer. The man with the Bible in his hand introduced himself. My name is Romeo. The woman beside him also said sternly, and I am Sir Victoria. Their presence left Kim Hunbok confused. Do you two have business here? Romeo smiled at this. We came to prepare for an emergency, but it seems I was worried for nothing. I sense no evil in you, Wyo, and I have confirmed this is a purification ritual. He looked at him with a guarded gaze. I only take away the power of the spirits. The conversation suddenly hit a dead end. Romeo's face darkened, revealing clear malice in the depths of his eyes. He didn't maintain his friendly demeanor anymore. Are you talking about divine power? Our methods differ, but both lead to good results. You're heading to a city in America next, right? Kim Hunbok nodded. That is correct. Hearing this, Romeo suggested, in that case, my brothers and I will be on standby just in case. Some of them are a bit stubborn, unlike you, so please be understanding. He looked at them, thinking to himself, now I understand why they came. It seems some of them might attack me. They came here first to prevent a situation where we all kill each other. Kim Hunbok expressed his goodwill. I will try to restrain myself, but I can't guarantee anything if my life is in danger. Romeo seemed very satisfied with that. That's enough. I'm relieved you're willing to communicate with me. Before leaving, he added, then, please do your best for the world. They stood in silence, watching the cars slowly drive away. Richard finally revealed a piece of news. They were sent by the president. A specialized exorcist, a dungeon explorer, and a divine power user. Kim Hunbok was slightly intrigued. A user of divine power. Regardless, the ritual was a success, and he felt somewhat relieved, which gave him hope that the next ritual would go even better. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. After taking a few steps, Richard turned around with a radiant expression, bearing good news. There was only one, but we managed to negotiate for it. Kim Hunbok, however, looked confused. What was he talking about? Richard quickly produced the item. In his hand was a diamond, the one they also called the Cursed Diamond. At the same time, Romeo's car sped through the dark night. Victoria remarked, he's going to grow stronger. It would be better to take this chance to get rid of him. Romeo glanced over and gently reminded her, you're right, but now isn't the time. Humanity will face much greater challenges in the future. When that moment comes, we'll need even the unclean ones, so we must be patient. She didn't say another word. Understood. Romeo looked out the window again. Truth be told, he hated relying on such unclean things, but he clasped his hands as if in prayer. Teaching the world just how dangerous and terrifying the unclean can be, that is one of our duties. After that, the car fell silent once more. And so, a long night passed for Romeo and Victoria. Back to Kim Hunbok, he was working when someone called out to him. What are you working on? Realizing it was Richard, Hunbok replied, I'm creating undead. They can self-replenish mana, fight for over 3 hours, and use 3 or more weapons. But it's not easy at all. A look of disbelief appeared in Richard's eyes. What level of undead are we currently able to craft? After checking his notes, Hunbok listed a few names, skeletons, wraiths, and archers. Richard was stunned. Was that not enough? Hunbok put down his pen and faced him. If you consider production costs, it's not enough. So, I'm researching ways to improve quality. Hearing this, Richard rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A few minutes later, he offered a suggestion. Why don't you try studying robotics or computer science? Hunbok looked up. Had you not considered that yet, sir? Richard began explaining his idea, noting that they had similar structures, body mechanics, behavioral programming, and that it would surely help him. Hunbok considered the idea. Thank you for the advice, sir. Richard shifted the topic. All right, anyway, are you taking it? Hunbok tilted his head in question. What do you mean? He took the sparkling diamond from Richard's hand. Richard smiled, a subtle request in his eyes. I'm leaving the next ritual to you. Afterward, Kim Hunbok's group conducted 2 more large-scale magical rituals. The artifact grew larger by absorbing the negative mana of at least 1,000 restless souls. Finally, the major ritual took place in a big city. They chose Las Vegas. Since the city hosted so many events, they could easily disguise the magical ritual as a national event. The day of the MP parade arrived quickly. The atmosphere was incredibly vibrant. The citizens seemed quite excited about the festivities. Did you hear about the big parade? It sounds so exciting. The prize for the winner is huge. Someone nearby asked, what kind of prize? Suddenly, dozens of soldiers parachuted from the sky. A man standing on top of a truck coordinated the situation. Everyone, arm yourselves. Move quickly. We will provide new weapons developed by the military. Use these to shoot and capture the enemy. As he finished, he pointed the weapon at a young man. The man stood bewildered as his soul was captured. What? I didn't feel a thing, the soldier announced loudly. As you can see, this weapon doesn't harm the living. Use it on the dead and the undead to collect their power. When the weapon turns red, come to the base to receive new gear. The more undead you catch, the better weapons you'll get. On the giant screens, the battle between the living and the dead had begun. The soldier roared to encourage them. You must win. The sky was filled with military helicopters. Not only that, a group of mages prepared to join the fray. High above, Kim Hunbok silently observed the scene below. Quite spectacular, isn't it? Richard nodded in agreement. With a scale like this, there's no way we won't succeed. It's hard to control people, but this will certainly help the large-scale ritual. I'll leave the rest to you, then. The sinister necromancer replied, I understand. He then transformed into an elderly mage. A dragon soared into the sky. The crowd cheered at the sight. Kim Hunbok rode upon its back, appearing before the public. A dragon. Is that a red dragon? They must have spent a fortune on this. I want to ride it too. He calmly tapped his staff against the dragon's scales. Instantly, pillars of purple light appeared, drawing in the wandering souls. Hunbok announced in a grave voice, from this moment on, a ritual begins to stop the forces of evil. Please, lend me your strength. The souls shrieked as they were pulled in one direction. High above, he encouraged the citizens below. Let us humans seize victory. Charge. They quickly used the weapons provided by the government to confront the spirits. Instead of being afraid, the people were ecstatic. One soul screamed, I cannot vanish like this. Give me your power. However, a second later, it was shot directly. Having taken the full blast of the bullet, the spirit gradually dissipated. The sniper above gloated, got one that makes 15. Victory is in my hands. His neighbor grumbled in frustration. The battle raged on intensely. Suddenly, the weapons the participants held changed color. My weapon turned into fire. Mine is electricity. I'm the blade of wind. But some were unlucky their weapons didn't change color or simply malfunctioned. Kim Hunbok was surprised by the public's reaction. They actually seemed to enjoy it when the experimental weapons glitched. It was the perfect environment for real-world testing. He quickly scanned the area. The event would be over soon. Besides, everyone looked exhausted. Time to end this. Kim Hunbok summoned a magic circle beneath his feet and hovered the dragon nearby. You have all done very well, you foolish people. Taking the power of ghosts and commanding my dragon, you only serve your own ends. Kim Hunbok's voice rang out, cold and detached. Die. A massive surge of power erupted from the dragon's mouth, straight into the sky. The excited smiles vanished, frozen in shock as they stared at the horrific scene unfolding. After teasing them, Kim Hunbok let out a loud laugh. But I'm sure I'll benefit from this too, so I'll make an exception this time. But there won't be a next time. Look forward to it, I will destroy this world. As he finished speaking, the dragon flapped its wings and flew away. He was quite satisfied with that reaction. Good. It ended exactly, according to the script, just as he had planned. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok felt something was off. His pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected Kim Hunbok to be surrounded by such tainted soldiers. Did you really think we wouldn't recognize you? He scanned their features, the silver weapons, the armor, the crucifixes, and the holy water. Agitation was clearly visible in Hunbok's eyes. He was a Roman Catholic knight of the Tempa. Richard was stunned by this betrayal. How did this happen? Didn't you say you'd cooperate? He turned to question Romeo. You've ruined everything. What exactly are you trying to do? He stammered, pretending ignorance. I don't know either. I just said my brothers might act recklessly, but my own actions are also somewhat impulsive at times. Richard muttered helplessly. Unbelievable. I'm in big trouble. Just then, the radio crackled. 4 helicopters and 7 tanks were heading toward the center without warning. He was reeling from one surprise after another. What? Below on the road, helicopters and tanks were moving in a line. Kim Hunbok offered his assessment. The situation is dire. It seems there are some fanatics among the troops. He asked Han anxiously, Can you escape? He clicked his tongue, slightly annoyed. I think that'll be difficult. Helicopters and tanks. Just then, a soldier stepped forward. No need to worry about the helicopters and tanks, Glenn said as he approached, then made a suggestion. Tell everyone that Judas has betrayed Jesus and to proceed with the plan without attacking the necromancer. This sudden turn of events made Richard quite uneasy. General Hendrik, this before he could finish, he was cut off. First of all, let me apologize. I had to remain silent to clean up the military from within. Hearing this, he retorted, So you deliberately stayed silent and watched the situation to weed out the fanatics? Glenn stated firmly, That's right. We've been monitoring the fanatics' weapons closely, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Richard nodded softly, I see. Then he turned to call out to Kim Hunbok. You must have heard our conversation. You can escape now. However, he hesitated. That would be good, but then Hunbok made a shocking declaration. I will not run. Richard couldn't understand it. Wait, why? He frowned, his eyes filled with resolve. Let me fix this situation. Actions followed words. Kim Hunbok fixed his gaze on the soldiers below. I granted you all compassion, and yet you dare to play games with me? The captain replied disdainfully. You're too noisy, you tainted thing. Today is the last day you'll live. He even confidently claimed it was God's will. At this point, he decided to use force. Well said. The God you believe in and follow is indeed great. I acknowledge that. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok's eyes widened, and he growled. The people below were suddenly crushed by an immense pressure. Hunbok used a technique to shake their faith. You are not perfect gods. You are flawed humans. Because humans are weak, they try to become stronger in many different ways. Though the methods may differ, they all share one thing in common. You must take responsibility for your own words and actions. But what about you? You don't think about the lives of others, and instead, you use God as a shield. His brows furrowed tightly. Always remember that the evil things you do can become God's own evil acts. After those words, he released the pressure. The others were finally able to stand upright comfortably. Instead of choosing to fight, they dropped their swords. The entire army turned their eyes toward Kim Hunbok. He was quite surprised by this sudden enlightenment. They were emitting a stronger divine power. How much had they realized after hearing his words? One of the soldiers spoke up. Thank you for making me realize how foolish I was, oh tainted creature. I admit that I disregarded God's prestige with my blind faith. And now, we are weaker than you. Even so, Kim Hunbok did not lower his guard. Beyond my expectations, I thought you would charge at me since I'm currently at a disadvantage. The one who spoke earlier explained his actions. I will endure it because I know that to defeat you, many innocent lambs would have to be sacrificed. That is what I must do when believing and acting in God's name. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Everything seemed to be resolved for now. All right, I'm off. My enemy. I look forward to fighting you again. He ordered the dragon to flap its wings and soar toward the horizon. On the plaza screens, the first defensive battle ended, and the citizens cheered as if celebrating a festival. At the same time, elsewhere, Kim Hunbok removed his disguise. A thought crossed his mind. This battle was harder than he had anticipated. Suddenly, something made Kim Hunbok turn his head. He faced Nidhogg and called out softly. Nidhogg replied seriously, Yes, master. On the phone screen were the superior stats of Nidhogg. Why are you still under my control? After the ritual, your stats completely surpassed mine. She did not hesitate to answer. I think it's because of the promise that Master and I made together. Kim Hunbok recalled the previous declaration. But what if it's fake? There's no law saying a fake cannot surpass the original. Yield to me, and I will make you a fake that is even better than the real thing. Nidhogg's voice was full of warmth. Before, I was simply mimicking a dragon, but now I exist as a true dragon. Therefore, my promise from before has turned into a dragon's oath. This news took Kim Hunbok by surprise. What? Immediately after, she explained. According to the oath, I must become a fake more valuable than the real thing and serve Master. And Master must make me a fake that is more valuable than the original. Christina added, To be precise, you have become a dragon master. He muttered to himself, Grit, as it quickly appeared behind Kim Hunbok. A dragon master has absolute command over the dragons with whom he has sworn an oath. Nidhogg added a bit more information. However, since I was originally a creature created to serve, nothing has changed. Kessler, standing to the side, showed clear excitement. Master is so lucky. More things will happen in the future. Kim Hunbok remained stunned for a few seconds. Why did he clench his fist like Nidhogg? Our promise can turn into an oath. Can I? Become a Death Knight or a champion, for example. Kai stroked his chin, calculating. And I will become a Shadow Knight or a Reaper. However, do not worry. I will always be a vassal to my lord. Christina, hearing them speculate, reminded them, nothing is certain yet. Don't jump to conclusions. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Kim Hunbok was quite pleased with the current situation. Well, regardless of the outcome, I'm truly lucky. As you grow stronger, I'll become even stronger. Kessler cheered happily. As expected, Master really knows how to talk. With that, he ordered me to head back to the city. We can't miss out on this fun city. The second event was held after 45 days and was a huge success. Chris, Kessler, and Kai also received a significant amount of negative mana. Christina used a moonstone, Kessler used a ruby, and Kai used a sapphire as their cores. Their individual abilities evolved as follows. Christina, level 122,000. 172. Female, variant Lich race. Kessler, level 128,000. 179. Male. Mutant Dead Warrior race. Kai, level 128,000. 179. Male. Mutant Dead Knight race. With such an explosive increase in power, the three of them were mutants, just like Ni. Kim Hunbok's strength also grew significantly. Kim Hunbok, level 109,190, human. After that, Kim Hunbok's group raided E and F rank dungeons as mercenaries whenever they had spare time. The third event ended successfully, and they were now at the airport. Richard expressed his regret. Are you really going back? You must have gotten used to life here by now. Kim Hunbok laughed at the comment. It's a shame, but my base is in Korea, so I have to go back. He didn't intend to hold him back anymore. All right, but we are always ready to welcome you back anytime. Kim Hunbok quite cherished this sentiment. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Soon after, the plane back to Korea took off. Time passed, and eventually, the group landed at the international airport. Kim Hunbok stretched tiredly as he walked out of the waiting hall. The air really is different here. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Could it be? Kim Hunbok hadn't expected her to come all the way here. Is that Kang Haemi coming to pick him up? She spoke first. You're back. It's a relief I don't have to go there anymore, right? Kim Hunbok asked with a hint of curiosity. Did anything special happen? By the way, how did the task I asked about go? Kang Haemi reported that everything had been prepared. But is that really enough? It's enough. She revealed one more piece of news. A replica of the Elgido copper, produced by Kim, had been delivered to Kim Hunbok's base. But then, Hemi glanced behind him at the three people following him. Kessler flew over and nudged her arm. Miss Kang Hemi, that's hurtful. I don't believe you didn't recognize me. We've met a few times already. You even called me witty. She looked bewildered by this excessive friendliness. A few seconds later, Kang Hemi's jaw dropped as she realized who it was. Wait, could you be Kai? He grinned to confirm. Exactly. Kai, who was nearby, also walked over. Is this the first time you've seen me appear? Kang Hemi asked, stammering in disbelief. Kai, this isn't a disguise, is it? Kessler laughed and bragged. I became stronger after visiting the US, so I can imitate humans. It was Chris's turn to speak. Master, let's go now. He nodded in response. All right. Kang Hemi handed Kim Hunbok an envelope. This is a token of appreciation from the director for you, Mr. Kim Hunbok. He took it, finding it hard to believe. Inside were a few items. A talisman and another letter. It was a talisman containing the power of Hun Chi and Sung. I was able to do what I did because of you, so it is only right that you use it. Please use it for something useful. Reading this, Kim Hunbok fell into deep thought. Even after returning to the base, his routine didn't change much. Training, research, and dungeon raids. Talisman research was added to the mix. Previously, to Hunbok, a talisman was nothing more than an oriental scroll. The director's talisman was completely different from what he had expected. It was no larger than an A4 sheet of paper and contained the power of a deity named Hun Cheon Sung. The amount of negative mana contained within it exceeded his limits of control. While Kim Hunbok was working, Christina approached him. I think I'll kidnap the director and extract what he knows. He didn't turn around. Tempting. Should I do that? Just then, Kessler ran over to announce that a guest had arrived. Kim Hunbok immediately stopped writing. Who is it, Miss Kang Haemi? He shook his head, denying it. No. Kessler replied with an enigmatic tone. The person we wanted to kidnap. Neither side said anything, and the atmosphere fell into a tense silence. On the surface, Kim Hunbok seemed quiet, but in reality, he was evaluating the situation. He was younger and thinner than he had imagined. Is he really the director? His mana levels weren't anything special. After a moment, he asked, "Have you verified everything?" He didn't seem guilty as he answered straight away. "Yes, I really am the director." The man laughed, still in the mood to tease. "What else? I'm the CEO, and also the one who made the talisman as a gift for you." Even so, Kim Hunbok was still puzzled. "Aren't you afraid to come here? Don't you know how terrified magicians are of you?" Jian's response was quite unexpected. "I know very well. I've faced them many times. They really are insane." Christina's eyes lit up. "Why are you looking at me while saying that?" He didn't answer, instead shifting the topic. "Anyway, those guys are really annoying. Recently, their mana has been increasing, making them even more irritating than before." "Oh, the magicians I'm talking about are from this world, not dungeon explorers." Hearing this, he confirmed his suspicions. As expected, this world had magicians too. Joan didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had already guessed it. "Looking at you, it seems you already figured it out," Kim Hunbok replied calmly. "Because mana exists on Earth too." He didn't comment on that, just continued. "Even if mana is weak, magicians still develop magic to suit this world. Are you interested?" He didn't hide his intent. "Of course I am." Joan's eyes narrowed into a smile. "Then I will provide you with all the information about the magicians I've killed as an advance payment for my request." Kim Hunbok frowned, adopting a defensive stance. "A request? Do I have to accept it? This is my base. You're alone, so don't cause any trouble." He stopped smiling and let out a subtle sigh. "You're quite kind. Other magicians would just want to kill me first. I'll make sure to specially train my juniors." Suddenly, a surge of power from the void pinned them down, leaving all three unable to move. He was startled, realizing things weren't as simple as he thought. "I can't move. Did he prepare this outside of my territory? Damn it, I was careless because I thought I was at my base." Ji-yoon stood up, his expression remaining calm. "Today will be a good experience for you." Even though he held the initiative, he still asked, "May I smoke?" Kim Hunbok replied without any courtesy, "No. There are a lot of people here." He turned his head, showing no signs of anger at being refused. "As I said, the advance payment will be information on the magicians. Do as I said within 10 days. Even though he was dissatisfied, in this situation, he had no choice but to agree. "Understood." John didn't forget to offer a carrot after the stick. "If you succeed, I'll introduce you to a good place. It's much better here, I mean, at the base. And about this, the charms, I can't guarantee that cell phones will work properly." Before leaving through the door, he waved goodbye. "I'll be in touch later." The door slammed shut, but the atmosphere inside remained strangely silent. Only then did Christina speak up. "It's a complete failure. I didn't think he'd dare to act right inside our base." Kim Hunbok suddenly realized his oversight in this incident. "We should have been prepared for that." The two men behind him also looked regretful. "I apologize, Master. We were tricked. We've been deceived." He suddenly realized the crisis he was facing. It used wide-range mana to paralyze targets. If the paralysis spread and the pressure was too much, what if, in the worst-case scenario, time itself froze? He was also aware of the current situation. We had no leads. The next day, Kang Hemi was the one chosen to deliver the message. "There's a message from the director. This is the advance payment and the completion fee. I don't know if it's too much." As he said that, both were shocked by the pile of trucks behind them. Even though he was forced into this, Kim Hunbok couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, why is there so much? I think this is equivalent to 5 10-ton trucks." And that wasn't all, she also handed over several other books. "He also said you want these 3 books the most. He told me to deliver them to you personally." Looking at them, he immediately recognized what they were. Basic Theory of Modern Mages, Basic Theory of Charms, Basic Theory of Modern Necromancy, exactly what he wanted. A few days later, other things he needed kept arriving continuously. Richard, on the other end of the phone, said, "I sent it a while ago. This marks the end of my relationship with the Vatican." Kim Hunbok didn't forget to be polite. "You've worked hard, Richard." Then, he looked at the shimmering pile in the house. 1.5 tons of silver bars and 18 tons of iron bars. Seeing that the amount was much larger than agreed, Richard had been generous. Thankfully, Kim Hunbok had a capable assistant to move these things into the golem's hands. "How is the progress?" One of them stepped forward to reply. "It's progressing very well. The living up Moser souls with bodies made of metal, even though they were originally troublesome spirits. Just like when I confirmed the talent of those 3, I could indeed confirm the talent of the spirits as well. The spirits with useful talents were the ones I brought back from the United States. You ordered, already used to this rhythm. These are new materials. so handle them with care. It obediently replied, yes. To deal with spirits that have strong egos, we have to concede to what they want. Even if it wasn't me, but the U.S. government doing the conceding. Regardless of the method, do they think they have to pay a high price? The spirits must remain under my control. And there was an underground armory, with everything from weapons to missiles and high-output guns, all supplied by the U.S. These weapons were equipped for the undead in case of emergency. Even during battles inside the dungeon, they would become tools to increase his strength. And to mass-produce tools that could be used on the battlefield, he also received blueprints for weapons being developed in the U.S. And now, he was developing these weapons together with Christina. Right at that moment, Christina screamed in surprise. Found it. Kim Hunbok was also intrigued and asked, what is it? She read the information displayed on the paper. Not much progress, but I'm testing small improvements in firepower performance and production costs. He let out a long sigh, finally feeling a small portion of the burden lifted. Then that's great. Keep at it. I'll come to help you later. And inside the printer, countless spell cards and scrolls were being printed. In return, I would receive a significant amount from the U.S. I had given them the formulas for charms and scrolls. This was something the U.S. received, and after a while, it sold out quickly whenever they were put on the market. Everyone could feel the world changing. A moment of upheaval was coming soon. A full-scale invasion battle was about to begin. Kim Hunbok sat alone in the room, clasping his hands together. I've done everything I could to prepare. God, please help me overcome this catastrophe. At some point, the dungeon explorers stopped going in. Their base was no longer connected to the dungeon. Missions weren't being generated, but his abilities and speed didn't decrease even when not entering the dungeon. It felt like this was the time to prepare for changes in the world. The first day of the month had arrived. That day, the sky was covered in black clouds without a single gap. Ji-eun, having just woken up, had to rush outside to catch a cab. Damn it, being late for work on the first day of the new year. While opening the car door, he looked down at his watch and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, it's already 9. I don't want to go to work at all. Ji-eun looked out of the car, only then noticing something. But that's strange. Even if it's winter, the sun should have risen by now, right? Suddenly, the car braked hard, causing him to almost hit his head on the front seat. Ji-eun was still bewildered, not understanding what happened. What the? The driver stepped out of the car and started shouting. Hey, where are you keeping your mind while driving? Suddenly, someone was thrown onto the car. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? The screams that reached the heavens made the driver look up in that direction. Over there, a giant monster was incessantly slaughtering humanity. He was also quite terrified by this scene. A disaster for humanity, or what you'd call the apocalypse. The 4 days of darkness had begun. The gloomy atmosphere filled the entire city, and the obsession haunted everyone. In the space, only the echoes of screams and grievances remained. I want to live, I don't want to die. On the other side, a desperate cry echoed from the phone. Mom. Kim Hunbok watched, feeling only helpless. Truly amazing people. In this situation, they can still record videos and post them. Suddenly, the phone screen switched to the call interface. The caller was the executive director. Ji-eun only said one word. It's time. He didn't object but asked very cooperatively, right, where should I go? The voice echoed from the phone. Go to soon. Clear out the places you pass through. More accurately, clear out the monsters you see. Don't worry about the damage. Kim Hunbok raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding. You're saying I should focus on destroying monsters, so when will I arrive? Actually, he had arranged it a long time ago, just waiting for this question to continue. Arrive by noon tomorrow. No issues with that, right? Once you're here, you won't be able to refuse even if you want to. I understand. Kim Hunbok's brows were still tightly knitted, but this client was silly indeed, though not bad. All right, let's go before the situation spirals out of control. The situation on the other side is getting more chaotic by the minute. Honey, don't worry, he says, his voice urgent yet comforting. Just keep looking ahead, hold on tight to my waist, and I'll protect you. Behind them, a horde of monsters is relentlessly closing in. The girl glances back, panicked, and screams, Honey, on the right. They could only watch helplessly as that giant mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. She squeezed her eyes shut, clinging to her loved one in their final moments. He stared in shock, unable to believe what was unfolding. What is going on? Everything was normal until yesterday. The monsters only started swarming this morning. I don't want to die. Someone please help. They were both thrown from the vehicle by the monster. The young man struggled to lift his head, refusing to give up. What is this? Am I in heaven? The sight before him made his jaw drop. A white bear suddenly appeared, blocking the monsters that were closing in. The girl sat up and ran over to him. Honey. But even now, he was completely bewildered. What's happening? The clanking sound of metal boots approaching from behind caught their attention. She opened her eyes wide and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Kai didn't answer, only giving instructions as soldiers waited in the fog ahead. "Just go." Over there, the bear swung its claws at the monster, then stopped, panting heavily as if exhausted. It approached them gently, offering praise. "You did well, Grizzly." Before pulling his girlfriend along to leave, the young man didn't forget to say, "Thank you very much." She just urged him, "Hurry." They had only walked a few steps when they were stunned by what lay ahead. Blinding lights shone directly into their faces. Seeing the group of people in front, the girl rejoiced as if she had escaped death. "Honey, we're saved. We're saved. It's okay. We're alive. We actually made it." Scene shifts to a secret bunker outside of the city. Deche crossed his arms, his face unable to hide his anxiety. "What's the situation?" The man in front of the screen is Kim Deche, the president of South Korea. Kung Cheon stepped forward to report. The military on the city outskirts is trying to move in. This is Han Kyung-cheon, the Minister of National Defense. He asked the most critical question. "What are the casualty rates?" Sweat poured down his face. One look told everyone the situation was dire. Although we don't have exact numbers, the death toll in each city is estimated to be at least 60%. Just at this critical moment, applause echoed from behind. Everyone turned their eyes toward the sound. Manny wore a smug, arrogant smile. "Mr. President, do you really think you can just run away after hearing the current situation?" This is Park Man-hee, the youngest son of the conglomerate leader. His father knew this behavior was unacceptable and stepped forward to remind him. "Manny, why are you being so rude?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than Man-hee delivered a brutal blow. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving everyone frozen in shock. He laughed as if satisfied, refreshing. That damn old man deserved it for his constant nagging. Someone nearby couldn't help but curse. "You bastard. That's your father." But Manny didn't stop, instead grabbing the man by the throat. He didn't know where he got the confidence to issue threats. "Shut your mouth. You'll die by my hand sooner or later too." Dion dared not move, only able to suspect that this strength was not human. It seems he's not a hunter, so he's a traitor. Manny smirked, clearly displeased. "A traitor? So that's what you think? I just decided to stand on the other side. Besides, I was granted this power. Isn't that wonderful? I am the only one who has become this special. As far as I know, even hunters are useless, because Earth simply cannot defeat them." Hearing this, the president broke into a cold sweat. "What are you talking about?" He lacked any confidence, and to make matters worse, he was crushing everyone's hope. "I saw it clearly when I was granted this power, the strength they possess. Earth is just their playground, but they are merciful and have given us a chance. So, stand on their side, become their servant, and dedicate this whole world to them. Of course, if you refuse, I will kill you myself." Manny swung his hand, ending a life right before their eyes. Seeing this, everyone knelt and begged, "I'll join their side." "Me too. I'm just like you." Even so, Deesh still tried to reason with the young man. "Do you even know what kind of trashy things you've done?" Of course, someone like him would never know where the line is. "I don't care. Mr. President, do you have any more nagging words?" Manny lunged with a punch. "Otherwise, just die." But he didn't get to be arrogant for long before someone blocked him. Before anyone knew it, One-C had appeared to protect him. He said with a hint of disdain, "Is that all? Just enhanced physical strength. But my hand is still going numb. Should I pretend to be hurt?" Everyone was stunned. One-C smiled, becoming a pillar of strength for the group. "Well done. Now leave everything to me." Only Deesh stood there, bewildered, not knowing who the man before him was. Who are you?" Over there, Manny's fist was going numb, but he couldn't pull it back. He let out a painful scream, as if experiencing the same sensation as those he had just struck. Only then did the man smile and introduce himself. One-C, from the South Korean team. "And more importantly, I have extensive experience in dungeon exploration." One-C's eyes glinted with a sharp light. He charged forward, absolutely unwilling to forgive traitors, determined to punish those who betrayed humanity. With just one punch, One-C successfully blew the opponent's head off. Bits of fabric and blood were scattered all over the floor. The nearby soldiers could only sigh helplessly. "Mr. One-C, I told you to leave him alive if you could." He showed no sign of remorse, instead laughing heartily. "I forgot. Forgive me this once. Now, as for the rest of you traitors to humanity, you must take responsibility for your choices." All those who had just begged for their lives felt their hearts sink in terror. On the first day of the 4 days of darkness, humanity learned that the enemy was already among them, and that traitors were lurking all around. Elsewhere, the soldiers were all fighting together. Don't hold back on ammo. The moment you try to save yourself instead of your comrades and subordinates, you're dead. Damn it, it's too big. Focus electronic fire. They were shocked to discover that the monster had taken a hostage. Inside the car, someone was screaming in constant panic. Save me. I don't want to die. The lead soldier quickly grabbed his radio. Everyone, all tanks, focus firepower. I'll take responsibility. A clear command echoed through the radio. Roger, fire. Just as tensions were at their peak, a voice called out, hold on. Wait a second, pal. Kessler stepped out from among the soldiers, radiating a terrifying aura. He didn't hesitate for long. Once he spotted the target, he lunged straight forward. With a single punch, he forced the monster to drop the car. Kessler quickly caught the car with the hostage inside, pretty heavy. Having achieved his goal, he leaped out of the monster's attack range. On this side, the commander had been monitoring the battle closely, and seeing the opportunity, he gave the order, right now. Open fire. Kessler successfully escaped from the thick, blinding smoke just beneath his feet. He jumped to a safe spot. That armored vehicle was definitely heavy. Even though they knew he wasn't hostile, the soldier asked, who are you? Beneath the vehicle, Kessler's eyes lit up. Reinforcements. He asked some questions. Are you the only reinforcement? He set the vehicle down and replied, no, other reinforcements have already been deployed. From now on, those following you are our allies, so don't attack them. Although it was hard to believe, the soldier replied, I understand. Suddenly, a loud, booming sound echoed, drawing everyone's gaze. Before them stood a massive army. Oh my God, is this the reinforcement? Kessler was used to it, so he wasn't surprised. Use these guys as shields. He still didn't forget to ask. Are these guys also heading to other places to reinforce? A roar echoed from that direction. He nodded in confirmation. Even at this moment, the soldiers still couldn't believe it, glancing repeatedly. But soon, he pulled himself together. Let's move the formation around these golems. Hurry. On the other side, a voice sounded full of suspicion. This is strange. Monsters are acting in groups. The person next to him finally sighed in relief, watching the situation. It's okay. The monsters are gathering in one place. Some are even waiting for corpses. Someone is using magic to control the monsters. Kim Hunbok's eyes widened as if he had discovered something terrifying. Right before him was a glowing red magic circle. Wait, what's that? What's with that weird summoning circle? Nidhogg looked down, understanding a little, but not much. That is a magic summoning circle, but the entity being summoned hasn't been identified yet. I don't know what kind of creature will be summoned, but it's very dangerous. Kim Hunbok couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The summoning circle is active, but I can't break it. Christina, behind him, comforted, calm down, master. What do you intend to do? Hearing this, he turned his head slightly, feeling a bit dazed. What do I intend to do? A high-level creature might be summoned. Cut to a high-rise apartment building. Good heavens. That small voice sounded from the pile of trash. Anyone is fine. Kim Jun's voice trembled as if even a small sound would make her die of fright. Please save me. Just yesterday I was still going to work normally. Why is it like this? Just then, a mutated pig nearby seemed to notice something. It leaned close to the gap she was using to look outside. She covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make any sound. Am I caught? But luck wasn't on her side. Its eyes widened as if it had spotted its prey. The mutated pig opened its sharp, gaping mouth. No, fortunately, during the chaos, she managed to escape. She just ran headlong forward, screaming, "Save me!" But soon after, she was surrounded by monsters. Oh my God, monsters are everywhere. Her face turned pale as she saw the dead end. She squeezed her eyes shut and begged, "Save me. Please save me." At that crucial moment, a voice rang out. Do you need help? Then follow my request. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked around. Who's there? Andromalius's voice held a mysterious, elusive charm. It's unfair, isn't it? You're still young. Are you going to give up here? She could only look up and ask, Who are you exactly? He spoke bluntly. We are devils, those who were defeated by God and became devils. But we are also enemies of God, capable of fighting on par with him. We are different from those gods who only stand by and watch. We make desires and longings come true. We do what God won't. Watching the monsters lunging toward her, she bet everything on it. Save me, even if it's a devil. The magic circle appeared right nearby along with a familiar voice. Well done. The monsters were crushed by a terrifying force, each one beaten into a mangled mess. Andromalius calmly walked up in front of her. Next time, I hope you answer faster. She still suspiciously asked, Who are you? He smiled, not shy about revealing his identity. I am a devil, and I am also your protector. She didn't quite understand these strange words. Protector? Andromalius didn't say another word, pulling her into his arms. He acted politely, explaining, First, let's get to a safe place. You look tired. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yes. Suddenly, Andromalius looked up at the sky as if noticing something. He spoke, but his expression remained unchanged. Surprising, I never thought I'd meet a necromancer of this level. On the other side, Kim Hunbok had landed in a safe spot. He looked at the loot in his hand with satisfaction. Thanks to hunting many monsters, he had acquired a lot of materials. Just then, Kim Hunbok's eyes also looked up, as if drawn by something. Andromalius carried a girl and walked toward them. Nidhogg noticed and spoke up to warn him, "Master." But he stopped her. "I know he is not human." He acted extremely politely. "Hello. I have never met a necromancer of this level in the modern era. May I speak with you?" Kim Hunbok said it straight, without any hesitation. "If you are not an enemy." Andromalius didn't mind this directness. "Then that's fine." His eyes flashed with a red glint. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Andromalius." He was startled upon hearing that. One of the demons of Solomon. The 72nd demon, the Grand Earl of Justice. Kim Hunbok spoke his mind. "Known as the Earl of Justice, you are a great devil." Andromalius laughed, not appearing surprised at all. "Humans know me that way." "But you aren't as surprised as I thought," he said matter-of-factly. "With monsters, zombies, and dragons, there must naturally be gods and devils." He smiled, his expression calm. "Excellent. Just as expected. You think very thoroughly. Modern humans are always prone to getting caught up in stereotypes." Andromalius suddenly stepped forward, constantly moving closer to them. Nidhogg couldn't help but anxiously warn him. Kim Hunbok shook his head to comfort her. "It's okay. Nidhogg, even if he's low level, he is still a devil. Right now, I can't defeat him." He suddenly stopped and complimented. "I guess that creature hasn't been born for long. To raise it to this level, that's amazing." He was startled and switched to high alert. "How do you know that?" Andromalius didn't mind stating the reason. "Devils can know the time of birth and death of living creatures. If you have magic to clean clothes, could you use it? I can't leave our treasure like this." Hunbok guessed quickly. "Our? So is that girl the devil's treasure?" He kept his smile, showing no threat. "Yes. So far, this treasure has only appeared twice. I lost it once, and the other time I got it, but I broke it. You watch and ponder. You aren't sure what's going on. But in the end, the words that make it to your lips are few and short. It's a very important treasure." Andromalius chuckles like a gentleman. "Indeed, it is. This is a long story. Would you like some tea?" A moment later, Kim Hunbok asks without hesitation, "How can a great demon maintain his presence in the Forbidden Zone? Did that girl make a contract with you?" He shakes his head, his voice dropping slightly. "Unfortunately, no. I didn't make a contract, because when this girl was on the verge of death, she begged me for help. Thinking back, it still gives me chills. I think she subconsciously realized she was special to demons. You can't help but be surprised. She summoned a great demon to the Forbidden Zone and controlled him just by pleading." Kim Hunbok asks, softly, still curious, "Why are you telling me this?" Andromalius raises a fist to cover his mouth. "Naturally, to build a good relationship with you. You have more and more questions you want to ask. Why am I nothing compared to you?" He just raises an eyebrow and says something mysterious. "Don't underestimate yourself. Your talent is quite fascinating, and besides, I receive advice from Vasago. To explain a bit, Vasago ranks third among the 72 demons of Solomon, known as the Prophetic Duke, possessing knowledge of the past, present, and future." Kim Hunbok seems quite curious. "Advice?" Andromalius speaks plainly without holding back. "Become friends with the talented person you meet first on the surface. That encounter will bring many benefits. The first talented person I met is you. You feel a bit helpless, only able to offer a forced smile. What an honor. If Vasago knows about me, then I'll still be alive in the near future. More importantly, what will the demons do next?" He smiles, showing goodwill. "We intend to act for the sake of humanity for a time." Kim Hunbok nods, seemingly understanding. "Of course. In this situation, that's to be expected." Andromalius replies as if being sarcastic. "You're simple-minded, aren't you?" Your expression suddenly drops. "I have seen two people who appear to be the leaders of the enemy. Demons are not the strongest. With such enemies, it wouldn't be surprising if demons sided with humanity." He can't help but be surprised. Seeing Andromalius smile, "You seem to believe in your choice even more." Vasago's advice was correct. "If possible, I would like to hear you tell me about the enemies you have encountered. You shared information about Gloria and the creatures you met in the desert with him." Andromalius crosses his arms, appearing quite interested. "Colonies of spirits are truly troublesome fellows. Thank you. Regardless, knowing that one of them is a dragon is a huge advantage. I will give you this as a token of my gratitude. A monocle containing the power of Vasago. Depending on what you are searching for, it allows you to find what you are looking for at least once and up to 3 times. And from now on, I will appear to help you in times of critical danger." Kim Hunbok returns the item and modestly says, "This is too much." Andromalius smiles gently and waves a hand in refusal. "Keep it. It is the price I must pay." And these things are also so that I can make friends with you. In the end, you still have to put the item away. I will remember this. After that, the conversation between you and Andromalius continues. You receive information about the modern era from him. He tells you about the situation with demons and information regarding dark magic. For over 500 years, demons didn't know what existed on Earth until they were summoned by mages. At this point, Kim Hunbok still doesn't forget to remark. He has a lot to say, doesn't he? Andromalius is still engrossed in his storytelling. So Lucifer fell in love with that human woman, and he didn't leave his house for 20 years just because he was rejected by the girl he liked. Only when the dungeons were created could they intervene on the surface, he concludes. That is why our treasure is so important. Even though it's a long story, you have a few thoughts. I guess that's to be expected because I can bring her here without paying any price. Andromalius doesn't disagree but just continues, and there are very few mages in the modern era. Even 3 years ago, I heard there were only about 1,000 mages. This statement captures Kim Hunbok's attention. About how many are there now? He casually mentions a number, more than 10,000 already, and it will continue to increase. Don't we all want to possess great power in such moments? And here is a book of dark magic for circles, 1 through 6. I will give it to you if you need it. Christina is excited as soon as she sees it. Please, let me see it later. You look and ponder for as long as you want. Suddenly, the talisman on the table glows, and a voice echoes from it. You arrived in soon very quickly. Well done. Kim Hunbok, seeing this object for the first time, is stunned. What is that? Like a phone. What should I do now? The person on the other end orders the arrangements clearly. First, come here. I will be waiting at the location designated by the Ministry of Communications. Along with the great general of the underworld, those above have begun to move. Be careful. Andromalius still asks with a smile. Is that so? You are the one who established the Forbidden Zone. I will keep that in mind. Kim Hunbok can't help but wonder, does he know Andromalius? He makes others feel like they can't understand him. He is a special creature with the ability to communicate with creatures in the sky and underground for a long time. It is not strange that he knows of my existence. Suddenly, Andromalius stands up. Well, I am off now. Having walked a short distance, he turns back to look. Oh, you're married, right? Even though you don't understand the meaning of this, you still answer honestly. Marriage? Not yet. As soon as Andromalius hears this, he is visibly delighted. I see. Well, that's fortunate. See you later. Kim Hunbok, for some reason, feels incredibly angry. Is this some kind of demonic deal? Elsewhere, at this moment, the sky is covered with dark clouds again. June is the one welcoming you all. You glance over and are startled, not expecting to see him. Are you all right? He doesn't understand, but still replies, What do you mean? Kim Hunbok is forced to be blunt. I'm worried, June says nonchalantly. Surprising. I thought you would attack and kill me immediately. Of course, your answer is also abnormal. Surely that is a good opportunity. He smirks. Thanks for the concern. While trying to look into the future, my life almost came to an end. That is the small price to pay when trying to change the future. Take this. This is the talisman I gave you before. You will need it. Rest tomorrow so you can come the day after. Kim Hunbok nods, not refuting anything. I understand, but why are you letting me rest tomorrow? Joan becomes serious. You will find out tomorrow. Coming the day after is the best way. You can only nod mechanically. I understand. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Before Kim Hunbok can step forward to check on him, he is stopped. It's fine. I'll get better soon. You really want to ask why he is doing this? June sighed, but still answered. You think I'm doing this for the sake of humanity? This is something I'm doing for myself. I'm just a selfish, mediocre bastard. I was born into a family that has served this country for generations. I hate working for this country while living in a family like that. But in the end, I am a member of this family. Even my own blood relatives want to drag my name through the mud to protect this country. But the country is being devastated during my generation. That simply cannot happen. So, all of this is for my own sake. Kim Hunbok was a bit surprised. Is that so? By the way, am I the only one going to Jay the day after tomorrow? Jeon answered very seriously. You can take someone with you, but it's best if you act alone. Then I'll be going. I have a lot to do. Christina followed behind, sighing. So we're going there again. Huh, you're helpless, but you still have to do the right thing, don't you? Should we destroy the magic circle? On the other side, the soldiers discovered the pile of monster corpses and hurried away as soon as they saw them. Retreat, retreat. At the same time, some soldiers were idling and gossiping. Hey, did you hear that rumor? The opponent smiled, knowing a little bit. I heard those corpses are very valuable. He laughed, teasing, really, should we take some? After all, the leaders probably pocket them for themselves and wheel. Before they could finish, both were stunned in terror. The second of the 4 dark days. They screamed in fear. It's insane. The corpses are coming back to life. They're moving. The corpses were actually coming back to life. Both ran while cursing. Damn officer. Why did you pile the monsters up like that? Why the hell was it so close? Suddenly, one turned back, realizing something. Behind them, a golem had charged out to kill the monsters. The furnace on its back began to glow. A moment later, an explosion erupted. Kim Hunbok stood watching everything from afar. Undead. So that's why he told me to rest. If I, a necromancer, appeared to fight the undead, they would mistake me for the enemy. Christina tilted her head and asked skeptically, then what should we do? He coldly gave the order, take this opportunity to test them. While resting at the city fortress, he had signed a contract with a new race, the Ifrit. This was an opportunity to learn about the power of transcendent beings beyond angels and demons. That magic circle appeared on Kim Hunbok's hand. The Ifrit was extremely excited. You finally summoned me on the last day of the contract. I finally get to burn as much as I want, right? This was the fire elemental Ifrit, the black god responding to the summoner's desires. He cautioned him very carefully. Burn anything you want, except for humans, and stay away from things related to me. He laughed, looking incredibly happy. Great. I've found a good contractor this time. After that, Kim Hunbok immediately instructed the others, those who are still alive, try to move to the city center. The destructive power of the Ifrit was indeed no joke. Burn it all. This is my chance to burn everything. Christina was a little uneasy. Will the master be okay? The whole city will be razed, but he confirmed with certainty. It'll be fine. Sun could never go back to how it was before anyway. He decided to talk about another equally important matter. It would be better if people knew, otherwise they'll try to put out the fire. Kim Hunbok thought about it and agreed. Fine, I'd better leave that to the military leaders so they can evacuate the citizens. Tomorrow will arrive just as the director said. At this moment, elsewhere, a 2-headed monster stepped out from the flames. It walked along, completely unaware that it had just stepped on a magic circle. A giant claw emerged from the ground. As expected, it was finished off in a single blow. The next day, Kim Hunbok only had to observe without needing to lift a finger. The undead were overwhelming the monsters. The day had finally arrived. What would happen? The necromancers have reached a safe place, right? Recalling that girl, he said, yes. Kim Jin and his group were waiting for their master's orders. He felt even more certain. Good. First, let's assess the situation. The Ifrit crossed his arms and looked at Kim Hunbok with a slightly arrogant tone. You've arrived, contractor. But he didn't pay attention to such small details. You've worked hard, Ifrit. Hearing that, the fire of interest ignited in him. Hard work? I love it. More importantly, look at the magic circle. I discovered something. That magic circle is a bit sloppy, but it's enough to summon something. Even I don't know what kind of creature will be summoned, but I know the time of the summoning. Kim Hunbok stepped forward and asked, everyone, get ready. When will the summoning be? The Ifrit replied very casually, now. He was shocked, hit with a sudden realization. At the same time, all the magic circles in the city simultaneously lit up. A giant monster was summoned from those circles. It fell from the sky, creating a thunderous sound. It looked no different from a mutated elephant, and its killing intent was overwhelming. The Ifrit laughed, showing no fear at all. I didn't think that guy would appear. Kim Hunbok turned to the only one who knew what it was and asked suspiciously. He explained bluntly, the king of the earth and beasts, one of the 2 monsters created by the Great One and sent down to earth. All eyes were turned toward the elephant. It turned out its name was Behemoth. As soon as he heard the name, his eyes widened. Damn it, I've seen it in the Bible. They were beings treated like angels or demons, but the Ifrit was not worried. Instead, he offered comfort. Don't worry, that Behemoth is only half the size of the normal one. It's much weaker than the original Behemoth. Let's see what it can do. It seemed Behemoth had heard his words and roared with anger. That bastard Kim Hunbok suddenly realized something terrifying. Damn it, it's angry. Christina leaned over and successfully dodged a beam of light, looking toward the distance where more and more beams of light were appearing. She couldn't help but curse under her breath and warned, damn it, everyone, use the talisman. A flow of purple power enveloped the group. It swirled a few times in the air, bringing everyone to safety. In this situation, Kim Hunbok decided to take a risk. I'll hold it back. Get ready, Christina. The glasses that Andromalius gave me, I'm taking them out. He entrusted them to her with complete faith. I leave it to you. Christina nodded without hesitation. Yes. As soon as Hunbok shouted, the power gathered in the creature's mouth. The force released seemed like it would destroy everything. That move naturally hit the behemoth below. However, when the black smoke cleared, everyone could see that there wasn't a single wound on it. Damn, you're tough. Behemoth wouldn't give up and jumped to catch Ifrit. He hurriedly shouted to dodge at the last minute. Brink. Ifrit was put on the defensive, just running and shouting. Brink, Brink. Kim Hunbok gritted his teeth, trying to think. Damn it. Although the Hyeon Cheon's Sang Talisman helps reduce the burden, Blink really costs a lot of mana. His eyes widened as he suddenly spotted Kai Kessler. Both of them jumped up as Kim Jung shouted from the front. Kessler poured all his remaining strength into this single move. Die. Power Slash, who was right next to Kai, was trying just as hard. Cyclone ST. Luckily, both of them managed to deal damage to Bimos. They watched, only able to cry out in despair. Damn it, this is too hard. Was that only half his power? Then it was the monster's turn to attack, with sharp claws lashing out. Just in time, Ni appeared to block the lethal blow. He was bitten by the opponent, a not-so-light injury, but the stronger the opponent, the more thrilled he became. My blood is boiling now. Let's see how we fare in a one-on-one. The fire within Ni flared up with passion as his massive hand gripped a large boulder. Ni lunged forward, launching an attack that made the monster let out a miserable cry. Moss was slightly puzzled. How did he plan to attack him? Ni exclaimed excitedly. The earth is protecting Bimos. Nothing from the earth can hurt him. He was extremely confident, challenging the non-human creatures that had surpassed their limits to attack. Immediately, Kim Hunbok unleashed a superpowered move, BP. Within seconds, Bimos had taken dozens of painful hits. It didn't stop there. The opponent was still charging up a bone explosion move, but Bimos showed no signs of weakening, forcing Kim Hunbok to curse. Damn it, it's not doing anything. A massive hand suddenly grabbed Ni's wrist, leaving him stunned and unable to process what was happening. Just then, Bimos used all his strength to throw Ni away. The throw was so violent that Ni's body became a mere blur. Bimos continued to tilt his head toward the sky, searching for his prey. The moment he confirmed the target, he jumped high into the air. Having used so much strength, Ni was a bit tired, and Kim Hunbok couldn't help but feel worried. Nidhogg saw Ni descending into a rage and quickly tried to calm him. Ni regained his senses, but he annoyingly demanded, Contractor, I need fire. More fire. Kim Hunbok had to agree. Fine, have it your way. He released his power for Ni to absorb. I'll let you all leave in glory, you undead scum. Following that, the undead fell like rain. Ni was thrilled to absorb such an overflowing source of magical power. Kessler stood in the back, observing the non-human creatures surpassing their limits. Then he spoke up, Master, there's something I want to try. Give me another talisman. The undead continued to fall, showing no sign of stopping. Kessler was more excited than anyone. More. Give me more. 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 He knew this could happen because they were non-humans combined with the undead, right? Kessler shouted loudly, all right, bring it on. He wasn't afraid at all, standing tall like a statue. Then Kessler laughed out loud. This is great, although I have to admit, it's a bit hard to move. Kai suddenly made a request. Kessler, absorb me. Kessler was confused. Absorb you? He was momentarily taken aback. Hey, wait a minute. Kai explained his plan. I'll control the links and the energy inside, and you do the fighting. Kessler was fully on board. Awesome, you take the wheel. As they coordinated, he realized, oh, it's easier to move now. Ni was just as excited. That's it. That's how you fight. Kim Hunbok impatiently urged them on. Ni, stop laughing and go help Kessler. At this moment, he and Ni were still soaring in the sky. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, Ni signaled to him. Attacks rained down on Bimos repeatedly. Kim Hunbok unleashed a flurry of moves, continuing the bombardment. Simultaneously, the intense attacks provoked Bimos' rage. At the same time, Kessler charged in to attack from the right, while Ni, wreathed in burning flames, came from the left. Both dived in to suppress Bimos. The two surprise attacks left him unable to dodge, and the sword plunged deeper into Bimos' body with every strike. Even so, it cost Kessler quite a bit of energy. Get out there. You're tired too. Just hold on. Finally, Hunbok called out the order. Reverse gravity. Everyone heard the command and immediately deployed the formation around the city. Everyone joined forces to amplify the attack. Minnan urgently shouted for Kim Hunbok to hurry and gather all the power. Based on the current situation at the necropolis, Hunbok issued instructions to Ni. Until now, Bimos had shown no signs of weakening. During their last discussion, Kim Hunbok had expressed his concern. It has always been my weakness. My punches don't have enough power. He was very puzzled. Can't we maximize the negative mana? Kessler replied, I can gift you my magic. Kim Hunbok calmly reflected. The monocle I received from Vasigo, the negative mana from Hyeon Cheon-S's talisman. He was following the plan step by step, gathering mana from those who had made the contract. The next step was to bring it all crashing down on him with a single powerful blow. Kessler was still focusing his full power for the fight. Both Kim Hunbok and everyone else were aimed at a single goal: go to hell. And then, the ultimate strike was unleashed. The light from it blinded the entire space. When the magical energy faded, only ruins remained on the ground. Ni admitted. That was spectacular. Contractor, this move could even be used on higher-level creatures. As Hunbok turned to the side, he panicked. Christina, her body was not intact, and he became even more frantic. As she responded, "Don't worry, I'm undead, master. Just heal me, please." Ni praised them. "Well, you all passed the challenge. It's time for your rewards." Immediately after, the bodies of every member began to glow with spiritual power. The system announced, stats increased, fire resistance increased, fire affinity increased, reaching B and B+ level, and A-rank beast monsters. Everyone was ecstatic. This is truly amazing. Kim Hunbok watched the abundant energy flowing into his body. The vitality is incredible. Ni excitedly ran off. "Well then, contractor, I won't be back for a while. May the blessings of the great Allah be upon you." Mentioning this, Kim Hunbok finally remembered the true meaning of the blessing. In the end, he decided to let it go. "Whatever, I'll figure it out later. For now, let's rest." Nidhogg had a question. "Master, what about healing me? Have you forgotten?" When Kim Hunbok was fighting Bimos, humanity was also continuing to fight. However, on the last day of the 4 days of darkness, humanity discovered that after defeating the monsters, a new enemy called nature had appeared. At that time, everyone seemed to fall into despair. In that fear, humans turned to gods and demons. People begged in agony, "God, have you abandoned us? Please help us. Lord, what did I do wrong to deserve this suffering?" During those 4 days of darkness, the gods had turned their backs on humanity. They were so desperate that they were willing to sell their souls to the devil. "Even demons are fine. Please help me." The demons appeared as if they had been waiting for this for a very long time. As the other person's words faded, a silhouette appeared. "You said you'd sell your soul to me if you survived, didn't you?" The sinister demon asked. "I accept that deal. I will grant you the power to survive," he declared, without needing any soul, but added, "I will, however, set a contract." The air suddenly fell silent because of the demon. The demon granted those who accepted the contract a power known as dark magic. A black mark was etched onto the back of the hand of those who had formed the contract, and then light returned to humanity. When the 4 days of darkness ended, the gods appeared. The gods healed those who were injured. The collapsed city was restored, and they spoke, "Humanity, an invasion from another world will come soon. Do your best to survive and protect what you have. We are always watching over you." God left a white mark on those who used divine power. Civilization was quickly restored thanks to the abilities of dungeon explorers. Thanks to the gods' grace, humanity prevented the worst-case scenario. The day God descended to Earth was called the Day of Miracles. Thus, humanity began a new century. Half a year later, in a room, someone's voice rang out. "Are you sure about your decision? Please reconsider." Kim Hunbok replied seriously. "As I have said many times before, I have no intention of becoming a member of Guardian." A bit of information about this organization. Guardian, an organization established to protect Earth from other worlds. The other person still had no intention of giving up. "If you change your mind, contact me." Kim Hunbok sighed silently. He didn't want to be tied down by any organization. Why does the director want to hide at a time like this? The CEO had left after teaching me how to use the talisman. The Operations Bureau was also disbanded, and instead of the Operations Bureau, a group called the Grey Market appeared. They were a group of aliens who only pursued profit and maintained absolute neutrality. They appeared and said an all-out war had begun. Just give them money and valuable items, and they would grant that person anything. On the ceiling, something red had just appeared. A second later, it fell rapidly downward. It turned out to be little Tia. "I'm back." Master Kim Hunbok spoke up. "You're back, Tia." And Tia, a part of the doppelganger, had become a sentient being. Tia excitedly recounted what she had gathered. "It seems the high-ranking people are worried. They don't even know the Master's grace. They assume the Master is a threat and must be eliminated." Hunbok then inferred, "Are they from the government and the military?" Tia confirmed, "Yes. Once they feel threatened, they will eliminate the Master." But Kim Hunbok thought, "In that case, there's no problem." Then he asked to return to our home. Outside, the harsh sunlight shone down on each house. Kessler couldn't help but be excited. "Woo, home is still the best. I'm going to play games." Kai suggested, "I will go around and check the house." Hunbok had to entrust the responsibility. "I'm counting on you, Kai. I'm going to get some rest." Christina entered and asked, "Master, what are we eating tonight?" Kim Hunbok replied tiredly, "Just order takeout. Cooking is too much of a hassle," Christina said clearly. While Kim Hunbok was lounging around, they were very lively. Games. Kai, choose the menu. Pick something expensive. Kim Hunbok constantly pondered. Now that I think about it, what did the director say? He said something before he left. Dantalian had once warned that the invasion would return soon, so it was best to be prepared. Kim Hunbok just kept lying there, pondering the soon-to-return invasion. He said he has the ability to see the future. So, there's a high chance this will happen. Someone's voice suddenly rang out. Master, Master. Hunbok sat straight up. What's the matter? Tia reported urgently. There is a terrible guest at our house. Right at that moment, Andromalius walked in happily. It seems you are doing very well. Seeing the person in front of him, Kim Hunbok felt somewhat relieved. It's been a long time, Andromalius. He replied, Don't be so formal, just be comfortable as before, Hunbok said. At that time, I thought you were an enemy, so I was a bit rude. Now it's different. Then he introduced, That's how it is, this is Seo. He is a demon like me, and he comes from the nobility. Seo spoke happily, Lord Andromalius has praised you a lot, and this is a housewarming gift. He introduced the item, the Horn of Baphomet. I am giving it to you, Wu, because I think it will be useful to you. Andromalius nearby also brought one out. I prepared the Shield of Midrin. It is very useful for mages. Kim Hunbok marveled as he accepted them. Thank you very much. You are a bit suspicious. There's so much. Am I receiving this for free? At this moment, Kim Hunbok noticed. But who is this? Andromalius reassured the woman behind him. Hey, young lady, it's all right. Kim Hunbok knew a little about this person. This woman, the woman said to be the treasure of the demon realm. On Baishan Susu's face was a bit of discomfort. Anne, why did you bring me here? Andromalius suggested. Gu, I have come to entrust you with a task. Please take care of Miss Bishan Susu for a while. And he hoped, can you become her master? Can you teach her? That surprised Kim Hunbok. Wait, me. Thinking of that grand title, he was even more bewildered. Master. Even Susu didn't understand what was happening. Andromalius seriously asked for Kim Hunbok's opinion. What do you think? Then he revealed. We have to go to the Asian Federation and the Chinese Empire. There are many people looking for us. The Asian Federation. That was an alliance established after the Chinese Empire was split into many countries. Kim Hunbok realized the situation. It seemed many people wanted to form contracts with demons because of the war. And Andromalius said the current plan was for Dantalian to remain in South Korea while he went to Japan. He begged him wholeheartedly. Because of that, please take care of our treasure, Miss Bishan Susu. At this moment, Kim Hunbok understood the situation. You chose me to be the protector for Miss Bishan Susu and teach her how to control her power? Andromalius confirmed. That's right. Then Kim Hunbok replied, I will agree, but there are a few conditions. Andromalius asked him to speak. First, Kim Hunbok said. First, she might get hurt because controlling her power requires intense training. Andromalius denied it. It's fine, no problem. Then he turned to ask Susu. There is no power that is free. Are you planning to give up this opportunity? Although afraid, Susu was still determined. I understand, I will try. Kim Hunbok continued. Second, allow me to check your health. This is also necessary for the training. This time, Susu didn't maintain a resistant attitude. I understand. I also want to know the state of my own health. Kim Hunbok continued to make a request. Third, I need your hair, blood, and flesh. If it's enough to summon a great demon, it will be a good item for trade and a wonderful magic method. This third condition made Susu extremely shocked. Well, therefore, Kim Hunbok had to emphasize clearly, Miss Bishan Susu, mages are very greedy creatures. To survive, she must constantly remind herself that she's a target. Sun Shu bows her head, looking a bit fearful, but then she responds, Thank you for the advice. I'll accept the third condition as well. Kim Hunbok speaks up. Finally, cover all expenses incurred during the training process. Naturally, that's separate from the consultation fee. Andromalius immediately pulls out his phone to make the payment. Of course, I'll transfer the deposit first. If it's not enough, just let me know. Kim Hunbok replies, Sure. Before checking the account, he thinks the deposit probably won't be much. I should refuse. But the very next second, Kim Hunbok shakes hands to seal the deal. The amount was too large to refuse. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Kim Hunbok looks worried. Christina looks at the person in front of them and asks if that is really Sun Shu. Christina confirms, yes, it is her. Kim Hunbok bluntly remarks, Aren't you being a bit too relaxed? Sun Shu immediately retorts, I'm worried about several things too, you know. Kim Hunbok wonders, Are you really? Sun Shu grumbles, annoyed. It's already been 3 days since you last came. Are you ready? Kim Hunbok gets straight to the point. Yes. Before we start, tell me a little bit about yourself. Sun Shu looks surprised. About me? Kim Hunbok explains, yes. Using parts of your own body helps you amplify your magic power significantly. It's like an elixir of life. He also mentions that, although it's just a theory, consuming her blood and flesh could potentially increase one's power. This leaves Sun Shu even more bewildered. Wait, eat those things? Kim Hunbok still remembers that taste. It was like when he absorbed Behemoth's power and became stronger. That's why he dares to claim that if she absorbs her own DNA, she will become unexpectedly powerful. Kim Hunbok continues, anyone who uses mana will target you, but don't worry, we will protect you. Seeing her demeanor, Kim Hunbok asks, are you scared? Do you want to give up? Even though her body is trembling violently, Sun Shu replies, no, I don't. Before leaving, Kim Hunbok gives her some advice, then be strong. Being afraid is just a waste of time. Sun Shu bows respectfully. Then I'll leave myself in your hands, Master. The word she just uttered makes Kim Hunbok feel awkward. Master, shortly after, Sun Shu goes to have her power tested. Oh my god, Christina is stunned. Her body has 10 times the amount of mana compared to her master. Even Kim Hunbok is shocked. I thought I was developing pretty fast, but this, he stares straight ahead, lifting a coin with dark magic and mana in just 30 seconds. It took me over 30 minutes to do this. Christina honestly assesses, what a terrifying talent. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok's face darkens. Wait a second. Christina immediately asks him, Master, are you all right? Kim Hunbok asserts, I'm fine. He feels extremely indignant. It's so unreasonable. It's true that nothing in this world is fair. I've worked so hard to get to where I am now. Christina wonders, why don't we just avoid her? Because Kim Hunbok understands well that it isn't her fault. If I lose to these feelings, I'll become nothing but a mediocre person. Christina reassures him, Master, knowing that is enough. Her words capture Kim Hunbok's attention. Christina reveals, I used to feel resentment and jealousy. These are the things I felt toward my master when I saw how quickly you surpassed me. She honestly admits, just like you now, I also felt the urge to destroy that person. Christina confides that only much later did she realize why she could suppress those bad intentions. It was because she knew she could still become stronger. She continues, Today, Master, you've learned what it's like to be consumed by emotions. Christina advises him to use those emotions to become even stronger. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok seems to understand. That's right, I must use this emotion as a foundation to grow stronger. At the same time, Sun Shu is still training diligently in the magic arrow room. She looks exhausted and helpless. Just then, Kim Hunbok walks in. Are you giving up? Sun Shu maintains her resolve. No, I will definitely find the magic that suits me. Kim Hunbok says bluntly, you aren't here to learn magic. You're here to gain the power to protect yourself. Stop being stubborn. Sun Shu, being sensible, doesn't say a word back. Yes. Kim Hunbok explains that it doesn't mean she has to give up magic, but she must focus on more important goals. So, I'll help you practice magic another time. Sun Shu can't hide her excitement. Really? You promise? Kim Hunbok has reminded himself not to be consumed by emotions so that he can survive in any situation. He also needs to find ways to become stronger. At that moment, a group of people is using dark magic at the AB's headquarters. Andromalius asks, Danatlian, what is the situation? Dantalion, the 71st Great Demon and Archduke of Hell, reports, everything is going smoothly. We are proceeding with the second phase of the plan. Andromalius replies, all right, I'm counting on you. Make sure the news that the Great Demon and Sun Shu have visited the Willy spread. He puts on a truly devilish expression. I'm looking forward to it. How will you react when facing this crisis? The Guardian and Hunter Association, ABs, and Necropolis consider me their overlord and have established headquarters in Gangnam, the headquarters of the Chosen Ones. Someone is reporting the situation. Great Demon Andromalius and Shia have been captured in the Asian Federation. He continues. According to information from the AB's organization, the witch has also disappeared. Dantalion is currently ruling over the devil worshippers in Korea and Japan. The director asks, is there any information on Necropolis? The subordinate honestly replies, not yet, sir. The director adds, then I hope you bring me good news. He expresses that it's just a gut feeling. But this is a good opportunity to deal with the demons and their cultists. The subordinate affirms, I understand. All those who serve the filth must disappear. Following that, the director asks, what about the wandering mage? The subordinate replies, it's very difficult to find him because he has vanished. The director orders them to find him at all costs. We cannot take him and his teammates lightly. Receiving the master's orders, the subordinate bows respectfully. Understood. At the same time, at Kim Hunbok's apartment, he is training with Sun Shu when she suddenly bursts into laughter. I told you not to jump up there. Kim Hunbok says in a serious tone, let me give you another piece of advice. He reminds her that using magic effectively is also crucial. Kim Hunbok immediately dodges the attack Sun Shu just launched. That quick reaction surprises her greatly. Huh? This? Right after, Sun Shu creates a large shield, but she only receives a cold remark from Kim Hunbok. Is that it? With just one move, he completely shatters her defense. Sun Shu, exhausted, falls to the ground. Kim Hunbok calculates. It's been about 9 days, right? And he has to admit she has become much stronger. Even so, Sun Shu remains persistent. Let me think for a bit and try again. Next time, I will definitely win. Kim Hunbok announced that, unfortunately, the special class would begin right now. Sun Shu was still trying to get a grasp on what this special class was all about. Immediately, Kim Hunbok summoned a small, bound demon and demanded that she kill the monster herself. Not only that, but Kim Hunbok set a rule. No dark magic allowed. She had to use her bare hands and mana to finish it. Sun Shu was momentarily lost, not understanding what was happening. I mean, especially when she looked at the thing in front of her. Was that really a monster? Kessler emphasized, this is a real fight. You have to kill it, no matter what. Kim Hunbok urged her on. Well, don't hesitate, hurry up and finish it off. Facing the monster, Sun Shu was incredibly nervous. She gathered all her courage and stepped closer to it. It wasn't just Sun Shu, the monster was terrified of her as well. Sun Shu gripped the sword in her hands and raised it high. She stabbed straight into the monster. Go to hell. The very next second, Sun Shu lost all control and started striking repeatedly. Go to hell. Hurry up and die. Each stab into its body made the monster shriek in agony. Before long, it dropped dead on the spot. Sun Shu's body was now covered in demon blood. Afterward, Kim Hunbok made an announcement. Well, let's start the real training now. Kessler was a bit surprised. Master, are you really going to make her do this? Kim Hunbok confirmed. That's right, we start the next fight in 10 seconds. As the 10 seconds ended, he immediately gave the signal. Let's begin. Sun Shu lunged forward, charging straight at Kim Hunbok. She seemed completely out of control. Go to hell. Sun Shu even unleashed her mana. You trash. Why did you do this to me? Why? Kim Hunbok replied calmly. Because it's necessary for your survival. You know that, don't you? The feeling of taking a life makes one feel so dirty. People like me and you have to be ready to kill at any moment. We are despised necromancers and those who hold demonic contracts. Kim Hunbok remembered it very clearly. Back Sun Wu, the girl who caused the great demon to appear. For those who wield divine power, she would undoubtedly become their target. Hearing this, Sun Shu's footsteps suddenly faltered. She said miserably, I didn't know everything would turn out like this. I just wanted to live. I only prayed for someone to help me because I was so desperate to survive. By this moment, Sun Shu was completely devastated. God wouldn't help me, so I had no choice but to pray to a demon. Why must I be destroyed? It's not fair. Kim Hunbok asserted, that's right, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. We only have 2 choices. He made it clear, fight to survive or give up and go to hell. Sun Shu, exhausted, collapsed onto the cold floor. She broke down and cried helplessly like a child. Afterward, Sun Shu was taken to her bedroom. She had fallen asleep. She must have been under immense stress. Kim Hunbok decided there was no other way and ended today's training session. Right at that moment, Tia appeared. Kim Hunbok turned to the little girl as she reported. We've been watched for a long time. At first, I thought they were just ordinary people, Tia added. But recently, users of mana and divine power have started appearing around here. At the earliest, they will attack in 2 days. At the latest, in 4. Not only that, the little girl had gathered more information. Today, someone who seemed to be a leader said, mobilize the forces. An army, huh? There are a lot of fanatics in there. Then he praised her. You did well. Keep monitoring them. Today, someone who seemed to be a leader said to mobilize the forces. Tia confidently took on the task. Hee. Leave it to me. Master Kim Hunbok asked Christina, is Baek Sun Wu's equipment finished? Christina assured him, I will make the final adjustments today. Kim Hunbok looked forward to it. All right, let's see the results of the training. Outside the house, a large crowd had gathered. Sun Shu requested, Teacher, give me more noodles, 3 bowls. She listed them off. And also, order more fried chicken, hamburgers, spaghetti, and sushi right now. Kim Hunbok silently assessed the situation. Is she relieving stress by eating? Sun Shu spoke up loudly. I've made up my mind. She said with determination, I will live. Because I don't want to lose my life, I will handle them all. That attitude surprised Kim Hunbok a little. He had thought it would take a long time for her to understand, but as it turned out, everything was going very well. So, he reminded her, get some rest for now. It's going to be very busy later. The sky had suddenly turned dark. Kim Hunbok asked about the situation again. Christina, how is that thing going? Christina replied, The decomposition process was completely successful. It added, "This is amazing. If you enter into a contract with a demon, your mana will be mixed with dark magic." Baek Sunwoo's dark magic and mana have been separated. In my opinion, her power direction is undefined. Like an empty cup, she can empty out what is inside. Separating her dark magic and mana, Kim Hunbok agreed. I was thinking the same thing, but I thought she was more like a blank canvas. Christina exclaimed, "A canvas?" Kim Hunbok revealed, "A canvas, once stained, can never return to its original state. That's why I've been observing her every day." Christina assumed, "Then she is just like other people who hold contracts with demons." Kim Hunbok confirmed, "Exactly. If she were discovered by God, she would be a wielder of divine power like no one has ever seen before. She would surely become a saintess." He also expressed, "When Andromalias first told me about Baek Sunwoo, although she had appeared twice before, they lost her once, and the other time, they destroyed her themselves." Christina responded, "A being like her has already appeared twice before." Kim Hunbok said, "That's why I asked an ancient spirit." At this moment, Christina remembered a person. "You mean Ni?" What did he say? Back then, Ni had replied, "I cannot say anything about this girl." From that, Kim Hunbok deduced, even though he didn't say anything, she definitely possesses something incredible. When he received her skin and hair, he said excitedly, "I can level up now." Christina was amazed. It's surprising that something like that could make a transcendent being even stronger. Kim Hunbok continued, "And the great demon, entrusting such an existence to me, must have a purpose." That made Christina wonder, "So, what are you going to do?" Kim Hunbok was about to reply when a scream echoed out. He was startled. "Baek Sunwoo." Kim Hunbok demanded, "Baek Sunwoo, hurry and get to the basement." Sun Shu was lying on the ground, hugging her head in fear. "What's happening?" Kim Hunbok frantically announced. "Someone threw a bomb." He hadn't predicted this. "I thought it would be an attack, but who knew it would be a bombing?" Kim Hunbok grabbed Sun Shu and ran quickly. Finally, all three managed to reach the basement. Christina calmly checked. "According to observations from the crystal ball, there are many users of divine power, and I have detected that they are fanatics." Kim Hunbok calmly spoke up. "You understand the situation now, right?" Sun Shu replied, "Yes." So Kim Hunbok seriously reminded her, "Be ready to fight." Immediately, a burst of power emanated. Sun Shu had transformed and was ready for battle. Kim Hunbok took out a staff and said, "And this is a weapon specifically for you, Baek Sunwoo." She quickly took it. I thanked her. Then Kim Hunbok gave the order. "First, we need to break through the enemy's encirclement." "I'll come up with a plan." He smirked. "We can't just keep taking this." The leader outside barked orders. "The enemy is a necromancer with terrifying power and a witch who has formed a contract with a greater demon. Do not let your guard down. Advance." They tried to steady themselves. "Those are undead. Stay calm and respond accordingly." Kim Hunbok's undead summons began to emerge. The soldiers started to panic at the sight. To make matters worse, the undead let out blood-curdling screeches, prompting the enemy forces to open fire and blast them to pieces. The battle had only just begun, yet it was already brutal. Damn it, the summoning speed is even faster than our killing speed. The enemy ranks fell into chaos. "O Lord, grant us your great grace." They began their ritual. "May your brilliant light shine upon these undead." In an instant, they were reduced to ash. Clouds of black smoke rose amidst the utter chaos. The commander continued to bark orders. "Squad 1, retreat." They charged straight toward the building. "Use the boosters." The drones they controlled swarmed the area, instantly triggering explosions that shook the very ground. The commander reminded them, "Maintain formation and keep your eyes on those who are trying to escape." His subordinates confirmed. At the same time, Kim Hunbok was dragging Sunwoo away at top speed. Looking at her, he realized he had made a mistake. Her physical condition was weaker than he had thought. Before the fight, Kim Hunbok had warned Sunwoo, "We will move stealthily at first. However, I cannot sacrifice my life to protect you, no? I will do my absolute best to protect you." Sunwoo trembled in fear at his words. "Are you planning to abandon me?" Kim Hunbok replied, "No, I will do everything I can to keep you safe. However, I only have one life." Sunwoo screamed in terror. "Please, don't leave me behind. I don't want to die." Kim Hunbok tried to reassure her. "Sunwoo, calm down." He emphasized every word. "Don't do anything stupid. I am not the one who will protect you." And Kim Hunbok asserted that the only person who could protect her life was herself. "You must fight to survive." He was certain that if she didn't, she would die. Kim Hunbok looked at the stunned Sunwoo and said, "You cannot turn back time. You are known to the world's divine power users as the one who summoned a greater demon." She resignedly nodded. "I understand." With that disaster behind them, he could only plan for them to disguise themselves to buy some time. but they were still the target of the pursuit. Kim Hunbok continued, "Besides, if they discover your unique body, they will find a way to get to you. So, you have 3 choices." Every word he spoke weighed heavily on Sunwoo, becoming a test subject, killing, or being killed. "No, make that 4. You choose to end it yourself." She gritted her teeth. "I don't want to. I hate this reality." Kim Hunbok just remained silent, letting her vent her frustration. "I hate you for telling me this cruel truth. Moreover, I hate this world." Kim Hunbok turned his head. "Stop moving. I will do my best to protect you, but I have my limits, so please, fight to survive." A long while later, after they had fled for some distance, they were surrounded and blocked by their pursuers. "Found them. Call for backup." Kim Hunbok pulled Sunwoo forward and created a barrier to keep them at bay. From behind, he watched the rear and warned her, "Don't just stand there. You have to attack too." A terrified Sunwoo turned around, seeing a massive crowd chasing them, screaming incessantly, "Die, you witch! You puppet of the devil! You're the filth of this world, a spawn of the devil. Kill her!" A helicopter spotlight swept over them as the pursuers closed in. The soldiers above opened fire with artillery. She gritted her teeth, unable to understand why they wanted her dead so badly. Behind her, Kim Hunbok continuously chanted to provide support and protection for both of them. "Shield! Go shield!" Summoned Boneway. But they were quickly blocked again by more reinforcements. The men in white robes pointed angrily at the 2 standing in the center. "Great Archwitch and the Defiled One, this day next year will be your anniversary." The leader held up his hand to signal a stop. He looked into his radio and declared, "I will put the witch and the Defiled One into the crematorium. I'll say it again, I will put them in." Kim Hunbok wasn't surprised, but Sunwoo, standing beside him, was terrified by the scene. Were they planning to burn her? Why? She clutched her magic staff tightly, her voice trembling with injustice. "Why are you trying to kill us so ruthlessly?" Her challenge startled them. "I haven't killed anyone. I don't want anyone to die either. I just want to live. I only asked for help from the demons who answered me first." The leader frowned in hesitation. He lowered his voice, feigning sympathy for the person before him. "I know many have died in the disasters of the past 4 days. I also know you are one of the few survivors." Sunwoo brightened at this. "So please, have some sympathy for me." But then, he looked at her with eyes devoid of any mercy. "Repent. Bow your head. I will grant you a painless death. You shouldn't have lived when you were supposed to die. God will forgive you and lead you to heaven." Sunwoo's eyes flashed red, and her face turned pale. He continued his self-righteous rambling. "Wouldn't it have been better to die then? I will give you a chance to atone for your sins." Standing next to Sunwoo, Kim Hunbok spoke calmly. "Look at them. You can't expect them to be reasonable. If they had logic, they wouldn't be fanatics." The leader raised his hands and shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, let us pass judgment on them. May the grace of God be upon them." The entire crowd chanted in a fanatic frenzy. "May the grace of God be upon them." Sunwoo closed her eyes tight, her whole body trembling as she screamed in resistance, "I don't want this. I don't want this." But she accidentally unleashed a surge of power that struck someone in front. Even she was stunned. The hooded figures pointed angrily at her. "Die, you witch! Face your judgment." Sunwoo's power erupted violently again, blowing many of them off their feet. She squeezed her eyes shut, her face full of fear as she pleaded, "Please, get away from me." She looked at the people collapsed on the ground, wondering, why are they trying to kill me? We're all human beings, aren't we? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, sounding quite surprised. Sunwoo began to laugh, a crazed look appearing on her face. "Ha, ha, ha." Kim Hunbok looked at Sunwoo with bewildered astonishment. She stared straight at the crowd with a cold smile. "Thanks to you, I've reached a conclusion. You aren't human, you're animals. A pack of wild dogs led by God." The onlookers were stunned and indignant. "What did you say?" Sunwoo said firmly, "All life has meaning because I am alive, yet you people are desperately trying to deny it all." She looked toward the crowd, thinking to herself, "They say my existence is a sin, that I have no right to live. All because I signed a contract with a demon. Because I made a pact with a devil, they demand that these people repent." A wide, ear-to-ear grin spread across her face. "So, there's no reason for me to feel guilty or hesitant." "They're no different from demons. They're the real monsters." Sun Shu relentlessly struck down anyone who approached her and Hunbok. The enemies were sent flying in the magical storm, screaming in agony. She gloated, watching as their life force was drained away. The leader, seeing this, pointed directly at Sun Shu with eyes full of resentment. "You've finally shown your true colors, you witch." She tilted her head slightly, offering a cold smile. "True colors? I simply gained a clear view of you and finally accepted my true self." Sun Tzu turned back and cautioned Kim Hunbok. "I'll protect myself, master," he replied, bewildered. "I understand." At that moment, She suddenly raised her index finger and abruptly pointed it down at the crowd ahead. They all collapsed to their knees instantly. Kim Hunbok, standing beside her, looked ahead in shock. That was the technique he had taught her during their previous training sessions. Kim Hunbok had taught Sun Shu an extremely dangerous technique used to suppress weaker opponents. Sun Shu giggled. Heh. She pointed at the group, concluding coldly, "Now, let's end this." The leader of the fanatics struggled to get up. Sun Shu looked at him with an unreadable expression. He forced himself to sit up. "I offer everything to prove my faith." Then, he stood up and unleashed all his vital energy. Kim Hunbok shouted in astonishment as he realized what was happening. Those lunatics. They're using a sacrificial magic, entrusting their own will to their god's sacrifice. Kim Hunbok thought to himself, having prepared for the moment Sun Shu would awaken her full power, but he hadn't expected these people to be ready to sacrifice their very lives. Brilliant golden light exploded everywhere. Kim Hunbok raised his staff high and shouted, "Salmon Sin," in a desperate tone. Sun Shu cried out in panic, "Master." Kim Hunbok took off his mask and turned to her, his voice urgent. "Listen to me very carefully from now on." He reminded her with grave seriousness that what they were using was a self-sacrifice spell that would grant the caster's wish. Kim Hunbok shouted, "Their wish is for Sun Shu's death." He continued hurriedly, "The only way for you to survive is to swallow all of this." Sun Shu asked, surprised, "Swallow what?" Kim Hunbok emphasized every word. "Swallow all their divine power, you can do it." Her eyes widened in shock as the information flooded in. She didn't just have dark magic and mana, she was a creature capable of holding other powers. Across the way, the fanatic's power grew stronger and more overwhelming. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, Kim Hunbok's voice sounded rushed. "Defend. I can't hold out much longer. Hurry, I'll help you." Golden light and purple energy intertwined and exploded violently across the space. The spiritual power slowly eroded their protective barrier. Sun Shu screamed in pain. "Ah!" Kim Hunbok tried to stay calm and guide her, struggling to keep her body balanced. "From now on, your body and mine are linked. We're in the same boat now." Kim Hunbok gritted his teeth, reminding her, "So if you die, I die too." He shouted at her, "Wake up." Sun Shu replied with a tremor. "Okay." Kim Hunbok continued his orders. "Eat it. The enemy of divine power is dark magic. Absorb the divine power and amplify your dark magic." At that moment, Sun Shu suddenly remembered something. Back then, Andromalius had smiled politely and asked her, "If light and darkness collide, which one will win?" Sun Shu had replied with certainty, "Light will win, because darkness disappears when light appears." He shook his head and chuckled. "Wrong. The answer is that whoever is stronger wins." She remembered the lesson. Always remember that the stronger side prevails. Light or darkness, it didn't matter. The two energies collided, exploding violently throughout the space. The clashing energy grew more intense, and the sound of the impact echoed everywhere. Kim Hunbok smiled to himself. Everything was going according to plan, but he realized the situation had pushed her beyond her own limits. Sun Shu was constantly breaking past her own boundaries. If this continued, both of them would feel the immense pressure, their bodies feeling as though they were being stretched to the breaking point. Screams echoed through the extreme pain. A brilliant golden light exploded in the middle of the city sky, a beam of light shooting straight down. Kim Hunbok wrapped his arms around Sun Shu to protect her, and both of them fell to the ground. The soldiers kept firing. "Die, die, you witch and that demon, die." They shouted, "We have to destroy them." A barrage of bullets struck the purple energy shield, creating deafening explosions. Kim Hunbok tried to stand up. "You guys were quite prepared, weren't you?" The soldiers in uniform looked at him in terror. The two of them stood up, clear-headed this time. It was dangerous. Kim Hunbok wasn't too worried because he had secretly leaked information to the fanatics. He had even encouraged them to perform the sacrificial ritual. He just hadn't expected 200 people to offer themselves up at once. But regardless, they were going to use the sacrifice on Sun Shu. Kim Hunbok knew that Sun Shu had converted the divine power into dark magic and absorbed it. Her body was being reorganized to hold more power. It was called bodily transformation. He panted, thinking that by linking himself to Sun Shu, his body was also benefiting. It was a dangerous choice, but luckily, it worked. Kim Hunbok smiled and said, "Let's begin," but was suddenly interrupted by a surge of energy. A preemptive attack that made the enemy scream in pain. Sun Shu and Kim Hunbok turned to look behind them. "We arrived late." 3 men appeared out of nowhere. The leader, Andromalius, said to leave the rest to them. "Well done." They quickly took down the remaining enemies in a short amount of time. He turned to look at Kim Hunbok. "Thank you. I never expected you to go to such lengths to protect our Sun Shu." The person beside him repeated the thanks. Andromalius continued, saying it was a pity their base was heavily damaged. "Rest assured, we will compensate you fully," he he said, then asked, would you like to come with us? Kim Hunbok refused. No, thank you. Let's part ways here. In his heart, he knew that going with them now was too dangerous. Andromalius nodded slightly and pulled Sung Shu away. I understand. See you again. Sun Shu, let's go. With those words, he and his companions turned and left, leaving Kim Hunbok standing silently on the now golden-hued street. Kim Hunbok whispered, Nidhogg. A giant dragon skeleton appeared, its eye sockets burning with red light, radiating heavy pressure. He looked up at the massive entity. Leave the rest to you. As soon as the words left his lips, Kim Hunbok collapsed into the arms of his skeletons. They rushed forward, lifted him onto the dragon's back, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dragon took flight, carrying Kim Hunbok away into the sky. Seeing this, the Saintess questioned, Andromalius, are we just going to let them go like this? This is a violation of the contract. He turned back. Why don't we just get rid of him? Andromalius reminded her. Saintess, don't forget. It is thanks to that man that Su has obtained divine power. Although Visago had previously doubted whether this could happen, he believed that while his prophecies were not set in stone, it was still too early to eliminate him. If we maintain this relationship, there is a high probability they will decide to stand on our side. The Saintess nodded. Right, I understand. At that moment, the three of them left, vanishing from the rooftop. Once they were gone, the rooftop fell silent once again. But from that seemingly empty space, a pink liquid began to emerge. They gathered together, revealing the form of Tia. As the raid meant to destroy Sun Wu had failed miserably, the entire battlefield was left in ruins, with bodies scattered everywhere. All the fanatics who took part in the operation had been completely wiped out. Even among the soldiers who only cooperated with them, very few survived. A video had been recorded while monitoring the activities of those fanatics. While Kim Hunbok was unconscious, this footage was handed over to the investigative teams of all the different factions. Every major organization received a copy of that video. Along with that came the full list of those lucky enough to survive this horrific battle. Christina said, I will convey Lord Willio's message to all of you. My main goal is to survive, and that depends on the existence of this planet. Therefore, I am ready to cooperate with any organization. Shortly after, many media outlets reported on the actions of the fanatics. The military government, the Hunter Association, and the Guardians all began a campaign to suppress the Chosen One's headquarters. All forces moved to purge the fanatics within their own ranks. Some fanatics sacrificed themselves to sustain the Chosen One, vowing never to forget what happened. The remaining ones swore that they would seek revenge. Kim Hunbok woke up bewildered and asked, Have I been asleep for 30 days? Tia handed him a device. Sir, don't worry about that. Please look at this. Stunned by the information on the screen, he blurted out, That's incredible. Tia reported. We have captured over 1,000 fanatics by using the black market. The young girl explained. The black market has various headquarters, but they only accept monsters, precious metals, and rare earth elements for transactions. Kim Hunbok asked in surprise, So, money has no value there? This means Earth is much weaker than Idea. Christina closed her book. It goes without saying. My hometown, Idea, is very powerful. Idea is a place with an abundant source of mana. Things that seem like dreams on Earth exist there, and above all, dragons definitely exist. Kim Hunbok nodded. Then it makes sense that Idea is highly rated, since Earth has no dragons. He glanced at Christina. Is there any chance dragons will return to Earth? He replied. Dantalion said they left a long time ago. The dragons must have found a new place to settle. Hunbok speculated that after the dragons left, gods and demons began to interfere with the world, opening the age of mythology. Christina continued. That's right. Idea is the same, even though dragons exist there. Kim Hunbok mused. Idea is a dangerous world for humans. Christina replied, But it is a world very much worth living in. It then jumped up and reminded him, Above all, we should check first. Master Kim Hunbok nodded. That was true. After checking his body, he realized that due to the bond between himself and Sun Wu, his body had transformed twice while he was asleep. At this point, Christina spoke up. This is unprecedented, it explained. Master's body now also has the ability to use divine power and dark magic. Christina bowed her head worriedly. But there are still two major problems. Kim Hunbok replied calmly, I have already thought of a solution. First, let's go to the black market to get money to cover our living expenses. Christina bowed. As you wish, Master. Afterward, they went out to gather. Before them stood an ancient mansion with a unique architectural style that stood out against the clear blue sky. As soon as Sue arrived, she called out happily, Master, I'm here. Kessler looked at her, curious. But why did they let you wander around? There are many people hunting you. She smiled brightly, pulled out a mask, and said, That's why I prepared ectoplasm. This is an item that makes me look like someone else. Thus, Kim Hunbok, with Sunwoo in disguise, and Kessler, who had also disguised himself as a human, strolled down the street together. Kim Hunbok looked at Sunwoo and reflected that for some reason, she had become very confident. He asked with a concerned tone, "Are you really okay?" She replied seriously, "Yes, I owe you my life." Kim Hunbok smiled. "If that's the case, then don't refuse it." Kessler, standing nearby, informed them, "Our Lady Mage has already made a shopping list." Sunwoo chuckled, "Don't hold back. It's not my wallet, anyway. If Mr. Kessler wants to buy something, feel free." Standing in front of the gray market superstore, Kim Hunbok remarked that it didn't look any different from an ordinary building. When the door opened, the whole group was amazed. Sue blurted out, "Wow." She said to Kim Hunbok in surprise, "Master, the people here are all from different races." Sunwoo remarked that this was indeed a store opened by beings from another world. He laughed. "That's right." The supermarket employee looked at Kim Hunbok with a confused expression. Their words faltered, and they suddenly went silent. Kim Hunbok speculated, "She can feel that I'm a necromancer. I heard that elves despise the undead." Anna's colleague hurriedly bowed and apologized. "We are truly sorry. Our employee was very rude." He turned and snapped at her. "Anna, apologize to the customer right now." Anna bowed. "I am truly sorry. I was rude to you." Kim Hunbok didn't mind. "It's fine, but please be more careful. We will definitely pay." Valorant quickly replied, "We will certainly be careful." He looked sincere. "To apologize, we would like to offer you gift vouchers that can be used at the black market, and our staff will personally guide you." The man introduced himself as the manager of the Gray Market Korea branch. "My name is Valorant." He looked at Kim Hunbok and said, "Master Kim Hunbok," which caught him completely off guard. Kim Hunbok asked, "It seems you know us?" He laughed, "Because you are very famous." Valorant added, "Furthermore, the lady with you is very special. Please, follow me. Lord will surely be pleased." Kim Hunbok picked up a mana stone and remarked, "This mana stone is top tier." Valorant praised him. "As expected of a mage's eye, this is a top-quality mana stone, and there are only 5 of them on Earth." Kim Hunbok asked, "So where are the others?" Valorant replied, "The entire black market holds over 10,000 high-grade mana stones." Christina reported to Hunbok, "Master, even in idea, it is always classified as a strategic national resource. I heard that the Empire and the Mage Association only have about 2,000 of them." Kim Hunbok looked at Valorant and asked for the price. He explained that since it was a 5-piece set, they were asking for 50 kilograms of specially refined mitrin. Kim Hunbok looked at Sun Tzu, who held out the chest of mitrin, and asked if she was sure about this. She didn't mind and replied, "Yes, take it. I'll pay that much." Valorant was stunned, thinking that very few people in South Korea possessed mitrin at most 10 kilograms. He quickly stammered, "Thank you for your patronage." After the purchase, inside the shop, they critiqued the items, saying, "Oh, it looks amazing." Sun Tzu agreed, adding that it looked all right. Valorant felt awkward but had to force a smile. "Thank you for your business." Kim Hunbok gave a humble smile. "What was that?" "I only bought it because the product was good and cheap." Inwardly, he smirked deviously, knowing full well that this guy had intentionally tried to sell him subpar products. "Just you wait." Just then, Valorant fumbled through his belongings and said this was a service only offered to those who contributed significantly to their revenue. He handed over an envelope and advised him not to open it there. "Wait until you get home," he said. Kim Hunbok replied that it didn't matter. On the way out, Kessler laughed. "Did you see the face on that goblin? Every time we buy something, he winces." Sun Tzu curiously opened the envelope. "Anyway, what's in here?" As soon as she opened the letter, she was struck dumb with shock. Kim Hunbok opened the envelope and looked at her, asking what was wrong. The letter stated that a full-scale invasion would begin tomorrow, with the method being the same as the 4 dark days from before. "Good luck." Kim Hunbok looked at the paper with a worried expression, thinking to himself about the full-scale invasion. A moment later, he held the letter and told his teammates, "Christina, Kessler, Kai, let's head to the base." Hearing this, a young woman approached him and said, "Master, I know you'll refuse, but can I join?" Kim Hunbok listened to the request, saw a few figures in his mind, and politely refused. "Just as you thought, I will refuse. I can't trust them, and I have my own plans." She heard this and stopped trying to persuade him. "I guess I have no choice then." "See you later, master," he replied. "All right, see you later." Then, the 4 of them climbed onto the giant beast and flew off. Christina spoke up to remind him. They mentioned this wasn't the first time the black market provided information services. Kim Hunbok heard this and replied, "I need to learn more about them." Meanwhile, Kim Hunbok arrived at a strange place. "We're here." Looking at the desolate scene in front of him, This land was now ruined and had become the territory of North Korean monsters. Kim Hunbok crouched down, using his hand to sense the power beneath the earth. A spirit vein is a path where mana flows. A blood vein is where spirit veins overlap. You need to understand both spirit veins and blood veins, while also analyzing the geographical features. An image from the past appeared in his mind. A man had once taught him these things. You can find dragon veins and dragon arteries. I had heard about dragon veins from the former executive director. Back in reality, Kim Hunbok was still standing in that wasteland. Once, they had found a dragon vein and built a base on it. He went inside the house on that plot of land, and deep within that base, he spoke up. Nothing bad has happened, right? In front of Kim Hunbok, deep in the shadows, were two glowing red eyes. Yes, except for my condition, everything is fine. He was a bit surprised. The room lit up, and Nidhogg appeared before Kim Hunbok. If you saw it, you'd be shocked, sir. He became even more curious. What's going on? It then spoke about the abnormality in its body, saying, "It seems to be appearing on my body." Kim Hunbok looked at the abnormality on Nidhogg's body, thinking to himself that he thought the dragon vein would have a good effect on it. He looked deep into its body and realized he was right. After a moment of thought, Kim Hunbok spoke in surprise. True enough, scales are growing from the immortal creature's body. But before he could finish, Nidhogg interrupted, "And my power is increasing, too." Kim Hunbok was startled. Power is increasing? It confirmed it once more. Yes. He opened his phone to check Nidhogg's stats standing next to him and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly surprising." Kim Hunbok maintained a calm expression. "Are there any other changes?" Nidhogg bowed its head slightly and replied, "Now, I can sleep." He was slightly startled. Sleep? How can an undead sleep? Its eyes no longer glowed with that intense red light from before. Yes, when I drift into sleep, something appears in my mind. But when I wake up, I don't remember anything. Kim Hunbok fell into deep thought upon hearing that. This is very unusual, but we have to start the war tomorrow. They said it would begin by connecting to the dungeon. Nidhogg was surprised to hear this. Finally, Kim Hunbok began to explain to it. "I wanted to investigate your issue, but I can't right now. I will observe until the scales spread all over your body." Just then, he saw Christina preparing to touch Nidhogg and stopped her. "Christina, don't pull it." Hearing that warning, Christina was startled. "Oh, right." Kim Hunbok placed his hand on the floor, emitting a purple power. "First, let's check the magic circle." Suddenly, the ground moved violently. A blue stream of energy, as soft as water, flowed out. That energy stream formed a giant vessel. Seeing that the time had come, Kim Hunbok shouted, "Christina." She understood and rushed forward with her staff. Yes, the stream of water poured into the giant vessel. The current stopped immediately. After finishing the task, the two of them sat on the ground, lamenting, exhausted to death. He then paid attention to the amount of water in the vessel. Kim Hunbok's eyes lit up, thinking, "This is a treasure. Just by drinking that liquid, I can recover my mana, and my maximum mana capacity will increase as well." He staggered to his feet and reminded, "Remember, to prepare a larger bottle next time." Nidhogg was resting, looking completely exhausted. Its eyes seemed a bit dull. In its heart, it silently asked, "What is happening to my body?" Morning came in the rugged mountains. A phone suddenly rang. A message appeared on the screen. Kim Hunbok looked at the text. "So this is our enemy." He stood among his teammates and spoke. "They used to be human, traitors who turned into lower-class creatures. This dungeon won't be like the ones before." One of his teammates thought to himself as Kim Hunbok stood in the middle of the room and continued, "This might be a war that needs to be fought with strategy. Everyone, prepare thoroughly." The system displayed a notification, rank C+ required. Hell of the corrupted. Ruined. Time remaining until the world erodes 150 days. Number of participants in the first expedition, 5,000. Remaining survivors, 25. Kim Hunbok prepared to fight the first day of the dungeon raid. In the dim room, the light of a single thought echoed incessantly. Countless doors are connecting to dungeons all at once, but things have changed. A couple's home has fallen into total chaos. Even ordinary homes are being linked to dungeons. Luckily, having a second exit means a better chance to escape. Kim Hunbok is trembling under his blanket. The penalty for failing to clear a dungeon has been lifted for now. Dungeon raids are no longer mandatory. Blue monsters are spilling out from the spatial doors. If we're unlucky enough to leave a door open, those monsters could escape the dungeon. Pressed against the wall, Kim Hunbok shivers in fear. While humanity was still terrified of the 4 dark days, we had already entered our second war. Voices echo across a lush green field. "Look, a plane. It's actually a plane. There's the plane." Christina sounds bored. "A plane is the worst place to be." He unsurveys the terrain. There's barely anywhere to hide. Plus, these aren't just mindless monsters, they likely possess intelligence. Kessler leans in and whispers, "Master, I have more bad news." Startled, he points to a nearby iron door. It hasn't disappeared, and the realization hits him this is the worst-case scenario. Kim Hunbok explains the severity of the situation, noting that monsters usually can't break doors to escape on their own. This is like a reward for the monsters. Now they'll know exactly where we are. Huge monsters have already started appearing all around them. Also, if a nearby door doesn't appear, we'll be ambushed on the way back. His voice echoes through the morning air. Let's head back first and prepare before we attack. A voice replies, "Understood." The globe appears, protected by an external barrier. According to black market statistics, there are over 50,000 F-rank dungeons, about 8,000 E-rank, 800 D-rank, and only about 36 C-rank dungeons in the world. Waves of troops and tanks are prepped and ready. Every nation is starting to conquer the C and D-rank dungeons. After about 15 days, national forces begin their first expedition. At the Korean Expeditionary Airbase, a soldier turns to his two comrades and says, "Open it up." The door swings open, letting in the light. A massive blast echoes through the void. In the dark room, countless red eyes flicker to life. Soldiers lie scattered on the ground outside. "You bastards," one growls. "It's been so long since we had such an easy fight. It's been ages since that bloody war. Kill them. Don't let a single one escape." Many members line up as ordered. 1,500 people under the Guardian's supervision, 1,500 military officers, and 1,000 members of the Hunter Association and Abbey. Others listen intently. Even the Celestial Protectors, those who wield divine power, have gathered. Kang Hun Cheon, the commander-in-chief of the expedition, speaks with authority, but Necropolis is late. Hun Woo, the chief commander of the Hunter Association, reports, "Commander, I received a call saying Necropolis is traveling with one Hyo." He falls into deep thought. Is that so? Hun Cheon makes a decision. "We start without them. There aren't many of them anyway." He replies solemnly, "Understood." Hun Cheon tests the mic. "Testing, testing," he says to the crowd below. "We are the elite of this nation. Our enemy is an unknown entity, and we must fight on their turf." Hun Cheon maintains his stern expression. "However, we must fight and win. If we die, it means our country will perish. Everyone, do your best to survive." The soldiers below stand at attention, listening to every word. Do not hold back on weapons or supplies. Do not resist or run away. You must survive and hold your ground on the battlefield. The crowd roars in unison, showing their resolve. For our motherland, for humanity. In front of the warehouse door, soldiers lie scattered. One soldier struggles to stand, nursing his wounds, thinking. The monsters are smart enough to plan a surprise attack. From inside the warehouse, waves of bizarre-looking monsters emerge. The captain immediately orders his troops, "Deploy the magic barrier." But the monsters pierce through it instantly. Painful screams fill the air. It's useless. The monsters tear into the soldiers they've captured, one by one. A claw lunges toward a soldier lying on the ground. Damn it. Just as the claw is about to strike, a flash of purple light blinds the monster. The light instantly covers the entire area. The soldiers stare in awe at the light. Kim Hunbok and his allies swoop down from the sky on wyverns. On the ground, someone can't contain their excitement and shouts, "It's the Wyo Dragons! The masters of Necropolis are here." Kim Hunbok's group and the monsters stand as two clear opposing sides. The monsters glare with murderous intent. A girl speaks loudly to the crowd. "We're a bit late." The soldiers see Min's group and cheer excitedly. Necropolis. Her teammates, filled with anticipation, prepare for battle. Hunbok's group leaps down from the sky as well. "We're here too. All units, charge." Kim Hunbok hovers high above. His entire body radiates a soothing blue energy. Our heal. That power is trying to heal the wounded soldiers. Seeing the injured start to move, shouts ring out across the scene. Before the restoration magic ends, hurry and treat the patients in critical condition. Get a doctor. Priests, hurry up. The wounded are quickly moved to a safe area for treatment. Meanwhile, in the darkness by the fire, a voice speaks up. 463 dead in just 10 minutes. The doctors are still frantic with their work. The number of wounded is double that. Hun Cheon stands at the table as commander-in-chief. "I will discuss this with Won Hyo and Kim Minin. Thank you. Because of your sacrifice, I was able to survive." She hears his polite words and replies, "We just did what we had to do. If anything, I should apologize for being late." He finally asks the question on his mind. "By the way, may I ask why you were late?" Hearing the question, Min glances at the person behind her, looking awkward. Before she can answer, Kim Hunbok speaks up. "I told them to wait." The onlookers were shocked by this response. Hyun Cheon asks sternly, "Are you saying you waited on purpose? Are you certain? He was speculating about a possibility. You didn't know about the enemy's existence? Hyun-cheon asked, rebutting him directly. No, but I knew the enemy was near the gate. Hyun-cheon looked visibly rattled by that answer. Why didn't you mention it? If you had told me, we could have prevented the enemy's surprise attack. What he said next left Hyun-cheon in shock, yet he insisted it was necessary. He shouted in a fit of rage, "You hid information about the enemy because you thought it was necessary? This expedition is a government project. You've committed treason." Hyun-bok remained calm despite the outburst. Treason, huh? Sounds pretty grand. I'm just doing what needs to be done. It's to help everyone gain a proper understanding of this war. He held up 2 fingers. I have 2 questions. Has anyone ever found food and shelter within 4 days? The people in the room listened, their faces pale with fear. Or has anyone ever spared a monster or plant in the dungeon after eating it? Kim Hunbok spoke his thoughts clearly. War forces people to do the unimaginable. A leader must have a full and accurate understanding of the current situation. He pictured the soldiers sitting in the corner, looking defeated, trying to prevent a global invasion. We are stepping into a place where common knowledge no longer applies. If we realize this too late, tragedy awaits us. Hyun-cheon was still hesitant. You're right, but you could have explained it to us beforehand. But Kim Hunbok flatly rejected that idea. No, you wouldn't have understood. Or rather, you would have just ignored me and kept your guard up. You're not a soldier, so you look down on this war. Visions of fallen soldiers flashed through his mind, yet he stood his ground despite the fact that over 500 people had died because of his decision. There is no other way but to raise awareness. The losses will be lower in the long run. In his mind, a scale appeared, and he knew he would save more lives this way. So this isn't a problem. Hyun-cheon gritted his teeth, unable to argue back. Minin, who was standing nearby, finally spoke up. Leader, no, Willio, you shouldn't say things like that. She looked visibly upset. I don't agree with what you're saying. As a necromancer, you should understand the value of a life. Kim Hunbok remained calm. Sometimes you have to look at the long-term effectiveness, Min. If you keep doing this, we won't be able to trust you as our leader. She stated a high, noble ideal. Our most important rule is that as long as you have hope, you must not give up on life. He remained unmoved. That is not my life philosophy, and I am not a member of the necropolis. You all decided to treat me as the leader on your own. If you don't want to follow me, then don't. Min's expression darkened. I see. We of the necropolis. He accepted those words calmly. Will not follow you, Willio. Now, only Hyun-cheon and Kim Hunbok remained in the room. He spoke. I will put you in charge of our force's operations. His voice carried a hint of guilt. I apologize, but our conversation in the meeting room that day has already leaked to the outside world. Images of soldiers crying in anger over their comrades' bodies surfaced as Hyun-cheon spoke. So, our troops don't have a good impression of you. Some even consider you an enemy. Hyun-bok didn't seem surprised. I understand. What they lost were their comrades and loved ones. However, I have no intention of convincing those who want to kill me. Seeing that he truly didn't care, Hyun-cheon nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Keep in mind, new members will be added tomorrow. Most of them are from the necropolis. He rummaged through his pocket and replied perfunctorily. Sure. Oh, I almost forgot. Kim Hunbok held out a piece of paper. This is all the information about the dungeon I gathered so far. This is a map of the area around the entrance. Hyun-cheon took the paper and studied it closely. Thank you for your hard work. After finishing his task, he added, we will stay in touch. I'm leaving now. Kim Hunbok walked through the camp under the resentful stares of the others. Kessler's group saw him approach and reported. It seems everything is going according to plan, Master. He was satisfied with the information he heard. Good. The rumors about when I showed up and argued with Kim Minin are spreading. Thanks to this, I can operate independently now. They stepped into the forest while being watched by those around them. The full-scale attack starts tomorrow. Let's scout the area. Kim Hunbok and his group marched forward with a fighting spirit. Let's go. They rode on Nidhogg, soaring into the sky. A voice rang out. C-rank dungeons are known for their vast, open spaces. Kai reported the information he had gathered. B rank is a kingdom, A rank is an empire, and S rank is world-class. Kim Hunbok asked, how did you clear the dungeons? Hearing that question, Kai looked apologetic. Sorry, but I died before I could conquer the C-rank dungeon. Kessler added, me too. Christina chimed in, me as well. He felt a bit guilty for asking. Ah, sorry. Kim Hunbok sighed. This is going to be tough. They flew over a lush green forest. The C-rank area is 14 times the size of South Korea, so we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Kim Hunbok slowly stood up. He couldn't just sit still while he was at a disadvantage. He reached out, and a wave of blue energy rippled out. Detect life force. A similar blue energy signature appeared in the distance. Found it. Nidhogg shot off in that direction. it was a sign of life, a power level just over 500. In Kim Hunbok's mind, he thought about the monsters he had just fought. At this speed, even if he escaped, the damage would be significant. His eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Below them was a village full of life, and right next to it was a village in ruins, two different villages in the same dungeon. In one, people were resting and chatting happily. In the other, people were thin and working endlessly. Kim Hunbok looked down from above, thinking that these weren't just monsters in human form, these people clearly had lives of their own. Christina, watching from the side, was also confused. This is strange. Aren't these tasks usually for healthy adults? He agreed. That's right. But why are only children and the elderly working? The more he spoke, the more Kim Hunbok tried to observe the people below. Even more strangely, the people from the wretched village didn't go to the prosperous one. Let's observe quietly for now. Suddenly, a pack of monsters rushed into the village, causing chaos. Quick, evacuate the children and women. We'll buy you some time. The people screamed as the monsters charged in. Damn it, you look so useless. Get out of here. Watch it if you kill them, who's going to replace them? Damn it, once I rank up, I won't have to put up with you lot anymore. They became more excited as they spoke. That's my chubby little one. Take a big bite. They weren't just chasing them, they were taunting them, too. Why put yourselves through that? Come to our village and change your fate. The ancients were just spouting nonsense to you. In our village, you can have whatever you want, whether it's food, wine, or medicine. But the villagers wouldn't listen to those temptations. Never. They're trying to turn us into monsters. Wait for it. Our savior will rescue us. A monster, having just smashed a villager who spoke up, roared. It was a beetle-shaped monster lamenting the situation. Damn it, I messed up. A chicken-shaped monster teased him. You idiot. It's your own fault. The beetle monster stared at the villager in its grasp. Damn, no one can help you now. Although the young ones are still better. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the villager. But before it could, a shadow Kai flashed past. Kessler approached, radiating a murderous aura. Forgive me, master. Kai also appeared in a similar state. I apologize as well. Hearing their apologies, Kim Hunbok replied, It's fine. I was planning to do it anyway. Nihak began unleashing its power after hearing his command. Nihak wiped them out. That surge of power engulfed all the monsters below. Kessler and Kai were still fighting ferociously. Just die already. I'll grant you a painless death. The villagers stood stunned, watching the battle before them as a giant white foot stomped onto the ground. Kim Hunbok stood atop Nihak, radiating his power. The villagers also felt the effects of his power. My wounds are healing. They immediately knelt before Hunbok. The savior. The savior from the prophecy has come. The savior from the prophecy. He looked at the people before him with a faint smile. I don't know why they call me a savior. There are just some things I want to do right now. Kim Hunbok stood before them and said loudly, Follow me. Everyone who has not yet been corrupted and broken is qualified. Hearing this, the villagers grew even more excited. Thank you so much. We were right after all. The uncorrupted villagers waved toward the prosperous-looking village. Stay safe, everyone. Those from the other village hurriedly called out, pleading, Savior, please, save me too. Save me, Savior, we will repent. I will beg for forgiveness. We don't want to become monsters. Please, help me, help me. The villagers gathered in a courtyard in high spirits. Nearby, Kim Hunbok sat in a room, listening to his subordinate outside. My lord, their leader is an old man. He replied, Let him in. The village chief entered and knelt on the ground. We have met the savior from the prophecy. Kim Hunbok reached out a hand toward him, radiating a purple energy. Character reading memory. A strange voice echoed through the room. Humans gradually degenerate and become monsters. If you don't want to become a monster, do not indulge in vice. If you stay in the town, you will be protected. But the people need a savior to survive. The chief startled, then realized his rudeness. What should I do? I am sorry. The savior. Hunbok kept a calm expression. No need to call me that. Aren't prophecies and such just empty lies? The chief was shocked. How did you know? Could it be magic? You aren't denying it. That's right. I used magic. The man began to grow confused. Why would a mage help us? You are of such high standing. Kim Hunbok cut him off before he could finish. Because saving everyone is useful to me. He then introduced himself. My name is Kim Hunbok. I am a mage who aspires to become a god. He calmly accepted the other's surprise. A mage who aspires to become a god? Only Kim Hunbok's voice echoed in the space between them. Simply put, I can provide you with great power. So, the savior from the prophecy was just a lie you fabricated. He added, If you wish, I will grant you power. But seeing the chief hesitate, he quickly asked, What should I do? Kim Hunbok stated his requirements, his faith, and even his soul after death. The man was a bit stunned. My soul, sir? He affirmed once more, "That's right. After you die, your soul will belong to me. Naturally, there will be no salvation." He waved his hand slightly to illustrate what he meant. "But while you are alive, you will live like a human if you give your faith and soul to me." The chief's face showed clear contemplation. Kim Hunbok continued, "I will grant you power." After a moment of hesitation, the chief made a resolute decision. "I will give it to you. So please give me the power to protect the villagers." As soon as he finished speaking, two streams of power within Kim Hunbok radiated outward. His eyes widened as he looked at the man before him, thinking to himself, "He is truly determined. My divine power and dark magic have reacted on their own." He held out a piece of paper with a purple magic circle on it. "If you agree to the contract, touch this magic circle." The village chief slowly reached his hand toward the paper, feeling as if a surge of power was surrounding him. The village chief's body was enveloped in a pale yellow power. Kim Hunbok, facing him, spoke up. "With this, the contract is established." Images of Hunbok's body radiating golden light before the people appeared. There are many ways to awaken dark magic, but divine power is different. There is only one way to quickly awaken divine power, the power of faith. Images of gods bringing power to all things appeared. Gods become stronger through faith and grant power to those with deep belief. Lamas and Buddhist monks say that power comes from their own divine force. He sat cross-legged on the ground. People say that one can become a Buddha through cultivation. A Buddha is a being like a god. Golden power radiated from his body. When I realized that, it was like a lightning bolt to my head. After that, naturally, I also have the ability to become a godlike entity. Villagers knelt on the ground with faces full of adoration, and thus the opportunity came to me, the savior from the prophecy. Desperate circumstances and earnest wishes. The best situation and conditions were already in place. The sky was blue with white clouds drifting by. Just then, in the room, Christina stood across the table from Kim Hunbok and asked, "Are you feeling okay, my lord?" He replied, "I'm fine." She still seemed uneasy. "Has anything changed?" Suddenly, he spoke up. "Wait." Kim Hunbok's hand reached forward, radiating purple tendrils of power. After a moment, he said, "A strong link has just been established. It's still a weak connection, but I can feel it." Christina realized something. This means images of the village chief and the other villagers appeared in his mind as he explained. Powerful bonds are yesterday's contracts, while weak connections are those who are starting to put their faith in me. Hearing this, Christina became visibly excited. Amazing. Could it be that I'm witnessing a human becoming a god? But he quickly dismissed that thought, however, it still wasn't enough. Kim Hunbok tilted his head, deep in thought about the future. "I need more contracts, no, more apostles." She was surprised. Apostles, he explained the term. It was quite a unique word because, since they are formed through contracts, they must be called something special. Christina added, "I'm absolutely sure of it. Aaron was the most special of them all." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from outside. "My God!" Alan stood outside with a face full of pure joy. He had become a fanatical believer, number one. No one could even scold him. After being empowered, he didn't just look younger. His eyes were now radiating a green glow. He had only just reached level 2, yet he was already able to use divine power, mana, and even black magic. Hearing this, a voice full of surprise cut in. "How could that be?" Kim Hunbok crossed his arms and explained, "It's because of the curse." The scene shifted to when they first appeared in this place. When they were unexpectedly thrown into the dungeon, there was only one village. A feast was laid out before them. The village provided unlimited food, wine, and narcotics. There were monsters with hideous appearances. Those who consumed the provided food would turn into monsters. Upon discovering this, the elders chose to live on the outskirts of the village. Two houses representing two completely different states of existence. That was how they became the second village. Images of monsters threatening the lives of the people flashed by. Over the past 32 years, the prosperous village had attacked the wretched village many times. Because of that, the number of villagers turning into monsters kept growing. Kim Hunbok's expression turned extremely serious. The conditions of the curse were very strict, but this dungeon met all the requirements for the transformation curse. A tattered piece of paper listed the 6 conditions of the transformation curse. Some monsters were transformed from the villagers. I was very confused when I learned that no one here knew how to use mana. Surely, there must have been people who wanted to become stronger to fight the monsters. But if it's a transformation curse, then I understand. A man stared intently at his hands. The initial amount of mana was said to have been converted into life force, so it couldn't be used. It seems the curse was lifted when he signed a contract with me, and their life force has now converted back into mana. Finishing his thought, Kim Hunbok immediately gave an order. "Christina, bring me an old man. Let him live here as long as possible. The longer he lives, the more powerful he will be after the curse is lifted." Elsewhere at the camp, Hun Cheon couldn't stop sighing. It would be better if we just charged in and fought the enemy. He asked the people in the meeting room, "Is there anything to report?" One of them spoke up, "I'm still doing okay, but I'm worried about the food and water supply." Hun Cheon looked around with a slightly confused expression. He had intended to take supplies from the dungeon if they ran out, but there was nothing here but weeds. Someone else asked, "Can't you contact One Hill?" He sighed again, "I'm sorry, I can't reach him." The others' faces showed clear anxiety. Hyun ran in from outside, calling out loudly, "Colonel, he's starting to report there's a village. They've discovered a village where people are living." Meanwhile, Christina had discovered something. "My lord, the exploration team has discovered the village." Kim Hunbok didn't look surprised. "It's been nearly 4 weeks. They're a bit slow." He looked at the villagers sitting around the campfire. "I never thought I would find a village and turn more than half of the elders into my apostles." Chris, standing beside him, also looked at the villagers and said, "Many of them are very good at fighting." Hearing this, he replied, "They are frequently hunted by monsters, so they have to fight to protect themselves and their families." Kim Hunbok started thinking about the current situation. 215 apostles wanted to fight, while 1,237 apostles wanted peace. He made a decision. "All right, let's go. First of all, we cannot let our allies be toyed with by the enemy." Christina didn't object. Yes. Just then, in the prosperous village, a villager cordially offered them something. "Food and water? Take as much as you want. Are you all abandoned by the prophecy just like us?" Hun Cheon's group was slightly confused, thinking to themselves, "The prophecy?" Hyun, standing nearby, whispered, "Colonel, I think the prophecy they're talking about is," he realized it too. "Ah, he must have passed through here." He reminded his subordinates to enter the village. However, only a few were allowed to eat after a thorough check. A while later, Hun Cheon gave the order, "We have food and water now, let's go." They continued their march. Un felt something and turned his head slightly to look behind at the villagers, who now had looks of resentment. They shouted angrily, "Why do you dare to come and go as you please? While we are stuck here, skin being peeled off, dying, I will kill you all." Monsters gradually appeared. "You abandoned us, just like the prophecy said." In an instant, the villagers transformed into giant monsters. The villagers had turned into hideous monsters. A soldier was terrified. "It is the same thing as last time." Suddenly, the group from Kim Hunbok stood behind them and spoke up. "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." Hun Cheon jumped in surprise and turned around. He waited those days. "Could it be that he's a resident of this dungeon?" He answered briefly, "That's right. I'll explain the details later." Hun Cheon didn't hesitate any longer and gave the order. "All right, advance. Everyone, fight." Kim Hunbok raised a hand. Hun Cheon realized his intention. "Hey, you. You don't intend to make these people fight, do you?" Seeing the concern, he calmly replied, "You will see their skills with your own eyes." As soon as they received his order, all the villagers unleashed their power. "Advance. Black magic." Fire demons flew out from the power the villagers had just conjured. The battlefield instantly turned into a sea of fire, the way for everyone to use. Black magic in a short time was through the giant monsters being scorched by the flames using a summoning spell. A yellow light radiated through the space. Holy power. Those witnessing it opened their eyes in amazement. What was that? How can he use black magic and divine power at the same time? Another added, "This is impossible." Kim Hunbok's hands reached forward, radiating 2 different powers. "Well, I will show you the power I have gained over this past time. The power granted by the god of life and death." After a shout, the 2 powers seemed to merge together. Chained strike. The power emitted a dazzling light. A moment later, the battle ended amidst everyone's stunned silence. Hun Cheon was still reeling from what had just happened, but he spoke up. "First, I must thank you." But just now, Kim Hunbok didn't wait for him to finish, instead pushing a piece of paper forward. "First, please take this. This is a new map we've created. It's not entirely complete, but it covers the terrain, routes, village locations, and we've marked the monster dens here." Han Cheon took it and studied it intently. "Thank you." Only then did he get the chance to ask his burning question. "But how can you use divine power and black magic at the same time?" He looked toward the villagers behind him. "And what exactly is this power granted by the god of life and death?" Kim Hunbok replied, his mind flashing to a blurred figure that of a god. "He is the god who rules over both life and death. The reason I can wield divine power, black magic, and mana is because he chose me as his apostle. The other villagers are still protected by a power, and as for the villagers here, I have turned them into living sacrifices for the god." Kim Hunbok's eyes behind the mask flickered with calculation. Hun Cheon had no choice but to believe him, as he had seen him use all 3 powers simultaneously with his own eyes. Hun Cheon looked thoughtful. "So you became the god's apostle, and you turned the villagers into living sacrifices?" Kim Hunbok confirmed it again. That is correct. Hun Cheon suddenly asked, could something like this happen to me? Kim Hunbok was startled internally. What? He silently thanked the mask he was wearing. It was a good thing he had it on, or else the man would have seen his shocked expression. Still, he couldn't believe his luck with the person standing before him. Kim Hunbok tried to speak in a calm voice. There are certain conditions. Hun Cheon looked surprised. Conditions? He raised a finger and continued. First, you must offer your faith to him. Hun Cheon agreed without hesitation. That's easy. At the mention of the next condition, Kim Hunbok's gaze shifted. Second, you must offer your soul to the god after you die. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit of fear. After you pass away, you must offer your soul to the god and serve him for eternity. Hun Cheon's voice lost some of its resolve. Easy, he asked uncertainly. Is it truly a god or a demon? Kim Hunbok spoke calmly. Regardless, what the god values most is that people try their best to live. Hun Cheon's face still showed some anxiety. Even so, there are no major restrictions. Can you turn me into a living sacrifice? Once again, Kim Hunbok pulled out a piece of paper filled with text. Yes, but you must sign here. Hun Cheon asked. Is this a contract? Kim Hunbok explained the contract to put him at ease. This is a contract to verify our transaction. There's nothing special in the contents. After reading the lines, Hun Cheon confirmed there was indeed nothing suspicious. He then used a bloodied finger to sign his name. Kim Hunbok took out a magic staff and reached his hand forward. Mr. Hun Cheon will live with faith in the god. After death, he will offer his soul and belongings to the god of life and death. In return, you shall receive power. This is your oath. Do you agree to these conditions? Hun Cheon held the paper and said resolutely, if I can gain power, I will sacrifice my soul and everything after death. O God, please grant me power. A surge of energy flowed into his body. Feeling the strength, Hun Cheon stumbled. Kim Hunbok spoke. The contract has been established for your eternal faith. The soldiers, seeing him like that, were worried. Commander, he reassured them. I'm fine, just a little tired. That was certainly unexpected. Kim Hunbok looked at the man in front of him, thinking that because he had temporarily granted them a destiny, the person who signed would be completely loyal to him. Hun Cheon stood frozen, his whole body trembling violently. Powerful energy surged into every vein in his body, leaving him stunned. He thought this was the power of a god. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere in the silent space suddenly freezing up like a taut guitar string. Behind them stood their formidable forces. Kim Hunbok was satisfied to see the man's reaction. Those who signed a contract with him would view him as a higher-level being. This was the privilege of posing as a divine messenger. He suddenly raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Behind him appeared a monster of gargantuan size, standing tall with wings that seemed to cover the entire sky. A strange purple light radiated from its body. The group behind him understood, quickly moving into the cargo containers. His deep voice suddenly rang out, breaking the stifling atmosphere. I'm leaving now. Hun Cheon, seeing him about to depart, said in a panic, Wait, just a moment. Not letting Hun Cheon approach, he was already standing atop the monster. Kim Hunbok looked down at the crowd from above and said lightly, See you again. With that, the giant monster launched straight into the air, darting away at incredible speed. On the ground, Hun Cheon and his soldiers could only stand there, stunned and frozen in place. As the dragon raced through the sky, seeing his body suddenly sway and his footing become unsteady, Christina was startled and rushed to support him, saying, You've worked hard. Kim Hunbok saw her worry and said, Thank you. Kessler, standing behind him and witnessing the whole thing, frowned. He spoke seriously, Don't overdo it. Christina nodded, immediately agreeing with Kessler. Please take care of yourself. Standing between them, seeing their worried and tense expressions, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'll be careful. Let's head back to the base first. Down on the ground, the soldiers still stood silently, watching his silhouette fade behind the clouds. But they didn't know that. A head was peeking out from the ground, secretly observing them. A gruesome voice sounded. I wondered why. Over 1,000 soldiers appeared here. Turns out it was because of those guys. Damn it, I should report this to the others. Saying that, it dove back into the ground, leaving only a small hole behind. A slimy tentacle crawled to the edge of the hole the monster had left, observing cautiously. Then, in a flash of lightning, the tentacle dove deep inside, leaving behind only silence. Kim Hunbok raised his hand to the sky to summon a bolt of lightning. He told everyone, With this, we can rest for a week. This is a time dilation spell. 1 day here equals 1 week at the base. He announced slowly. We will rest for 1 day and start training tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, so much had happened that Kim Hunbok was exhausted. He calculated silently. There were 105 days left. and he still hadn't determined the location of the enemy's stronghold. Remembering something, he walked down to the basement. Upon stepping inside, he asked, "How is Christina doing?" He stared at the product, then reported that the giant humanoid robot project was still on track. He continued to describe its size, defensive capabilities, and strength, which would surely prove useful to his master. It had been his long-held dream. Christina also had to praise it. If successful, it would be a major breakthrough. Richard's idea was brilliant. Suddenly, he looked up at Kim Hunbok. "But master, have you checked your stats yet?" he asked, surprised. "Not yet. Why?" He replied, then showed him the information on his phone. Kim Hunbok thought silently. Divine power and black magic have appeared, and what are the numbers in parentheses? Pondering this, he nodded in appreciation. Interesting. Christina explained to him, "These are the quantities of sacrificial offerings." He seemed quite satisfied. Just as expected, the more offerings there were, the stronger he became. He continued to analyze. Conversely, if the offerings decrease, Master will grow weaker. Christina concluded, sounding just like a deity, that his abilities were determined by the faith of the people. Suddenly, sensing something wrong, Kessler shouted, "My God!" Elsewhere, the monster shrieked in desperation. Goblin scolded him, "You piece of trash, how dare you lose 1,000 bodies?" He furiously criticized him. "And you don't even know why a group of people suddenly appeared? Is your head just for decoration? Don't just use it to attack, use it to think." His tone grew increasingly harsh. "Damn it, I'm going crazy because of idiots like you. Why did everything around me suddenly disappear?" With that, Goblin turned and walked away. "I can't believe I have to go through over 100 days like this. I'll put an end to this in 10 days. As he walked, he prayed. Time passed quickly. "Hurry up." Realizing something was wrong, Goblin suddenly stopped. His voice turned menacing. "It's time to go. Someone has come this far, I must prepare to receive my guest." Scene change, Kim Hunbok held Tia in his arms. "You've worked hard." Tia, the little girl, giggled happily. Looking at the map in his hand, the location was indeed underground. The monster leader was at the deepest point. He looked up and asked, "Have you found the layout of the underground structure yet?" The little girl replied awkwardly, "Not yet. There are too many monsters around, so I can't find it." Kim Hunbok nodded in understanding. "That's enough. Can you show me the monster leader's face?" Tia obediently followed instructions. "Yes, wait a moment." Very quickly, she transformed into the face of Goblin. Christina assessed him from the side. "He looks agile, or perhaps he's a strategist skilled in some kind of magic," Kai remarked right beside him. "In short, he has the face of a schemer." Having said that, he turned his head to the side. "Isn't that right?" Seeing no reaction from Kessler, Kai repeated himself. "Kessler," he suddenly asked. "Hey Tia, he must have said something, right?" The little girl nodded. "Yes, he did." Kim Hunbok turned to look at him in confusion. "Kessler," he interrupted. "Master, I apologize. Please be silent for a moment." Tia repeated Goblin's words. "And you don't even know why a group of people suddenly appeared?" The little girl and he mimicked the man's words. "Is your head just for decoration? Don't just use it to attack, use it to think." Kim Hunbok finally reacted. "Kessler, are you okay?" His voice was filled with hatred. "Master, I must kill him, even if you try to stop me." He continued to announce, "That guy is my prey. Even if you are my master, I won't let it go, so don't try to stop me." Seeing things spiraling out of control, he warned Kessler, "Calm down." He nodded and replied, "I am very calm. Master, do not worry." Kim Hunbok said to him seriously, "Kessler, do not engage in battle until you have calmed down. Stop right now." It was clear he wasn't listening to his master. "Don't try to stop me, or I will kill you." Kai stepped forward to warn him, "Kessler, there are things you should not say, even when you lose your cool." Seeing them arguing, Christina grew annoyed. "You too. Stop this nonsense." Kessler struggled to calm himself. "I apologize, Master. I lost my mind." Kim Hunbok nodded, reminding him, "Speak only when you are calm." He felt very curious about what had caused him to act this way. He sighed softly. Kessler began to recount his story. "I can't remember the details about my family or my hometown. I only vaguely remember that I had a wife and child. But a terrible thing happened. I remember clearly the day I had to die because I was betrayed by someone. He killed me and survived." Kessler's voice became choked with emotion. "My family and colleagues also died at the hands of that bastard. Because I trusted and followed you, I had almost given up on revenge." He was lost in his own sorrow. "I was like that, but thinking of something, he suddenly laughed out loud. That guy has appeared." Kim Hunbok walked up to Kessler. "Are you going to throw everything away just to rush at your enemy?" He answered calmly, "I know I'm acting foolishly, but I'm just too excited. So, Master, just wait and see." He seriously suggested, "Tell me the details about the one who killed you. I will devise a plan for your revenge. He was surprised. A plan? Kim Hunbok said with a firm voice. That's right. I will help you. Tell me about that guy quickly. Elsewhere, Goblin questioned. How many have you mobilized? The monster reported. Over 15,000. It is 3 times larger than their size. Including the current ones, our forces are 5 times larger than the humans. He immediately calculated the variables. It must be that immortal dragon-riding mage. He also has a dead knight and a lich. He spoke to himself. Come to think of it, he is of the 6th circle, right? That Wu guy is the biggest obstacle. He coldly ordered to be vigilant and prepare in advance. A monster entered the interior. Master, he reported anxiously. Everyone in the scouting party has vanished, and the subordinates sent to survey the situation have also disappeared. It seems they were annihilated. Hearing this, Goblin could no longer stay calm. Damn it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground shook, startling him. What was that? Up above, Kim Hunbok was still ordering his subordinates. Break it. The fortress and the dungeon must be destroyed, he coldly announced. All of you, crawl out. Hyun Cheon asked in surprise, can magic control nature at will? Kim Hunbok was still focused on his technique. The 8th circle grand magic. The ground beneath his pressure had cracked at some point. Dust obscured the vision of everyone around. Hyun Cheon was in awe. Amazing, isn't it? Finally, we have arrived. At the same time, the monsters could no longer hold back. They crawled up from the underground. He turned to remind his subordinates, we must defeat these monsters, but remember that victory is only possible if we survive. Not wanting to waste any time, the monsters swarmed to attack. Hyun Cheon and the others had no choice but to do their best to fight off the monsters. Explosions went off one after another, throwing the scene into total chaos, and the ground suddenly trembled, catching everyone off guard. They all stared at the massive mutated monster in front of them. Their expressions shifted instantly. That thing is the dungeon boss. As he watched the crowd panicking, it coldly declared, I will kill every single one of you. The moment it finished, the boss spewed out a massive amount of venom, leaving everyone frozen and unsure how to react. Seeing the situation, Kim Hunbok stepped forward and used his signature move, Summon Venom Eater. He created a barrier to keep everyone safe. Not only that, but Kim Hunbok also absorbed the boss's venom. The surrounding crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Absorbed it? He didn't show a hint of fear as the wave of poison washed over him. Just then, the surrounding monsters began to charge. The boss followed up by firing a massive fireball. Not wanting to wait any longer, he called out, Come out, Ani. Ani appeared instantly, absorbing the boss's fireball completely. Ani didn't forget to complain, Doesn't taste like anything, not even enough to tickle my teeth. Looking over at Kim Hunbok, he chuckled. You've gotten much stronger, haven't you? You summoned all of us at once. You've really let me go wild today. Fire engulfed the entire area, leaving the monsters howling in despair. Among them, the boss glared at Kim Hunbok with pure rage. You dare ignore me. Its reaction made him wonder. Is this one ice elemental? As expected, the boss unleashed hundreds of thousands of ice crystals, but in the nick of time, K appeared and blocked them, making them look like nothing. The boss's expression changed instantly. How can these guys block my attacks so easily? Kim Hunbok stepped in front of it. It's because it's too easy. Besides, I know a lot about you. The boss looked back at him, confused. What? He calmly announced. There is someone here who understands you very well. The boss screamed in anger. Don't lie. Everyone who knew me is already dead. In a split second, it lunged right in front of Kim Hunbok. It seemed to be aiming to hit him with its signature fireball. Hunbok didn't panic. He kicked it square in the chest. A massive explosion erupted, and the ground shattered completely. He sighed. You're wasting too much time. I'm certain you have another plan. The monster looked startled and confused. What? What are you saying? Kim Hunbok continued his analysis. This monster is too weak to be a C-rank boss. He couldn't believe his own ears. What? I'm weak. Where are you looking? He scanned the surroundings. I heard you never fight like this, unless you have no choice and the number of monsters here is too low. He drew his conclusion. The monster types were far too consistent. The monster seemed to realize something. You're right. Kim Hunbok stared it down. I finally saw you controlling a head separate from the rest. The boss flashed a grimace. Good deduction, but it's too late. Now, he interrupted directly. Your main body must be heading toward the dungeon entrance right now. Trying to escape? Huh? The boss felt incredulous. What? Everything was getting interesting, and he couldn't help but laugh. As expected, everything was going just as he predicted. The boss looked at him, bewildered. As expected, Kim Hunbok continued, You might just reach your goal. His gaze remained locked on it. Your worst nightmare is waiting right there. It still didn't understand. Worst nightmare? He controlled an ice crystal to pierce through its body. Kim Hunbok turned away. That's enough, leave the rest to him. Kessler approached, radiating fury. Thank you, master. The moment he saw him, Galen went insane. It's you. You regained your memories after dying by my hand earlier. Kessler confirmed it without hesitation. That's right, it's me. And I will never die again. This time, he didn't act alone but brought many comrades with him. Seeing this, Galen let out a loud, mocking laugh. You think you can stop me with these things? Kessler looked at him coldly. Stop you? You're mistaken. All of his allies charged at the monsters, turning the scene into total carnage. While Galen was still stunned, Kessler declared, I am here to take your life. The monsters shrieked in terror. Golems, nice. These things burn well. I'm overloaded. Galen growled, cursing, you maniac. He's using them as explosives, these weren't cheap. Kessler stared deep into his eyes. I taught you this before. To win, you have to know how to sacrifice effectively. Galen's expression shifted. Does that mean Galen suddenly screamed? It can't be Glan. Everything from the past flooded back into Kessler's mind. He was filled with hatred. Now I remember. My name, my past, my memories. Thinking this, he sighed, damn it, this feels terrible. Kessler looked up at Galen. Damn you, but thank you. Galen was quite shocked that he remembered his name. Damn it. Is it really Glan? Recalling the past, Galen shouted, Glan, I can't believe my eyes. How are you? He looked at him with hateful eyes. If only you were never born, everyone would have followed me. Back in the present, Galen roared, damn it. Why did you end up like this? I'll kill you all over again. As he spoke, he transformed into a giant monster. Kessler looked at him with judgment. Even when you were human, you always tried to imitate me. But now, you're just a wyvern, not a dragon. Galen let out a deafening roar. His massive tail swiped and blew away everyone nearby. Suddenly, Kessler raised his sword high into the air. Galen watched his every move, confused. A massive explosion occurred, seemingly signaling something. Galen felt bewildered. Is this divine power? Kessler spoke suddenly. Master, this is amazing. Consider this the first gift I offer you. Kim Hunbok listened silently. His name was Glan. As he finished, fire suddenly engulfed everything, leaving the monsters with no chance to react. Galen cursed at him. Damn it, this Glan, he even used himself as bait. Thinking for a second, he reached out and grabbed one of his own minions nearby. Seeing his action, the monster begged in terror, please, save me. This scene only made Kessler despise him more. You're even more despicable than before, Galen. Clearly still unwilling to accept defeat, he roared, Glan. How can an undead like you use divine power? Fireballs continuously bombarded Galen, causing him immense pain. Kessler replied calmly, it's because my master is magnificent. He makes it possible for an undead like me to use divine power. I can't take it anymore. Galen lunged forward to attack. I have to kill you. The fire orbs all around took effect, making Galen groan. He reached his giant hand out toward Kessler, but Kessler blocked it. A wicked grin spread across his face. Finally, I've got you within range. They had been clashing for quite a while, and seeing that Kessler wasn't being overwhelmed made Galen lose his mind. Damn it. How the hell did you get this strong? Kessler replied calmly. Weak. Too weak. You're supposed to be a monster leader, and this is all you've got. Galen suddenly spread his wings wide. This isn't over yet. Following his roar, the entire forest began to shift continuously. Kessler sighed and remarked, let's see if this drains the dungeon's life force as expected. That's all you're good for. Not wanting to hear any more mockery, Galen launched an attack. Kessler had no choice but to hold up his sword to defend against such terrifying power. Even though his body was in agony, Kessler refused to give up. It's not over yet, Kessler said, starting to unleash his signature moves. He continuously surged forward, counterattacking the weak points on Galen's body. His magical power grew increasingly terrifying. Facing those powerful blows, he was no longer being overwhelmed. However, Kessler's armor wasn't as resilient. It slowly cracked. Seeing Kessler's entire body collapse to the ground, Galen assumed he had won. He laughed excitedly. I won. Galen's voice turned smug. How do you feel? You feel like a failure, right? Now you're screaming and wanting to die all over again. Suddenly, Galen's shoulder was hit, followed immediately by other parts of his body, making him jump. Even though my body has fallen, Kessler still won't give up. Checkmate. Back in the past, Kim Hunbok had instructed him. Instead of you fighting one-on-one, I'll lend a hand with this little task. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, I'll place a life and death curse on Galen. It's a curse that triggers an explosion when the injected life force meets the original life force. His voice became firm. If it was truly the Galen he spoke of, he would die from this curse. Returning to reality, Galen screamed repeatedly, no. Seeing Kessler appear before his eyes, He hurriedly begged, "Save me, leader, please." Kessler smiled and declared, "Fine, I'll spare you." Hearing that, Galen was overjoyed. But the moment the leader finished his sentence, Kessler continued to make his move. He didn't want to let him exist for even one more second. He quickly ended it all, his eyes filled with hatred. "You can fight with your head, you know." Galen. Looking at the clear blue sky, Kessler sighed softly, so relieved. The light in Kessler's eyes slowly faded. He whispered to himself, and soon after, he drifted into a deep sleep. "I'm sorry, Master." Kessler was remembering Kim Hunbok's words. "Don't give up, you must survive by any means necessary." It felt as if everyone was cheering him on. Kessler felt empowered, as if he had received new strength. He was no longer afraid of anything. He told himself that he couldn't die like this. With that, Kessler fell hard to the ground. He was planning something. The purple substance inside his body seeped out, quickly spreading everywhere, enough to obscure everything from view. Kim Hunbok was more anxious than ever. He quickly urged, "Hurry up, Nidhogg." Kim Hunbok was furious at the sight. Christina was right by his side. "Master." She was also incredibly worried. "Master," he could feel it clearly. Yes, something was happening to Kessler. A realization hit Kim Hunbok. "Nidhogg, no need to rush. Kessler is still alive." Kessler now seemed to transform into someone else, no longer looking the way he did before. Kim Hunbok was astonished to see it. "No way." Kai had to ask, "Master, is that really Kessler?" "But you still recognized him." "That's right, even though he looks different, it's definitely Kessler." They were all very surprised by this. "Can an undead return to being human?" Christina, standing nearby, praised. "How interesting." Kim Hunbok replied, "I'm also curious. We'll experiment with this later." Kessler spoke up then. "I just woke up and I'm already hearing something terrifying. If I hadn't heard the master's voice, I probably would have died." He replied, "I won't allow you to die. You are forever mine." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, protesting against human experimentation and demanding human rights. Kim Hunbok could only smile helplessly, as he was, after all, an undead. The hell of the corrupted and fallen, the invasion was complete. The news was broadcast. Out of 36 C-rank dungeons that had appeared worldwide, only 28 had been conquered, and humanity had suffered massive losses. News from one country shook the entire world at that time. They said that the Republic of Korea had succeeded in conquering the C-rank dungeon. A press conference followed, announcing the situation. The necromancer Kim Hunbok had been chosen by God to be granted power. They said he could use divine power, black magic, and mana. And the world came to know the inhabitants of the dungeons. The fact that they could move between dungeons without restrictions became a hot topic, and in the United States, they became the second country after Korea to conquer a C-rank dungeon. Switching to Kim Hunbok's house, he was on the phone. "Congratulations, Richard." On the other end of the line, he replied, "Thank you, Kim Hunbok. I congratulate you as well." Kim Hunbok expressed his surprise. "Goliath? That's surprising. Can the U.S. mass-produce them already?" Richard looked pleased. "Thanks to the investment of money and manpower, it seems possible. But it's not enough yet. The production cost is too high, and the operating time is only 10 minutes. So in a battle, it's nothing more than a punching bag." He immediately asked, "Is it okay for me to know such important information?" He replied right away, "Of course not. But I heard you have developments on your side as well." Kim Hunbok immediately understood the point. "Are you implying a partnership?" Richard explained what was on his mind. "Goliath and your robots have quite a significant difference. Robots are operated by the mind and mimic the movements of the operator. Goliath is very easy to operate, and anyone can use it after training. Even though they are completely different, it would be better to cooperate to cover each other's weaknesses. I heard they have already succeeded halfway. That's truly amazing. I want to exchange technology with you. What do you think?" Hunbok asked back. "Would the U.S. allow the exchange of technology between countries? And I also have a condition." He, of course, happily agreed. "To win this war, I am ready to accept your conditions." Afterward, he had an official meeting with U.S. officials. Following the meeting, the U.S. held a press conference. The President of the United States agreed immediately. "We, the United States, are ready to receive refugees from other countries as long as they fulfill their national duties." He had accepted every condition he wanted. The number of people Kim Hunbok had saved in the dungeons. With a C rank of 15,000, they're living in what used to be North Korea. South Korea gives them very little support and has basically abandoned them. That's why he's requesting cooperation from the United States. Richard even brought a welcome sign for the United States. He traveled all this way. "Because he's so important, I came here personally." "Is that the giant robot you built?" Kim Hunbok nodded immediately. "Yes, this is just a prototype." He is feeling curious. "I wanted to see it move, but he stopped me." It's best if you don't touch it. Richard was stunned as he stared ahead. He couldn't believe his eyes. So everyone who collapsed on the ground just touched it? Will they be okay? Kim Hunbok spoke up to reassure him. They'll be fine. They approached it out of curiosity, so nothing will happen. The curse is triggered by the opponent's intent. Richard didn't quite understand this. What do you mean by a curse? He explained the confusion. It can manifest in simple things like nightmares, or something stronger like mana drain, hair loss, or erectile dysfunction. This only made him more worried. Wouldn't it be better to just kill the opponent? Alex suddenly appeared here. Damn it, what a hellish curse. I'll freeze you into ice in Alaska. Kim Hunbok wondered. Korean, Richard comforted him. Calm down, Dr. Alex. While he was still wondering, he explained. He is the developer of Goliath, a genius with S-rank potential. Kim Hunbok wanted to ask him, did you escape the curse? Alex quickly replied, that's right, you vicious bastard, were you planning to target my descendants too? He still couldn't understand what kind of talent this was, yet he was full of confidence. Re-establishing, this is my talent. Hunbok now understood that he could escape the curse because he could reset the curse's structure. Alex nodded happily, that's right, it was a pain in the ass. You're the one who developed this robot? Hurry up and move it, he doesn't want to wait any longer. All right, he thought silently to himself. I have no reason to hide it anymore. Kim Hunbok quickly told them to remove the curtain, revealing a beautiful masterpiece. He turned to give it to Alex. Put this on. It's like a car key and a steering wheel. And when he found the mana, he immediately put on the ring with an extremely excited look. Alex felt empowered, his whole body filled with a powerful spirit. He was very excited, but the implementation seemed a bit rough. Christina appeared as soon as she heard that. Rough? I can't let that slide. Alex gave his feedback without holding back at all. You're the one who made this bracelet? It looks so crude. Mana consumption rate, synchronization speed, defense, and even the curse. It's all in here. I could make something more efficient and even more beautiful if I had enough time and resources. Christina immediately made an offer. I don't think this is useless. You're impressive. I want to talk to you, he replied bluntly. Talk now, right this second. I'll prove that what I said is true. He asked again. Is that the only thing you can do? Alex was full of confidence. You'll see soon enough. Both Kim Hunbok and Richard just stood there listening. They didn't say a word. In another scene, Hunbok was curious and turned to ask about the dimensional erosion. Kessler recounted everything. For some reason, my memories are fragmented here and there. Especially when thinking about the dimensional erosion, it feels like something is stopping me from remembering. Suddenly, he was happy. Memories aren't important anymore. I am Kessler, he confirmed. That's right. You are my person, Kessler shouted. Master, you can stop now. Both of them looked puzzled. A blue light emitted from behind. Kim Hunbok looked in that direction and wondered. He was also curious. What's that? The blue light spread out, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Kim Hunbok quickly picked up his phone. He had to update the situation immediately. Very quickly, a notification line appeared on the phone screen. He had discovered the problem. It seemed the erosion had begun. At that moment, M suddenly rushed in, breaking the atmosphere. Mr. Richard, Mr. Kim Hunbok. Richard immediately asked to see what the situation was. What happened? He reported in a rush. In Nevada, a new terrain has appeared. That land suddenly underwent a new change. This must be taken seriously. As soon as Kim Hunbok heard the news, he felt like he had been struck by lightning. The scene shifted to Richard discussing with everyone. In places where dimensional erosion occurs, equipment will stop working, just like in a dungeon. The power of superhumans will be weakened to about 5%. That's made everyone have an opinion. A dungeon entrance was created in the erosion zone. It is equivalent to the number of dungeons that the expedition team failed to clear. It seems that when an expedition fails, erosion begins. The dungeon of the barren land that we are going to conquer includes zombies, goblins, and living armor. The American Heaven G team has been wiped out here twice. He had doubts in his mind. There is definitely something that we cannot see. If possible, I want to take a look. He nodded in agreement. Very well, I give you permission to investigate. The scene shifted to them, arriving at that place. Kessler asked curiously, this dungeon is also related to the place where you live, isn't it? Kim Hunbok remembered very clearly. My first dungeon, where we met for the first time, and the dungeon where we fought Goblin. They are all related to ID. I don't think it's a coincidence that dungeons related to ID are appearing one after another. Christina spoke up. Doesn't Master believe in fate? He also answered honestly. I don't believe in it, but this time it seems unavoidable. By the way, the blizzard here is so intense, just like the report said. It's a good thing we have cold resistance magic. Christina expressed her concern. I don't know if heaven will be destroyed. Negative mana is spreading in this place. It's very difficult to sense negative mana in a cold place with a blizzard. Kim Hunbok reached out to try and feel it. This is a good environment for a necromancer. He could only say, let's go back. Kai seemed to have discovered something special. Master. This is music. Kim Hunbok didn't hear it very clearly. What are you saying? What's wrong with the map, Kai? It had discovered something special. For some reason, the terrain on this map looked familiar. Kessler was still full of excitement. Kai, is it your turn this time? You realize your memories are coming back, right? Kai felt his head pounding like a hammer. Damn it. I don't remember anything. Clearly, this place is very familiar to me. The scene shifted to Richard, who was now answering questions. Dungeons are terrains from another world. Can they simulate another world? First of all, Kai, it's important to try to remember that place. There's still time, so let's give it a try. He looked sad when he heard this. I understand. Shifting to another scene, Richard stood before everyone. This expedition is not easy at all. More than 10,000 people have lost their lives here. However, we have to clear this dungeon. You know the consequences would be dire. If we don't, we, our families, our colleagues, and countless others will die or be injured. Don't die. We must give everything to survive. Never give up. He now stood like a deity, empowering everyone with his words. Kim Hunbok discovered it. A superpower Richard gained after the battle, an ability that allows him to connect everyone within a certain range. On the battlefield, there is no power more incredible. He turned to Kim Hunbok and asked, "Are you not going to accept it?" He replied, "It might conflict with my own ability." Richard looked cold. I see. I can't help you then. Good luck. I'm ready. Everything is prepared. Let's move. Richard and his group were fully armed. A horde of monsters was already waiting for them ahead. This would be a grueling battle, but it couldn't scare him. They're giving us quite a warm welcome. Shouldn't we return the favor? Their weapons were already primed. Just waiting for the fight to start, an extraordinary weapon had been prepared. Richard stood there, controlling it. Immediately, the weapon unleashed a massive burst of power, capable of annihilating opponents in an instant, blowing everything away in just seconds. With nothing left in sight, Richard confidently shouted, "That's the reward for your warm welcome." Kim Hunbok appeared like a god. He held his weapon, but he seemed to have noticed something, his eyes filled with astonishment. The explosions hadn't stopped yet, the flames were still flickering. Another massive blast erupted. This was truly a weapon of mass destruction. The others followed, stunned. I knew about this, but is this really the power of a seventh circle mage? It was like a weapon of mass destruction in human form. Christina stood nearby, unleashing her power, creating a destructive storm. The explosion grew even larger. The power showed no signs of stopping. They were completely taken aback, even if it's a lich. This is incredible. What is he doing behind Lati? Don't just stand there. Everything was in chaos. The explosions continued one after another. Uranus, watching from the sky, saw that everything was stronger than he had thought. A mage using seventh circle dark magic. No, he's even using divine power. With his body and his soul, I will be resurrected. He was looking forward to this. I've finally waited for this day. Richard sat calmly and asked, "Now that I mention it, did your teammates discover anything here?" Kim Hunbok replied. Someone was confused by the familiar terrain. He could understand. Indeed, this was his hometown. He replied, "Yes." Richard noticed something unusual about Kim Hunbok. "What's wrong?" He reported to him, but he was feeling incredibly panicked. Kai had lost his connection. The scene shifted to Kai, who was fighting to the point of exhaustion. He suddenly remembered it all. He remembered who he was. He came from a high-ranking noble family and even had his own territory. And this place looked like the land his family used to rule. But why had his hometown become a C-rank dungeon? Currently, all the lords in the dungeon were traitors. They were traitors in his own world. Could that be someone from his family? He doubted everything he thought he knew. Traitors? He couldn't believe it. He had to check for himself. He immediately went to prove his theory. He couldn't wait any longer. If this truly was his hometown, the family's secret vault would be placed here. It wasn't there. He didn't see it. But he saw the place filled with gold and jewels, enough for anyone to squander. Kai stood there in silence, not doing a thing, his mind racing with thousands of thoughts. Kai fell to his knees in pain, unable to stand any longer. He couldn't believe what was before him. How could it be? But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Kai knew exactly who it was. Kim Hunbok quickly appeared. Kai hesitated as he looked at the person in front of him. "My lord, you know how he feels. If you still consider me your master, I will forgive this mistake of yours. Come back." But suddenly, Uranus was there too. "Who let you come back?" He didn't want to let him go easily. "Who gave you permission to open my family's vault?" Another battle was about to break out. Kai was forced to face this. Uranus would not show mercy to anyone daring to touch his territory. Kai could only stand there, defending himself with his small stature. He started to run, but there were too many of them to escape easily. Kai was struck directly, but he still tried to fight. Kai gripped his sword, determined to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Both refused to give in, facing each other. Kai was determined not to lose this fight, no matter who the opponent was. Uranus noticed something unusual. This guy knows our family's sword techniques. Kai only wanted to know the reason. Why are you doing this, brother? But Uranus remained determined not to answer that question. He seemed to turn into a different person. Upon hearing those words, he lost control. Did you say brother? Could it be Uranus? Have you finally realized that you are my younger brother, Kai? He didn't say a word, only agreeing with his gaze. Kai revealed his true identity as the youngest brother, a member of the family known as the Royal Secret Blade. Kai revealed his face. I am the third son of the Count's family. He was stunned to see the person before him. I thought you were dead. He then explained everything. It's true that I died. But luckily, I met my master, was given a name, and regained some of my memories. Kai began to express his feelings. I also thought you were dead, but why are you the lord of this dungeon? Uranus was silent, not saying a word. It was a silent acknowledgement. He only replied to draw everyone in. Kato, my brother. Uranus didn't say anything more and flew straight into the sky. Kessler immediately whispered, It seems your brother isn't listening to you. Kim Hunbok had witnessed everything, but it wasn't time to speak yet. Kim Hunbok raised his sword high. The one who bestows grace upon all things in life, purifies the impure, and defeats the darkness. Now, he stood like a god, loudly announcing to everyone. A golden light began to radiate from all sides, created by him. Everyone stood there, no one daring to act without orders. Kai felt things weren't simple, but he couldn't figure it out yet. He still wondered about one thing. Using the family members like this, what was his brother doing? Uranus spoke up to remind him. You don't need to be angry, Kai. They aren't disappearing. Once he said that, Kai was also bound from all sides, unable to move. Kim Hunbok noticed the situation was unstable. He still didn't understand what was happening. He said, I will not capture your master and your teammates. Kai was furious but couldn't escape his older brother. Uranus continued to entice him. But you have to come with me. Little brother, if you hear my story, you will understand why I did this. A flicker of light appeared before him, but Kai couldn't quite grasp the situation. Kim Hunbok had actually let his men be taken. He hadn't foreseen this. Christina immediately reported the situation. Master, Kai's coordinates have moved. He quickly asked, where to? Christina quickly reported the location. It was a lord's mansion. Kessler and the others were resting. Master, will Kai be okay? Kim Hunbok still held strong faith. To be honest, I want to trust Kai. Kessler was deeply impressed by him. That's a good kind of faith, but we can't foresee anything, because I was once killed by the person I trusted most. Christina replied, I understand how you feel, Master, but shouldn't we prepare a contingency plan? He nodded in agreement. I understand. I will prepare. He was secretly worried inside. Kai, please be safe. Please don't betray us. I don't want to lose a friend and a comrade. The scene shifted. They had reached another location to discuss. Kai was terrified deep down. Brother. The sword Uranus nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's the family heirloom. Take it. Kai was still hesitant about his older brother. Finally, he spoke up. I am a sinner. I don't deserve to wield it. Take it. If you don't use it, just leave it there, which left him extremely confused. Tell me why you aren't worthy of using this sword. Does it have anything to do with why you became the lord of this dungeon? Uranus understood this. All right, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm the lord of this dungeon, why I became a traitor. He stepped down, wanting to explain so his younger brother would understand. Both of them needed to understand each other. Kai needed answers. Uranus led the way. He wanted to explain everything. Follow me. The two of them stood before a mysterious place, a magical portal. Uranus snapped his fingers as a signal to open the portal. As soon as Kai entered, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that the person inside, who hadn't yet woken up, was Kim Hunbok. Second brother, he was deeply frustrated. Why is second brother in the dungeon? Uranus had to explain. Kai, our family, and our vassals are all still alive. Kai truly didn't understand what was happening. What do you mean? He had his own personal suffering. I put everyone into a deep sleep because of the danger to my wife's condition. Is she that woman? Uranus confirmed. That's right. It's her, my wife, Bis, and that is my third child, still unborn. He had his own purpose. He needed that family's bloodline to save his wife and child. Bis was still in a deep sleep, unable to wake up. When he failed to conquer the dungeon and tried to cling to life, a female vampire saved Uranus. Even when he fought like a wild beast in the arena, she remained by his side. Uranus had fallen in love with Bis naturally and tried every way to escape the dungeon, but it was in vain. So, he came up with an idea, to take over the dungeon. But just before the master of this dungeon died, he cursed them both. You will live a life without children. While breaking the curse, Uranus found a way for a child born of human and vampire blood to exist. Kai was stunned by his older brother. Could it be? He nodded immediately. That's right. It requires a large amount of life force, especially from those with the same bloodline. That's why I captured people with that blood. But that was also to save the Count's people. When he left the dungeon, the Count's family was on the verge of annihilation. After the territory fell to invaders, the families of the survivors in the dungeon were spared. But the invaders spread false rumors that the survivors were traitors. Even knowing it was an enemy's strategy, they still wiped out our clan. As soon as Uranus learned of the death of his family, he secretly met his second brother, Leonis. He was truly happy to know he was alive. Leonis did not blame or doubt Uranus at all. Kai felt touched. Second brother was always like that. Uranus continued the story, and Leonis had told him to leave. I will try to restore the clan. Leonis would dedicate his life to the family until the very end. Uranus hoped that no matter the circumstances, his loved ones would survive. So he put them into a deep sleep and used the life force of others to maintain their existence. He even expressed his frustration. But if you sacrifice the souls of your comrades, they could wake up. Bis, my child, and even our relatives. Uranus was trying to sway Kai to his side. So, Kai, help me. He spoke of what he desired. I need that necromancer. Kai was thinking of the worst-case scenario, that if he betrayed his master, all his important people would survive. Scene shift, Hyun-chan was entering his tent. He seemed tired. Kim Hunbok sat down and took off his mask. Seeing someone enter, he greeted them. Long time no see. Kai replied, as expected of the master. You recognized me immediately. Kim Hunbok was deeply puzzled. I was worried. Kai, why did you sneak into the fog? Did you want to know the truth, to go there alone? Kai began to express himself. I should have been loyal to you, master. I shouldn't have done that. To be honest, I'm very confused. Hearing that tone, Hunbok understood. I understand. He put the mask back on. Kai, I only have one piece of advice for you. No matter what choice you make, you will regret it and suffer. So, no matter what you choose, just try to do it well. Kai didn't dare to look him in the eye anymore. Try to do it well, you say? Kim Hunbok wanted to advise him. That's right. That is the greatest comfort in the face of regrets and sorrows caused by one's choices. But suddenly, he drew the sword in his hand, not knowing what he intended to do. Kai was blinded by his desire. Your advice is truly useful. Then, let my greed lead the way. Kim Hunbok would no longer show mercy. Fine, sorry. I won't show mercy to my enemies. Perhaps another battle was about to take place, one full of intensity. Kai lunged like a moth to a flame. Die. Please just die. A few seconds later, a terrifying explosion occurred there. Behind Kim Hunbok was a powerful army, capable of destroying everything. The traces of the explosion were still fresh, with blurry figures visible on the other side. He just wanted to ask one thing. Did you prepare the surprise attack? Kai replied, perhaps this was something my older brother prepared specifically. Kim Hunbok said with a sneer, is that so? Your brother must be feeling quite happy right now, having prepared so much. Right after he spoke, he sensed something strange. His body could feel it clearly. Kim Hunbok turned his head just in time to see his own shadow surrounded by vampires. Behind him was a massive monster, but he wasn't afraid. Kai walked right up and took Kim Hunbok down. Master, I'm sorry. He had been surrounded by the very person he trusted. He was defeated. Kim Hunbok collapsed to the ground, while Kai just stood there, motionless and silent. Kessler appeared, but it was too late. Damn it. Get out of the way, you bastard. Master. Kessler rushed forward, but it was useless. Kai had already taken him. Kai turned back, only able to offer an apology. He had no choice but to follow his brother's orders. Kim Hunbok lay limp in his arms, unable to move a muscle. Kessler tried to approach, but it was too late. There was nothing more he could do. Kessler turned to blame the others. Damn it. Nee, why didn't you protect him? Christina immediately fought back. Kessler, it's not that Nee didn't try, it's that she couldn't. If you're going to be angry, direct it at the enemy. She was incredibly annoyed. Don't you care about our master? It wasn't that Christina didn't want to help. Think about what's ahead. I'm planning how to save our master. Kessler was genuinely furious at this. Damn it, everything's going to turn to dust. The scene shifted to Kai, who had returned to his kingdom after achieving his goal. Uranus was overjoyed the moment he saw him. You're back, Kai. Kai carried Hunbok inside. Big brother. He spoke up, noting that his brother had assigned him a difficult mission. I'm sorry for making you do this. Uranus intended to handle everything smoothly and take the captive off his hands. But suddenly, Kai changed his attitude and stopped him. Stop. Even though I chose your side, he is still my master. I will allow you to take the magical artifact from him, but you are not to use any unnecessary force. Uranus agreed with this. Fine, but he's dangerous, so I will keep him restrained. Kai was relieved. I understand. But inside, he was still deeply worried, wondering what his brother would do to his master. Uranus continued to ask, Kai, can you still feel taste? He nodded. Yes. Uranus looked satisfied. Well done. Let's have a drink. The two of them went to the cellar to drink together. But Uranus got drunk quickly and collapsed on the table. Kai had to say goodbye. Big brother, I'm leaving now. With that, Kai walked away, his demeanor cold and distant. In truth, Uranus had just been pretending to be drunk. He knew his brother could have killed him if he wanted to, but since he didn't, he was sure Kai was on his side. The scene shifted. Kim Hunbok's side had prepared their forces. Everyone had a fierce expression, faces as cold as ice. Richard started to praise them. Well done. Everyone has such strong morale. Kessler didn't share that attitude, but they looked dangerous. Chris tried to comfort him. The master will be safe. Don't be so tense. He carried a heavy responsibility, but replied, I know. The scene shifted back to Uranus's place, where Kim Hunbok had finally woken up. Uranus welcomed him. Hunbok, you are my brother's master, right? I am Uranus. You must be wondering why I called for you. Uranus got straight to the point. It's because of my younger brother. He wants to end your relationship on good terms. Kim Hunbok replied coldly, I have nothing to say to a traitor. Kai immediately spoke up. Master, do you remember the oath you made when you gave me my name? He didn't care. An oath? I forgot all about it. Kai was furious. I declare that the oath has been fulfilled. The oath I swore was that I would remain loyal to my master until I reclaimed my family's heirloom. Kim Hunbok felt helpless. I have no way to bind you anymore. Damn it. I'll ask you one last question. Come here. Kai wanted to hear what he had to say, so he didn't refuse. Yes, but as soon as he got close, he was met with a powerful punch from Kim Hunbok before he could react. Kai could only lie there now. Kim Hunbok controlled him easily, but the entire army showed no sign of stopping them. They just let them fight. He truly had no other choice. I'm sorry, he said, feeling deeply frustrated. Damn it, it can't end like this. I will survive for sure. Uranus immediately ordered his subordinates take Kim Hunbok to the bedroom, so he had no choice but to follow. He'd thrown his punch to vent his anger. Before leaving, Kim Hunbok left one last comment. Kai, I'm sorry. Uranus asked him again, would you like a drink today? Kai refused. No, thank you. I want to be alone today. Uranus had no reason to stop him, so he agreed. Very well. Then Uranus ordered his men, stop looking at Kai. Kai sat alone in the corner. He was thinking about everything that had happened. Meanwhile, outside, his people had arrived, wanting to clear everything up. After a long journey, they had finally reached the place. Richard ordered everyone to march straight in and fight. Everyone was fired up. They all wanted to see Kim Hunbok. Birds were flying everywhere, and outside, heavy snow fell incessantly. Hundreds of icicles fell, enough to show how freezing the air was in this place. They threw their weapons inside, hoping for a response. Shortly after, an explosion occurred, enough to destroy everything in the area. Sitting inside, Uranus assessed the situation. Things look promising. With 20,000 troops, they can reach the wall in 20 minutes. Kim Hunbok, I will let you have your comfort soon. He laughed at the absurdity. Sounds great, doesn't it? Uranus added, I'm truly grateful. Your soul, your body, please, sacrifice them. I will get what I want. Uranus was truly a villain. He could do anything. In just a moment, the place was left in ruins. Because of the explosion, the difficulty they faced was that their mana was starting to run dry. Richard tried to offer comfort, wanting to boost their morale. Everyone, hang in there. Just hold on a little longer, and the situation will turn around quickly. Inside, Uranus laughed. How foolish. The situation will turn around. At that moment, Hunbok suddenly fought back. He was done holding back. Indeed, a massive explosion occurred. He was provoking the other man's anger. Uranus shouted, You bastard. What the hell did you do? Kim Hunbok had planned this long ago. You thought you were absorbing the life force of the living, but in reality, I let you absorb the life force of the dead. Uranus wanted to strike him again and moved to do it without hesitation, but Kai blocked him with his sword. He wouldn't hold back anymore. Uranus was shocked to find his younger brother here. Kai couldn't take it anymore, which made his brother extremely angry. Why, Kai? Weren't you on my side? Kai immediately countered. Master told me that no matter what choice I make, I must try my best. Kai wanted to persuade his brother. So, I've decided to be greedy. Big brother, betray our enemies, join our side, and stand with Earth. He couldn't believe his ears. Everything was so confusing. What? What are you talking about? Uranus stood there, questioning him. Isn't mana and life force all you need to save your wife? Caught off guard, he flinched. How did you? Hyun stepped forward to answer for Kai. You should be grateful to this girl. Thanks to her research, things have become much easier. She absorbed the magic item and understood your magical power. Hearing this, Kai turned his head. If it's life force you need, our Earth can provide it. Uranus glanced toward him. I, too, have heard of a place called Earth. Suddenly, Uranus drew his sword. But I cannot betray them. You have no idea, even I am nothing but a mosquito compared to them. If I betray them, I will— Kai interrupted his tense train of thought. Big brother, we have already overcome 2 terrifying enemies together. The names he mentioned then shocked Uranus deeply. Catastrophe, Demon Dragon, Gloria, and an unnamed entity that trapped souls in sand to use them as soldiers. Uranus froze, his voice stuttering. You mean you've actually faced the king of the desolate kingdom, where not a single soul remains? Kai didn't confirm directly, but spoke with empathy. Big brother, I am also terrified of those creatures. He clenched his fist. That is why I am fighting against them. I must make them pay for everything they've done to me. Hearing this, Uranus bowed his head and muttered, You are so foolish, just so foolish. As he spoke, his body began to exude a thick, heavy aura. You are too weak. Suddenly, Uranus's expression shifted. Stop dreaming useless dreams. I will wake you up. Right at that moment, the room's wall was shattered by something. Through the hazy dust, a group of people walked in brazenly. Looks like we arrived right on time. It turned out to be Richard who had appeared. Whatever happens, my apologies, Lord. I will ask one last time, do you want to come to our homeland? He was sick and tired of those invitations. Too noisy. He didn't say much more. I have no choice but to leave the rest to you. As soon as he finished, Kim Hunbok drew attention. Please, show some concern for those around you. Uranus smirked at the gesture. Do you think the 2 of you can defeat me? Hyun cut him off directly. No, Kai can do it alone. Then, she ordered Kai to prepare for battle. Kai began to move. Without a word, he lunged at Uranus. Even if you become stronger, you can never defeat me. Kai ignored the mocking words. I have to try to find out, don't I? On the other side, Kim Hunbok found a spot to sit down. Meanwhile, he had to do his best to boost Kai's power. He closed his eyes, slipping into a state of meditation. The sound of their 2 swords clashing rang out loudly throughout the great hall. In a moment of surprise, Kai made a decisive move. His slash severed Uranus's arm. The sword went flying, and Uranus quickly used his remaining hand to grip the hilt. Opposite him, Kai's eyes glowed with determination. Suddenly, Uranus's deep guttural voice echoed, Is that all you've got? He roared and swung, lopping off Kai's arm. You're telling me to stand on your side? Uranus was even ruthless enough to split Kai clean in half. He helplessly collapsed to the ground under Uranus's gaze. The tip of Uranus's sword pointed coldly at Kai's face. Cairo, this is your last chance. Choose again. He remained steadfast in the path he had chosen. I have no intention of giving up now. I am certain that my side will be victorious. Hearing this, Uranus could only helplessly close his eyes, swallowing his brotherly love. He raised his sword high. Heroism, in the end, no one will even notice when you die. Goodbye. Suddenly, Kai's severed arm reattached itself, blocking the downward slash. After distracting Uranus, he quickly regenerated. Did you forget I'm undead? Kai gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. Big brother, you better give it your all too. With that, he lunged forward, pushing him back. Kai quickly created distance between them and Uranus. Uranus let out a sharp breath. I see you died and then came back to life. There was no mercy left in his eyes. Understood. Then I will give it my all as well. Hearing that, Kai smiled with a look of satisfaction. The battle between the 2 became much more serious. I will let you taste the absolute power of the monsters. And, because you are my brother, I won't finish you off. Uranus suddenly stabbed his sword into himself in a suicidal move. Big brother. Blood splattered from the wound. Kai paused for a second at the sound Uranus made. Uranus's current form was no longer human. He had lost his skin and flesh, replaced by a strangely vivid crimson mass. Uranus let out a deafening roar, his body ballooning to several times its original size. Without losing a second, he initiated the next round of the fight. In the chaos, a slash cut into Kai's shoulder. Right now, he was being choked and overwhelmed by Uranus. Even though he pushed Kai to his limit, Uranus didn't let up. Kai began to feel a bit agitated. Is this only a fraction of his power? Suddenly, Uranus roared, and streams of glowing red liquid spread out. His size increased at a dizzying rate. Kai's body couldn't withstand the constant bombardment and was wounded. His eyes couldn't hide his fear. No, it can't end like this. I can't die. Fortunately, a large ice shield blocked Uranus's searing flow. Kai finally had a chance to regain his long-lost breath. Kim Hunbok's voice echoed in his mind. Kai, if this continues, we will lose. His lips tried to curl upward. I know. But if my master is talking to me like this, Kai's eyes brightened as he made a judgment. You must have found a solution. He didn't speak it directly, but asked, Kai, do you trust me? He didn't need to think twice. I trust you. The red liquid in front of them continued to churn endlessly. Hai-Un called out, then eat it all. Eat it all and dominate it, that's the only way. Kai gripped his sword, hilt, and exhaled softly. What a gamble. He threw his sword away and shouted, if that's the only way, I'll try it. Kai's body began to break apart into small pieces. He locked eyes with Uranus's glowing pupils, and in the end, all he could see was him roaring in extreme agony. Uranus's body was pelted by something that made it explode. It turned out to be explosive ice shards. Block as many as you can. Don't let them get near him. Uranus noticed the group playing tricks and changed direction to charge, but he noticed Kim Hunbok's group meditating. Kessler braced himself, struggling to maintain the barrier around the three of them. Uranus didn't hesitate to choose the barrier as his next target. Kessler frowned and called out urgently, Master, I can't hold it anymore. Hurry! Right after he said that, a section of the barrier was shattered by Uranus. It's broken. Kim Hunbok immediately gave the order. Christina, it's your turn. Christina used her magic to exert pressure, forcing Uranus away from the shield. This is harder than I thought. You only need to do it for a second. Just hold him as long as you can. Sensing the shield reaching its limit, Uranus struck even more violently. He prepared for a final blow, leaving Kessler terrified. I can't take it anymore, Master. A roar echoed through the space, and a powerful fist came crashing down. However, Uranus's movements suddenly became stranger than ever. Kim Hunbok stood up and walked toward him. The strategy was nearly complete. Luckily, Kai's mental strength had increased thanks to his awakening. Furthermore, Kai was a master dead guy, placing him at a higher level than the souls that had been absorbed. Most importantly, thanks to the bond between my followers and Richard, Kai would destroy him from within his own mind. Cracks suddenly appeared all over Uranus's massive body, running from head to toe. He reverted to his original form, his fiery red eyes losing focus, and then Uranus collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Victory was ours. The red substance slowly detached from his exhausted body and gradually gathered into a distinct human shape. Kim Hunbok praised the effort. You did well, Kai. He was still reeling from the events that had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Once he regained his composure, Kai rushed to find Uranus. To his horror, he saw him beginning to fade away. Master, we need to heal him quickly. But even Kim Hunbok was helpless. It was impossible. He's dying. Kai frowned, his voice laced with agitation. Did you do something to him? Uranus used his remaining strength to explain. It's not that, Cairo. He called out desperately, brother. His voice sounded slightly relieved. This is the price of the curse of immortality and invincibility. As long as I am not defeated, my body will always be in its best state. The more I win, the stronger the curse and my abilities become. But if I lose just once, the soul of the one who made the contract will vanish. After saying this, Uranus smiled. Brother. He grabbed Kai's hand like a final farewell. Don't be sad. You've proven your worth to me. He screamed in desperation. I can't be happy without you. Before fading away forever, Uranus still had one last wish. Little brother, I have one last favor to ask of you. It was a very special request. Eat me. Absorb my body and soul. Those words had a profound impact on Kai's spirit. Let me become a part of your strength. The others listened in silence as he expressed his wish. Even so, deep down, he still wanted to live to take care of his daughter. Uranus's smile was strangely peaceful. I'm counting on you. Kai gritted his teeth and tried to accept his brother's entrustment. Yes. The ritual was performed immediately afterward. Uranus's body was absorbed. He wore a final, satisfied smile. Let a part of me be happy with you. When Uranus departed, the whole room began to shake like an earthquake. Kim Hunbok turned to ask what was happening. Christina replied briefly. The base is shifting. The full moon in the sky seemed to have changed as well. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a crescent moon. He realized something was wrong. Wait, the situation in the dungeon has changed. Suddenly, Hunbok froze when his eyes caught something. Bai's had appeared out of nowhere, and the atmosphere began to grow heavy. She grimaced upon discovering that Uranus had been logged out, and Bis collapsed, screaming loudly, My love. Kai was left bewildered by her actions. I am sorry about this, sister-in-law. Bis stopped crying, her voice becoming darker. I know. My brother-in-law has seen everything. He walked over to help Bis up after her breakdown. However, she arched her back, making Kai uneasy. Are you all right? Seeing this, Kim Hunbok offered, Let me take a look. To everyone's shock, Bis immediately tried to take his head off. A streak of red blood sprayed out, leaving Kai in visible shock. She had flipped her personality 180 degrees. Don't let your guard down. Now that I've removed the obstacle, I feel relieved. Kai stared, questioning her. What do you mean by obstacle? Could it be because of the child? Biss asked coldly. The child? A wicked smile curled on her lips. I never needed something like that from the start. Uranus was a very useful weapon. You shouldn't have gotten rid of him. Now, it's time for you all to die. Biss's smile didn't last long as her stomach convulsed. She gritted her teeth in disgust. Why is it moving? It shouldn't be born. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Is that so? Biss was shocked that Kim Hunbok was still standing there unscathed. How are you still alive? He explained without hesitation. You couldn't attack me from the very beginning. Well done, Kai. I was very curious why someone with such terrifying power couldn't create life. Now I understand. You stole his power to level up, didn't you? Uranus had been used. Pain surged through Biss's abdomen again. What the hell did you do? Kim Hunbok's face darkened as he activated his abilities. I am a necromancer, so I am very sensitive to souls. I felt that your child wanted to be born, so I just helped you a little bit. As he clenched his hand, she let out a final scream. Biss quickly lost her life and collapsed to the ground. Kim Hunbok walked over calmly to hold the newborn baby. He smiled as if offering a blessing. Welcome to the world, little one. After Uranus's departure, the building began to collapse. The people inside were in a panic. What's happening? Let's get out of here. Nidhogg quickly transformed and carried the group away, flapping his wings. However, something made Kai feel uneasy. As soon as he turned around, he saw Legend growling, followed by the dragon. Its eyes turned red with murderous intent. Master, I'm here. I'll deal with them all. Kim Hunbok frowned, realizing the problem. I've reached the second stage. What should I do? Kai offered. I'll handle it. He flashed in front of Legend. Doing this alone must be difficult. Kai summoned his soul clones. Fighting alone must be tough. Kessler's eyes widened in amazement. What the? Surrounding Kai, Christina was also quite surprised. He was gathering the ghosts. Kim Hunbok frowned and thought. Perhaps those were the undead that existed as soldiers and ghostly zombies, entities that possessed immense power. Back to Kai. He landed lightly on the ground. Legend, Kai said, his voice dropping low as he faced the beast. Don't think about dying an easy death, you wicked creature. It was provoked, gathering a sphere of energy in its mouth. Die, all of you. A beam of light shot out, heading straight for him. However, Kai wasn't fazed in the slightest. Let's end this now. He delivered a powerful downward slash. Legend, at that moment, stubbornly screamed out. No, I don't want to die. I can't die like this. He begged for his wish to be granted. Fine, I won't let you die, just like that. He realized Kai's next move. No, no way, don't eat me, stop. He uttered words like a curse. Suffer to the very end. You must become food for the future. Suddenly, Legend erupted into a blinding explosion. Those watching from above stood in silence. Everything had unfolded exactly as intended. The strategy was a success, and 15 days had passed. Richard opened the hospital room door and stepped inside. How's your body feeling? Kim Hunbok was bandaged all over, especially around his mouth, which was healing. He laughed and sat down at the edge of the bed. The injuries this time were quite severe, so don't move around too much. Besides, what are you planning to do next? After careful consideration, he had made up his mind. I intend to return home. I have things to take care of at the base. Richard kept trying to persuade him. Our government base will provide everything you need. Why not try doing it here? Kim Hunbok narrowed his eyes at the offer. I will do that. But I don't intend to abandon my own base. Richard felt somewhat relieved. That's good then. A moment later, the door was pulled open, and the Godfather smiled in that direction. You're here. Iris, Kyan, and Kai. He glanced at the little girl. Iris, go ahead and greet the master. Iris was as serious as a soldier. Yes, greetings, Godfather. After 15 days, Iris now possessed the body and mind of a 5-year-old child. She ran over excitedly. Daddy, we even got to go to the department store today. Kim Hunbok smiled, thinking to himself that perhaps because she had been trapped inside for so long, she was truly fascinated by the outside world. Even so, Iris still listened quite well to Kai. Iris, it's time for bed. Understood. She held his hand and headed back to her room. Richard watched them, unable to stop himself from sighing. Poor child, please take good care of her. Kim Hunbok nodded firmly. Yes, I will take care of her like my own daughter. There were a total of 36 C-rank dungeons on Earth. However, so far, only 1 dungeon had been completed in South Korea and 2 in the United States. The progress wasn't very good. However, considering the difficulty of the dungeons, it was unavoidable. Meanwhile, something happened that turned everything upside down. 12 C-rank dungeons in various countries were suddenly cleared. In Europe, this included England, France, Italy, Greece, Germany, and Russia. Kim Hunbok held the newspaper in his hands and scanned it. In Asia, it included the Asian Alliance, China, Japan, and India. The United States is truly amazing. We aren't the only ones clearing dungeons. Another group managed to do the same. From that, I learned that the government had funded a group other than us, known as the Golden Black Hole. As a competitor with the same sponsor, I can't say I'm happy about this news. Do you have information about them? Richard shook his head. They keep things very quiet, so I don't know the details. Still, he provided one piece of important news. I heard that they have existed from the very beginning. At this point, Richard's knowledge ran dry. Do you know anything else? A thought suddenly crossed Kim Hunbok's mind. He was the CEO of the Dungeon Management Bureau's South Korean branch. After that meeting, he quickly caught an early flight back. As the plane landed, Kim Hunbok leisurely stepped out. Suddenly, a voice reached him. Hey, long time no see. He was quite surprised by Jun's appearance. Director, Jun said politely. You still call me director? I quit a long time ago. Kim Hunbok didn't answer and moved straight to the point. You left in such a hurry that you didn't even tell me your name. John nodded. That's true. He held out his hand. My name is Buck Guk. John? The surname is Buck Guk. The name is John. He frowned and shook his hand. Your name sounds strange, but why did you suddenly come looking for me? Jun didn't hide his purpose. I have a request for you. A short while ago, the chosen children suddenly grew stronger and became arrogant. Kim Hunbok paused for a beat. You're talking about the people in the C-rank dungeon exploration team. He continued, I want you to educate those children. The payment for this request is a book summarizing forces from other worlds and information about territories in the U.S. You're searching for dragon veins in the U.S., right? He took the books, not knowing how to respond. Jung let him think for a moment. The United States is vast, so this information will be very useful. Kim Hunbok seemed to have accepted the offer. Thank you. Is this all for the payment? Jun shrugged, revealing a bit more. Of course there's more. Just this once, but I will show you the worst thing that will happen in your future. His pupils contracted at these words. You'll show me the worst thing in my future? Jun suddenly bowed his head and sighed. In exchange, my lifespan will be significantly shortened. Kim Hunbok hadn't expected him to make such a sacrifice. Even so, you still want to pay the request fee this way? Jun smiled as if he had decided long ago, because this is very necessary for the benefit of both of us. At that moment, he glanced behind him. I'll see you later then. It seemed some troublesome people were coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving behind only a few talismans. Kim Hunbok didn't linger long either. Nidhogg, let's go too. The group rushed to follow as it flapped its wings. Wait a second. However, they had already flown quite a distance, and they could only stand there helplessly watching. Time passed, and night began to fall at a dimly lit building. Kim Hunbok's group, along with Iris, had arrived at the location. He signaled to the girl. Iris, let's start. She answered happily, yes, master. Next, Kim Hunbok resolved the remaining problem. Kai, don't worry, Iris is stronger than you think, she chimed in confidently. That's right, mister, I'm very strong. To put his mind at ease, he made a promise. I will teach Iris how to use her power properly. You understand that's for Iris's benefit, right? Kai nodded with difficulty. I know that, but he sighed, reluctantly accepting. All right then. Iris tilted her head and smiled brightly. Great, Godfather. Long live. With that, the group stepped closer to a massive glass container. I'm starting now, Godfather. Iris closed her eyes and used her psychic hand to touch the surface, and the water inside instantly swirled into a vortex that flew toward the sky. Kai and the others followed one another inside. Kim Hunbok was quite surprised by the landscape inside the dungeon. Iris ran around excitedly and cheered. Welcome to my dungeon. Kessler flashed a proud grin. His daughter's power was simply unbelievable. Master, how did you know she could do something like this? A glimmer of memory flashed in Kim Hunbok's eyes. 20 days after Iris was born, Kai had witnessed her disappear right before his eyes. Since that incident, we've learned that Iris has the ability to create dungeons and open random entrances. She can even adjust the size of the dungeons and alter the terrain inside them. With her power, we can turn this entire dungeon into our base. At that moment, Iris came up with an idea. Master, I'm going to expand the range of this dungeon. Kim Hunbok didn't refuse, but he didn't forget to remind her. Just remember to keep an eye on your mana consumption when you expand it. She nodded obediently. Understood. Soon after, the ground inside the dungeon began to shift unnaturally. From patches of snow-covered ground, it transformed into the lush green of a forest. After inspecting it for a moment, he nodded in approval. This forest is designed like a maze. Have you decided what kind of monsters to release in here yet? Iris nodded in confirmation. Seeing the two of them chatting away, she seemed about to say something. A moment later, he spoke up. Master, when we return to South Korea, may I take Iris sightseeing? He smiled and nodded. Of course, that'll be a great chance for her to explore Seoul. Iris's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, sir. A while later, the group stopped at a cafe, though it was unclear if Kai and Iris were having fun. Kim Hunbok felt a bit nostalgic. The world had changed so much. Kessler looked around and nodded slightly, agreeing that it was indeed the case. Suddenly, he spoke sternly, turning his gaze backward. Do you agree with that, Colonel? Colonel Kim Hyun-woo then revealed himself. So, you knew I was here all along, and I'm no longer a colonel. I've been promoted to Major General. Kim Hunbok didn't turn around but chuckled. Congratulations. After saying that, the man mentioned something else. I've heard all about your achievements in the States. He humbly replied, I wouldn't have been able to do it without the help of my teammates and the generous aid from the U.S. government. This remark unintentionally made Hyun-woo feel a bit down. Generous aid, is that how you put it? I have to admit, I'm jealous. Kim Hunbok frowned, looking puzzled. Is there an issue within the ranks? The man looked a bit helpless. Perhaps. You've built up your own force and become very famous, along with the latest moves by U.S. diplomats. Plus, ever since I was promoted, I've been kept on a very tight leash. Finishing that thought, he said to Hyun-woo, You've worked hard, sir. However, the man still lingered. I have one more question. Would you be willing to serve this country? Kim Hunbok stuck to his original answer. I must decline. Hyun-woo laughed it off. Naturally, he knew he would refuse. Kessler then spoke up. Are you giving up that easily? Sir, you came to convince us under orders from your superiors, didn't you? The man lowered his head, his voice softening. It's fine. I don't really like this job anyway. I don't enjoy playing the Patriot card with you guys. It's meaningless. Hyun-woo nodded slightly in satisfaction. It really was. You've thought this through, haven't you? But there will be others who sympathize with you. He took out a golden silk pouch. This is a magic bag that allows for spatial expansion. If you look into it carefully, it'll be very useful. Hyun-woo happily accepted the small gift. Thank you. I will return this favor later. After he left, a woman in a vest came up. She spoke directly to Kim Hunbok, God of life and death. Are you the necromancer, Willie? He was quite surprised by her bluntness. Yes, that is me. The woman didn't say much, directly kneeling down to hand him a letter. I operate under the command of the Red Lord. Helena Scarlet, 9th in the Magic Association. From Scarlet West. This organization shocked him. He didn't expect the Magic Association to come looking for him. She held out a crimson envelope. This is an invitation to the grand banquet of the 6 Supreme Lords, the highest-ranking members of the Magic Association. It will take place 1 week from now at the Beijing Palace. The heroes of the new generation will be there too, so we hope you will join us. Kessler frowned, full of suspicion. Heroes of the new generation. He remembered what was said. Indeed, those chosen children had suddenly become powerful and very arrogant. Kim Hunbok had no reason to refuse. It is my honor. I look forward to joining everyone. After completing her task, Helena turned and left. Once she was gone, Kessler expressed his excitement. Just as he said, a place had been prepared to teach those arrogant kids a lesson. He rubbed his chin and added, Besides, that woman seems to be a very powerful mage. I want to meet the other mages in the association as well. Suddenly, a sound echoed, pulling them back to reality. The two of you, stop walking. Let's head back. England had organized a large banquet. The guests were those who had successfully conquered C-rank dungeons around the world, and they were also people who played vital roles in the expedition teams. At a grand building lit by luxurious golden lights, Iris couldn't hide her excitement. Dad, Uncle, this is my first time attending a banquet, so I'm really excited. Kim Hunbok quickly stifled that thought. Iris, don't expect too much from this party. The little girl's smile faded completely. Why do you look inside with such worry? There might be an accident, so you must not leave my side. Not even for a moment. Even so, Kim Hunbok didn't forget to compliment her. You look beautiful today. Kai nodded in agreement, just as his master said, You look very pretty today, kid. Kessler added to make it more credible. Of course, she's pretty. All 5 of them were ready, so they headed inside. As soon as they entered the party, Kim Hunbok caught sight of a familiar face. Long time no see, master. He was quite happy to meet Sunwoo again. Sunwoo, you were invited too? She shrugged, putting on a confident look. Yeah, looks like we aren't the ones the mages look down on anymore. Andromalius approached from behind to start a conversation. Long time no see, Mr. Willie. You seem much stronger now. As your ally on Earth, I am truly very happy. Kim Hunbok lazily greeted him. Long time no see, Andromalius. Andromalius didn't seem bothered. I was afraid my presence would distract you, so I stayed away. And one more thing. Could you keep an eye on Sunwoo? He became stern and succinct. Whatever. At this point, Sun Wu changed the subject. That reminds me, Master, I heard you conquered 2 C-rank dungeons. Kim Hunbok interrupted, answering her. Honestly, I didn't even think I'd survive until now. This remark caught Sun Wu off guard. Was it that difficult? I thought it was easier than I expected. He was startled for a moment. What? She recounted her entire journey. I conquered a C-rank dungeon in China. Its name was the Garden of the Fallen Giant King. It had all kinds of giant monsters like bears, dwarves, goblins, and a storm giant as the boss. I cleared it quite easily, except for the storm giant. Kim Hunbok began to feel suspicious. Isn't it supposed to be very difficult to wipe out an entire army of monsters and escape their traps? Seriously, Sue replied with a bewildered expression. Is there even such a thing? Did you not face any obstacles while finding your way through? Her eyes widened, looking completely sincere. I was just traveling along the path and stumbled upon the boss's castle. This was information he had never experienced before. It's very different from the C-rank dungeons I've been in. Just then, a voice rang out. That truly is strange. Kim Hunbok quickly found the owner of the voice. Richard, he asked a very obvious question. Are monster ambushes and other dangers an essential part of a dungeon? Sun Shu was astonished, unable to believe her ears. That may be true, but that's the kind of dungeon I've always known. Richard stammered a bit. No way could it be that only the dungeons we conquered were different? His voice dropped slightly. That can't be right, Richard. Still, the suspicion had been planted, hadn't it? Or perhaps this girl was just lucky. Kim Hunbok didn't argue and stated firmly, that must be it. Just then, there were hurried footsteps. It seemed the host of the party had arrived. The man above raised his hand to greet the guests. Everyone has arrived. My name is Alistair Colley. I am the top-ranked member of the Magic Association, also known as Alistair of Space. Besides me, other Supreme Lords will also be attending this banquet. Please enjoy the feast we have gone to great lengths to prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, he created a small explosion and vanished. Kim Hunbok whispered softly to Richard. The Magic Association, this group has more heavy hitters than I thought. He nodded slightly in agreement. Iris lay tucked in Kai's arms while Kim Jun trembled. Daddy Richard reassured the little girl. Even for an unusually strong child, this event was quite shocking. Kim Hunbok agreed. As you said, sir. Suddenly, Alistair appeared behind them. This might be a bit overwhelming for a child, don't you think? They all started, looking at him with surprise mixed with confusion. Alistair understood and laughed. My apologies. Please accept my apology. He made a small cut on his finger and dripped blood directly into Iris's mouth. Yet, the girl had actually been lulled to sleep. Alistair remarked, It seems she's had some blood this time. I was wrong. I apologize. Kai shook his head, refusing the apology. Not at all. Thank you for your generosity. Kim Hunbok nervously raised his guard. He immediately realized Iris was a Dempy. Alistair continued to joke around. What's so great about the blood of an old man who's about to kick the bucket? He strolled away just like a child. I must be going. Enjoy the party. Once again, Alistair caused a small explosion in the middle of the grand hall. He couldn't help but be surprised. Truly amazing, a man of such high standing. Richard was still stunned, exactly as you said. But then the group was distracted by Iris's hiccups. After a few seconds of silence, they burst into laughter because of how adorable she was. Seeing that it was getting late, Kim Hunbok decided to leave. Since the banquet doesn't just happen today, please excuse me. He smiled and said goodbye. All right, go ahead. During the 6 days of the banquet, one of the top 6 members of the association would appear each day. On the second day, the second-ranked Tesla appeared. The third day was Earth's Maha. The fourth day was Wood's G. The fifth day was Arya the Healer. On a moonless night, the sky shimmered with sparkling stars. Alistair returned to host the banquet. I don't know if everyone is satisfied with the feast I prepared. I would be very happy if you enjoyed it, and if not, I am very sorry. I will get straight to the point. Our Magic Association has influence over Europe, East Asia, and Africa. But in reality, Africa has been occupied by invaders from another world. After stating the reason, Alistair declared loudly, Therefore, the association reached a decision at the end of the meeting. We will conduct a grand expedition to reclaim Africa. The expressions of those present began to grow more serious. Ambitious as it was, one had to admit that it was easier said than done. Furthermore, the human realm was home to many dungeons, acting as the first line of defense for the invading forces. Therefore, the association decided that the dungeons within human territory needed to be conquered first, before proceeding to conquer Africa. We hope to receive everyone's cooperation. I believe you wouldn't want your rivals to gain the upper hand. That is why the association prepared this banquet. This is a gift for the strongest people in humanity today. Finally, he announced important news. We plan to gift the latest magical weapons to everyone. This made everyone extremely excited. But they couldn't be happy for long, as the gift came with a catch. However, there is a condition. Alistair began with a cryptic remark. The association wants you to prove your worth. In 15 days, the association will provide an opportunity for everyone to prove their worth. Participation is open to everyone. We will broadcast a part of the event for the world to see. If the power of you, the strongest people in humanity, is made public, the world will feel relieved. He snapped his fingers. I hope you will seize this opportunity. And here is the association's gift. In front of each adventurer appeared a small object. It was an item containing spatial magic, weight reduction magic, and state maintenance magic. Use it well. After that bold declaration, he vanished in his usual way. Kessler was only interested in the gift he had just received. It seems we don't need to cause a scene anymore, right, Master? Kim Hunbok nodded in satisfaction. I never thought the association would prepare something like this. He was a bit curious. You will participate, won't you? Everything had already been calculated by him early on. Of course, I was asked to. Besides, it's a good opportunity. At this moment, in the Grand Hall, everyone was immersed in curiosity about the gift. Only Kim Hunbok and Kessler were quick to get to work. Let's get ready. The news from the banquet spread rapidly. Mages, spirit summoners, alchemists, and psychics. The existence of these supernatural beings shook the entire world. Needless to say, the whole world was holding its breath, watching the battle between superhumans with abilities beyond ordinary people. The world went crazy with the announcement that it would accept applicants from all over the world, and only 100,000 winners would be allowed to attend the banquet. The participants were very excited because this was their chance to show their power. And just like that, a month passed with countless important events. The transportation to the location was prepared by the association, and those who chose to travel by other means would be provided with the coordinates of the location. Dozens of yachts headed out to sea simultaneously. What is this? It's just the sea. There's nothing here at all. The adventurers gathered together on the deck of the ship, gazing out into the distance. Suddenly, an unusually high wave surged forward with great power. Witnessing this scene, no one could hide their excitement. Unbelievable. My God, the fleet stopped in front of a city that was truly beyond imagination. Among them were Kim Hunbok's group and the young woman Sunsu. Alistair's image appeared through a broadcast device. Thank you all for going to such lengths to get here. He cheerfully introduced, Welcome to Atlantis, the city of science and magic. After the ship's dock at Atlantis, everyone was moved to a new location. Kim Hunbok had his eyes opened. That's surprising. It doesn't look like the place where the competition will be held. Kessler smirked, drawing upon all his experience. Well, that's obvious. They're probably going to make the city appear just like in those movies I watch. The city's massive gates slowly began to open. I knew it, he said. An arena was instantly constructed right after that. Hai-Onun's eyes went wide with amazement as he began to analyze it. This is incredible. It's floating high up thanks to anti-gravity magic, acting as a protective barrier around the city. Let's head down and check it out quickly. Wait, no. Do we need to ask for a flight permit first? Seeing this, Kai spoke up to remind him, Master, please calm down. If you get too excited, an accident might happen. He suppressed his own overwhelming joy. That's right, a mage must prioritize efficiency. A while later, the whole group arrived at the Atlantis VIP hotel room. Kim Hunbok scratched his head and let out a sigh. Either way, we still need to get permission to inspect the building. Iris cheered him on from the side. Don't give up, Dad. Kai entered the room to announce, Master. Alistair came by earlier, but he has left now. He was a bit surprised by this. What did he come here for? The answer was quickly provided. He invited us to dinner. A distinct thought flashed through Kim Hunbok's mind. That day, he had shown special favor toward Iris. If the worst-case scenario were to happen, he might try to take Iris away. A moment later, elsewhere, the door to the room opened. Alistair was already sitting inside waiting. You've arrived. Come on over, Kessler remarked. This room is like a garden. Alistair felt very warmed by that. The older I get, the more I enjoy places with abundant nature. This room was renovated with quite a lot of effort. Now, have a seat. After everyone was settled, he expressed, I didn't know what you all liked, so I prepared the dishes I enjoy. As soon as they took their first bite, they were incredibly thrilled. This is amazing. These dishes are super delicious. Everything here is wonderful. Alistair maintained his constant smile. Forgive me for asking while you are eating. He directly made his offer. Tell me, would you like to become my student? Kim Hunbok was slightly startled. Excuse me. Alistair repeated the offer seriously. Become my student. He froze for a beat as he looked at that earnest face. How does he know my real name? Did he look into me? Alistair didn't leave Kim Hunbok curious for long. It wasn't hard to figure out who you are. I apologize if I've invaded your privacy, but please remember that I truly care about you. He didn't rush to accept the offer. Why me? Surely there are many people more outstanding than me. He frankly replied, it is because of your magical ability. Kim Hunbok's pupils momentarily constricted. You mean my magic? The whole room went silent to hear his question. Could it be that it's my great luck? Alistair nodded seriously as a confirmation. That's correct. Suddenly, he posed a question to the whole group. What do you all think about luck? No one replied, and the space fell into complete silence. He then tilted his head and smiled slightly. Luck is often not mentioned, but it harbors a very terrifying power. I assume that, until now, you've been quite lucky, right? Hearing this, Kim Hunbok felt enlightened. That's really true. It's thanks to meeting Chris, Kessler, and Kai that I am who I am today. And honestly, if I hadn't convinced Nidhogg, I would have died. He continued his story. Ultimately, in your moments of greatest despair, luck was on your side. Thanks to that, you've been able to survive until now. Kim Hunbok, you are truly very lucky. Did you know? Those who have abilities related to luck. The staggering number was revealed, only about 1,000 people. This briefly left Kim Hunbok confused. Yes, he revealed some more information. Out of the 3 billion people, the Magic Association has worked hard to examine. Only about 1,000 have abilities related to luck, exactly 1,021 people. Furthermore, among those, there are only 4 A-rankers, including you. He widened his eyes, unable to look away from the others. He added with a hint of regret. Besides that, the other 3 have already been claimed by the gods. The unluckiest A-ranker was chosen by the Indian sun god, Surya. The lucky A-ranker was chosen by the strongest god of humanity and became a saint. The remaining unlucky one was chosen by Veneri, the daughter of Odin. I'll say this first. This isn't a threat. It's just an offer. If you don't like it, you can refuse. I swear on my soul and mana that coercion is not the way to win someone over. It's true that I want you to become my student because of your talent. I want to lead those who come after me onto the right path. So, think about it carefully and give me your answer. After pouring his heart out, he slipped away as he usually did. Hunbok hung his head, lost in a sea of vague thoughts. Given Aleister Crowley's current status ranked first in the Magic Association, if he became his student, he would receive support from the association and learn the very best things. He sighed after weighing all the pros and cons. Finally, Hunbok made his decision. It's a pity, but I will have to decline his offer, because in his heart, he was thinking of something else. There are many things he could achieve by becoming his student, gathering all the data from the Magic Association, raising his own voice and controlling other factions. But he had to refuse for 2 reasons. First, he was confident that he was on the right path. That day, Uranus revealed that his power was only a fraction of theirs. That meant the enemy was much stronger than he had imagined. Kai had said that his brother had reached the power of the enemy after long training, but he had taken shortcuts to achieve it. His brother defined their power as the power to change, dominate, and control the world. Because of that, Kim Hunbok secretly promised himself that he would become stronger in the future. By intuition, he realized this was the path he had to take. And now he knew the path ahead. Instead of becoming his student, he would train to keep moving forward. The second reason wasn't really a big issue. He felt a bit regretful that everything he tried to achieve would belong to the association. When Alistair received his answer, he felt a bit saddened. So that's how it is. Though, I figured you might say that. To be honest, I expected you to refuse. Kim Hunbok expressed his deep respect. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. Alistair produced a small notebook. This is a gift for you. It's what I intended to give you if you became my student. Take it. This is a book on the basic magic theory of the necromancy school. Kim Hunbok's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, sir. Seeing his demeanor, Alistair seemed quite pleased. I'm glad you like it. I've also prepared dinner for you today. Kim Hunbok felt excited, and his mood brightened. I can't wait to see what kind of food will be served. Alistair laughed heartily. You're going to love it. On a beautiful day at the Magic Association's arena, the tournament rules were quite simple. The tournament consisted of individual and team matches. Every action was permitted, except for fouls committed before the match. A series of notifications were sent to the phones of every dungeon participant. Those were the competition rules. The organizers would not be held responsible for any accidents that occurred during the match. Only those who agreed to this were allowed to participate. This confirmed that even if a death were to occur, the organizers would bear no responsibility. And the damage insurance system, it acts as a way to minimize loss for participants. Anyone who sustains damage beyond the system's allowed limit is automatically eliminated. Hunbok didn't hesitate to agree with the concept. Good. Say no more. The goal is to win every category. Kessler cheered as well. Let's do this. Master Kai and he both made a firm promise to him. We will do our absolute best. Master, I'm going to give it everything I've got. Just then, an announcement sounded. Group 1 of the individual qualifiers will begin soon. Participants, please gather at the arena. Kessler volunteered to open the first round. I'm heading out. Kim Hunbok gave a serious reminder. The individual qualifiers are very competitive. Be careful. There are many variables in close quarters combat, so don't let your guard down. He turned around, confidence overflowing in his eyes. Don't worry, close quarters combat is my specialty. Many players were already present at the arena hall. Group 1 of the individual qualifiers began. Suddenly, the arena was engulfed in a thick, black fog. Kessler appeared with a cocky smirk. I'll wipe these guys out right now. Hundreds of exclamations echoed as his sword moved. It's the god of life and death. He's a subordinate of Y and a top-tier knight. He's as fast as a knight. Kim Hunbok watched the situation through the surveillance screen. A knight? Since when did Kessler become a knight? Christina recalled the event and explained. After Master became an apostle of the god, he was naturally called a knight. Besides, Kessler is also known for his active presence on the internet, she added, asserting that he was like a modern person addicted to technology. In an instant, Kessler's opponents were lying flat on the ground in pools of red blood. He was quite satisfied with his recent sweep. Once finished, Kessler returned to the waiting room. Good work, Kessler. He was quite confident. You call that work? Kim Hunbok announced some good news. I think the second round of qualifiers will start soon. Just then, an arrogant young man appeared. Let's see what you can do, but be careful. I'll pay you back in full. Christina recognized him at a glance as Herculet. She knew one more thing. He was protected by divine power. The corner of Kim Hunbok's mouth curled up. Is that so? Christina watched Hercules' performance. That is a blessing from the gods. Thanks to that advantage, he isn't affected by any attacks. He spoke up to remind them. All right, enough joking around. Kessler, I took longer than you. He shrugged and tilted his head up. Naturally, an announcement sounded again shortly after. Group 9 of the individual qualifiers will begin soon. Participants, please gather at the arena. Kim Hunbok stood up to warm up for his match. My turn. The others cheered him on. See you later, sir. Master, see you later. Kai reminded him before he left. Master, good luck. Dad, be careful. Kim Hunbok nodded slightly. I know, I'm off. He put on his mask and stepped out into the grand hall. A world-famous superstar, a necromancer, a master of the skeleton dragon, an apostle of the god of life and death. Master Y. Hill had appeared. The entire battlefield went quiet, a heavy atmosphere rising. The announcer spoke over the speakers. It seems Group 9 has fully assembled. Now, the round will begin. In an instant, all the players focused solely on Kim Hunbok. Die. Take him out. He didn't waste words, creating a defensive barrier first, bone prison. The others froze when they saw it. Damn it, why is it so hard? This isn't fair. He continuously cast his skills. Bone. No one dared to run closer. Move aside. Kim Hunbok said in a deep voice. Dozens of skeletons rose from the dead following his summoning spell, and then the pressure shifted. The players' faces turned pale. Not only that, but beasts from the underworld also appeared in droves. The spectators, after their initial shock, erupted in excitement. They screamed to express their feelings. That's incredible. In an instant, an army of nearly 1,000 was summoned. And of course, only one person could do that, Master Y. Hill. Kim Hunbok's eyes glowed with the violet light of magic. Standing before the massive army, the other players decided to go all in. Damn it, let's try it once. We won't die anyway. It must take a huge amount of mana to summon those things. They can't last long. He glared, the light emitting from his eyes as if ordering the army to advance. And then, Kim Hunbok closed his eyes very gently. The entire arena was drowned in deafening explosions. The final result? The undead army won by a landslide. Each round was carried out continuously. Thus, the qualifiers consisting of 30 groups took place within a single day. The arena gates were also designed quite intricately. They were opened freely to the public every 6 minutes. Kim Hunbok's group gathered at a nearby restaurant. Releasing the battle videos to the world has some benefits, but it would be very disadvantageous if the enemy discovers our strength. I wonder what they will do next. Christina replied with an ambiguous answer. Just wait, and we'll see, Master. At the same time, the restaurant door was pushed open by someone. She was still rambling about the tournament. In situations where there's no distinction between close quarters and long-range combat. As expected, long-range combat is at a disadvantage, and we can't really do anything about it. A girl sat down in the empty seat at Kim Hunbok's table. Gloria crossed her arms and greeted them naturally. Long time no see. 4 pairs of eyes were glued to her. Your Kim Hunbok's eyes scanned her features. Her appearance had changed a little, but the predatory look remained on her face. He uttered a familiar name, Leoria. She laughed, teasing him. Did you miss me? And at that moment, the former street puppeteer, Jang Gak, had lost the tournament. He gritted his teeth, bitter and angry. How dare you treat me like that? I'll handle it all. Those words reached Enet's ears. Revenge? Huh. Sounds interesting. She purred, trying to seduce him. Don't worry, I'll take note of your efforts. Jang Gak's eyes ignited with rage as he met a familiar face. On the screen, the image of Kim Hunbok appeared. He hissed through clenched teeth, full of malice. You lowly bastard, I finally found you. The atmosphere at the dining table turned heavy with Gloria's arrival. She glanced at Iris, who was sitting next to her, making the little girl jump. Seeing little Kim Jun trembling, Gloria's voice took on a hint of excitement. How unusual. She has some similarities to that bloodsucker, but it doesn't seem like they get along. Hearing this, Kim Hunbok tilted his head and asked, Who is this bloodsucker? She replied nonchalantly, The Vampire Emperor, should I call him that? Among the first dungeons was the Bloodsucker's dungeon, she said, before bluntly questioning him. Are you his child? Kai jumped up, agitated. I'll handle this. He frowned, addressing the reaction just now. Enough, Cairo. It's fine to express your opinion. Trust me, if anything happens, I'll protect you no matter what. He tried to suppress his fury. I understand. Getting back to the main point, Kim Hunbok is a bit curious. Why are you here? Gloria's eyes narrowed. I was just bored. Besides, I wanted to see you. After all, I'm reserved just for you. The purple light in his eyes flared with caution. Is that so? She laughed, letting out a heavy remark. To be honest, I think I'll die soon. You've gotten stronger. Keep up this momentum and wipe out those pests. Once this is done, come see me as an enemy. He had gained another bizarre fan. An enemy. Gloria leaned back into her chair. That's right. There are very few opponents who can fight me because I'm just too strong. Being too strong isn't all good. I have no enemies, and I can't grow anymore. Kim Hunbok felt helpless at those words. So arrogant. She shrugged, expressing, Of course I'm arrogant, because I'm special. He continued to dig deeper. So, how did you get out? Dungeon masters aren't allowed to leave without permission. Gloria recalled that and smiled scornfully. Loopholes. It's all thanks to loopholes. Looking at her stone arm, Kim Hunbok made an assumption. A golem? Gloria confirmed it immediately. Exactly. Of course, the main body couldn't get out, so I linked my consciousness to the golem. Kim Hunbok's face hardened as he thought to himself, so fighting now is useless. She won't take any damage through the consciousness link, or at most, it'll be very minor. Just then, the waiter approached. Customer, would you like to order? Gloria quickly pointed to several spots on the menu. From here to here, the waitress was momentarily terrified and confused. Are you really ordering all of that, customer? She deepened her voice, repeating, Don't make me say it twice. A moment later, the table was overflowing with food. The cuisine in this world is so diverse, I love it. You're paying for this meal. This body doesn't have any money. Kim Hunbok, seeing Gloria like this, acted voluntarily. I understand. However, she wasn't just a freeloader. To repay you, I'll provide you with some useful information. He was intrigued. What is it? Gloria frowned, remembering Anjit. I'm not the only one who escaped. That little girl you fought also appeared. It seems like she really hates you. Kim Hunbok nodded seriously. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind. After saying this, Gloria stood up abruptly. All right, I'll continue watching the tournament. Don't disappoint me. And then she left in one go, giving no one a chance to say goodbye. Kim Hunbok let out a weary sigh. I'll go to the aquarium later. Okay, Iris, the little girl had been enduring fear this whole time. Yes. On a beautiful morning at the office, he seemed quite concerned about the information he'd just received. An enemy commander, you say? Hunbok quickly confirmed. Yes, the catastrophe demon dragon, Gloria. I met her a short while ago, and happened to run into her again today. Alistair frowned, checking the magic orb. Wait a moment. Gloria's image appeared clearly in the orb. This woman is a commander, he explained. Yes, but this body is just a golem. Alistair began to weigh the situation. The guild's border has been breached. As expected, the enemy isn't simple. Kim Hunbok asked a question. You mean the border? He didn't hesitate to provide information. We collect pieces of skin and blood upon entry and exit to Atlantis to track people, as well as to identify any unregistered intruders. Alistair looked clearly hesitant, but she hadn't been detected. He waited seriously for a response. Do you know anything else? Not disappointing his expectations, Hunbok revealed the information Gloria had leaked. Gloria said another high-level enemy, one who hates me, has also escaped. Alistair momentarily lost his usual composure. What did you say? It's true. You're still alive after encountering two formidable enemies. He forced a laugh, trying to brush it off. It must be because of my luck stat. He leaned back in his chair, tired. Tell me more about the enemy. I will prepare a plan in advance. Kim Hunbok quickly agreed. Yes, sir. Christina, go back and prepare for the tournament. I'll be back soon. At the same time, inside the arena, the fight was taking place. Now the match begins. Mucha, a warrior without divine power. He immediately threw several iron hammers toward his opponent. Christina swung the staff in her hand and roared, launching a surprise attack while talking that's not the way of a warrior. Mucha was momentarily restrained, chains wrapped tightly around his wrists. Kessler didn't miss a single part of the match. I like him. He didn't give up even in an unfavorable situation. Hunbok teased. He's got a style just like you. He happily offered a suggestion. Master, I want to recruit him. He didn't refuse. If you want to, go ahead. But you know, right? Priority first. Before he finished, Kessler had already teleported to the room's door. Of course, Master. As for us, it was Kai's turn to head out. I'll be back. I'm going for a walk with Iris for a bit. Master Kim Hunbok agreed comfortably. All right. He quietly watched little Iris leave the room. He hadn't been at peace for long when hasty sounds arrived. Master, there's a big problem. Kim Hunbok and Kai ran toward the sound of the panic. Kessler, you stopped to clarify the situation. What happened? Kessler. He was flustered, unable to speak a full sentence. Master. Kessler glanced toward Mucha. I found this guy being attacked by 2 mages. This information sounded extremely suspicious. This is the truth. Kessler frowned, holding up a small piece of cloth. I collected evidence just in case. He took it and realized why the mages of the Magic Association had attacked him. Just then, a few people came charging in. That's him. Catch him. He's the one who murdered the mage. Kim Hunbok was confused by the accusation. What? Murdering mages? He took a deep breath, trying to process the situation. Okay, so we're being treated as suspects in the murder of the Magic Association's mages, right? Alistair appeared with a declaration. First, I will ensure your innocence. He even emphasized it. But this is extremely serious. The bodies of the association's mages were found right when you passed by. Kessler frowned and concluded, so it could be said that the ones who ambushed us are dead. Alistair sighed warily. The problem starts now. The deceased were Rot's former students. He couldn't deny it. Simply put, the association has quite a few skilled mages. Jang Gak gritted his teeth and his face darkened. But it's true that I was attacked. Alistair turned to him immediately, not intending to deny it. I know. I read your memories and confirmed it's the truth. The problem is that I couldn't recover their souls. A high-level necromancer could prevent souls from being summoned, right? Kim Hunbok bluntly questioned. Do you mean I manipulated those mages' souls and then destroyed them? Isn't that too much trouble? He still insisted on placing his trust in him. I understand. You don't need to do that. However, because a member of the association lost their life, you need someone to cover for you. Kim Hunbok didn't forget to show his appreciation. However, the reason they didn't conclude I was the culprit is probably thanks to you, Alistair. He stood up and expressed his thanks. Alistair frowned at this reaction. Is there a problem? Kim Hunbok sank into a chaotic mess of thoughts. The souls of those who made the contract are being dragged away against their will. He forced a smile and made a suggestion. Can we work together to find the culprit? Jangak muttered to himself at the office. With the support of many associations, I've created some pretty good dolls. Now, all I need to do is wait a little longer. In its voice rang out softly. Just wait, Willie-O. I will tear you into pieces, make your soul mine, and make you suffer forever. Suddenly, Jangak snapped out of it because of the sound that had just been transmitted. Alistair appeared with a probing question. Why are you so surprised? It's just me. The two chatted for a while. You must have had a hard time. You look thinner than before. Jangak felt sad, remembering a young man who had given him advice. A body that has existed for a long time in a period with little to no mana cannot survive in this new environment. As he spoke, tears slowly fell from his eyes. It wasn't until I heard about the tragic death of my student that I realized he was right. If only I had understood this sooner, those two kids wouldn't have died. I'm sorry. I've become more tearful as I've aged. Alistair expressed his understanding, offering his condolences, but reminded him not to forget he still has other students and must stay strong. Having said that, he went straight to the point. I have 2 things to tell you. First, the bad news. It's been concluded that you, Willie-O, are not the culprit. And the good news is that I have found a clue about the real culprit. Hearing this, he was momentarily terrified. I definitely didn't leave any evidence behind. He didn't reveal it directly but offered, would you like to come with me? So, Jangak and Alistair went to a deserted road. He glanced around and grimly assessed that this road led to the heart of Atlantis. That is where a massive source of energy exists. I have tried to break in many times but failed. Suddenly, Jangak was stunned by what was right before his eyes. This place led him to a room that looked extremely strange. You have never been here. Our ancestors left this behind. That huge thing glowing brightly above. a magic stone. It absorbs different energies and converts them into mana. Then it releases it at set intervals to increase the energy level in this area. Currently, it is being used as the core of the heart of Atlantis. Everyone is waiting for us. Let's go. The soul residing in Jangak's body smiled with ambition. If only I could have it. However, she still followed Alistair inside the main hall. The other mages were also fully present. Their gazes were somewhat strange. In particular, Kim Hunbok's group was also guided to this place. Alistair came out to chair the meeting. Thank you all for coming here. As everyone knows, Atlantis is currently being infiltrated by an enemy, and I suspect the intruder is a high-ranking enemy commander. Init stood behind him, unable to hide her smile. I don't need to know that much. That's not very important. Now I don't care about anything else but that stone. Suddenly, she looked towards where he was standing. This person is a former street puppeteer. He is related to this case because the victim was his student. Thanks to you all, the victim's soul has been sealed. I realized that the culprit likely absorbed their souls. His eyes momentarily revealed tension. Do they know already? Alistair continued to present the problem encountered. Based on this hypothesis, I have prepared a magic circle. This magic circle attracts souls. It can draw out souls and simultaneously cause damage. Mage Willio will be in charge of this. A sense of suspicion suddenly arose within her. What? Those with immense power are all gathered here, and yet they can't think of a better way than summoning souls. Then that's even better. Willio, I will take your soul and turn you into a doll. After a while of preparation, Alistair declared in a loud voice. Then, let's begin. Everyone involved began to draw their weapons and get into position. From mages to knights, everyone was ready to fight. The two were placed neatly on the magic circle. Kim Hunbok stepped forward and signaled, "Let's get ready." So, he quickly and seriously sat down at a nearby array. Jangak's expression became increasingly satisfied. A bunch of idiots. I'll pretend to participate in this, then take Willio's soul. His eyes closed halfway as if he were truly participating in the soul attraction session. Init, inside Jangak's body, had prepared everything. It's time. I will capture your soul, and then turn you into a doll. He faced her crazy smile, but Kim Hunbok also realized a problem. She wasn't closing the distance. Smart, instead of waiting, you decided to release the bait. All right then, I'll come closer. Those present outside began to stir. This is Kim Hunbok's soul appeared in a desert with no one in sight. He looked around to assess the place. This place is a wasteland with nothing at all. Her voice rang out right after. Finally understood, haven't you? This is my mental world, my world. Here, no one can defeat me. As soon as she finished speaking, dozens of sand soldiers were summoned by her. He, of course, wasn't going to lose either. Kim Hunbok spoke up before launching the battle. I have one question. What is your name? Init screamed with a joyful face. I will tell you. I am the high-ranking commander without subordinates, the king of a nation without people. Init, master of these dolls, I will forever be your master. Answering that, he drew his weapon. I don't know if you'll truly become my master, but remember this, you're just a king of a land without any subjects. They clashed fiercely, neither side willing to give an inch. On the Golem's side, the combat grew increasingly savage. They kept screaming, die. Hurry up and die. Seeing the situation, Kim Hunbok thought to himself, my army is the embodiment of pure strength, but her army is empowered by enslaved souls. When he got angry, he lunged forward and ripped off the Golem's arm. Moments later, the Golem collapsed to the ground, turning into ash. With no other choice, Kim Hunbok was forced to use his move. Another Golem was created right beside him. He slowly announced, once this battle ends, I will release you from this bond. He turned his head to look at the warriors. Fight, for my sake, Kim Hunbok ordered. For your own sake, and for the sake of your comrades. The entire Golem army surged forward, and shouted angrily, you bastard! How dare you touch my toys? Deep down, Kim Hunbok knew that this battle in the mental realm was a war for dominance. He kept observing the scene before him. Death here means losing all authority. If he could seize the souls before they were taken. A flicker of hope grew in his heart that he might have a chance to win. It seemed she was completely enraged. I should end this now, shouldn't I? Suddenly, all the golems dissolved into the sand. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a mountain of sand suddenly rose up. This time, it was an incredibly powerful golem warrior, and it declared, let's end this. The giant sand monsters launched a direct attack. Kim Hunbok didn't want to waste any more time. Fine, let's finish this. Before the golem could do anything, its body suddenly exploded. The explosion was so massive that the very desert trembled. Anjit glared at Kim Hunbok with hatred. You bastard, what have you done? Contrary to her attitude, he remained completely calm. He reminded her, in the mental world, whoever holds the advantage has control over this realm. The final advantage is mine. Kim Hunbok spread his arms wide. Welcome to my mental world. Remembering something, he turned his head. It had finally gone according to plan. Jang looked around. Where is this? The cloaked figure asked. Master? The brown-haired girl looked at herself. But I died. He immediately deduced. It seems they are the souls whose bodies were stolen. She suddenly screamed, You bastard. What the hell did you do? Kim Hunbok explained his actions. I stole the souls you killed, and I even controlled them. He remained extremely calm. I lured you out by using myself as bait. I exploited the connection between you and Jang's students. You probably never expected what I did, and Kai infiltrated your mind. Kai stole the souls you possessed and dealt you a heavy blow. After saying that, he glanced toward it. And only Kai could have pulled this off. Feeling curious, Kim Hunbok turned around and asked, How many souls have you taken? It calmly recounted. Even though it's less than 10%, it's already 300 million. She couldn't keep her cool anymore. It was the first time they'd seen her lose it like that, which surprised Kim Hunbok. A light shone in his face, and someone asked worriedly, Are you awake? He continued, You must be exhausted after waking up, but please help me. The opponent seemed very angry. Lister sighed softly. She's trying to cross over into our world. A scream rang out. Hoo-oo. They couldn't stop her anymore. He reminded them, We should join in, too. Kim Hunbok suddenly refused. No, I don't think that's necessary. Seeing her still causing chaos, Gloria slowly walked to the scene. She smiled and spoke. Long time no see. Ang. Anjit screamed in rage. Gloria, you bitch. Why are you here? Did you betray me? How dare you betray me? She said in a casual tone. Not at all. I'm here because someone asked me to come. Anjit couldn't believe her ears. What? Someone asked you to come? Gloria warned her. No matter how angry you are, you should have some restraint. But then again, what could I expect from someone as despicable as you? Under Gloria's pressure, her entire body exploded instantly. She didn't forget to warn her. Remember the pain you went through today. You'll have to cultivate patience until the day you fight again. Remembering something, she reminded Kim Hunbok. Humanity, you've won today, but remember our power. If you don't move forward, you will fail next time. After saying that, Gloria completely vanished. He reached out and picked up the mask. It was over, but he still felt like something was wrong. The enemy hadn't fought properly yet. The story was recounted. An important announcement was made that the intruder in Atlantis, the enemy commander, had been defeated. Those who saw the arm were terrified. This time, the battle had ended well. Those whose souls had been stolen were resurrected in their own bodies. Scene change. Kim Hunbok received the results. Meanwhile, because I was considered a suspect, we lost in the final. I wasn't even allowed to participate in the preliminary round. Feeling frustrated, Kessler sighed softly. If we had participated, we would have won. He turned to comfort him. Don't worry, I can give it my all in the power war, Christina asked curiously. By the way, Master, do you intend to enter the power war with just us? It felt very puzzled. The limit for a group is 500 people. Kessler replied. There are only 5 of us, but we are stronger than most of them. Crick nodded in agreement. Exactly. Now Kai has an army with thousands of souls. Kessler pointed to himself. Don't forget about me. Kim Hunbok turned to look behind him. He didn't want Iris to be involved, but she angrily shouted, I'm not a child. Don't overprotect me, Dad and Uncle. If you keep doing that, I'm leaving, he told himself. That's right. As long as she doesn't fight on the front lines, it'll be fine. Christina suggested, We are all very strong, but we can't underestimate numbers. I will call for reinforcements. Kim Hunbok decided, If the goal is to win, then I will follow your advice. Kessler was confused. Are you not participating to win? Crick was also surprised. Do you mean to test our limits? He nodded in agreement. That's right. This is a great opportunity to test our limits since we're guaranteed safety during the match. It immediately turned to leave. But I still have to prepare thoroughly. Kessler bowed his head. I'm off, too. I need to take this seriously. Kai doesn't want to waste any more time, so I'm off as well. Master, Iris announced, I'm going, too. Dad, inside the room, only Kim Hunbok remained. So many things had happened that he felt a bit exhausted. He immediately closed his eyes to rest. After a long while, Kim Hunbok slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know when, but Jion had appeared, taking him by surprise. Jion started the conversation. The Magic Association is quite hospitable, aren't they? They haven't even treated their guests to some whiskey yet. Kim Hunbok glanced at him, noting that he was later than expected. He gave a sheepish smile, apologizing. I had some urgent business. He asked out of curiosity. So, have you prepared the contract? Jion nodded firmly. Naturally. He placed the contract in front of him. This contract was written by me personally. Even I can't find a single loophole in it. Taking it, Kim Hunbok thought to himself, the content was simple. In exchange for teaching the children, he would receive the darkest forecast of his own future. He was surprised. There are 4 guilds I need to keep an eye on: Asga, Aganos, Angrio, and Murim Enging. He felt puzzled as well. But why is the Heavenly Demon Cult excluded? John explained, there aren't many children in there. The Heavenly Demon Cult is very powerful. Kim Hunbok understood. So, what I have to do is annihilate these 4 guilds. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Jiyun stood up abruptly. After the mission is accomplished, I will come to your base. Kim Hunbok smiled and replied, I understand. Time passed, and the Magic Association recently announced some shocking information. The group battle was not a 3-way match, but a 5-way match, and there would be no preliminary rounds. The announcer declared that the power war would now begin. The first contestants were Chang Riam-dan and Bong Quang-dan from Murim Engeng. As the two stepped forward, a group began to move as well. Next was Asga from Northern Europe. Not only that, but following them were the samurai, ninjas, and onmyoji. The warriors of the Eastern Miangrio from Japan were also entering the arena. Next were the successors of Greek mythology, Aganos. How magnificent. Cheers erupted incessantly. Aganos, the announcer introduced. Finally, the only team in the tournament with only 5 participants, the Soul Summoner, Apostle of the Gods of Life and Death, win. Kim Hunbok slammed his staff hard against the ground. He displayed his authority in front of everyone. The other contestants were shocked. Unbelievable, I actually get to watch a dragon fight. This is insane. On the screen, the familiar face of Lister appeared. He spoke to all the contestants. The Power War is a battle highly anticipated by the association. That is why we have prepared a special arena for this match. Remembering something, he abruptly announced. But before that, someone wishes to share something. Kim Hunbok looked toward the stands. Thank you for giving me your time. I only want to say one thing. Everyone immediately fell silent to listen. He listed the teams that would be facing him. Chang Ryung-dan and Bong Quang-dan of Murim Engeng, Asga of Northern Europe, Miangrio of Japan, and Aganos of Greece. I will give you all a piece of advice. His gaze turned cold. It would be better if you didn't form an alliance. Otherwise, don't even hope to win. Kim Hunbok stated his intention. When the match begins, we won't move for 30 minutes. Everyone reacted. What is that guy talking about? Is he crazy? Lister smiled and remarked, Master Wu. Is he declaring victory? I am looking forward to seeing his performance. His face revealed a forced smile. Should we start the match now? The screen ended, and everything returned to normal. Looking at the space here, Kim Hunbok wondered, does the space expand? I wonder. In just a short moment, everyone was teleported to a different place. Lister declared, there is no time limit for the match. The match will end when only one team remains. Now, let the match begin. Kim Hunbok and his members moved forward. As soon as he saw him, Suzuki reported, Commander, the target is moving in that direction. Hearing this, Machion nodded in response. I know. The allied group quickly arrived in front of Hunbok. Machion called out, Come on out, you arrogant bastard. Understanding their intentions, he sighed, You brats, I'll give you a piece of advice. His tone was extremely calm. You must understand your enemy and your own capabilities before you strike. The Bone Soldier army he summoned was ready for the upcoming battle. Kim Hunbok continued to warn them, If I only summon low-level undead, I can summon up to 5,000 or more. And I don't just summon undead, I can even control monsters or golems. The overwhelming number of monsters left the Alliance surprised. He observed them. This is the first team I've encountered, so I'll give you a chance. If you last 10 minutes, I'll let you fight me again. Kim Hunbok's army quickly marched straight toward the group. With no other choice, they had to raise their swords to defend themselves. The sheer number of monsters appearing made Machion angry. Damn it, they keep appearing. He grew even more anxious. And those subordinates of his, I can't predict them at all. Both sides clashed, and the scene descended into chaos. Machion had no path left to retreat, so he just had to hold his ground. After a while, Kim Hunbok suddenly announced, Sorry, time is up. You lasted 15 minutes. That was surprising. He nodded in praise. Good formation. Maxion's group was completely exhausted. He reached his hand out toward them. This is a reward for continuing to fight even after lasting more than 10 minutes. The group looked at their own bodies in shock. What is this? My wounds and stamina are recovering. The match just now made Kim Hunbok very satisfied. You fought well. See you again. But it won't be like this next time. They could only watch Kim Hunbok walk away. Machion turned his head to remind Suzuki. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, he said in a determined tone. Search the surrounding area. I need other teams to assist. He obediently followed orders. Yes, Machion. The commander of Asga suddenly asked, Should we form an alliance? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. How pathetic. Having to team up because of one person? Damn it. He abruptly stepped in front of Aganos. Get lost, you fool. His gaze turned contemptuous. Even though I want to swat you like a mosquito, I can't kill you. Be grateful that you're lucky. Aganos didn't seem to want to lose out at all. Just then, Kessler called out to the others. He smiled and suggested, it seems the alliance has failed, hasn't it? Then let me help you. Master, is it all right if I fight alone? He whispered to himself. Then we will go find another team. These words made Mashion feel surprised. What? That guy? Could it be? He couldn't hide his amazement. Does he intend to deal with all of us by himself? While they were still waiting for an answer, Kessler saw the ground change, and his whole body was lifted into the air by vines full of sharp thorns. Mashion yelled in anger, even if it's a match, I will kill you no matter what. Kessler wasn't afraid at all. He easily incinerated the vines. After touching down, he remarked, too weak. The thorns aren't sharp enough. Next time, try buffing them before using them. As soon as Makumi attacked, Kessler dodged him with ease. Kessler suddenly felt incredibly excited. Dangerous. It'll be a bit disadvantageous for me if those two team up. After a moment's thought, he decided to split himself into 3. Triple Thor Fury. The group was startled. What the? Not wasting any time, Kessler charged. Now, let's play. In just a short amount of time, Makuni's side was completely handled by Kessler. Suddenly, he called out to Aganos. He curiously looked up. What is it? He asked, feeling a bit humiliated. Is your offer still valid? He nodded. It is. And so, the Azaga-Aganos alliance was formed. As the group was moving, Hunbok's bone soldiers blocked their path. Atop them was a warning from him. Hey kids, this is my final warning to you. Anyone who crosses this sign becomes an enemy. I have a special gift for those who approach me. Makuni was so angry he was trembling. He's too arrogant. If I meet him, I'll smash his head like a coconut. A team member called out to Atlanta. She turned her head. It seemed he had discovered something. The terrain ahead is filled with magic. Landmines and mechanical traps too. Let's clear the path first. Just as he finished speaking, this guy knelt on one knee. He started praying. Oh, Poseidon, god of the seas, brother of the one who rules the sky, please grant me permission to use the ship you bestowed and Hera protected. He successfully summoned the mythical ship, Agao. He reminded everyone, get on the ship. Thanks to the ship, the group could easily escape the traps that Kim Hunbok had set. The Bone Army suddenly spotted the ship flying in the sky. They immediately grabbed their guns and kept firing at the ship. The rain of bullets made the group scream in fear. When they opened their eyes again, they had been teleported elsewhere, switched to damage insurance. Damn it, I didn't even do anything and I'm already eliminated. After passing the Bone Army, this time it was the Golem Army. Aeon led everyone in a charge. They looked like giants from mythology. The heroes heroically took them down. Charge. Clearly, these people were being delusional. The Golem Army was terrifying, and controlling the army from afar for a long time left Kim Hunbok exhausted. He mentally calculated that he had eliminated 900 people. From the initial 2,000, the number had dropped by half. He raised his staff into the air. As you can see, I'm getting quite tired. However, if we keep fighting like this, victory will be mine. He coldly declared, I'm setting a new rule. You can do whatever it takes to take me down. If you manage to do it, we'll stop the fight. The sand beneath his control split to both sides. Hearing what he said, Aeon reminded him, Charon, it's your turn. He nodded. I know. Charon immediately grabbed an oar and jumped off the boat. He glided lightly like the wind across the sand. Seeing his chance, Charon immediately summoned a horde of monsters. I'll eat you alive, you're going to hell. I'll destroy you. All of them rushed straight toward Hunbok. Suddenly, Kessler unexpectedly crashed into the fight. Don't forget about this body. Just as he was about to keep playing, Makuni and Aganos blocked him. Kessler sighed and remarked, you kids can't beat me. You guys already know that. The two of them didn't care and kept rushing into battle. I'm different than I was before. Both sides clashed, and the scene became chaotic. Christina blocked a group that was trying to approach Kim Hunbok. I know the master permits it, but you're being too reckless. They still didn't care and charged in with swords. Die. To teach them a lesson, Christina immediately called out for Bin. The expressions on their faces quickly changed. Damn it, spirits suddenly appeared from the ground, preventing them from moving. Realizing it was mischievous Iris, they were startled. You did this. From afar, Atlanta fired hundreds of arrows with her bow. But that didn't pose a challenge for Bring. The invisible person turned back to warn Atlanta. What a waste. Christina suddenly remarked. A man's voice echoed in the air. A transparent creature was flying in the sky. There was only one. It called out for the hero, Perseus. His form was suddenly revealed. Damn it, I'm too famous now. Christina continued the conversation. I heard that Perseus beheaded the Gorgon with a sword. He got into a fighting stance. That's true. I'm not easy to deal with. On this side, the samurai seized the opportunity to rush toward Kim Hunbok. He used his sword blade to slash straight forward. Unbeknownst to him, Kim Hunbok was already standing in mid-air, observing his every move. He even offered a compliment. To get this far without a scratch, I have to give you credit. As soon as he saw him appear, Charon shouted, "The gatekeeper of the underworld," he prayed. The next second, Cerberus appeared. "You bastard! How dare you summon me for this?" He hurriedly explained. "Your enemy is the one claiming to be the apostle of the god of life and death. I called you because of him." It turned to look at Kim Hunbok. "Are you sure he's worth it?" Before Cerberus could act, he froze it completely. Seeing the situation going south, Charon reacted in shock. Then Kim Hunbok announced to the group, "This is an ice seal. It can't get out until the match ends. Then let's end it." Magic circles kept appearing, and he chanted the spell, "Dead." Kim Hunbok seriously reminded them, "This is a predatory magic that causes fear to the targets within the casting range. Don't worry too much. I've adjusted it so you won't die." He slowly announced, "It will activate in 3 minutes. I cannot defend myself while casting this magic, so if you want to win, try to overcome your fear and defeat me." A warrior in the back shouted worriedly, "Aeon." He decisively stepped forward. "Leave this to me." His voice carried 7 parts of authority, split. Standing at the bow of the boat, Aeon grabbed his weapon, searching for Kim Hunbok. The moment he saw him, he attacked directly, throwing his spear deep into Kim Hunbok's protective barrier. The barrier shattered, and the spear pierced through his body. Aeon saw this and laughed excitedly. Very good, but he had lost his patience with these people. "This is my final advice," he sternly reminded them. "Don't be so quick to trust the words of your enemies, because they have no reason to tell you the truth. Honor is a very fragile thing." At the same time, Hunbok activated the magic circle he had created. Seeing the situation, Lister announced that the match could not continue, stopping the fight. He declared to everyone that the struggle for power was over. Victory belongs to WH's team. Everyone's expression changed in an instant. My God, did they really defeat 5 teams? That's some superhuman power, right? Under everyone's gaze, Kim Hunbok calmly accepted the outcome. After the power struggle ended, Lister declared that the Holy See had won the team battle. Not only that, but with B Poet not appearing in the power struggle alongside Asga, those supported by the Holy See would be the ones to change the game. Kim Hunbok thought to himself, if they and I were in the same power struggle, I wouldn't be sure if my team would win. Deep down, he understood that the power struggle had given him the experience of fighting those who were nearly the strongest in the world. The Magic Association rewarded us with magic items based on our contributions during the match. The scene shifted to Wen's workshop. He asked in surprise, "What do you need to make?" Kim Hunbok calmly replied, "If I need something, I'll make it myself." He laughed, surprised. "I knew it. You guys came here looking for materials, right?" Wen pulled out a bag he had prepared. "Here it is. It's been enchanted with spatial magic." He went on to remind him that the material issue had been resolved. "Kim Hunbok, your expression changed all of a sudden. How do you know my name?" Wen smiled and suggested, "We should talk for a bit, shouldn't we?" Inside the room, he probed, "Do you know anything about dragon veins?" Kim Hunbok responded blankly. "What are dragon veins?" He patiently explained it to him. In the West, they call dragon veins secret sacred sites or hidden sanctuaries. San H is an example. As he was still thinking, he continued, "The value of a dragon vein is infinite. So, I'm very curious, if you discovered a dragon vein yourself, what would you plan to do?" Hunbok voiced his thoughts. "I would just store it in a mana storage device and use it gradually." Wendian nodded in approval. "Really? I'm surprised you use it so simply." He immediately stood up. "Next time I see you, I'll bring it with me. We can discuss the details further." He nodded. "I look forward to it." The time shifted to late afternoon. Kim Hunbok walked while thinking. That old man, he's trying to pry information out of us. He became even more vigilant. Something small was floating around. Could it be a bug? Wen has the tools to have built something impressive. He acted as if he didn't see it. "I'll check if the materials he gave me have anything strange hidden in them." He reminded Christina to rely on him. It immediately took action. This is everything that is allowed. Knowing Kim Hunbok had discovered his plan, Wen laughed. That young man is quite sharp. After the tournament ended successfully, Kim Hunbok recounted, "We returned to our base. He sat tiredly on the sofa. The work is almost done. Let's take a break." He was surprised to notice Kessler intently watching TV. Kessler. It sighed and complained, "The more I watch, the more unfair it seems." He was confused. "What's unfair?" Kessler pointed to the screen. "These are clips of other C-rank dungeon expeditions. I don't believe they had time to film this." Kim Hunbok also had to nod in agreement. "It looks easier than the dungeons we conquered." Kessler revealed an expectant smile. Anyway, Kai and I have settled our grudges. Only Christina is left. It turned its head and replied, I'm just an ordinary witch. Kim Hunbok asked curiously, do you have any grudges or regrets? It shook its head and recounted, the thing I regret most is not being able to reach a higher level. Kessler quickly realized something was off. Why do you want to reach a higher level? Christina was a bit flustered. That it. It quickly regained its composure. I don't remember. Kessler was extremely surprised. How come? Christina replied in a sad tone. I'm not sure, but there is a very important reason. Hearing this, Kessler laughed. So Christina has her own hang-ups, too. Then just take your time finding out why you want to reach a higher level. Thinking for a moment, it nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Suddenly, Kai transmitted his voice to Kim Hunbok. Master, something has happened. He glanced outside at Struckler. They had sent people here. His expression changed suddenly. Struggler, an alliance force consisting of many different races around the world. There are very few left on this planet. Why me? No way. As if he had guessed something, Kim Hunbok became even more anxious. Is it because of Iris? Kai nodded in report. Yes, I suspect so too. He also said he was part of the noble organization. Kessler interrupted their conversation. More like 100% vampires. Even if they aren't human, they act like real aristocrats. Chris also spoke her thoughts. I think vampires are involved in this. Perhaps their target is Iris. Kim Hunbok turned his head to look at the little girl. Iris, surely you've heard, right? The choice is yours. He continued to announce. No matter what you choose, we will always be by your side. Iris listened to his words in silence for a long time. She responded seriously, I want to meet another vampire. Kim Hunbok thought to himself, it's no surprise that the vampire force, the aristocracy ranks third in the power hierarchy. However, the founder of Strugler is a dragon. The story was told a long time ago. A dragon created Strugler and gathered the races together. According to them, the dragon is currently in a deep sleep. Among the three parties that form the aristocracy, those who came looking for us are the ancient blood. Kim Hunbok smiled and introduced himself. I am Wu, the guardian and godfather of Iris. Jian was very displeased. You didn't even apologize after making everyone wait. He didn't pay much mind because they were uninvited guests. If it wasn't for Iris, don't expect me to open the door for you. He sighed and nodded. All right, then where is Miss Iris? Kim Hunbok called for Iris to come out. The little girl appeared right next to him. Seeing her scared expression, Galleon hurriedly explained, Forgive me. It's just that I'm too happy. He didn't want to waste any more time. Let's get to the point. Why do you want to meet Iris? He didn't hesitate to announce, because I want to take her blood. Kai was about to step forward to act, but was stopped by Kessler. Galleon tried to explain, Forgive me, all I need is to take Iris's blood. Our real goal is survival. He recounted helplessly, I am Gaion, the only one who can awaken the ancient blood. We also have to face the crisis caused by the Earth's energy depletion. His voice became increasingly helpless. Even the mana concentration in human blood is decreasing. Genes are deteriorating and becoming weaker. Back to reality, he stared at Kim Hunbok. But without hiding anything, we have recently realized that if we are transfused with her blood, we can regain our strength. Kai shouted angrily, There is no reason for Iris to sacrifice herself for you people. Kessler is ready for battle, saying it would be better if their bloodline just went extinct. Christina coolly replies that this is a chance to gather experimental data. Seeing their actions, Iris quickly intervenes. Wait, I think they've run out of options. She pleads with them to listen to what they have to say first. Galleon quickly adds, Of course I have another choice. We will sacrifice one of our own instead of her. He bows sincerely. Iris, please feed on me to make me your kin. After a moment of thought, Kim Hunbok glances at her. Iris, can you do it? She looks a bit hesitant. This process will take a toll on you. Moreover, the stronger the vampire, the greater the burden. If it weren't Galleon, but someone weaker. He urgently presses her. There's no time. It has to be our highest bloodline, or else we'll go extinct. Please, help us. Kai uncomfortably reminds her, You don't need to sacrifice yourself like this, Iris. She immediately retorts, It's not a sacrifice. Galleon drops to his knees. You can become stronger by obtaining my memories and experience. During this process, I will fall into a deep sleep. Kessler remains firmly opposed. Absolutely not. This is ridiculous. Kim Hunbok suddenly speaks, calling out to Iris. He still deeply respects her choice. Do as you wish, child. At the same time, he tells the others that Iris will make her own decision. Right? She nods obediently. Thank you so much, Dad, and I'm sorry, Galleon. The next second, Iris bites straight into Galleon's neck. His entire body suddenly changes. She announces, I will save your bloodline. And while I am away, you must follow my father's orders. Iris steps inside the laboratory. Seeing Galleon approach, Kim Hunbok asks, "You're staying behind? Aren't you going to save your bloodline?" He calmly explains, "That wasn't Bradlott's only command." Kim Hunbok remarks, "You seem like a completely different person." Galleon smiles, "Changing one's bloodline means becoming a different person. Also, please, speak freely." Kim Hunbok sighs in agreement. "Understood. My first order is for you to go save your old kin and take over the nobility." He happily obeys. "Thank you for the order." Watching Galleon leave, Kessler anxiously asks, "Master, is it okay to leave him alone?" Kim Hunbok probes, "How strong do you think Galleon is?" He calculates for a moment and replies, "Second tier of the Magic Association." Hearing this, Kim Hunbok sighs. "When she wakes up, I won't be able to call her kid anymore." Kessler nods dejectedly. "True, she has become a proper lady now." Kim Hunbok takes out his phone. She will wake up right during the African Restoration campaign. But first, his phone shows a request to conquer a C-rank dungeon. He announces, "I have work to do." Deep down, he understands forces around the world are starting to conquer C-rank dungeons. The conquest of all dungeons except for the 6 in Africa has begun globally. Kim Hunbok and his group begin a new journey. They are at Golden Break Hill, starting to clear a C-rank dungeon. He coldly criticizes, "Too weak." Kessler agrees, "I concur. I can't believe C-rank dungeons are this easy." He nods. "Exactly. In just 4 months, all C-rank dungeons outside the African continent have been conquered." Inside the room, Kim Hunbok smiles and greets him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, take a seat." Jin enters. "Apologies for the sudden visit." He quickly announces, "I heard you hate wasting time, so I'll get straight to the point. I would love for my organization to cooperate with you, Mr. Wu." Kim Hunbok is surprised. "Cooperation?" Jin explains, "Our organization currently has many factions. I belong to the faction focusing on body modification through artificial genetics." Kim Hunbok listens in silence. "According to our assessments, genetic modification and surgery alone aren't enough. I have decided to find a highly skilled necromancer." Jin places a report in front of him. "These are the consequences of failed genetic and body modifications, such as vegetative states, unconsciousness, and paralysis." Kim Hunbok reads through it. He is interested, but if he gets involved, he risks becoming a public target. He firmly refuses. "I'm sorry, but I won't cooperate." Jin sighs. "That's a shame." He decides, "But I will help recover the current patients." Jin beams with a bright smile. "In that case, I am very grateful." In his mind, Kim Hunbok has his own calculations, aiming to establish a friendly relationship with their organization while minimizing hostility from other factions. "I think this will be very useful." Kim Hunbok recalls the African Restoration Campaign. The reason for this campaign is that Africa is currently beyond human control. For humanity to reclaim Africa, they must conquer the dungeons themselves. Atlantis' base of operations also gradually shifts toward the African seas. 4 days after conquering the C-rank dungeon, the African Restoration War begins. Warships out at sea face off against various monsters. The battle rages on endlessly. The scene turns chaotic as giant dinosaurs charge madly. Atlanta draws back the bow in her hand, targeting a monster. Seeing her chance, she takes it down in a heartbeat. Kim Hunbok feels it's a bit of a waste of time. "I'm out. It's dinner time." He walks to the ship's rail. "I am one who is trying to understand life through death. Are you ready for the next match? Come forth, you dead who crave life." At the same time, Kim Hunbok summons his army of the dead. This is the beginning of the war. On the African continent, people are gathering around the tents. Kim Hunbok thinks to himself, because this is a large-scale operation, the allied members are quite diverse. If so, Kang Hunu, serving as the supreme commander, must be having a tough time. "By the way, I'm sorry, Iris. You just woke up and now this." Iris replies, "It's all right, father." Kim Hunbok thinks, "To be honest, I wanted to pat her head. Has the vampire's charm ability activated yet? You must be careful when using your charm ability. Using it indiscriminately will cause chaos." Iris replies, "Yes, I will be careful." The scene shifts to that night. Iris is standing in the middle of a swarm of giant monsters. One monster quickly charges first. Iris immediately unleashes a slash directly at it. Iris laughs loudly as its blood splatters across her beautiful face. She remains standing in place, swinging her hand to attack the monsters with ease. Galleon exclaims, "Truly, our bloodline's sovereign is beautiful. Let us act for her. Since this is the first dinner to honor her, let us gather the finest offerings." Scene change. A giant robot suddenly appears. The mechanical robots soar high into the sky, quickly forming a formation around the giant soldier, Kim Hunbok. Kim Hunbok spoke up. "I thought we agreed to let them join only after entering the dungeon. Why summon them so early?" Hun Xion replied, The Allied forces have been under attack by monsters all night, so we decided to deploy the giant soldiers ahead of schedule. Kim Hunbok replied, I understand. Hun Cheong continued, do you know why our brigade hasn't been ambushed by the enemy? Kim Hunbok answered, it's all thanks to our shadow expert. Hun Cheong asked if he meant Struckler. Kim Hunbok replied, exactly. Hun Cheong remarked that it was fortunate to have Struckler on their side. Kim Hunbok agreed. Suddenly, Kim Hunbok heard a voice. Master. Surprised, he replied, Nidhogg, what's wrong? You rarely choose to speak up. Nidhogg replied, please let me fight. I want to test my strength here on Earth. Also, something is bothering me. Kim Hunbok immediately replied, we only have 4 hours. During that time, I give you permission to use your mana as you please. Nidhogg replied, thank you, Master. I will return soon. Kim Hunbok thought to himself, it seems that even for Nidhogg, facing adversity makes him evolve and grow stronger. Before long, Nidhogg darted up into the blue sky, approaching the swarm of flying monsters in the distance. Nidhogg roared, unleashing a powerful wave of magic at the monsters before him. They immediately panicked and halted midair. Nidhogg angrily commanded, move, get out of my way. The space in front of him cleared instantly. Nidhogg continued to bolt toward the lead monsters. There is definitely something bothering me. There is another dragon on this continent. Wait for me, my enemy, my target. A moment later, Nidhogg shouted, Master, it's living here. Kim Hunbok looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Nidhogg replied, there is a dragon living on this continent, and it is our enemy. Hearing this, the soldiers behind them grew anxious. The scene shifted to a meeting room, where Hyan Unchan sighed softly. He said slowly, so, there's even more trouble now. Kim Hunbok replied, I haven't confirmed it yet. Nidhogg's claims still lacked evidence. A woman spoke up, that presence cannot be ignored. I think Sir Hunbok understands that better than anyone. A man continued, a dead dragon can perceive things beyond our comprehension. Kim Hunbok asked, it seems everyone believes Nidhogg, right? He silently looked at the people in the room. They all nodded in agreement to his question. Hyun Shion said, I will report this to headquarters first. A short while later, Kim Hunbok walked out of the meeting room. Kessler rushed toward him. Master, how did it go? Kim Hunbok replied, they've decided to report what Nidhogg said to the superiors first. I don't know if they'll believe it. Christina spoke up. Regardless, we should still prepare. Kim Hunbok said, Christina is right, especially because this comes from Nidhogg himself, not anyone else. Kim Hunbok replied, I agree. Then let's quickly prepare for the battle against the dragons. Dragons are said to be the source race of magic, possessing powerful bodies wrapped in scales containing immense mana and infinite memory. Kessler wondered, do you mean that monster is our enemy? I don't want to fight, Kim Hunbok replied. Neither do I, but I made a vow to Nidhogg to make the fake superior to the real one. Now is the chance to do that. And if there are dragons, they will be here too, so we must prepare thoroughly. The red-haired man asked in surprise, who is they? Kim Hunbok quickly replied, the guardians of the dragon nest, the dragon worshippers. The scene shifted to a cave where Sierra stood before a sleeping dragon. She spoke, Ace, has the true master opened his eyes? Ace replied, that's right, though not for long. She continued, that means this enemy is very strong. Ace continued, there are strong beings in every world, and the master has his desires. Sierra coldly interrupted, the master has no such desires. We are only sensing thoughts born from the master's moments of weakness. I will not give up. I am the first guardian chosen by the master himself. Is that why we always watch you, the first guardian? Sierra replied, I only have one order, to win and destroy the master's enemies. The Allied forces had secured 3 defensive barriers at their base in Egypt. There were convenient facilities like restaurants, convenience stores, and bars. Power plants and water treatment plants were also established. Kessler remarked, so they are making money by using advanced technology. Kim Hunbok replied, because war requires a lot of money. Kessler answered, Master is right. The more money we have, the higher our chances of winning. Suddenly, they heard a piercing warning sound. Kim Hunbok muttered in shock. What's that? Kessler shouted, let's go. A moment later, they reached a glowing building. Kessler said, this is a dungeon. Christina replied, the convenience store and the dungeon are linked. Kim Hunbok asked, what's the situation? A soldier exclaimed in astonishment. It turns out there are many F-rank dungeons. The highest level is E. Kim Hunbok said, first, wait for instructions from headquarters. If an emergency occurs, act accordingly. I will take full responsibility. The soldier replied, understood. Nidhogg waited for the 3 of them to fly up into the air. Kim Hunbok muttered, that was so sudden. Christina said, this could be to our advantage. Kim Hunbok was surprised by her words. An advantage? Christina replied, I previously had to find the entrance to the African dungeon myself. However, if it's connected like this, it's possible the dungeon in Africa is connected too. Kim Hunbok immediately replied, this is definitely related. Kessler quickly suggested, let's head to headquarters first. Master Kim Hunbok replied, all right. At the meeting where all faction representatives were present, the same issue was brought up for discussion. However, the meeting was divided into two factions. One wanted to wait, and the other wanted to quickly proceed with conquering the dungeon. A moment later, Kim Hunbok spoke up. The final decision is to proceed with the dungeon conquest. It's a shame we wanted to wait, Kessler said, but no other team has as high a chance of winning as we do. Kim Hunbok replied, we are the strongest force, equal to the allied forces. Naturally, Kessler. Kessler quickly turned away. I'm going out to relax for a bit. Kim Hunbok stopped him. No, wait here. Kessler, just in case, we shouldn't separate. Kessler turned back immediately. Is that your intuition, Master? Kim Hunbok immediately answered the question. That's right. The sky above them slowly turned into the black of night, and the space around the tent became quieter than ever. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the convenience store, and a magical gate opened in the middle of thin air. Monster silhouettes emerged from behind, quickly flooding the main road. The monsters followed one another, advancing toward the human encampment. A commander quickly issued orders over the radio, and the level 2 magic circle was activated. A massive magic circle instantly appeared right on the street. An elite troop immediately appeared before the monsters. Elsewhere, soldiers were struggling to fend them off. Don't worry about the building, just keep attacking. A soldier spoke up urgently. Commander, we have an emergency report from the third barrier. The commander replied, stick to the plan. At the third barrier, Kim Hunbok muttered, is the enemy heading our way? He suddenly noticed a beam of yellow light charging toward him. He realized those rays of light were transforming into Flame's dragon's breath. However, Kim Hunbok immediately dismissed the idea that it was a dragon-type monster. A monster roared and unleashed a blast of magic at him. Kim Hunbok instantly countered it with a shield reflection attack. The monster was quickly hit by its own reflected attack. Before long, there were no more monsters in the sky. Kessler wondered, is it really over? Kim Hunbok replied, I wish it were, but I don't think so. An army of rock monsters was advancing toward them. Kim Hunbok spoke up to boost their power. It's time we face our judgment. The one who rules over life and death with an impartial hand, please watch over us. Punishment. A magic circle instantly appeared above the rock army. A beam of golden light descended, crushing the rock monsters. Sierra remarked, the synergy between your willpower and divine power is truly beyond imagination. Kim Hunbok spoke coldly. Kessler immediately dashed forward. Kessler quickly appeared between Kim Hunbok and Sierra. He spoke, this won't work, my lady. You look quite tough. A body covered in scars, that's my favorite. Care for a cup of tea. Though I can't guarantee you'll have hands left to hold it. Suddenly, two masked skeletons appeared above them. Sierra immediately questioned, Duran, Anri, why are you here? Duran replied, the plan failed. Anri added, Sierra, we must retreat now. Ice also appeared in order to retreat. Our enemies are the vampires and their legion. Kim Hunbok couldn't help but be shocked when a giant eye glided past. He suddenly shuddered when Ice glanced at him. Ice quickly whisked Sierra and the two subordinates away. Kessler was furious. How embarrassing. I almost had her. Kim Hunbok looked around. Deal with the monsters first. Galleon spoke up. Some of you might be familiar with me. I am a wandering vampire. Haiyan Qian asked. There's something I want to ask you. Do you really want to side with humanity? Humans? A man spoke up to Object. Monsters cannot side with humans. Many of my comrades have died at the hands of vampires. This is irrefutable proof. Galleon replied, I'm sorry, but that has nothing to do with us. And don't forget that we have saved countless lives. The man roared, shut up, you monster. Galleon replied calmly, isn't it thanks to those monsters that you're still alive? Kim Hunbok said, I understand you don't trust them, but their clan has existed on Earth since ancient times, and I can guarantee they are on our side. The main concern now is the threat posed by these enemies. He quickly looked at the projection screen where images of Sierra, Duran, and Anri appeared. Kim Hunbok continued, these individuals are all at the level of a C-rank dungeon boss. Hyun-Shon remarked that this battle wouldn't be easy. Besides, these guys are just minions. Is their leader really a dragon? The scene shifts to Galleon knocking on a wooden door. May I enter? Lord Kim Hunbok, an emissary from the nest, is here to meet you. Otto spoke. The necromancer and his companions, right? Kim Hunbok was a bit wary and replied, that's right. This woman is not human. I can't feel any life force from her. She even possesses terrifying power that no human could ever have. Otto said, I am here to extend an invitation on behalf of the master of the nest. He is very eager to meet you. Will you come with me? Kim Hunbok asked. I have one question before we go. Otto replied, please, ask away. Kim Hunbok wondered, when can I return? Otto answered, it might take at least half an hour, but I can guarantee we'll be back within 24 hours. Kim Hunbok thought to himself, it's a guarantee. Let's go. Suddenly, one of Otto's arms was sliced off, revealing electronic components. Christina said, I knew you weren't human, but I'm surprised to find out you're a machine. Otto quickly pulled out something resembling a door and pointed at a glowing portal. Everyone, you may enter here. Kim Hunbok and the others quickly moved forward. They suddenly heard a scream. The entire room was filled with robot models. Otto said, I told you not to play for more than 6 hours a day. According to our agreement, your gaming time has been reduced to 3 hours and 1 minute per day. The Silver Dragon spoke up urgently, Otto, give me one more chance. Kim Hunbok wondered, could this be the Silver Dragon? The Silver Dragon shouted excitedly, are the guests here? He immediately flicked his 2 fingers toward the guests. A flame appeared and quickly burned the items on the table. Kim Hunbok jumped back, stunned. What? Then, to the astonishment of his teammates, he knelt before the boy. The Silver Dragon said, impressive. In such a short time, you were able to sense my power. Kessler said, if all dragons have this kind of power, then perhaps Gloria has been hiding her true strength from us. Kai replied, impossible. His power can't be that of a C-rank boss. The Silver Dragon said, there is a dragon in Africa, a peer of mine. I guarantee it. Chris asked, so you really are a dragon, aren't you? The Silver Dragon replied, that's right, but I'm not a mature dragon yet. I am the only dragon still alive on Earth. Kim Hunbok wondered, are all dragons as strong as you? The Silver Dragon replied, of course not. My body is very special. After all, I am the only one who stayed when the others fled Earth. Otto added, but he is still just an immature child. The Silver Dragon said, do you know this? The people you met are the Dragon Guardians, and you still don't have enough power to defeat them. I will give you a chance to increase your strength. Become my guardian. I will make you stronger. Kim Hunbok couldn't help but be shocked by the offer. He slowly stood up. And what if I refuse? The Silver Dragon replied, don't worry, I won't force you. There are many benefits to becoming a dragon protector. First, your lifespan. You could live 5 to 20 times longer. Second, your physical capabilities will increase 5-fold. Kessler immediately shouted, oh, I like the sound of that. Kim Hunbok continued, third is the treasure left behind by deceased dragons. Christina exclaimed, dragon treasure? Really? The Silver Dragon replied, if you become my protector, I can share some of it. Fourth, I will give you the dragon's remains. Kim Hunbok was surprised. Remains? The Silver Dragon answered, their blood and flesh can be crafted into elixirs, and their bones can be used to forge weapons. It is highly beneficial in many ways. Fifth, I will grant you access to my abundant mana reserves. Kim Hunbok suggested they needed to talk among themselves. The Silver Dragon replied, I understand. Otto, take them to a private room. Cutting to the private room, Kim Hunbok sat in deep thought. Kessler spoke up, honestly, isn't this a fantastic opportunity? Christina replied, this kind of opportunity is extremely rare. Kai added, it's not a bad offer at all. Kim Hunbok slowly answered, I was actually planning to refuse the offer. Christina was surprised, asking why, as there couldn't be a better opportunity than this. Kim Hunbok replied that the reason he keeps trying to get stronger is simply to survive. Christina questioned, then isn't this a great chance? Kim Hunbok replied, that's exactly it. I'm afraid that being under the protection of a dragon will make me complacent. Every time I get stronger, I think to myself, isn't this enough? But that's impossible because stronger enemies always appear. If we stop trying, can we really defeat our enemies? I'm a coward, so I can't afford to be complacent. But I can't force you all to give up on this either. Forget the oath and do what you think is best. This is my command. Kessler spoke up. Master, I have my own principles as well. I must abide by the contract, Kai continued. Thanks to you, I can achieve my goals. You will always be my master. Kim Hunbok smiled softly at them. Thank you both. Let's leave the room. You all make your own choices. Iris silently watched Chris deep in thought. Kessler wondered, what will you do if the 3 of them choose to become dragon protectors? Kim Hunbok replied, I don't have a specific plan yet. I'll probably focus on strengthening myself. As the 3 of them quickly realized the door had opened, Kim Hunbok called out, just listen before you decide. Nidhogg suddenly spoke up. Master, may I say something? He replied, all right, go ahead. Nidhogg said, you promised you would help me surpass my limits. I want to defeat dragons, not become one's subordinate. Christina spoke up. I was hesitant too, but I've decided to choose my master. I want to go with you. Kim Hunbok smiled and replied, thank you both. Christina and Nidhogg quickly turned to the last one. Iris, what about you? The little girl smiled and answered, I will become a dragon protector. Kim Hunbok replied, I respect your decision, but I want to know why. Iris answered happily, he and I are both just kids, and we still have a lot to do. I'm also very happy staying with Dad and Uncle, since both of you spoil me so much. The silver dragon huffed, don't call me a kid. I've lived much longer than you. Iris replied, then should I call you Appa? The silver dragon replied, Appa, why is my heart beating so fast? Otto sighed, thinking they shouldn't have told her about games and comics. The silver dragon said, I can't just stand by and watch my first protector get slaughtered, so let me lend a hand. There were 3 gifts in total. First is my blood. It's my own, so don't worry about any curses. It helps the drinker become stronger than they currently are. Kim Hunbok looked puzzled. Curses? What do you mean? The silver dragon explained. Dragon blood makes you strong, but it can also contain a curse that causes pain to the point of death. Of course, that's only if I don't give my permission. Christina spoke up. Since you're giving your permission, it will help the drinker get stronger. Can you give me some blood? The silver dragon replied, naturally, I'll give you a bottle. It's not much anyway. The silver dragon continued, now for the second gift. Kim Hunbok couldn't help but be surprised by the item. This amount of mana is? The silver dragon replied, that's right, it's dragon bone. Kim Hunbok was shocked. Are you really giving this to me? The silver dragon answered, this is only a tiny fraction. I intended to give you a whole dragon once you became a protector. Lastly, there's this. Kim Hunbok gasped. Could this be a dragon heart? I'm truly grateful. Thank you so very much. The silver dragon smiled happily. Make good use of the gifts I've given you. Stay alive until I reach maturity. Christina asked, how long until you reach maturity? The silver dragon replied, on the short side, tomorrow. On the long side, 5 years. Kim Hunbok muttered, 5 years? That's not too bad. We have to go now. The silver dragon was surprised. Right now? Kim Hunbok replied, I feel very happy that you gave me these gifts. I will study them very seriously. The silver dragon smiled. As expected, you mages are all the same. I will take good care of Iris. Kim Hunbok called out, Iris, see you later. Iris smiled. Yes, Dad. Christina urged him impatiently. Master, hurry. Kim Hunbok smiled happily. A dragon heart, Kessler suggested. I'll go outside and keep watch. Just be a bit more moderate. Kim Hunbok told Nidhogg that all the dragon bones would be used for him. Nidhogg was surprised. All of them? He replied. That's right. Then you'll be even stronger. He felt grateful. Thank you, Master. While Kim Hunbok and his group were immersed in their research, several problems arose. First, the large-scale monster attacks had disappeared. At the same time, all sorts of rumors about the military began to spread, and the public's dissatisfaction with the military gradually turned into dissatisfaction with the war itself. There were even those who wanted to end the war and surrender to the monsters. However, many people also benefited from the monsters. As the conflict between the two sides could not be resolved, humanity became increasingly divided. And all of this was going exactly according to the enemy's plan. Scene change. Kim Hunbok asked, how does your body feel? Nidhogg replied, it feels like it's moving on its own. Kim Hunbok ordered, describe it to me. Now you are both undead and a living being. As long as you have mana, you can recover your body as much as you like. You have become a being that never stops evolving. Simply put, you have become a real dragon. Nidhogg was amazed by that remark. A real dragon? Kim Hunbok replied, that's right, it shouldn't be possible. But my mistake made it possible. I wanted you to be stronger than a real dragon, so I named you Nidhogg, the strongest dragon in mythology. But that was a mistake, because names hold power too. Not long ago, I met the silver dragon. I asked if all dragons had left this world. He replied that most dragons had abandoned this world, but there were still a few dragons left on Earth. They are said to be in various places like mountains, forests, and other locations. Nidhogg spoke up, saying he had transformed into the bloodline. Kim Hunbok replied, that's right. Among the dragons left in this world, there is a true Nidhogg. Nidhogg was startled by this news. Kim Hunbok continued, the soul of the evil dragon within the dragon vein will gradually try to take over your body. There is only one way to avoid falling into the hands of the evil dragon. You must become even stronger. Nidhogg replied solemnly, Master, I will never lose to it. Kim Hunbok smiled, good, then let's go. It's time to make you stronger. Scene change, Kim Hunbok looks at his phone, checking the achievements of the 8th circle. According to Christina, even including the entire human history since the ID era, there were only 30 people who achieved this. Magic power, 501,700. Agility, 260,378. Remaining points, 328. He thought to himself that the dragon blood had also broken his limits. Christina, Kessler, and Kai had also increased significantly, but Nidhogg still hadn't consumed the blood. If he drank it, Nidhogg would be the one to break his limits the most. Christina asked, "Master, I have a question. Wouldn't it be better if we understood our power clearly before entering the 8th circle?" Kim Hunbok replied, "That's right, Christina. So please, don't ask again. You've asked 87 times already." Christina replied, I'm sorry. The 8th circle feels like a dream to me." Kessler smiled. "Master, when will we reach the meeting point?" Kim Hunbok replied that he could reach the meeting point using this palanquin, but wondered what its significance was. Suddenly, a gust of wind lifted their palanquin into the air. Kessler sighed, "I never imagined I could travel like this." Not long after, the sky turned black. The palanquin carrying them quickly descended to the ground. June spoke up. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Kim Hunbok replied, "It certainly has." Joan continued, "You actually reached the 8th circle. I guess there was a 90% chance you wouldn't." Joan quickly led Kim Hunbok up the stairs. Joan said, "Now that you've done it, you just need to wait a little longer. Also, congratulations on reaching a new height." Kim Hunbok replied, "Thank you." Joan suddenly asked, "What do you think the future world will be like?" "Honestly, I think things will only get worse. There is conflict between those who wage war, those who don't, and even those who aren't enemies. That is the beauty of democracy. It gives every individual an equal opportunity. But what we need now is a society ruled by a strong minority, not a weak majority." Kim Hunbok replied, "I share the same view as you. However, this is hard to accept in modern society. If it happened, it would be very unstable." John replied, "Of course, there will be many who oppose it. I wanted to continue, but it's time. Let's begin." Kim Hunbok thought to himself that an altar is a place for offerings, but since he stepped up himself, he spoke, "I have to pay a high price in the future. Tie this to your wrist." Kim Hunbok asked, "Didn't you tell me to keep living?" Jane replied, "My sacrifice alone might not be enough, but don't worry, nothing will happen to you." Kim Hunbok quickly tightened the strap around his wrist. "I trust you." Jane quickly clapped his hands together. "Now, let's begin." Kim Hunbok suddenly realized the surrounding space had changed. His face turned pale when he saw what was in front of him. A dragon had taken over Nidhogg's body and was lunging to attack him. He noticed the panicked expression on Kessler's face. Wounds appeared on Kai and Iris's faces. Nidhogg roared, "Die. Become a part of my soul and body." A surge of magic blasted toward the group. They disappeared instantly. Kim Hunbok was astonished. Destruction? No, it's absorption. It's devouring everything in its path. Kessler, Kai, and Christina were gritting their teeth, trying to resist. Kim Hunbok realized the problem. After the battle, Nidhogg's body was eventually possessed. "Will I and my friends die? Is this the worst part of the future? I become so much stronger. Is it because I wasn't prepared enough? I must become stronger." Suddenly, Kim Hunbok noticed Joan's nose was bleeding. Christina and Kai's voices echoed, "Master, Master." Kessler spoke, "Master, I was so afraid you would die." Kim Hunbok couldn't help but feel surprised. "I didn't move." John replied, "Don't worry. Your soul was in another dimension while you were seeing the future. Also, can you heal me? My internal organs were severely damaged while foreseeing the future." Kim Hunbok immediately began healing him. "I understand." Jean looked at him seriously. "Don't forget, the future you saw can change at any time." Kim Hunbok replied, "I understand." Kai helped him stand up. "I will tell you in detail about the future I saw." Scene changed to the rest area. They are sleeping very soundly. Christina asked, "It's truly terrible. Does that mean we will die?" Kim Hunbok replied, "That is the worst part of the future I saw. I hope everything I saw isn't accurate. What we need to do now is prevent that future from happening." Christina replied that there was a lot they needed to do. Kim Hunbok agreed. "That's right. Let's start with the tasks we postponed. It's time to increase our points, isn't it?" Christina suggested, "Master, please start with me first, because I don't grow as fast as Kessler and Kai. Right now, I'm just a hindrance." Kim Hunbok thought to himself that Christina was indeed the weakest. All right. Information quickly appeared on his phone. Christina, level 201,274. Female, League race. Mutant. Strength, 92,122. Speed, 92,119. Stamina, 180,210. Magic power, 345,464. Agility, 310,350. Remaining points, 199. Kim Hunbok said, Christina, you've reached the 7th circle. Kessler cheered. Congratulations, Christina. Kai also spoke up. Truly, congratulations. Christina replied shyly, but I'm still behind everyone else. Kessler replied, hey, that's the 7th circle. Kai replied, that's right. Even in the ID Alliance, very few mages have reached the 7th circle. Christina said, anyway, thank you all. Kessler suggested, now it's my turn. Hurry up. Kim Hunbok asked, which abilities do you want to increase? Kessler replied, increase everything except divine power and black magic. Information board showed Kessler, level 412,435. Male, gray elf species. Strength, 471,520. Speed, 402,447. Stamina, 617,725. Divine power, 491. Black magic, 491. Magic power, 641,681. Agility, 292,302. Remaining points, 161. Kim Hunbok muttered, Gray Elf, that's interesting. He quickly commented on Kessler. The stats are very high. Kai spoke up. Finally, it's my turn. It's all thanks to you, Master. Just increase my magic power. Kim Hunbok remarked. Except for stamina, all your stats are higher than Kessler's. Level 442,492. Male, Spirit Guardian species. Strength, 492,630. Speed, 503,600. Stamina, 509,545. Magic power, 1,104,100. Skillfully done, 392,500. 2 points remaining. Kessler glared at Kai in anger. Damn it, we lost. Hunbok chimed in, noting that Kai's magic power was quite high. Kai replied, maybe it's thanks to the legend team. Kim Hunbok spoke up. I probably don't need to say this for everyone to know, but we could lose to the enemy right now. So, everyone needs to prepare thoroughly. That's the only way we can survive and win. The three of them nodded immediately, looking at him with determination. Perhaps humans don't realize that time is never on their side. That is why they face the tragedy of war and start blaming one another. If Hunbok had become the protector of the Silver Dragon, would things be different? Or if he had become Alistair's disciple, who knows? After all, his final choice was always to trust in himself and fight alongside his comrades. No one forced him. That was Kim Hunbok's own choice. He didn't know what was right. He only knew how to doubt and ponder. The others would eventually find out which of their choices was the right one. How does one resist this dangerous world? He had to believe in himself and fight with everything he had. That way, even if the worst future came to pass, Kim Hunbok gripped the scepter tightly in his hand as a dragon came rushing toward him to attack. Kim Hunbok was determined to fight and emerge victorious. He calmly watched his own reflection in the dragon's eyes.